The ancient martial arts heir, Luo Feng, inadvertently traverses into the world of Dragon Ball, becoming an apprentice destroyer at the Destroyer Academy. Luo Feng discovers that his innate ancient martial arts techniques seamlessly align with the powers of destruction. From that moment on, Luo Feng's cultivation speed soared dramatically, akin to a cheat in a game. Beerus, so this is how destruction can be wielded? Whiz heavens! The erasure technique of Lord Zeno has actually been countered. The Grand Minister, you wish to marry my daughter? Hmph. Very well, I consent. Zeno, Grand Minister, what about your principles? Very well, I concede. Chapter 1. The Destroyer Academy. In the world of Dragon Ball, within the realm of nothingness, a violet-hued continent quietly floats in the vastness of the universe. At this moment, the center of this cosmic land features an archaic castle, all adorned in shades of purple. Beyond the walls of this structure, a bewildered young boy with black hair stands in a daze. This perplexed young lad is none other than Luo Feng, who has unintentionally traversed from the real world into the realm of Dragon Ball. Before him stands a grand gate on the wall, inscribed in a haphazard manner with 5 large characters, Destroyer Academy. Although the handwriting is notably sloppy and uneven, Luo Feng seems to recognize the characters. Strangely, he finds himself in the world of Dragon Ball, gazing in disbelief at his flawless physique. Is this what it means to traverse? How is it so different from what he had imagined and learned previously? This is truly bizarre. He had heard that traversing always involved a male protagonist halo or some golden finger, wise old men providing support, or thriving in a certain place to successfully unlock one's potential. Then, one would dominate their realm. This seems entirely unlike what he had envisioned. Yet, he feels an odd sensation in this place. This was the primary reason for Luo Feng's earlier state of confusion, but he soon awakened to his current predicament. Luo Feng rubbed his painfully throbbing head, as those unbearable memories began to merge with his consciousness. Indeed, he has confirmed that he has traversed, and, astonishingly, he has entered the animated world of Dragon Ball. Well, he can tolerate all this, but looking at his youthful body evokes a sense of absurdity. Am I the legendary Saiyan, a fabled angel? This is not all what I imagined. Moreover, this place seems to be unmentioned in the Dragon Ball lore. What is this Destroyer Academy? Luo Feng now rubbed his head, overwhelmed by the influx of memories causing excruciating pain. In an instant, he has sorted through all the memories. It appears that this experience is distinctly different from others' traversals. He has not inherited the legendary Super Saiyan physique, nor any angelic energy. He has merely become an apprentice destroyer, an ordinary student at the Destroyer Academy. This realization left Luo Feng utterly speechless. The definition of a destroyer in the Dragon Ball world is somewhat awkward. They are said to be the pinnacle of combat strength, yet there are beings like the angels or the Zeniths who surpass them. However, while they're not weak, they are significantly stronger than ordinary races. After all, they're called destroyers. But Luo Feng soon adapted to his current state. Since the starting point is not particularly high, he aims to maximize this opportunity. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, he strives to achieve something remarkable here. Indeed, given this chance at rebirth, he must seize it. Regardless of the starting point, the ultimate goal remains the same, to become an invincible entity in this realm. Subsequently, Luo Feng revealed a faint self-mocking smile, pondering if he might be overthinking things. Indeed, becoming an invincible being and exploring this universe is the dream and aspiration of every traveler. But how many can truly achieve it? Beyond one's own efforts and reliance on personal energy, one cannot truly depend on others. However, dwelling on such thoughts is futile. If given this opportunity, it must be fully utilized. At this moment, Luo Feng has cast aside all unrealistic thoughts, focusing instead on his newly acquired divine body. Yes, a godlike physique, endowed with the energy of a destroyer. Externally, he appears no different from an ordinary human. This realization brought Luo Feng a sense of relief, for according to his past memories, destroyers in the Dragon Ball universe are primarily represented by various animals or exotic species. To his surprise, he has fortuitously received a human body and the status of an apprentice destroyer, which assuaged the unease in his heart. After all, no one wishes to possess a fragment of divine power only to transform into some peculiar creature. However, since this is the case, I can sense a faint purple aura emanating from within my body, which is continuously forming an internal cycle. There is an inexplicable feeling of perpetual vitality. At this moment, Luo Feng feels as though he has truly traversed into a world of martial heroes. The destructive divine power he possesses flows within him much like the internal energy described in tales of martial arts. perhaps embodying the unique essence of the position of the destructive deity. Nevertheless, seeing the apprentice destructive deity badge hanging from his chest leaves him somewhat speechless. This indeed appears to be an apprentice destructive deity, possibly the reason for his presence at the gates of the destructive deity academy. With this thought, Luo Feng has completely adapted to his current state, feeling the exhilarating potency of the destructive divine power within him. Chapter 2. The Ambush of Hmph. In the captivating realm of Dragon Ball, I, Luo Feng, have arrived. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden thrill ignited within Luo Feng, his eyes shimmering with excitement as they focused intently. A furtive figure, stealthily and imperceptibly, drew closer to him. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. To his astonishment, he sensed the elusive presence. Could it be? Suddenly, the shadowy figure halted abruptly, seemingly aware of being discovered. Yet, this mattered little, for in the blink of an eye, the figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, an extraordinary fluctuation inexplicably manifested behind Luo Feng. Accompanying this peculiar disturbance was the emergence of a corpulent and rotund silhouette. Hey, behold my devastating trio of strikes. Take that, you little brat. With a whoosh, a series of 3 swift attacks surged towards the back of Luo Feng's head, his heart, and his lower back. This wretched individual was attempting an ambush. A glimmer of determination sparked in Luo Feng's eyes as he swiftly responded. Although Luo Feng was an ordinary man transported to the world of Dragon Ball, he had been an enthusiast of traditional Chinese martial arts prior to his journey. While not invincible, he was well-versed in various martial disciplines. In his previous life, he possessed a unique internal cultivation method, and in the Dragon Ball universe, it seemed that the power of destruction bore a semblance to internal energy. Yet, these details were now secondary. At that moment, Luo Feng's mind raced, swiftly adjusting his body to an optimal position. With a series of graceful dodges, he narrowly evaded the 3 sharp attacks launched from behind him. As he elegantly maneuvered away from the onslaught, his assailant muttered in disbelief, "No way. This brat actually managed to evade my trio of ambush strikes. Impossible." While the attacker momentarily faltered in shock, Luo Feng was not one to merely endure blows without retaliating. Hmph had now devised an entirely new plan. Indeed, Luo Feng, having momentarily stunned his opponent, realized that his inspiring martial arts techniques appeared to enhance his defenses against the power of destruction in this world. With the ambusher still caught in a daze, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even without a clear chance, Luo Feng's martial foundation would allow him to create an opening. Moreover, such a glaring vulnerability was not to be overlooked. In that instant, as Hmph remained momentarily stunned, he suddenly perceived a massive size 45 shoe hurtling towards his face. This scoundrel! How dare he strike back? At that moment, Hmph's heart was filled with frustration and disbelief. He had intended to surprise the boy with a stealthy attack, only to find that this brat had the audacity to counterattack. To think that one would resort to such a shameless tactic against oneself, however, pondering further holds no significance now. Before me, a colossal shoe sole, measuring 45 yards, came hurtling toward me, leaving a deep imprint upon the plump visage of Hmph. Indeed, the rogue who ambushed Luo Feng is none other than the illustrious god of destruction from the 6th universe, Lord Hmph. Yet now akin to Luo Feng, he bears the insignia of a god of destruction upon his chest. Presently, he is merely a student at the Academy of Destruction, though the reason for his clandestine arrival at the gates of Luo Feng's academy remains a mystery. He extends a rather intimate greeting in this audacious manner. Nonetheless, all of this has become irrelevant. With a resounding thud, a massive shoe print was indelibly stamped upon Lord Hmph, accompanied by Luo Feng's forceful thrust and Hmph's anguished cry. We witnessed the future sovereign of the 6th universe, Hmph, being propelled away by Luo Feng's kick. With a thunderous impact, Hmph's corpulent form became deeply embedded into the towering wall outside the Academy of Destruction, leaving an enormous imprint of his shape upon the structure. At this moment, Luo Feng gazed in astonishment at the effectiveness of his strike. To his surprise, his expertise in ancient Chinese martial arts seamlessly melded with the god of destruction's power, an unexpected revelation. Initially, he had anticipated a degree of adjustment. However, it appeared that his skills and mental discipline could be fully harnessed to yield a unique effect through the power of destruction. Perhaps this was the very reason that had facilitated Luo Feng's traversal to the Dragon Ball universe, ultimately leading to his ascension as a god of destruction. Given that his martial prowess could be adeptly utilized, it seemed that if he were to cultivate the god of destruction's power to its utmost potential in this realm, nothing would pose a significant obstacle. Previously, Luo Feng harbored concerns that, despite possessing the power of destruction, he would need to relearn various martial techniques from scratch within this universe, where the strong prey upon the weak and strength reigns supreme. Little did he realize that this was perhaps not mere fortune, but rather fate itself. Beholding Hmph, now firmly ensconced within the wall due to Luo Feng's forceful kick, a subtle smile graced Luo Feng's lips. He never anticipated that the future ruler of the Sixth Universe, Lord Hmph, would extend such a peculiar welcome. Though somewhat embarrassed, he acknowledged that his earlier kick may have been rather excessive, resulting in Hmph being quite literally embedded in the wall. Yet, this could hardly be attributed to Luo Feng alone. While the situation evoked a sense of familiarity, the nature of the ambush was indeed ignoble. However, how Lord Hmph would extricate himself from this predicament was a concern beyond Luo Feng's purview. Despite the fact that this lad had deliberately sought to ambush him, it was evident that his attack bore no malice. Hmph approached this encounter with a spirit of camaraderie, albeit in an unconventional manner. Though slightly lacking in martial decorum, all of this has become inconsequential. Let us observe how this fellow chooses to explain himself. Setting aside the matter of explanation, Luo Feng gently clenched his fist. Perhaps this was a brand new opportunity. Having such a future master as a training partner might facilitate the swift integration of his destructive power into his being. However, one question lingered in Luo Feng's mind. Why had this individual chosen to ambush him? He had merely just traversed into this world. Yet, his confusion was soon clarified by the figure of Hmph emerging from the crevice in the wall, having been kicked into that narrow space. Hmph extended a hand and struggled to extricate his corpulent form from the confines of the wall. At that moment, our future god of destruction, Hmph, stood in a peculiar and formidable stance, hands on his hips. The only discordant note was the large imprint of Luo Feng's shoe, indelibly marked upon his face. In that instant, Hmph, furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Feng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you disregard martial ethics and not inform me where you learned such exquisite combat techniques? Unbelievably, you actually managed to catch me off guard." Chapter 3, Challenging Hmph. It turned out that Hmph was indeed acquainted with him. Realizing this, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief. It appeared he had merely traversed time and space with his soul and memories, occupying the body of this future apprentice god of destruction. Such a revelation suggested that his presence was not merely a peculiar accident, but perhaps a serendipitous coincidence. Yet, witnessing Hmph's flustered expression, Luo Feng could only smile apologetically. "My apologies for being cunning just now. It was truly unintentional." Seeing this insincere explanation, Hmph's anger flared anew. He seemed to disregard his own unprovoked attack on Luo Feng, instead cursing the latter for having acquired such new combat skills without his knowledge, leaving him, as Luo Feng's closest friend, utterly baffled. However, as Hmph continued to vent his frustrations, he lowered his gaze, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. An affront was not in keeping with the demeanor of Hmph, the esteemed individual. Although his initial ambush had failed, it appeared that Luo Feng had no intention of seizing the advantage. This individual still retained his characteristic softness, despite the newfound combat style he had evidently learned from somewhere. Yet, that was of little significance now. Observing Hmph's advancing posture, Luo Feng recognized that, despite the latter's incessant grumbling, he was not to be underestimated in the realm of schemes and cunning, even if he did not rank among the very top in strength. It seemed that Hmph was unwilling to accept the humiliation of being bested. Just as Luo Feng had surmised, Hmph seized the moment while they were engaged in conversation, launching himself forward with the ferocity of a hungry tiger, aiming a powerful strike at Luo Feng's abdomen. Muttering to himself, "You think you could just kick me and get away with it? This time I shall not let you off." With that, the individual surged forward like a cannonball, fists clenched and cracking ominously, evidently prepared to engage in a straightforward bout of combat with Luo Feng, relying on sheer strength. Perhaps the current Hmph was indeed quite straightforward, devoid of the cunning traits he exhibited when he ascended to the position of destroyer god of the Sixth Universe. At this moment, he seemed solely focused on avenging the humiliation of the earlier kick. However, Hmph overlooked the fact that as fellow trainee destroyers and members of the Academy of Destruction, their strengths in wielding destructive power were likely comparable. The disparity in their abilities might lie merely in technique and the application of their destructive powers. Do not be deceived by Luo Feng's recent arrival. The ancient martial arts he practiced harmonized remarkably well with the destructive energy of this Dragon Ball universe, exhibiting an extraordinary compatibility. It is conceivable that before Luo Feng fully integrated the ancient martial arts with destructive energy, he might struggle against higher-level beings, such as Whis in his complete form. Yet against this ordinary trainee destroyer, Hmph, he was more than capable. If he could not best his opponent in a surprise attack, how could he now dare to confront him head-on? Luo Feng found himself questioning how feeble the previous incarnation of himself, the sword-hard destroyer, truly was in hand-to-hand combat. Nevertheless, such considerations were now of little consequence, as it was Luo Feng's sole consciousness that governed this body. While mastering complete control over his physical form and fully unleashing his strength would require time and adjustment, having Hmph as a sparring partner presented a rare opportunity. Very well, since they were to engage directly, let this fellow taste a bit of hardship. Although Hmph bore no ill will, his earlier ambush was an unusual provocation. Luo Feng had never been one to tolerate such challenges from adversaries. In a swift motion, Luo Feng deftly evaded Hmph's fierce onslaught once more. As he sidestepped, Hmph momentarily paused in midair, astonished. Initially, he had presumed that Luo Feng had merely relied on luck to evade his surprise attack, but in this direct confrontation, the young man had not exerted his full strength in a fistfight. Instead, he had employed his peculiar and agile movements to dodge. Had he inadvertently acquired Whis's innate memory technique? These thoughts flickered through Hmph's mind in an instant, yet the bitter consequences of his impulsive charge soon descended upon him. As Luo Feng effortlessly evaded Hmph's attack, he did not remain idle. With a series of fluid, seamless strikes, he unleashed a barrage upon Hmph. In the split second after avoiding Hmph's charge, he delivered a sharp knee strike directly to Hmph's abdomen, producing a resounding thud. Just moments ago, Hmph, who had been sent flying by a kick, now found himself doubled over. At this moment, he crouched like a shrimp, continuously spewing forth sour bile. Although he yearned to disdainfully utter another remark towards Luo Feng, the words eluded him. Yet, amidst his muffled mutterings, one could discern him cursing you, of all people. Resorting to a knee strike. Where on earth did you learn such a technique? Observing Hmph, who clutched his abdomen while retching, Luo Feng felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with his recent maneuver. Indeed, while the knee strike had successfully toppled Hmph to the ground, a flicker of refusal and defiance lingered in Hmph's gaze. How curious that this fellow still harbored such thoughts. Very well. Luo Feng had not come to the Dragon Ball world merely to play the role of a docile child or an amiable gentleman. Authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is a response to all forms of defiance. With this in mind, Luo Feng allowed a benevolent smile to grace his lips, quietly directing a chilling grin toward the retching Hmph. This fellow, how audacious he was to smile at me. Could it be, as Hmph surmised, that a colossal footprint was rapidly magnifying before him? Indeed, Luo Feng's foot surged forth once more, delivering a kick that sent Hmph flying before he could utter a single word, crashing violently against the outer wall of the academy. At this moment, Luo Feng paused slightly, not due to the casual act of sending Hmph sprawling, nor from any discomfort he might feel from the kick. Rather, he realized that the surrounding space was remarkably solid. Ah yes, he had been pondering how, with his current destructive power and the techniques he employed, he had failed to rupture or distort this space. It seemed that the construction of the Destruction God Academy in this locale indicated an extraordinary stability of the surrounding environment. What astonished him further was the inexplicably robust wall opposite the academy. Although Hmph's corpulent form had embedded itself within the wall, it astonishingly began to mend itself once he was dislodged. No wonder this location was chosen for the Destruction God Academy. It possessed its own unique attributes. Yet, at this moment, Hmph, embedded within the wall, found himself in a most lamentable predicament. Hmph was thoroughly vexed. This fellow had become exceedingly powerful, denying him any opportunity for discourse. He had arrived here with pressing matters to attend to, yet he had accomplished nothing, not even uttering a single word. Once again, he found himself ensconced within the wall by that scoundrel Luo Feng. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Regaining his composure, Hmph endeavored to extricate himself from the wall, a task that had seemingly become his daily routine. Chapter 4. A Conspiracy. Upon contemplating this, Hmph was engulfed by a wave of melancholy. However, through relentless effort, it appeared he might indeed extricate himself from the crevice in the wall. Suddenly, he heard the sound of slow footsteps. Upon focusing his gaze, he saw his Luo Feng. That rascal was approaching him with that same disconcerting yet warm smile. In that moment, Hmph found no energy left to curse or mumble to himself, and instead shouted, "Wait a moment, you scoundrel. Could you allow me to finish what I have to say?" Seeing Luo Feng shrug and halt his advance, Hmph let out a sigh of relief. Well then, if that's the case, let's get on with it. Otherwise, the consequences could indeed be dire. However, he couldn't help but recall that the scoundrel Beerus had informed him that his memory ability was quite useful. Yet, why had he not triggered it even once in his 2 encounters with Luo Feng? Truly an unreliable fellow. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Or maybe it was due to his insufficient level of comprehension. Regardless, he needed to placate the god of death before him. Facing being embedded in the wall once more was not an amusing prospect. After all, it was quite painful. With this in mind, Hmph rubbed his abdomen and the slightly numbed chubby face that Luo Feng had kicked. In a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "Luo Feng, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. I came here to assist you, and how can you so indiscriminately embed me into the wall? Is this how you treat a friend?" Luo Feng merely continued to wear a benevolent smile. In the presence of someone who had ambushed him, he truly had little patience left. Merely providing an explanation was already a considerable concession to Hmph. At this moment, Hmph's desire for survival was unmistakably intense, especially as he saw that Luo Feng was unwilling to grant him an opportunity for explanation. Without hesitation, he reached into a small pouch behind him and pulled out a black sphere slightly larger than his fist. This was indeed the primary purpose of Hmph's visit to Luo Feng. Upon seeing the black sphere, which crackled with faint blue arcs of electricity, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. This object felt strangely familiar and evoked a peculiar sensation within him. What was Hmph planning to do with this black sphere? Wait, this black sphere was actually, though Luo Feng was not entirely certain, the next moment, Hmph provided him with a definitive answer. "What do you think, brother? You can't accuse me of being ungrateful this time. I trust you recognize what this is. This is a delightful item that took considerable effort for me and that rascal Beerus to procure from Master Kasai. Look at me. Always thinking of you first when I come across something good, and yet you treat me with such severity. Don't you feel even a hint of remorse?" With that, Hmph raised the black sphere in his hand, displaying it proudly at Luo Feng. Initially taken aback, Luo Feng soon came to understand. So this fellow had indeed managed to acquire this black sphere alongside Beerus from the celestial being Kasai. The young man's intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Observing that Luo Feng refrained from responding, Hmph mistakenly believed that the dark sphere he held had left Luo Feng in a state of profound astonishment. With an air of self-satisfaction, Hmph chuckled, surprised. "Are you? This sphere, crafted by Beerus, is a manifestation of the ultimate mastery known as Zai. You must understand this technique is the hallmark of the angelic lineage. For us, as apprentice destroyers, grasping such an art signifies a monumental enhancement to our abilities. Yet, I find myself perplexed. My comprehension of this memory-laden technique pales in comparison to Beerus. Despite dedicating over 10 hours to study, I have only gleaned the slightest insight. I initially intended to use you as a practice target, never anticipating that in the realm of memory techniques, I would lack the innate talent exhibited by Beerus, who, after merely an hour of contemplation, has already absorbed a significant portion of its essence. By the way, I have something noteworthy that involves you. How did you acquire such remarkable prowess and abilities? While your strength and destructive power seem comparable to before, the techniques you employed earlier were unfamiliar to me. It appears that no one at our Destroyer Academy possesses such skills. Upon hearing Hmph's barrage of explanations and inquiries, Luo Feng finally grasped the situation. It seemed this individual bore no ill will. Rather, he had inadvertently stirred trouble with Beerus, pilfering the dark sphere and presenting it before Luo Feng. Previously, Luo Feng had been puzzled as to why both Beerus and Hmph exhibited a degree of mastery over the memory technique, while others among the destroyers showed no such aptitude. Now, the truth revealed itself. These two had indeed stolen the gemstone orb from the angel Crix, granting them the opportunity to partially comprehend the Zai technique. The choice to target Crix was intriguing, but that seemed a matter for another discussion. For now, it was curious that Hmph, in a seemingly altruistic gesture, had brought forth the crystal sphere stolen from Crix, alongside divulging secrets about the memory technique. However, Luo Feng sensed an undercurrent of deception. Could this young man truly be so benevolent? No, it was unlikely, especially considering that this was a stolen treasure belonging to the angel Crix. Now, Hmph seemed to have reached a tranquil understanding of the memory technique, yet remained unable to master its intricacies. Was he attempting to divert blame? Despite Hmph's seemingly naive demeanor, Luo Feng, well-versed in the narrative and character backgrounds, recognized that no destroyer in the 12 universes was particularly amicable. Chapter 5. Something is amiss, undoubtedly so. From Luo Feng's understanding, he knew that every destroyer harbored a cunning nature. Indeed, is there no definitive information capable of emerging as the paramount harbinger of destruction among the 12 universes? Let's not entertain the naive notion of mere luck. Such a scenario is utterly implausible. With this thought in mind, Luo Feng found a sense of resolution. Although he deemed it necessary to maintain a semblance of cordiality, for one should never strike those who approach with a smile. Since Hmph had taken the time to explain himself, Luo Feng opted not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he found himself reminiscing about the sensation of the recent knee strike and the subsequent 2 kicks, a memory that required no further contemplation. In this world of Dragon Ball, where power reigns supreme, one must rely solely on oneself. Others are perpetually unreliable. While the angel race possesses an innate memory technique that is considered one of the highest forms of skill in this realm, Luo Feng firmly believed that, as a god of destruction inheriting such a legacy, he must not succumb to the temptation of excess. Although the innate memory technique could instantaneously enhance his abilities, for long-term development, it was imperative to further cultivate his god of destruction powers and seamlessly integrate his martial arts into this world to ensure his progress. The extent to which he could refine his god of destruction powers and unleash their full might remained a modest ambition nestled within his heart. Luo Feng harbored a lingering suspicion that, should he fully master the god of destruction powers, he might attain strength akin to that of the Omni-King. After all, possessing such powers while simultaneously pursuing the memory technique seemed somewhat counterproductive. As for Hmph, he had indeed taken the liberty of bestowing upon Luo Feng the treasures pilfered from the angel Kasai, albeit with a twinge of surprise at the revelation that Hmph and Beerus had collaborated in this venture. Furthermore, Beerus had gleaned a fragment of the memory technique from this very artifact. Perhaps this was merely a twist of fate for the two of them. However, Luo Feng resolved to chart his own unique course. Now that he was here, he intended to thoroughly comprehend the essence of his god of destruction powers. Armed with the martial arts he had acquired in his past life, he believed that merging these ancient techniques with his current destructive prowess would allow him to establish a firm foothold in this world. What Luo Feng lacked was not a fixed technique, but rather time. Presently, the most vexatious individual was none other than Hmph, who had just extricated himself from the wall. Clutching the black gemstone sphere, he observed Luo Feng, who did not approach with the anticipated exuberance to seize the orb from his grasp. Instead, Luo Feng merely wore a faint smile while regarding him intently. At that moment, Luo Feng's demeanor and actions instilled in Hmph an unsettling apprehension. How could this individual remain so unfazed? Did he possess no interest in the memory technique whatsoever? No, that could not be. If Luo Feng were truly so indifferent and serene, he would not have unleashed such a fierce attack moments prior. Something was amiss. This rascal Luo Feng had undoubtedly encountered some unforeseen complication. Just as Hmph was about to voice his inner doubts, Luo Feng nonchalantly waved his hand, addressing Hmph with a hint of admonition. You should refrain from causing trouble, my young friend. Your apparent goodwill towards Beerus is rather suspect. Hmph. Do not think I am oblivious. That must be the magical orb from the Angel Kess's staff. You two have audaciously set your sights on the Angel Kess. I am quite curious to know what the outcome will be once the Eastern affairs unfold. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude in advance for considering me in your schemes. However, as for the technique of free memory, I find myself lacking interest. I firmly believe that although we are merely encountering a destroyer god, mastering the powers of a destroyer to their utmost should not fall short of the memory techniques. This I am exceedingly confident in. At this moment, Hmph and Beerus were perhaps unaware that their cultivation of the destroyer god powers had reached a bottleneck. To achieve further breakthroughs and amplify their abilities, they would need to explore alternative paths. Yet, Hmph and Beerus contemplated the route of the angelic lineage in the palace of free memory, unaware that Luo Feng, as a traveler, possessed profound insights into the existence of a technique known as self-memory within the realm of destroyer gods. Indeed, it was not the technique of free memory, but rather the self-memory technique that constituted the rightful path for a destroyer god as cultivation. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng began to grasp his current predicament. The ancient martial arts he had brought with him should be akin to the external techniques of Ur, while the destroyer god power belonged to the internal cultivation of his past life. To attain a certain pinnacle and a degree of self-preservation within this world, he must diligently cultivate the so-called internal powers, namely, the destroyer god energy. Presently, Luo Feng sensed that his level of destroyer god energy was quite comparable to that of Hmph, suggesting they were at a similar standing. However, it appeared that Hmph's prowess ranked among the lower tiers of destroyer gods. Thus, Luo Feng's immediate priority was to elevate the intensity and spiritual quality of his destroyer god energy. With a goal set, subsequent uncertainties faded away. In this vein, Luo Feng gently narrowed his eyes, sinking into a new realm of contemplation and insight. At that moment, a rather lecherous voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Haha, Brother Luo Feng, I have a rather unorthodox request. I wonder if we could discuss it. Luo Feng paused momentarily, taken aback by this rascal who, despite having been beaten, approached him with such a dubious tone. Surely, he had ulterior motives. Yet, with narrowed eyes, Luo Feng managed a warm smile, observing Hmph's demeanor. You are, after all, my good brother, and I trust you do not wish me harm. Hmph responded with a goofy grin, awkwardly admitting, I truly cannot fathom where you acquired such formidable techniques. Our strengths seem comparable, yet in terms of skill, I am evidently no match for you. By the way, where did you learn such abilities? You have concealed them quite deeply. If it weren't for my unexpected ambush that forced you to reveal your true prowess, we would have remained blissfully unaware. Which speaks to your lack of integrity. Luo Feng wore a naive smile, suggesting that he harbored some ulterior motives. The expression on his face and his gestures indicated that this rotund fellow was certainly up to no good. Soon enough, the proverbial tail of the fox was exposed. In Chapter 6, A Thief's Guilt, he rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, and addressed Luo Feng. What is the name of your technique? Might you share it with me? It truly is formidable. While it may not significantly enhance energy levels, it seems to possess unique practical applications. Though I cannot grasp the concept of the ultimate freedom technique, if you could impart your method to me, I believe I would stand a fighting chance against Ketra or Beerus next time. Despite my deficiencies in energy, if my skills could reach a certain level, I would not suffer such a humiliating defeat as before, especially considering how mercilessly you treated me just now. My face still aches, it's quite excessive. Observing this fellow's foolish demeanor and lewd grin, Luo Feng finally discerned Hmph's true intentions. He had fixated on the evasion techniques and offensive maneuvers Luo Feng had just demonstrated. This was Luo Feng's exclusive secret skill. To aspire to learn it was nothing short of fantasy. However, out of respect for the treasure Hmph had presented, Luo Feng felt compelled not to outright refuse. His smile widened even further at this moment. He clenched his fist and squinted his eyes, warmly addressing Hmph. If you wish to learn my technique, it is certainly possible, but be prepared for a completely new mindset. He then cracked his knuckles, adopting a stance that suggested he might just engage in a physical demonstration. Seeing Luo Feng smile and his peculiar mannerisms, Hmph suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that this fellow intended to personally impart his so-called technique through a demonstration of fists? It seemed quite plausible. As Luo Feng approached, Hmph recalled his earlier encounter. Yet, despite his fervent desire to enhance his strength, the true destroyer of this era, Hmph, had no inclination towards self-abuse. Clearly, this man intended to seize the opportunity to settle scores under the guise of teaching him a technique. Hmph quickly grasped the entire situation. No wonder Luo Feng had agreed so readily. He indeed harbored no noble intentions. Nevertheless, the fact that he was willing to teach was something Hmph appreciated. Even if the method was somewhat difficult for him to accept, he promptly extended both hands in a gesture of halting and gently, yet firmly, declined. All right, Luo Feng. I understand that you're a true friend, even if you're unwilling to disclose the origins of your skills. Your willingness to teach me is a manifestation of brotherly loyalty. Before delving into the martial arts and skills you have acquired, I wish to share that the endeavor I undertook with Beerus to pilfer this angel's gem from Kes demanded considerable effort and involved significant risk. Now, let us discuss whether you truly wish to harness this gem to comprehend the divine technique of the angelic lineage. After all, this precious artifact was procured through our cunning. If you have no desire to pursue its mastery, I ought to return it post-haste. Should Kes, the angel, become aware of this affair, the repercussions would be dire. At this juncture, Hmph glanced furtively around, manifesting a palpable sense of guilt akin to that of a thief caught in the act. To divert Luo Feng's attention and to deter any thoughts of vengeance, he waved the black gem before him, adopting an expression that implored Luo Feng to seize the opportunity, lest it slip away forever. Observing Xiangpa's peculiar demeanor, Luo Feng merely smiled faintly, sensing that Xiangpa was genuinely intimidated by him. Nevertheless, there was a semblance of reason in Xiangpa's words. The opportunity before them, though rare, was overshadowed by Xiangpa's expression of successful thievery, which rendered Luo Feng speechless. Such a character as Xiangpa seemed more fitting to embody the future Supreme Destroyer of Universe 6. It appeared he had not yet breached the threshold of character collapse. However, upon contemplating the divine technique before him, Luo Feng comprehended the situation entirely and found no inclination to pursue Kessa's mastery of the technique. For him, the paramount goal was to refine his destructive power, elevating it to a purer and more profound state. Indeed, Luo Feng had contemplated a pivotal issue. While his current strength may not measure up to that of an average angel, it was more than sufficient to contend with the destroyers present. Yet, he remained acutely aware of a significant concern looming on the horizon, the threat posed by the Omni-King. In the Dragon Ball universe, the abilities and strength of destroyers occupy one tier, while those of the angels reside in another. However, the true menace lies with the Omni-King, the ultimate authority of this realm. Regarding the arcane arts, they are depicted in the original Dragon Ball narrative as formidable and insurmountable. To thrive in this world, one must devise a strategy to overcome the so-called universal magic wielded by the Omni-King. This quest represents his ultimate aspiration. Even if one were to possess the divine technique and the self-realization technique, they would still be no match for such sorcery. Of course, all of this must remain confined to the recesses of his mind and not be spoken aloud. Moreover, any discussion with Xiangpa, given his apparent lack of logical reasoning, intelligence, and emotional understanding, would be akin to playing music to a deaf audience. However, a sudden and brilliant idea struck Luo Feng, startling him with its uniqueness. Taking a deep breath, he considered the possibility, perhaps, just perhaps, it could indeed succeed. At this moment, Luo Feng's thoughts were focused on concentrating the destructive power he currently possessed to its utmost potential. Destruction entails the complete obliteration of all that is visible. If one possesses the capacity to dismantle anything, could it not be possible to annihilate the so-called magical arts of the Omni-King? Should one master the divine power of destruction to its utmost potential? Imagine, when one's strength and capabilities reach a certain pinnacle, augmented by the prowess of ancient martial arts and combat techniques, delivering a single blow that could utterly shatter the erasure spell cast by the Omni-King. In such a moment, one would truly possess the means to safeguard oneself and wield genuine leverage in negotiations with various factions. Chapter 7. Angel Kess. With this thought, a significant burden within Luo Feng's heart was finally lifted. With a goal in mind and a plan formulated, it was time to act. Procrastination was not in his nature, and second-guessing held no purpose. In a world where strength reigns supreme, it is imperative to let power speak for itself. Having grasped the underlying principles, it was time to put them into action, accompanied by a sense of relief and clarity regarding all that had previously eluded him. Luo Feng gradually found his thoughts in order. At this moment, he was able to quietly observe the so-called angelic staff gem held by Hmph. The gem shimmered with a luminous quality, emanating a faint blue aura. This must be the source of the angel's primal power. Furthermore, whenever an angel wishes to unleash or employ a specific ability, they utilize their staff, whose energy core seemingly resides within this very gem before him. Yet at this moment, Luo Feng sincerely admired the ingenuity of Beerus and Hmph, who had devised a method to detach the gem from Angel Kess's staff and secretly extract it for contemplation. The mastery of the ultimate instinct was indeed a challenge for these two brothers, but gazing at the gem exuding blue energy, Luo Feng suddenly experienced a peculiar insight. Meanwhile, Hmph took a deep breath, observing Luo Feng fixating intently on the angelic gem in his hand, lost in thought. Hmph mused inwardly that this young man had just pretended to be aloof, claiming disinterest in the ultimate instinct, yet now he was staring unabashedly at the gem before him. It appeared that his plan was not entirely foiled and perhaps could indeed succeed. Beerus, you oaf, aside from your superior strength, when it comes to intellect, you are truly no match for me. Moreover, Luo Feng, you little rascal, just a moment ago you startled me, all merely to land a blow. I refuse to believe you possess no interest in the readily available ultimate instinct. As long as you are willing to accept the gem from my hand, Huh. Not only will you impart to me all the formidable techniques you just employed, but should Angel Kess discover the gem has been stolen, you will become the scapegoat. Indeed, this is a brilliant plan with multiple advantages. Beerus gains enhanced strength. I acquire unique insights into the ultimate instinct, and learn powerful combat techniques that Luo Feng has no idea where he obtained. Additionally, I will redirect the wrath of Angel Kess towards Luo Feng. Ha ha ha. I truly am a genius. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a faint smile involuntarily crept upon Xiangpa's lips. With a slight upward curve, he mused himself, indeed, I am quite the genius. At that moment, however, unbeknownst to him, an unforeseen event was unfolding within the highest office of the Destruction God Academy. Before the expansive windows of the office, the high priest stood quietly, his unique form levitating just above the ground. His gaze, profound and contemplative, was fixed upon the extraordinary vista visible beyond the glass. The sky was awash with swirling purple clouds and vivid lightning, while enormous arcs of electricity crackled ominously, hinting at some impending anomaly. This surreal scene was indelibly etched into the eyes of the high priest, a sovereign of the cosmos. In that moment, he maintained an expressionless demeanor as he surveyed the distant landscape. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, his mind was a tempest, pondering thoughts that no one could fathom. Perhaps something extraordinary was about to transpire? Suddenly, a gentle knock disrupted his reverie. The high priest sensed the interruption, let out a soft sigh, and then donned his customary warm smile. Without turning his head, he uttered, "Chris, is that you? Please come in." The door creaked open, and a figure holding a teacup gracefully entered the office. It was the angelic Chris, bearing the high priest's favorite tea. Approaching respectfully, she stood behind him and inquired, "My lord, have you returned?" The high priest gently waved his hand, responding, "Chris, please mind your words. After all, this is the Destruction God Academy. As its headmaster, I would prefer if you refrain from addressing me as my lord or father. Here, we maintain professional boundaries. You may call me headmaster, which I find more appropriate." "Agreed, Chris." Chris, slightly embarrassed by her slip and previous excitement, quickly adjusted her demeanor. Having been nurtured and influenced by the high priest from a young age, she placed the tea tray delicately on his desk and stood with her hands elegantly folded at her abdomen. With a graceful poise, she then corrected herself, saying, "Yes, headmaster. Have you completed your plans during your absence? Rest assured, there have been no unusual occurrences here at the academy, and the daily schedules of the 108 students have proceeded without incident. You may feel at ease." The high priest exhaled softly. "Good. This should be our final sanctuary. However, I must express my gratitude for your diligence during my time away." As the high priest gently turned to glance at Kess, his gaze radiated a warmth akin to that of a benevolent father, evoking a flicker of emotion within her. Since the establishment of the Destruction God Academy by the high priest and the king of all, he had dutifully overseen its operations. And this time he was departing for the academy due to certain extraordinary circumstances. Despite his absence, he entrusted the management of the academy's affairs to Kess, who, as a member of the angelic lineage, stood as the eldest among her siblings. It was evident that the high priest's decision to assign such a significant responsibility to Kess reflected his profound trust in her capabilities. Chapter 8. The high priest took a delicate sip of the tea that Kess had offered, momentarily withdrawing his affectionate gaze. Adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "Very well. Let us refrain from reminiscing. Time is of the essence, and there's an urgent matter that requires your immediate attention." Kess felt a tightening in her chest at the high priest's grave tone. Could it be that a significant event was looming on the horizon? Yet, now was not the moment for her to delve into details. Given the high priest's command, it was imperative to execute it without hesitation. For he was the fifth most powerful being in the universe and the current head of the academy. Compliance was non-negotiable. At this moment, with the high priest's order in place, Kess respectfully inquired, "Should we gather all the instructors and students? Is there something of particular importance occurring?" The high priest solemnly nodded. "Indeed. First, summon all the instructors to my office, and then gather all the students in the courtyard. This truly marks a pivotal moment for our Destruction God Academy. It is time we achieve some noteworthy results." Upon hearing the high priest's directive, Kess hesitated no longer. She stepped back, bowed gracefully, and then reached out to summon her signature weapon, the angelic staff from the ethereal plane. Observing Kess execute her command without any hesitation or internal conflict, the high priest silently acknowledged her resolve. Among his many children, Kess stood out as the one whom most aligned with his expectations, particularly in her execution capabilities. Although she might not possess the greatest strength or notable special abilities, she was a source of reassurance for him, as she executed his commands and visions without compromise. A rare talent in the realm of execution. However, amidst his reflections, the high priest noticed a flicker of something unusual in Kess's expression as she summoned the angelic staff. Her eyes suddenly widened, as if she had discovered something unexpected. The high priest himself paused, surprised by the sudden change in her demeanor. She appeared stiff and rigid, as if sensing an impending issue. No, something was amiss. This is his Destruction God Academy. As a mentor, how could Kess encounter any unexpected events here? This notion is utterly absurd. However, witnessing Kess's body remain rigid and motionless, with the braid of her ponytail gently quivering at her chest, one cannot help but acknowledge that an unforeseen occurrence has indeed transpired. Yet, considering Kess's prowess and her composed demeanor, it is improbable that she would easily make enemies, which leaves the high priest perplexed. At that moment, Kess too felt her body tense, her eyelids twitching, and an inexplicable tremor coursing through her. Nevertheless, she soon accepted the situation. Since it had already occurred, it could not be concealed. The presence of the high priest might even assist her in resolving this awkward predicament. Having come to this realization, Kess revealed a faint, bitter smile, extending her hand in a grasping motion in midair, subsequently donning an awkward and rigid grin. She weakly addressed the high priest. "I apologize, esteemed director. It appears that there has been a rather peculiar incident here." The high priest arched an eyebrow. What kind of unforeseen event could possibly arise within our academy? Kess managed to suppress the tumult of emotions surging within her and awkwardly replied, "I regret to inform you, esteemed director, that your plans may face a slight delay, for indeed, an incident has occurred." "What kind of incident?" "Speak plainly, do not mince words," the high priest urged, offering Kess a moment of clarity. Kess, her face betraying her embarrassment, stammered, I seem to have been stolen from." "Stolen? Is it theft? How could anyone dare to target a mentor such as yourself? Pray, elucidate the matter without further hesitation." Observing the high priest's growing impatience, Kess bit her silver teeth, contemplating that there was no point in evading the truth any longer. Thus, her once slightly blue visage deepened into a more vivid hue, and with a flourish, a golden flash revealed the so-called celestial staff, quietly hovering before Kess and the high priest. As both turned their gaze toward the staff, Kess's complexion shifted from blue to an alarming shade of dark. Meanwhile, the high priest discarded his earlier impatience, regarding Kess and the alleged celestial staff with an amused expression. Indeed, this was a remarkable talent. Who could possibly have the audacity to pilfer the crystal gem from Kess's angelic staff? This incident might very well be the most peculiar occurrence in the history of the Destruction God Academy. And who would have thought that a student of Destruction God would provide such enlightenment to the high priest? Kess's face was a canvas of embarrassment. However, true to her nature, Kess quickly recalibrated her mindset, restoring her expression to one of normalcy. With a light flick of her hand, she waved the angelic staff, devoid of its gem, and let out a resigned sigh. "Esteemed high priest, no, director, I must apologize for the embarrassment I've caused. It seems I was momentarily careless." Just as Kess was about to elucidate the situation, the high priest gently gestured for her to pause. "Bring the angelic staff to me. I wish to see the handiwork of the student responsible. I never anticipated such talent among our current cohort." The high priest's ambiguous smile nearly unraveled Kess's newly regained composure. "Very well. If the high priest wishes to inspect it, perhaps you could also assist me in uncovering the identity of the scoundrel behind this mischief. Truly, I hope I never learn your name. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. After all, within this academy, the director holds the utmost authority, and when the director is away, I am the acting head. Though merely a mentor, I am fully capable of making life difficult for the students." Chapitre 9, Tracking Technique. Kess found herself in utter disarray. After all, who among the celestial beings would tolerate the theft of the crystal gem from their staff? This incident represented a profound humiliation for her, marking the first soul-crushing blow of her life. At the moment Kess handed the damaged staff to the high priest, she suddenly noticed an unusual detail. Both she and the high priest observed that at the very spot where the gem had been pried away, there were indeed 2 hard bite marks. It appeared the thief was not a professional, as their lack of preparation had led to such a careless mistake, leaving behind unsightly traces. With this realization, Kess felt a shiver run through her, likely a mix of rage and disgust. Gritting her teeth, she presented the staff to the high priest and, with steely resolve, suppressed her anger, saying through clenched jaws, "Esteemed director, I hope you can help me uncover which little thief dared to tamper with my staff. This is truly infuriating." It is embarrassment compounded upon embarrassment. In that moment, Kess's thoughts echoed within her, and witnessing such an incident, she managed to restrain her fury to a controllable level, prompting an approving nod from the high priest. It seemed that her recent experiences within the ruinous God Academy had indeed contributed significantly to her growth. Entrusting the daily management of the academy to this acting vice director during his absence had proven to be a wise decision. Had the situation occurred with either Makalita or Bados, those two would have surely succumbed to tears long ago. However, now was not the time for reflection. The matter at hand must be resolved. The high priest, too, was keen to discover who had the audacity to target Kess. Surely, in the absence of the tiger, the monkeys would attempt to seize power. It was astonishing how quickly chaos ensued in his absence. Upon witnessing the explosive demeanor of Kex, the high priest hesitated no longer. With a deft motion of his left hand, he grasped the end of his staff, while his right hand brought the index and middle fingers together, gently raising them to his forehead. Indeed, the high priest assumed an extraordinary posture, indicating that he was about to engage in earnest. At that moment, a surge of azure golden energy erupted from his being as he delicately touched his forehead with his fingers. This brilliant energy seamlessly flowed into the space between his index and middle fingers. With a soft utterance, the high priest extricated the luminous energy from within himself. His brow furrowed with concentration as he directed this azure golden energy to the serrated tip of Kex's angelic staff, revealing a novel technique of temporal tracing. The high priest's meticulous actions left Kex momentarily stunned. Could this be a synthesis of time, reversal, and tracking techniques? It was astonishing to realize the high priest had attained such a formidable mastery. However, this was not a time for Kex to be awestruck. The true objective was to uncover the real culprit, suppressing any amazement that threatened to surface. She watched in silence as the high priest performed his intricate display, which required no lengthy waiting on her part. As the azure golden energy fused with Kex's angelic staff, a flicker of surprise crossed the high priest's eyes. It seemed he had encountered unforeseen revelations. A gentle smile graced his lips as he observed Kex's bewilderment. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with golden light, and a brilliant azure golden radiance erupted from them like a holographic projection. Above Kex and the high priest, a colossal screen materialized, showcasing fragments of memory extracted from the angelic staff. The high priest had ingeniously projected these memories before Kex, eliminating the need for lengthy explanations. Yet, Kex was indeed taken aback by the high priest's remarkable abilities. The concept of time reversal combined with tracking marks and soul co-creation was astonishing. The high priest's strength was undeniably profound. Nevertheless, Kex's curiosity was piqued by the content displayed on the screen, which appeared as a legendary holographic 3D image. This image raced forward, revealing scenes from the past in rapid succession. It was a swift rewind, intended to unveil when the events surrounding the staff had transpired. At that moment, the staff lay quietly in the private secret space Kex had created, seemingly untouched by any incident. As time progressed, within the hidden rift of space and time, specifically the private storage realm of KSI, an ethereal golden sigil adorned with hexagonal runes abruptly materialized. It appeared to be a spatial array, an unexpected revelation that someone would dare to employ such an intricate construct. However, the ensuing spectacle shattered KSI's imagination, for within the spatial array, a small black vortex, resembling a whirlpool, quietly hovered. To KSJ's astonishment, a plump cat's paw emerged from this abyss, diligently scouring the surrounding space as if in search of something. Suddenly, this paw latched onto the handle of a nearby scepter, causing it to tremble violently before yanking the scepter out of the dimensional realm. The subsequent events further recalibrated KSJ's understanding of the situation, revealing the source of the 2 bite marks left on the scepter. At this moment, KSI's complexion darkened, tinged with an unsettling hue of blue and black, for the power and abilities of the high priest were undeniably formidable. 2 shadowy figures, resembling thieves, and their entire audacious endeavor, including the sounds of their actions, unfolded before KSI's eyes. In Chapter 10, The Leveling Array, the scene depicted the 2 lecherous figures, their faces awash with a mixture of terror and joy. Did Bila succeed? The voice belonged to the rotund and unscrupulous figure, Xiang Pa Bilas, drenched in sweat, urged impatiently. "You fool, hurry up. My divine energy is nearly depleted. I never anticipated that this alchemical procedure would yield such results. Though we can momentarily open a passage through time and space to extract KS's scepter, I fear I cannot sustain this effort for long. You must act swiftly. Noticing Beerus's distress, Hmph recognized the gravity of their situation. This was hardly a time for celebration. After all, they had only managed to summon KS's angelic scepter from its storage space through the alchemical array. Their objective remained unfulfilled, for while they had breached a barrier of space, the scepter needed to be returned before KSI could discover its absence. Otherwise, their endeavor would be in vain, given that their actions constituted a unique form of theft. Beerus's current strength limited the duration for which he could maintain the alchemical array. If one wished to master the angel's transcendent technique, sacrifices were indeed necessary. Observing Beerus's pallid visage, his palms pressed firmly onto the six-pointed star electric array, he appeared on the brink of exhaustion, prompting Hmph to refrain from further hesitation. He held K's angelic staff in one hand, while his other hand transformed into a razor-sharp claw. With a series of clicks, he twisted the crystal gem atop the staff, fully aware that this gem was the very soul of the angelic staff. If they could completely dismantle this gem, their scheme would be deemed a success. Once the staff returned to K's storage space, it would take a considerable amount of time before anyone noticed the peculiar issue with it. For Beerus and Hmph, possessing the gem nearby might allow them to comprehend the profound art of ultimate freedom, which was the essence of their plan. Once they fully grasped the angel's ultimate freedom technique, they would utilize an alchemical array to open a portal and return the crystal gem, ensuring that K would remain oblivious to the tampering of her staff. However, Hmph was feeling vexed. Having exerted all his strength, yet still unable to pry the gem from the angel's staff. Observing Beerus's anxious and impatient demeanor, Hmph recognized the urgency of their situation. Beerus, a figure of considerable prowess among them, was now incapable of maintaining the leveling array. Were they to see their meticulously devised plan come to naught? It seemed inconceivable. Suddenly, Hmph had a flash of inspiration and conceived a novel approach. If one hand could not detach the gem, then they would have to resort to brute force. With both hands and feet firmly gripping the top of the staff, Hmph, without further hesitation, brought the gem to his mouth. With a swift motion, he bit down on the apex of the crystal gem. He thrashed his neck vigorously, and with a satisfying crunch, he successfully pried the gem from the staff. Following this, his actions flowed seamlessly. Clutching K's crystal gem in his mouth, he used his hands and feet to toss the remaining portion of the angelic staff into the storage space. Upon completing this operation, Beerus seemed to have reached his limit. He shuddered violently and collapsed on the ground, as the entire hexagram spatial array began to fade from the realm of transport. The two unscrupulous thieves, having exerted themselves, found themselves utterly exhausted. They lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, they teetered on the brink of disaster, fervently testing the waters. They had truly succeeded in stealing the crystal gem from K's angelic staff, and had done so without causing any significant noise or disturbance. It appeared their scheme had indeed borne fruit. Just as they exchanged breathless pleasantries, the high priest observed the scene before him, his lips twitching in disbelief. Utterly at a loss for words, with a sudden shake of his neck, he returned to Kessa's storage space. They are a flawed angel staff, devoid of its crystalline gem and still tethered to the two strings of the puppet-like angel's staff, quietly hovered within Kessa's storage. The high priest was equally intrigued. What could these two rascals possibly intend by stealing Kessa's crystal staff gem? Without a definite purpose, these mischievous fellows would not have gone such lengths. Now that the two little thieves had been identified, the question of their subsequent plans remained unanswered. The high priest's curiosity deepened, and without waiting for Kessa's urging or pleas, he channeled his divine power, and a brilliant light erupted from his being. In an instant, the images of Hmph and Beerus reappeared on the screen before them. At this moment, Hmph and Beerus seemed to have regained their breath, gradually emerging from their state of exhaustion. Beerus flexed his swollen hand, letting out a resigned sigh. The alchemy of Master Makalita was indeed formidable. He had never anticipated that such an ordinary formation could demand such high requirements of destructive power. They had come perilously close to reaching their limit. Had it not been for the swift actions of his companion, their plan would have undoubtedly failed. Meanwhile, Hmph, wiping the drool from the crystal ball, helplessly shrugged. I told you, my plan is foolproof. Although your strength far surpasses mine, when it comes to cunning and ideas, don't be deceived by my seemingly simple demeanor. I am not to be underestimated. Chapter 11. Unfazed by consequences. The two brothers were engrossed in self-praise. casually chatting as Kess rolled her eyes in exasperation at their shamelessness. She had never witnessed such audacity. What took her by surprise, however, was a realization that the issue stemmed from her sister, Master Makalita. This angel had no other passion than to silence various alchemical practices. Among her numerous roles in the academy, she was renowned as an alchemy instructor. It was truly unexpected that she had devised an alchemical method to create a hexagram formation, capable of pinpointing a special storage space coordinate, with the victim being none other than her own acting director, the esteemed Angel Kess. Nevertheless, it did not seem the time to hold Makalita accountable. After all, she was merely an instructor, and alchemy was a core subject in every destructive deity academy. The high priest, with a bemused expression, watched the antics of the two brothers, realizing that indeed, there were talents within this academy. Hmph and Beerus's subsequent actions largely aligned with the high priest's speculations. Hmph wiped the drool off the crystal gem onto his pants and casually handed it to Beerus. What do you think, Beerus? Take this and contemplate. It should embody the essence of the angelic race's ultimate technique. It appears that I am currently experiencing a slight twinge of discomfort in my teeth. Perhaps you should take the lead. Your prowess and comprehension undoubtedly surpass mine by a considerable margin. You are aware that the grand trial competition is imminent. Although during the last trial, your abilities ranked among the top 3 of all participants, this time feels distinctly different. It is not merely a matter of strength and ranking. I sense an underlying unease. Perhaps I am overthinking, but it is prudent to ensure a safeguard for oneself. I am perplexed as to why Mastervis has yet to impart the art of free and unfettered mastery to us. However, I ponder that should we cultivate this technique to a certain level, we would undoubtedly stand out in this competition. You should take the initiative, regardless of strength or insight. You have imparted much knowledge to me. Without your full exertion, we would not have accomplished such an ambitious endeavor. Yet, we must hasten our understanding of free and unfettered mastery. Time is of the essence. After all, the window of opportunity to deceive the Angel Kexis is quite limited. Our ability to grasp this knowledge depends on our own competence. Should we exceed this time frame without returning the crystal gem, it would only be a matter of time before Master Kexis discovers our transgression. Beerus did not exhibit any hesitation as he directly accepted the crystal gem handed to him by Hmph, casually rubbing it against his body before lightly grasping it in his hand. He then settled into a cross-legged position, emanating a faint purple aura. The gem in his hand radiated a soft blue glow, harmonizing beautifully with his energy. It seems Beerus has seamlessly entered a state of enlightenment, audaciously comprehending the art of free and unfettered mastery from within the crystal gem. Observing Beerus's audacity, Kexis and the high priest, who were watching the video, were left speechless. This individual truly possesses a remarkable level of confidence, seemingly indifferent to any adverse reactions or thoughts. Unaware of whether his technique aligns with the free and unfettered mastery he is currently attempting to grasp, he sits there, meditating without a care in the world. Truly, a young bull unafraid of tigers. Meanwhile, Hmph was not idle. His small, squinted eyes scanned the surroundings for any signs of danger or anomalies. After detecting nothing unusual, he perked up his ears to listen for any abnormal sounds. Finding none, observing Beerus before him, it seemed he might genuinely attain an understanding of free and unfettered mastery. Hmph took a deep breath, recognizing his crucial role in safeguarding Beerus. Though he was acting as a protector, he was also mindful of their situation. The alchemical array had been dismantled significantly, and any further use would necessitate a complete reconfiguration. Their plan was far from simply extracting the crystal gem from the Angel Kexis. Ultimately, they needed to return it. Otherwise, the reputation of a thief would become an inescapable reality. At this moment, Hmph retrieved a small crystal vial containing a modest amount of pale green powder from his pocket. This was likely the alchemical key employed in the recent configuration of the alchemical array. It appears that Hmph is indeed a habitual offender. Given his skills and capabilities, he certainly lacks the means to produce such a device. This alchemical key, capable of breaching a single space, was presumably pilfered from somewhere during Mentor Makalita's class. Yet, Hmph displayed no hint of remorse or embarrassment. He gently unscrewed the vial, allowing the scant powder to cascade to the ground. Seemingly intent on utilizing the time, while Beerus is in training to set up an entirely new practice array, thus returning the utilized gems to Kexis without detection. It seems this duo's plan is truly flawless. Observing Hmph's earnest arrangement of the alchemical array, One could tell he invested considerable effort during Mentor Makalita's lesson. Meanwhile, the high priest cast a meaningful glance at the visibly displeased Kexis, continuously offering praise. I never anticipated that during my absence from the academy, these students would grow beyond my expectations. Kexis, you have truly dedicated yourself. It was unclear whether the high priest's remarks were sincere or sarcastic. Nonetheless, Kexis's expression had returned to her usual calm and composed demeanor as she had grasped the essence of the matter at hand. The issue lay with Makalita and Weiss. That scoundrel Weiss, for reasons unbeknownst to him, failed to impart the complete technique of the ultimate freedom skill to the students of the Destruction God Academy, which inevitably led them to develop new ideas and methods. This was wholly understandable, as all students here exist to grow stronger. Chapter 12. Harmful and useless. To possess knowledge of such advanced techniques, yet be unable to learn them, certainly stirred their impatience. However, the methods they employed were indeed somewhat unscrupulous. Yet, Makalita also instilled a sense of comfort in Kexis, this seemingly inconspicuous younger sister, who typically adored various vials and constantly spoke of alchemy, had made her mark as an alchemical mentor. It was surprising that her disciple could devise a means to breach interdimensional space using an alchemical array, a feat that caught Kexis off guard. Nonetheless, she sensed something amiss. The failure of a mentor to impart techniques might stem from the student's foundational skills not reaching a certain level of destruction god power. Thus, practicing the ultimate freedom skill could indeed be more harmful than beneficial, a fact Kexis understood well. After all, her primary role was to teach foundational techniques, ensuring these aspiring destruction gods grasp the essential powers and methods of destruction. Only when their strength reaches a certain threshold would Weiss then impart the so-called ultimate technique, the ultimate freedom skill. As the mastery of both the ultimate freedom technique and the god of destruction's art reaches a certain pinnacle, one may perhaps comprehend a novel technique unique to the god of destruction, self-actualization. This notion is an unspoken rule within the academy, a silent understanding among the mentors. However, it was quite unexpected that these two eager individuals would resort to such tactics to manipulate her angelic staff. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Kurz's face, the high priest immediately discerned her intentions. As the head of the God of Destruction Academy, the high priest naturally possessed a certain demeanor. He merely smiled faintly. The question of right or wrong seemed less significant. What mattered was the students' ambition and their relentless pursuit of strength. Although their methods were somewhat unscrupulous and underhanded, one could hardly fault them. The high priest's curiosity was piqued regarding how these two would navigate the ensuing events, especially since they had devised an entirely new electrical array. He was intrigued by their plans to execute this endeavor flawlessly, particularly as Kurz remained unaware of the true nature of the situation, which was not as perceived by Beerus and Hmph. Should they manage to orchestrate this flawlessly, the high priest might indeed regard Beerus and Hmph with renewed respect. One of these young men exhibited considerable strength, while the other possessed a sharp intellect. Perhaps they were the talents he sought after. After all, his recent expedition had equipped him with a fresh approach to challenges. Indeed, the journey had imbued the high priest with immense pressure. The academy was a place of tranquility, yet it served as a crucible for talent. Were it not for the impending crises and difficulties, neither he nor the angels would labor to establish this so-called God of Destruction Academy. Furthermore, not all within the academy would meet their standards. Those who graduated were expected to bear significant responsibilities in the future. However, this was not the time for such reflections. The thoughts of the high priest and the new secrets would soon require action. Yet, Hmph and Beerus had made an astute choice. The high priest's return was primarily in preparation for the trial tournament the following day, which would be unlike any in previous years, harsh, terrifying, and exceedingly bloody. Nevertheless, his contemplation with Kurz was swiftly interrupted by the unfolding scene before them. In the image, Beerus, initially seated in a meditative posture while grasping a crystal gem, suddenly exhibited a subtle shift in the purple aura surrounding him. A pale blue arc of electricity encircled Beerus, crackling with his resplendent brilliance. This couldn't be. The high priest was slightly taken aback by Beerus's display. Remarkably, within such a brief period, Beerus had indeed grasped a portion of the ultimate freedom technique. Chapter 13. Hidden Depths. He had truly succeeded. Chris, too, wore a look of astonishment as he gazed at the image of Beerus. It appeared that this young man possessed a remarkable innate talent for the abilities of a god of destruction. To comprehend the ultra instinct solely through his crystal gem was indeed impressive. It seemed he had been underestimated, concealing his true potential. Amid the exclamations of the Grand Priest and Chris, the blue electrical aura surrounding Beerus intensified. Even Hmph, who had been diligently sketching an alchemical array, momentarily froze in disbelief. Can this truly be possible? The aptitude and insight of Beerus far surpassed his own. However, one can only wonder how far Beerus would advance in mastering the Ultra Instinct and what realm he would ultimately attain. Hmph's momentary distraction had disrupted the alchemical diagram he was painstakingly crafting on the ground. With a resounding crash, the nearly completed alchemical array lay in ruins. Now, it was Hmph's turn to be dumbfounded. Alchemy is indeed a complex art. While its power is immense, it cannot withstand interruptions. This lapse in concentration had led to the complete loss of his alchemical design. Observing the scant materials left in his possession, Hmph could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed he had landed himself in a predicament, just as he was lost in his thoughts. Beerus slightly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath imbued with hues of blue and purple. It seemed this young man had indeed mastered the Ultra Instinct to a certain extent. Beerus smiled faintly, addressing Hmph. It is your turn now. By the way, why is your alchemical diagram black? Hmph shrugged helplessly. Just now, the moment you broke through and learned the Ultra Instinct, I inadvertently lost focus. You know how stringent Master Margarita's requirements are for the alchemical diagrams. I am now uncertain if the remaining materials can still be used to set up a teleportation array. This is quite troublesome. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Time is limited, so let us not dwell on the futile. You must quickly grasp the Ultra Instinct from the crystal gem. This method appears to be genuinely effective. While my understanding of the Ultra Instinct is also limited, it is certainly better than having none at all. Go on. I shall take care of the remaining electrical array. With that, Beerus handed over the crystal gem and accepted the alchemical materials from Hmph, earnestly beginning to arrange the alchemical diagram. This fellow truly was exceptionally talented, having just comprehended the Ultra Instinct yet not taking the time to solidify it. With boldness and confidence, he engaged in other tasks. Hmph, aware of the urgency of the moment, realized this was not the time for hesitation. He grasped the crystal gem with one hand, slowly settled into a cross-legged position, and began to meditate quietly. However, this was indeed a challenge for Hmph. Even if Vs were to come and guide him step by step, it would be uncertain if he could truly learn, let alone through such a dubious method. Time flowed slowly as he contemplated, while beads of sweat began to form on Beerus' forehead as he continued to arrange the alchemical diagram beside him. Indeed, it was quite astonishing for Beerus to discover that the alchemical materials at his disposal were insufficient. Being a decisive individual, upon realizing the scarcity of experimental resources, he pondered briefly before carelessly casting aside the empty trial vials. He then settled into a meditative posture, resolutely continuing to solidify and comprehend the recently acquired technique of Ultra Instinct. Meanwhile, Hmph remained dedicated to his own enlightenment, aspiring to master the exquisite skill of the angelic lineage, Ultra Instinct. Time gradually slipped away, and the Grand Priest and Whis observed in utter disbelief, unable to fathom how these two audacious beings could engage in cultivation so brazenly without returning their borrowed items. Truly, their audacity appeared to be as vast as their hearts. Clearly, neither of them had endured any significant repercussions, treating the God of Destruction Academy as their own abode and the angels as their kin. As time meandered on, Hmph exhaled deeply, exclaiming, Beerus, your prowess is truly remarkable. Despite the elapsed time, I have felt no semblance of insight. It seems my aptitude and affinity with Ultra Instinct may be lacking. Hey, weren't you supposed to arrange the practice formation? How is it that you are now engrossed in cultivation? Beerus replied with a hint of resignation, shrugging his shoulders. The alchemical materials are insufficient, so I cannot set up the formation. Do you have any materials left for a new formation? Seeing your earnest endeavor, I refrain from interrupting you. I only wish to fortify my own realm and the newly learned Ultra Instinct. Upon witnessing Beerus' nonchalance, Hmph felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. What do you mean by insufficient materials and a failed formation? What shall we do? You just mentioned that you had another set of materials with me? I only have this one remaining portion from Master Margarita. This is truly troublesome. At this moment, Hmph was thoroughly flustered, losing all interest and desire to continue his pursuit of Ultra Instinct. After all, the failure to return the crystal gems would be a profound humiliation for the Angel Whis. The thought of this struck him with dread, for the entire scheme had originated from his own proposal and subsequent actions. Now, although Beerus had grasped Ultra Instinct, The potential wrath of Whis loomed ominously, raising concerns about the consequences that might ensue. The ramifications of their actions and plans, if revealed to their peers, could be catastrophic. The mere thought sent shivers down Hmp's spine. Whis, typically composed and refined, could become a force of fury if provoked by such matters. However, his meticulously crafted plan had sustained irreversible damage due to a minor oversight. What to do now? Observing Hmp's anxious demeanor, drenched in sweat, Beerus spoke with an air of calmness. Why the rush? I've already mastered the art of effortless mastery. What matters is that the angel of Kexis approaches me. Why should you be worried? Hmph rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do you understand nothing? This is a genius's meticulously crafted plan, although it has encountered some minor setbacks. It is far from plunging us, brothers, into an irretrievable abyss. Yes, we have a plan B. Indeed, I have yet to elaborate on plan B. Beerus paused slightly, perplexed. Are you suggesting that you would boldly approach the angel of Kexis and speak to him? What have we done? Hmph's eyes darted around, and then he chuckled. I have a solution that should prove quite reliable. Beerus waved his hand and sighed. Fine, I will handle the execution, while you're more adept at strategizing. Hmph, what devious scheme do you have in mind? Hmph grinned slyly for a while. Have you forgotten I have a good friend named Luo Feng? What does Luo Feng have to do with this? Hmph continued to laugh triumphantly. What does it matter? He's simply a backup plan. Since we have not returned this crystal gem, let us bestow it upon Luo Feng. You have grasped the art of effortless mastery, while I seem to lack any affinity for it. Thus, since the gem remains unreturned, let's find a backup. By gifting this crystal gem to Luo Feng, we achieve multiple benefits and enhance our reputation. Even if the angel of Kexis discovers this, most of the ire will fall upon Luo Feng. I truly am a genius. At this moment, Hmph laughed cunningly, his pride swelling, while Beerus, exasperated, covered his face in disbelief. You, who are always calling Luo Feng your brother. At this point, Hmph proudly declared, of course, brother. Isn't that what brothers are for? To profit from? He enjoys the good life with me, so when the time comes, he should help us share some of the firepower. I know this guy. Though he tends to be timid, he possesses a latent ambition. Unfortunately, his destructive power is on par with mine, leaving little room for disparity. Within the Destruction Academy, he is not particularly remarkable. Now, with this opportunity to effortlessly comprehend the art of effortless mastery, I cannot believe he won't be tempted. Yes, let us proceed with this plan. If we accept the Academy's punishment alone, we may falter. However, if we include Luo Feng or perhaps your friend Katra, we should have a much better chance of weathering this catastrophe, as long as you keep the knowledge of your mastery under wraps. The subsequent events will be determined by me. I refuse to believe that this fellow has no interest in becoming stronger. As long as any one of them accepts this crystal gem, it would be akin to relinquishing a hot potato. Truly, I'm a genius. At this moment, Hmph was holding the crystal ball, laughing heartily, entirely unconcerned about his inability to master the ultimate technique. Meanwhile, Beerus wore an expression of disdain, clearly indicating his unfamiliarity with this despicable, shameless, rotund individual. Their antics, however, led the Grand Priest and Whis, who were observing the live footage, to re-evaluate their perceptions of the God of Destruction candidates. They had assumed these candidates pursued formidable strength, only to discover the peculiarities of Hmph, a God of Destruction whose power and intellect were rather mediocre, yet whose cunning and eccentric ideas truly broadened the Grand Priest and Whis' horizons. It was no wonder that Hmph, with such meager abilities, could thrive within the God of Destruction Academy. Chapter 14, A Rare Opportunity. At that moment, an incongruous, melodious laughter echoed from the entrance of the principal's office, resonating in the ears of the Grand Priest and Whis. Upon hearing that voice, even before the person arrived, Whis' eyebrow arched, recognizing who it was. Soon after, a gentle and warm voice came through. Principal, I have returned. Grand Priest, may I come in? The Grand Priest smiled slightly. I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be Margarita. What brings you here, my dear? As the voice faded, Margarita, with her twin ponytails, gracefully entered the principal's office. Observing the forlorn expression of Whis and the benevolent smile of the Grand Priest, Margarita first bowed slightly to the Grand Priest, then cast a scornful glance at Whis, who wore a frown. With a smirk, she remarked, the principal has returned. I must extend my greetings. Thanks to Assistant Principal Whis, our academy has been running smoothly during this period. Have you seen my alchemy course? It is thriving and has gained recognition from the broader academy community. The number of gods of destruction studying alchemy has significantly increased. I thought my academic pursuits would go unnoticed. It seemed that Margarita had been somewhat suppressed by Whis during this time, as her words dripped with sarcasm. However, upon witnessing the peculiar scene before her, Margarita appeared to grasp the situation immediately. Observing the tattered angelic staff in the Grand Priest's hand and Whis's dark demeanor, she quickly realized that something rather delightful had indeed occurred. With the images reflected in midair, Margarita chuckled, her clever mind deducing that an unexpected event must have transpired. This is indeed a rare opportunity. It would be prudent to mock Kess openly in the presence of the esteemed high priest. Otherwise, the indignities I have endured at the academy during this time would be in vain. A fortuitous moment. Kess's face already bore the smirk of schadenfreude. Just as she was about to unleash her ridicule, the situation became evident, and she could not entirely conceal it. Resolutely, Kess turned to the high priest and stated, "Esteemed director, now that you are aware of the circumstances and the sequence of events has been thoroughly investigated, I seek only to know the whereabouts of the crystal gem atop my scepter. Retrieving the stolen item is of utmost priority. Rest assured, I will handle any subsequent matters. By the way, Marcalita, do you have anything to add?" Marcalita, initially taken aback by Kess's decisiveness, found herself deprived of the opportunity to capitalize on the moment. She chuckled softly, delighted to witness Kess's embarrassment. Although she could not deliver a final blow, seeing the prominent figure humiliated was reward enough. With a faint smile, Marcalita replied, "You and the director can decide amongst yourselves. I merely passed by to greet the high priest." Observing Marcalita's demeanor and Kess's reaction, the high priest sighed, "You two sisters are quite remarkable, bickering over such trivial matters here. Well, since that is the case, let us not linger on these minutiae. After all, I have significant announcements to make upon my return." Now, where was I? Kess, do you wish to ascertain the exact location of the crystal gem? Very well. Allow me to take the lead. With that, a radiant glow enveloped the high priest, and the imagery within the office transformed dramatically, reverting from the past to the present, pinpointing the location of the crystal gem on Kess's scepter. The scene in midair shifted from Beerus and Hmph to the present moment, where Hmph was stealthily ambushing Luo Feng outside the academy. In this scene, Luo Feng was intently observing the crystal gem in Hmph's possession, who, with an air of triumph, was exultantly raising the gem while conversing with Luo Feng. Upon witnessing this, Kess exhaled a sigh of relief. It appears the crystal gem remains in Hmph's grasp. This simplifies matters. As long as we can summon that rascal Hmph back, everything will reach a conclusion. A minor restoration of my crystal gem to its rightful place on my scepter, and it will be as though nothing ever occurred. As for how to deal with Beerus and Hmph later, that is a consideration for another time. For now, I must minimize any losses to prevent Marcalita from seizing the opportunity to gloat. Otherwise, let Margarita compose an article on this matter, for the ensuing consequences could indeed be quite daunting. It appears that Marita is beginning to comprehend the situation at hand. It seems that her desire to stir up trouble may be somewhat futile, despite her amicable relationship with the elder sister, Kess. However, the two hold differing opinions regarding the academic and pedagogical direction of the God of Destruction's teachings. Chapter 15, Strengths and Weaknesses. Margarita is particularly fond of her own discipline of heart refinement, hoping that her students will devote all their energies to this pursuit. In contrast, Kess understands that, for the God of Destruction Academy, the mastery of destructive power serves as the foundation of the institution. A competent mentor must focus on enhancing the fundamental abilities of the God of Purity. Although both possess their own strengths, the High Priest, as the ultimate authority of the Academy, believes Kess's philosophy to be more sound. Thus, during the High Priest's absence from the God of Purity Academy, the authority of acting dean was entrusted to Angel Kess. Although Margarita harbors significant dissatisfaction with this decision, it is, after all, a command from the High Priest, and she has no substantial grounds for rebuttal. Nevertheless, witnessing Kess's misfortunes brings her a sense of delight. Yet, it seems she has missed a slight opportunity, feeling a tinge of disappointment within. However, seeing Kess endure such experiences still brings her considerable joy. Moreover, discovering the location of the crystal gem atop the angelic staff brings Margarita a quiet sense of relief. After all, from the footage and memories just reviewed, she realizes that the mischievous Hmph had stolen her alchemical array materials during her class, which led to the gem on Kess's staff being pilfered. Remarkably, her own involvement in this affair can be tenuously linked, making her, in a sense, an accomplice to both Hmph and Beerus. Well, since that is the case, there is no need to delve deeper into this matter. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Yes, now is the time to observe the unfolding events, when the opportunity arises. It would be rather delightful to use this incident to mock Sister Kess. Observing this attitude, the high priest shook his head slightly, bemused by his peculiar offspring. Over such trivial matters, have created such a commotion. It seems their rivalry is in a healthy state, devoid of the nefarious schemes he had envisioned, keeping everything well within control. Meanwhile, in the scene, Hmph and Luo Feng encounter an unforeseen twist. As Luo Feng gazes intently at the crystal gem in Hmph's hand, he appears to be deep in thought. Suddenly, he turns and departs with unusual decisiveness, having no inclination to engage in conversation with Hmph or to request the gem. After a prolonged moment of observation, he simply turns and walks away, leaving no hint of interest in the readily available ultimate freedom technique and angelic power. This defies logic. Does this fellow not possess the heart to grow stronger? If one lacks the desire to become more powerful, what purpose does one serve in disrupting the Divine Academy? The pursuit of destruction is rooted in the essence of strength and power. Is this individual truly just a passive observer? However, from past encounters, it is evident that Luo Feng does not resemble someone who merely plays a peripheral role. His decisiveness is devoid of hesitation or reluctance, seemingly indicating a genuine disinterest in the crystal gem in his possession. Hmph opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched, failing to utter a single sound. This individual's resolve is remarkably steadfast, since he shows no interest. I, Hmph, shall not plead with him. You reject an opportunity presented to you, even if it carries a hint of ulterior motives. Has he truly seen through this? Impossible. Luo Feng lacks the emotional and intellectual acumen to discern such matters. Of this Hmph is certain. Since you are uninterested, I have a junior to consider. Indeed, that would be Katra. I refuse to believe that this wretched mouse would lack interest in surpassing Beerus. Originally, Katra's strength was on par with Beerus. And now that Beerus has grasped a portion of the ultimate skill, I cannot fathom Katra remaining indifferent. Perhaps by informing Katra, your scheme could still come to fruition. With this thought, the corners of Hmph's mouth curled into a sly smile, hinting at the potential success of his plan. Just as he prepared to put away the crystal gem, a sudden crack appeared, splitting the gem in two. Indeed, Hmph was not mistaken, nor were the Grand Priest, Kess and Makalita. The mercury crystal in Hmph's hand inexplicably fractured down the middle. In that instant, Hmph felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place, staring blankly at the shattered crystal in his grasp. This cannot be true. Is this not the treasured crystal from the angelic lineage's staff? How could it possibly break so inexplicably? Witnessing the fractured crystal, Hmph's mind raced with a torrent of frustration. This is a legendary artifact, a pinnacle among divine tools. How could such a calamity occur? Even if you sought to undermine me, I could have endured it, but for it to fail in my hands? This is a grave predicament. At this moment, Hmph's mind was engulfed in chaos. His previous intentions to deceive Luo Feng and Katra vanished without a trace. Now, he contemplated how to explain the situation to Kess and Beerus regarding the subsequent return of the crystal. In an instant, Hmph assessed the urgency and gravity of the matter. If it were merely a matter of his crystal being misappropriated for the study of the ultimate skill, such a minor transgression and a slight reprimand for misconduct could be overlooked. However, resorting to such nefarious methods to pilfer the crystalline gem of the angel Kexis is inexcusable. Though he possesses a fragment of the profound understanding of the ultimate technique, he has made no significant progress himself. It is intolerable that he not only failed to appreciate the gem's value, but also managed to damage it. Reflecting on the consequences that would ensue should his misdeeds be revealed, he realizes he could hardly withstand the wrath of the angel Kexis. At that moment, Hmph's will to survive intensified. He clenched his hands, attempting to channel his divine power to mend the shattered crystal ball. Yet it was an impossible task, for the gem was irrevocably cracked. Even the high priest would require considerable effort to restore it to its former glory, far beyond the capabilities of a mere novice in destructive theology. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remained indifferent, merely gesturing dismissively to Hmph, signaling him to act wisely, before leisurely making his way into the academy. He had little interest in engaging further with such an incompetent individual. However, despite his decisive departure, the fleeting glance at the crystal gem in Hmph's hand seemed to ignite a novel epiphany that surged into Luo Feng's memory. Chapter 16. A New Understanding. Indeed, without even touching it, A mere glance revealed that this gem was unlike any ordinary stone. It harbored immense memories and energy within. Through the unique memories transmitted from the gem, Luo Feng felt as though he had gained a fragment of legacy and newfound insight. The ancient martial arts he had studied from the present reality, previously hindered by insurmountable meridians and nodes, now appeared within reach of breakthrough due to this recent revelation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He must seize the insights and inspirations gained now and hasten back to cultivate, striving to elevate his martial prowess without delay. As for Hmp's assertions, they seemed irrelevant to Luo Feng. The inexplicable cracking of the mercury gem in Hmp's possession undoubtedly bore a direct connection to Luo Feng himself, though Hmp and others lacked the discernment to recognize it. While others may have been oblivious, Luo Feng understood clearly that his earlier scrutiny had seamlessly integrated the energy and insights from within the crystal into his own being. Now, with Hmp attempting to shift the blame onto him, it was an impossible feat. He was no benevolent caretaker willing to shoulder the burden. At this juncture, focusing on enhancing his own strength was the most prudent course of action. Thus Luo Feng departed with unwavering resolve, leaving no opportunity for Hmp to entangle him further. Keeping a distance from him, I merely cast a glance before turning away. Little did Hmp realize that I had completely claimed the benefits of the crystal for myself. How ironic it is that one who seeks to steal ends up losing instead. Henceforth, Hmp, the title of a cunning scoundrel shall rightfully be yours. Regardless of what the future holds, your fate now hinges on your own fortune. Considering the wrath of Kaisai and the others, Hmp, you have quite the reckoning ahead. At this moment, a faint smile crept upon Luo Feng's lips as he strode purposefully towards the inner sanctum of the academy. The instant he slipped from Hmp's line of sight and perception, he swiftly maximized his power and speed. Indeed, he felt an urgent need to break through. This was not a favorable place to linger. He forcefully suppressed his burgeoning strength, urgently seeking an appropriate location for seclusion. After all, a breakthrough was imminent. If he were to transcend his current limits in Hmp's presence, it would only serve to confirm Hmp's suspicions regarding his possession of the crystal's advantages, thus providing Hmp an opportunity to deflect blame. Luo Feng's figure blurred into a shadow, racing back to his frequently utilized training room at the swiftest pace possible. In the training room, a breakthrough was an entirely ordinary occurrence. As he descended gracefully onto the floor, Luo Feng immediately immersed himself in a profound state of cultivation. Here, he would be free from disturbances, a unique sanctuary within the Destruction God Academy. In other areas, challenges could arise at any moment, where speaking or engaging in combat was a common unspoken rule among the students. After all, the purpose of attending the academy was to enhance one's strength, and interruptions or distractions could cause irreparable harm to the entire institution. Thus, within the confines of the Destruction God Academy, the training room was considered the safest and most suitable place for cultivation, colloquially referred to as the safe zone or sanctuary. It was as though a significant event was about to unfold, for the entire academy was enveloped in an eerie stillness, devoid of any presence or anomaly. Seeing the emptiness around him, Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, this was a rare opportunity. Through the insights gained from the sword technique and the crystal, he felt on the brink of a dual breakthrough. Otherwise, the revelations he experienced within the crystal seemed to conflict with his progress in ancient martial arts, suggesting that the destructive power lingering within him was also showing signs of impending evolution. Like a true master of the martial arts, he was not only on the verge of a fresh breakthrough in his techniques, but also achieving significant advancements in his internal energy cultivation. This truly is a fortuitous occurrence, a splendid twofold benefit. Little did Luo Feng anticipate that the rotund Hmp, despite his failure to defend the nation, would inadvertently bestow upon himself such significant advantages. This revelation catalyzed a remarkable transformation in Luo Feng's mindset, propelling him to continue his cultivation in this world with renewed vigor. Initially, he believed that his ancient martial arts were merely capable of merging with the destructive divine power, honing it to its utmost potential. As for how to confront the threats posed by Angel Crix and the esteemed High Priest, he intended to deliberate at length. However, a mere glance at the crystal gem presented by Hmp led to substantial progress, effectively converting all of this into formidable strength. Moreover, to cultivate the destructive divine power to its zenith is an achievement of unimaginable height. Could it truly be as he envisioned, capable of annihilating the magic unleashed by the Omni-King with a single punch? if such a realm were to be attained. Luo Feng previously felt uncertain. Yet, the benefits acquired from the crystal orb have bestowed upon him an entirely new method and shortcut for cultivation. Nonetheless, that is a matter for another time. The immediate priority is to enhance his own strength. Luo Feng plunged into a profound state of cultivation, rapidly assimilating the insights gained. Although the gem had allowed Beerus to master the ultimate technique of effortless perfection, in Luo Feng's eyes, this technique was merely a sophisticated martial art. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he found little merit in such a modest enhancement. As his cultivation progressed, Luo Feng began to comprehend why he could not grasp the so-called effortless perfection from his crystal gem. After all, this gem had been refined over countless years by Crix, accumulating all insights and experiences within. It also served as a source of power for the angelic race, resonating with the energies of the angelic scepter and the innate strength of the angels themselves. At present, Hmph and others like Beerus could only glean the surface of the miraculous techniques of the angelic race from the gem. In reality, the true value of this gem far exceeds what is represented by the effortless perfection or angelic power. It encapsulates the quintessence of Crix's wisdom accumulated over millennia. Now, these abilities and the essence of knowledge have fortuitously found their way to Luo Feng, not only rejuvenating his long-stagnant progress, but also seemingly bestowing immense enhancement upon the destructive divine power within him. It is indeed a stroke of serendipity. Considering all of this, Luo Feng chose to cast aside further thoughts and immerse himself wholly in the exhilarating pursuit of cultivation and strength enhancement. Chapter 17. A Fortunate Encounter. As for the well-meaning but mischievous little rotund Hmph, Luo Feng could only silently offer him a blessing in his heart, wishing him a lifetime of peace. As for whom he may affect next, it seems that is of no direct concern to Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng suddenly sensed a subtle loosening of the ancient martial inheritance techniques he had brought with him. Could it be that in this realm, having to traverse through, he could establish the circulation of the great Zhou Tian? This was the pinnacle he had long yearned for. After all, in his original timeline, achieving such a state of perfect great Zhou Tian operation was nothing short of a rare blessing. To his astonishment, he might find fortune amidst misfortune here, and perhaps through this opportunity, he could genuinely transcend into the state of unity between heaven and man inherent in the ancient martial inheritance. However, while aspirations are beautiful, reality often proves starkly different. Despite the continuous breakthroughs in several meridians, the circulation of the small Zhou Tian within Luo Feng's body had indeed commenced. It seemed there remained a considerable distance from the pinnacle of the great Zhou Tian. Nevertheless, Luo Feng was not in haste. As long as he could make breakthroughs in his techniques, hope would surely follow. Time was merely a factor. Currently, he had only absorbed a portion of the energy and insights from the crystal gem atop the Chris staff, achieving the realm of small Zhou Tian's completion, an unexpected delight. Given this, he understood the importance of moderation. One cannot overreach and expect to feast on the whole pie at once, a timeless principle. Since fortune had smiled upon him, it seemed the universe harbored a gentle goodwill towards Luo Feng in this world. As long as there were opportunities for advancement, challenges were surmountable. As he harmonized the techniques, Luo Feng found himself at ease. Although he had been aware during his earlier engagement with Hmph that his ancient martial inheritance could perfectly align with the destructive divine power of this realm, it was only in the state of cultivation that true mastery would reveal itself. At this moment, Luo Feng gradually began to integrate the destructive divine power within him into the operational framework of his ancient martial arts techniques. With the continuous circulation of the small Zhou Tian, the destructive divine power within him followed the pathways of the ancient martial arts, gradually entering a state of harmony. At this juncture, a purple aura enveloped Luo Feng's head, and a subtle red glow emanated from his body. Indeed, he had thoroughly fused the destructive divine power with the newly formed reverse flow technique of the small Zhou Tian. What was once merely a purple energy had transformed, as his entire being radiated a vibrant purplish-red brilliance, indicative of the profound change brought about by the complete integration of the ancient martial inheritance and the destructive divine power. Though externally there were subtle distinctions from the usual appearance of destructive divine power, internally, a monumental transformation had taken place. The operation of Luo Feng's techniques flowed seamlessly, and it appeared that his destructive divine power had transcended several levels. This evolution was not merely quantitative. it represented a significant qualitative enhancement. This ancient martial inheritance served as an elevating force, instantaneously refining the considerable destructive divine power Luo Feng possessed. Moreover, through the circulation of his meridians, the destructive divine power flowed into his system as if aided by divine intervention, allowing it to operate and be utilized with remarkable fluidity. This enhancement of destructive divine power is far more refined than the so-called inner strength and true energy of the previous mundane society. Under the perfect synergy and mutual reinforcement of these two techniques, Luo Feng sensed that if he continued his cultivation in this manner, his strength would escalate at a geometric rate, a prospect that genuinely exceeded his expectations. However, within this Dragon Ball realm, the myriad of bizarre techniques and energies transcended the imagination of an ordinary individual from the modern world. While incidental benefits may indeed have their limits, the true elevation of cultivation seemed boundless. Perhaps his aspirations and anticipated goals could truly be realized, though that was a matter for another time. It might require the pursuit of additional opportunities to further enhance his ancient martial heritage. Presently, what delighted him most was the purity and augmentation of his destructive divine power. If his prior purity and energy of destructive divine power had reached a mere 10, it now soared to at least 120. This was merely the beginning. But in this ruthless world of Dragon Ball, where the weak are devoured by the strong, lacking power and assurance rendered all ambition futile. With this in mind, Luo Feng resolutely quieted all his thoughts, casting aside considerations of figures like Zamasu, Beerus, the Omni-King, and the Grand Minister. He immersed himself entirely in the exhilarating sensation of enhancing and purifying his destructive divine power. As time trickled by, his cultivation gradually approached its conclusion. After all, his internal microcosmic circulation had flowed seamlessly 36 times, a feat previously unimaginable to him. Regarding the ancient martial techniques, they could only be honed through practical combat. Mere sitting in meditation would not suffice to attain such a realm. As for the destructive divine power, it felt utterly transformed from his initial experience upon arriving. It had undergone a profound and distinct elevation. As for the extent of this elevation and its special effects, they too would require practical combat for testing. At this moment, Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. This round of cultivation had indeed bestowed upon him some unique insights. Now, he yearned for a worthy opponent of comparable strength to engage in a vigorous battle, perhaps that would solidify his current realm. However, within this academy of destructive gods, one could not act with impunity, especially as he was merely a trainee destructive god student here. Perhaps in the future, he would have the opportunity to spar with experts from various factions. Chapter 18. The Spatial Barrier. After stabilizing his realm, he could ascend to even greater heights. Luo Feng was exceedingly satisfied with the power and legacy he had acquired, as he gently clenched his fist, producing a series of resounding cracks. A subtle shift occurred as the recently purified and sublimated destructive power revealed a remarkable transformation in its luminous essence. Once a dark purple, it now radiated a dazzling crimson hue, a testament to the enhancement brought forth by the refinement and compression of this potent force. Luo Feng gracefully unleashed 2 punches, producing a resounding sonic boom. Not only did the air crackle with explosive sound, but the very fabric of the extraordinarily resilient spatial barrier also quivered beneath the weight of his burgeoning strength and the profundity of his martial comprehension. The exhilarating sensation of immense power. It stirred within him a wave of nostalgia, recalling the arduous days spent honing his physique in the realm of reality. Perhaps this journey into the dragon world is a manifestation of fate itself. As Luo Feng indulged in reflections on his modest achievements in cultivation, the melodious chimes of a bell resonated in his ears. What could this bell signify? Was there some momentous event unfolding within the academy? His memories of the destructive god academy conveyed that the bell's toll was not to be taken lightly. Its ringing heralded significant occurrences. The resonant chimes continued to echo. A total of 99 strikes. This must signify the grandest assembly the academy could orchestrate. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Feng deemed it unwise to remain entrenched in his practice. This gathering might present a fortuitous opportunity to solidify his standing and further elevate his prowess. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Could this assembly have been precipitated by the mischief of Hmph? Might they be convening a public tribunal against him? If so, it would be rather unseemly for the sole beneficiary of the situation to remain aloof. Resolute, Luo Feng decided it was time to join the assembly. At that moment, he felt invigorated and light, vanishing without a trace in an instant. A brilliant flash of crimson light surged from his position, racing toward the academy's gathering square. Upon his arrival, he witnessed a flurry of crimson lights darting toward the Grand Plaza, indicating that students from all corners had responded to the bell's call. Converging at the designated location, observing the multitude of figures leaping forward, Luo Feng gradually retracted the vivid crimson energy within him. After all, the brilliance of his energy was a tad too conspicuous. He understood well the adage that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Although his destructive power was evidently of a different caliber compared to ordinary destructive gods, now was not the time to reveal his trump cards. This power was one of the two crucial assets upon which his very existence here depended. Another aspect worthy of note is his ancient martial heritage, which, unless one engages with him directly, remains imperceptible. As he is still a student, he must possess the awareness befitting such a role. Luo Feng first absorbed the crimson energy system, transforming his destructive power into a dark purple hue. At this moment, his speed and aura were notably diminished, representing the true essence of the Destruction God Academy's strength, the wellspring of its power. Luo Feng mused that perhaps this truly was an opportunity for his ascent. However, he was exceedingly curious about the purpose behind the gathering of numerous students in the plaza. Soon, several familiar figures came into view. It was the Grand Priest and several angels on the elevated podium. Luo Feng recognized many acquaintances from the Dragon Ball series, confirming his suspicions that the mentors or administrative figures within the Destruction God Academy indeed belonged to the angelic race. Clearly, this aspect of Hmph had not been a mere deception. Observing the throng below the podium, which had amassed nearly 100 individuals, he pondered whether these were the apprentice students of the Destruction God Academy. Yet, recalling his impressions, there seemed to be only 12 destruction gods and 12 angels within the dimensional realm, alongside one Grand Priest, which collectively constituted the entirety of the 12 universes' combat prowess. However, the diverse assembly now exceeded 100 individuals, with 18 angels present on the podium. The Grand Priest appeared unchanged, still exuding an air of dignified tranquility as he floated silently, his demeanor one of serene indifference. This stirred a peculiar ripple within Luo Feng's heart. He decided to observe the proceedings with cautious anticipation. He refrained from focusing too intently on the angels above, recognizing that excessive scrutiny might expose his secrets and hinder his growth. What intrigued him now were the eclectic mix of over 100 apprentice gods below. Could these be his classmates? Indeed, everyone had arrived, indicating that something significant was about to unfold. Luo Feng's sole curiosity lay in the absence of Hmph, Beerus, and Quitella among the crowd. He had already identified several familiar faces within the assembly, both known and unknown. Among them were Ramsey, whose delectable presence mingled with his small circle, as well as various beings, bear people, tiger people, wolf people, and porcupine people. Truly a remarkable diversity. It seemed the Destruction God Academy had summoned formidable races from across various timelines and universes as potential candidates. After a fruitless search, Luo Feng could only sigh quietly, hoping that Hmph would possess the fortitude to avoid being eliminated by the Angel of Destruction, Kes. With renewed focus, Luo Feng's gaze shifted back to the podium, where he indeed spotted the refined figure of Kes behind the Grand Priest. At this moment, Kes stood behind the High Priest, her face betraying a hint of frustration that made Luo Feng struggle to suppress a laugh. How could one describe her expression as resentful? Despite the absence of any overt signs on her poker-faced visage, the pulsating veins on her forehead and the vascular patterns adorning her neck revealed a turmoil within that belied her calm demeanor. The most absurd detail was the crystal atop her so-called angelic staff, which bore a faint yet visible crack. This negligent repair, resembling a mere adhesive bandage, had been hastily applied to mend the fissure. It remained a mystery who had executed such a slapdash remedy, and this cavalier attitude pushed Kes to the brink of an outburst. Although she maintained an air of composure, it was evident that her restraint was due to the High Priest's imminent address. Luo Feng chuckled softly and gradually made his way into the crowd, eager to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 19. The Dragon Appears But Once. As the bell tolled, all the angelic mentors gathered, signaling a significant occurrence ahead. The High Priest, a figure as elusive as a dragon, had taken the stage, indicating that something momentous was indeed about to transpire. Upon closer inspection, Luo Feng was surprised to recognize several familiar faces behind the high priest. Alongside Kes stood the likes of Bados, Vis, Makalita, and Konik, all poised silently like obedient children at the high priest's back. The gravity of the situation far exceeded Luo Feng's expectations. With a subtle cough from the high priest, the atmosphere shifted. The once boisterous chatter among the students fell into an instant hush. In this place, none dared to challenge the authority and stature of the high priest, the supreme leader of all divine academies, the true arbiter of power within the realm of destruction. Here, the ascension and usurpation of authority rested solely within the high priest's thoughts. Observing the immediate silence his cough had commanded, the high priest felt a sense of satisfaction. He was not one for pretense or trivialities. After asserting his presence, a resonant voice soon reached the ears of all students within the academy. With a tone both authoritative and imbued with a gentle warmth, the high priest's words resonated throughout the assembly, heralding the forthcoming events. It became clear that his return to the academy was to announce a new trial competition. This revelation had not been anticipated by Luo Feng. However, he sensed that this year's competition would diverge significantly from those of previous years, a notion that had caught him entirely off guard. Due to the simplicity of the Grand Priest's requirements, this time the competition would not resemble the previous so-called arena contests. Instead, it would adopt a survival elimination system. Indeed, it was necessary to select the most exceptional 18 individuals from over 100 students to become the true destroyers, culminating in a direct graduation ceremony competition. This revelation certainly took many destroyers and apprentice destroyers by surprise. As the Grand Priest announced the news, a wave of astonishment swept through all the students present. Originally, the hierarchy among them was straightforward, with some possessing remarkable talent, while others had lesser abilities, which was entirely normal. These individuals were the elite princes or prodigies from various universes and dimensions, or rare talents that appeared once in a century. They had come to the prestigious Destroyer Academy through various means and channels, seeking to grow stronger and inherit the title of Destroyer. However, this time, the situation appeared to be entirely different from before. The gentle arena contests, which previously allowed for a few to emerge victorious and receive special rewards, were now a thing of the past. The Grand Priest's stern expression and incisive words made it abundantly clear that the nurturing environment of previous competitions would no longer exist. This trial competition seemed to indicate that only the top 18 would be recognized as true destroyers, thereby gaining administrative authority over various universes. As for the others, while the Grand Priest did not explicitly state their fate, all the students understood implicitly that they faced either death or elimination, two outcomes that bore no distinction. It seemed that this was the harsh reality of the Destroyer Academy. As the students below murmured in confusion and discontent, the Grand Priest cleared his throat gently once more. The sound resonated like a thunderous roar, silencing the restless students entirely. At this moment, Luo Feng observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Although this competition appeared somewhat brutal, he regarded it with indifference, confident that securing a position among the top 18 would pose no significant challenge for him. And reaching the top 3 seemed well within his grasp. Of course, Luo Feng had never underestimated his fellow students at the Destroyer Academy. After all, they were the talents and elites emerging from various cosmic realms. Although they all appeared as ordinary students within the academy, who could truly discern which individual possessed extraordinary talents or hidden trump cards. Each person's circumstances and experiences were unique, and while they often concealed their abilities, when faced with life and death struggles or threats to their existence, who could predict what remarkable potential and energy might be unleashed? If Luo Feng had managed to stand out in this environment before his journey, it would have been nothing short of miraculous. Observing the peculiar expressions of those below, it seemed that while many outwardly expressed dissatisfaction and indignation, deep down, there was a subtle exhilaration and eagerness for the challenge ahead. It is evident that these individuals are far more complex than Luo Feng initially perceived. Each possesses their own secret means of survival and strategies for resurgence, though these aspects seem relatively inconsequential at the moment. As the Great Priest elaborated on the rules of the competition, the angels behind him displayed expressions of confusion. It appears that even the angelic mentors who stand at his side are not entirely clear about the selection and competition process, as they attentively listen to the Great Priest's directives. After all, he is the esteemed head of the Destruction Academy. Luo Feng, too, pricked up his ears to absorb the vital information regarding the rules and procedures of the contest. In this realm, power constitutes a significant portion of one's capabilities. However, Intelligence, encompassing information and analytical prowess, also plays a crucial role alongside a modicum of luck. These elements seem directly related to the forthcoming competition. Through the subtle implications conveyed by the Great Priest, Luo Feng comprehended the various requirements and regulations surrounding this trial. Astonishingly, the venue for the competition is set within the forbidden ground behind the academy, known as the Forest of Despair. Given that it is a place shrouded in mystery and peril, previously inaccessible to students, it is fraught with unknown dangers. The Great Priest merely touched upon this point without extensive elaboration. Yet, Luo Feng could sense the gravity of the Forest of Despair from the astonished expressions of the angels behind him. The true terrors lie within its depths, where students will be randomly transported to the battlefield. As for what follows, it is rather straightforward. Chapter 20. The Forest of Despair. At the very heart of this forest lies a legendary castle, replete with treasures. Securing even one of these artifacts would signify victory in this trial. However, upon deeper reflection, such a seemingly simple rule reveals a harsh reality. It is a jungle law of the survival of the fittest. While Luo Feng is brimming with confidence about reaching the castle and claiming its treasures, he remains acutely aware that the journey will not be as effortless as it appears. Subsequently, the Great Priest's further explanation left Luo Feng feeling somewhat relieved. Indeed, the Forest of Despair is teeming with fearsome supernatural beasts and extraordinary beings, presenting the adversaries and formidable challenges that the students must confront. However, for the elite talents of the Destruction Academy, these foes might not pose overwhelming pressure. Yet, they must not only contend with these external threats, but also with one another, as the students themselves are rivals in this competition. This contest permits mutual slaughter and rivalry, with only 18 victors emerging in the end. Moreover, these 18 individuals cannot solely rely on their formidable strength to traverse the treacherous depths of the Despair Forest and successfully complete their quest. Prior to their breakthrough, they must also safeguard their final battleground, which appears to be the ancient castle situated at the heart of the battlefield. The High Priest solemnly declared that within the castle reside 18 unique earrings, each symbolizing the existence of the true god of destruction. Notably, there are only 18 of these earrings. Furthermore, only within the confines of the castle can each participant aspire to overcome the myriad challenges and obstacles to reach this central part of the Despair Forest. There, should they find the so-called earrings of the god of destruction and retain them in their possession for over an hour, congratulations will be in order, as they will emerge victorious in this competitive trial among the students. I must reiterate that only 18 individuals will be selected this time, and I shall refrain from elaborating further on the remaining candidates. The earrings of the god of destruction are limited to 18, and whether you gain their recognition depends on your individual fortune. Enough of idle chatter. These are the fundamental conditions. However, I must emphasize once more that this trial is not solely a test of strength. It will also evaluate your wisdom, capabilities, and a multitude of strategies in a comprehensive manner. In essence, survival of the fittest prevails. Whoever can emerge triumphant will depend on their own prowess. After all, those who have merely blossomed in the sheltered environment of the Academy are not the gods of destruction that I seek. To become a sovereign of the cosmos, one must realize that it cannot be achieved merely by spending a brief period in the Academy. As the High Priest's demeanor and words grew increasingly grave, the students felt a tumult of emotions, their hearts racing with anxiety. It became evident that this time, the approach would not be as gentle as before. Rather, it would follow a direct route of elimination. Although the High Priest did not explicitly state it, the students understood that the Academy was truly serious this time. Casual behaviors that had previously been tolerated would likely lead to immediate disqualification. While the consequences of elimination were not articulated, it was clear to all that it equated to death, compelling them to commit fully to the challenge. Revealing their hidden strengths might be the key to survival. Yet what thrilled the students most was the prospect of the earrings of the god of destruction as the prize. They believed that obtaining the earrings' acknowledgement for even a fleeting hour could potentially fulfill their aspirations of becoming true rulers of the cosmos. The enhancement granted by the god of destruction would significantly bolster their powers. With this thought, the students managed to quell their fears regarding the trial, each readying themselves with determination, as none were mere novices, each possessing their own life-saving cards. Observing the eager expressions and fervent attitudes among the students, the High Priest felt a sense of satisfaction with the speech, realizing that his persuasive words had indeed made an impact. The group of trainees exhibited no signs of fierce competition or dissatisfaction with the mechanisms of this trial. Instead, they were all brimming with enthusiasm, akin to having been invigorated by an elixir. The Grand Priest cleared his throat, preparing to address the assembly. Well then, esteemed trainees, do you have any objections? If not, we shall commence the trial. I, along with the esteemed mentors, shall observe each of your performances and actions. Perhaps unexpected surprises await you. He concluded his remarks, dismissing any notion of tyranny on his part. If there are any questions, now is the time to voice them. Once you step onto the battlefield, there will be no opportunity for discourse. A sharp command from the Grand Priest ushered in a profound silence, as he genuinely prepared to heed the trainees' concerns. To everyone's surprise, a bold individual emerged, a girl adorned with a silver mask, tall and enigmatic, her heritage a mystery. The shimmering mask clung closely to her visage, evoking an exquisite blend of classical beauty and lethal grace. With a deliberate clearing of her throat, she raised her gaze to the Grand Priest on the podium, articulating in a voice reminiscent of a lizard. Esteemed Director, since you have posed such a statement, I find myself compelled to seek clarification on a matter that perplexes me. The Grand Priest responded with a gentle smile. Very well, masked student, what is it you wish to inquire? This audacious girl was none other than the masked Luo Feng, and the Grand Priest's willingness to engage with her suggested she possessed considerable merit to stand her ground against such authority. The assembly was intrigued by her forthcoming question, as it resonated with the collective concerns of the group. Having spent considerable time in the God of Destruction Academy, mutual recognition of each other's strengths and weaknesses had formed among the trainees. The impending trial, set to occur before reaching the ancient fortress, had already sparked significant contention regarding merit and factional affiliations. What if a lower-ranked individual were to align with a top contender? Would that not be inherently unjust to other trainees? The query posed by the masked student seemed to reflect the thoughts of many present, indicating her ability to articulate the shared anxieties of the group. In response, the Grand Priest merely smiled, offering a nonchalant explanation. The entry into this despairing forest is facilitated through a method of random teleportation, placing each individual in distinct locations. One may find themselves on the periphery of the forest, while others might be transported to the arid expanses of the desert, and a fortunate few may even materialize beside the ancient castle. Such possibilities abound. As for your notion of mutual restraint and engaging in battle prior to entry, that is non-existent. This arrangement accounts for varying strengths among participants and provides certain special privileges accordingly. Do you comprehend this explanation? The masked figure nodded, seemingly accepting the grand official's elucidation. The High Priest further added, of course, some less fortunate souls may be teleported to the lairs of monstrous creatures, or perhaps to the confines of a tribe's prison. Such outcomes are also possible. I trust everyone understands that luck is indeed a facet of strength. If your fortune proves exceedingly dismal, it would be unjust to blame our regulations. After all, the rules are designed to ensure fairness in random teleportation for all. As for the most equitable interpretation, I believe that those who have journeyed from various universes to my realm will grasp the notion that absolute fairness is a myth, but relative justice prevails. Now, does anyone have further inquiries? At this moment, the masked figure remained silent, but a burly man stepped forward, gazing up at the High Priest and stating, Esteemed Chancellor, having absorbed your extensive remarks, I seek clarity on whether this competition permits lethal force. If we encounter our adversaries or competitors, may we unleash our full potential, or will it adversely affect our standing? This individual, brimming with vigor and a formidable physique, clenched his fists, presenting a bald-headed figure that loomed before the assembly. The one-eyed giant surveyed the surrounding students with a demeanor that conveyed, should you dare oppose me, I shall strike you with unrelenting ferocity. The High Priest smiled slightly, responding, Indeed, I have made it abundantly clear that this is an elimination format. There are no safeguards, no concern for injuries. To be eliminated is tantamount to death. Ultimately, only 18 among you will stand before me, inheriting the legacy of the God of Destruction. I trust this explanation is sufficiently clear. Should you have any doubts regarding my prior statements, I would not hesitate to personally demonstrate the principles of conduct. Upon hearing the High Priest's words, the initially fierce-looking bald man quivered, fully aware of the Chancellor's formidable power. Beneath the High Priest's warm demeanor lies a heart capable of great violence. At this moment, the bald man abandoned any lingering doubts, awaiting the forthcoming arrangements with bated breath. Finally, a petite girl timidly stepped forward, seemingly a healer of sorts. With a meek gaze directed toward the angel and the high priest on the podium, she posed the final question that resonated throughout the academy. Esteemed Chancellor, I seem to be somewhat of a stutterer. The high priest gently pressed his hand and spoke. There is no rush. Take your time to express your thoughts. The timid girl hesitantly inquired. See, can we form a team? You know, as a student of the Destruction God Academy, I am merely a support type. If I could find some advanced classmates to be my teammates, would that be permissible? The high priest smiled softly. Of course, that is not an issue. But the maximum limit for team members is 3. You 3 can form a combat group to cooperate and assist one another, ensuring a relatively fair environment for each student. Is there anything else? Hearing a satisfactory answer, the girl murmured quietly, seemingly finding courage from an unknown source. The disparity in strength is still quite significant. If I were to encounter one of the top 3 students upon entering Hmph, I'd just be instantly eliminated. It seems luck and strength are not closely related. Observing that the student had voiced her final stubbornness, revealing a strength beneath her seemingly fragile exterior, she had posed the most pointed question of all. Indeed, there is a ranking among students. The fear and unusual feelings she harbored regarding powerful individuals were evident. The high priest, noticing that this seemingly weak girl had asked such a sharp question, revealed a warm smile before addressing everyone. The reasoning is quite simple. My purpose in coming to the Destruction God Academy is to select qualified future Destruction Gods and to cultivate strong individuals. We are not obligated to act as your caretakers or nannies. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. These principles apply universally. I believe that both strength and luck are components of power. Since you have chosen to be here, abandon any special notions. Only those who can endure until the end are the talents we truly require. With that, the high priest cast a cold, piercing gaze at the crowd, sending a shiver down their spines. This might indeed be the true nature of their principle, unyielding and devoid of sentiment. Upon reflection, the gathered students realized that the high priestess' assertions were not without merit. This was not a place for delicate flowers. Rather, it demanded individuals capable of wielding true power over a universe. Cultivating genuine strength in the face of such weakness was an impossible endeavor. As the high priest resumed his gentle and refined tone, he added, I forgot to mention one important detail. The venue for this trial assembly is the Void Realm. The Void Realm? What on earth is that? The students exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion and uncertainty in their eyes. Could it be that the battlefield for this trial assembly was one where flying was not permitted? If one could soar through the skies, it might bestow certain advantages upon specific races or students. Conversely, should the unified group be unable to fly, those whose strengths lie in aerial prowess would certainly appear disheartened. Akin to mourners at a funeral. Chapter 21, The Divine Body Experiment. If they cannot take to the air, a significant portion of their innate abilities remains untapped. Observing the despondent expressions of the students, the Grand Officer chuckled, stating, as I mentioned earlier, fortune is indeed a facet of strength. Given these regulations, you must confront reality. Enough talk. It is time to prepare for the competition. At this juncture, a wave of astonishment surged through the crowd. So soon. The announcement of the imminent contest left them wondering if they would be granted any time to ready themselves. The Grand Officer's voice resonated once more. This competition will span a mere 5 days. We shall reconvene thereafter to ascertain the outcomes. Until that time, you must rely solely on your luck and seek your own fortune. By the way, Vice Dean Kess just shared quite a bit. Are you truly unmoved? The 3 young men you detained should be released. Though they have committed certain transgressions, they're still qualified to participate in this competition. Upon hearing the Grand Officer's words, Kess began to emerge from her previous tempestuous state of mind. Indeed, while these 3 young men had committed unforgivable acts, they were still required to partake in the unified competition. As for whether they would survive until the end, that would depend on their luck and fate. With this realization, Kess ceased her inner turmoil, gently waving the fragmented angelic staff in the air. A flash of golden light illuminated the space as 3 figures swiftly descended from various angles, landing on the ground of the plaza. This spectacle left the assembled Destruction students in a state of astonishment. Initially, they had noticed a few individuals were missing, only to discover that these 3 had been apprehended by Kess the Angel. What mischief had they concocted to provoke such fury that Kess would imprison them? It seemed that without this trial competition and the Grand Officer's intercession, the fate of these 3 young men would have been dire indeed. As the 3 figures groaned and slowly rose from the ground, the onlookers recognized them, Beerus, Ketla, and that notorious trickster, Zampa. Yet, there was something distinctly different about them. As the crowd's gaze intensified, they They realized that the first to rise was Beerus, albeit with his right arm heavily bandaged, as if it had been broken. Beside him, Ketla mirrored his plight, with thick bandages wrapped around his right leg, suggesting he too had suffered a similar fate. What had transpired to subject them to such severe punishment? Just moments ago, the esteemed high priest proclaimed that the most arduous trial assembly was about to commence. Given the grievous injuries sustained by these two individuals, one must wonder whether their prowess would be adversely affected. While the crowd pondered this, they found solace in the high priest's earlier remarks. After all, opportunities are equitable, albeit only relatively so. Absolute fairness is a myth. Even those who have erred may partake in this event, as evidenced by the high priest's clemency towards the likes of them. As for the diminishment of strength due to their injuries, the onlookers could not suppress their delight. Indeed, within the hallowed halls of the Destruction Academy, the trials and contests had always seen the likes of Beerus and Ketral as formidable contenders. To witness these two titans suffer such a severe blow was, in a sense, fortuitous news for the assembled students rather than a misfortune. Their gazes eventually fell upon the figure on the ground, groaning and unable to rise. The sound and breath indicated it was Hmph, yet his appearance belied his identity. He was swathed in bandages, with only his nose and eyes visible. It was evident he had suffered catastrophic injuries, seemingly every bone in his body broken. Thus, it seemed that he was indeed the instigator of this calamity. As for the reason behind his dire condition, one could only inquire of the wrathful Angel Kess. Observing the unusual state of these three, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the crystal gem had left some lingering effects? Upon reflection, he swiftly pieced together the circumstances, recognizing the chain of events. After all, the crystal orb had fallen into Hmph's hands, making his severe punishment quite understandable. Yet, what was Ketral's role in this unfolding drama? How had this unfortunate rat become ensnared alongside Beerus and Hmph? Contemplating further, Luo Feng soon grasped the underlying cause. Ketral, the hapless soul, had inadvertently found himself caught in the crossfire. Hmph and Beerus had botched the situation and sought to deflect blame onto him. Yet, it seemed that Ketral had evaded the worst of it and, in a stroke of luck, garnered significant advantages for himself. Nevertheless, it appeared Hmph was not yet resigned, still searching for a scapegoat. Thus, Ketral found himself inexplicably embroiled in this affair, suffering strict repercussions, as evidenced by his broken leg and the despondent gaze that spoke of his troubled psyche. However, this was of little concern to Luo Feng. His mind raced as he swiftly analyzed the potential ramifications of the situation. He had attentively absorbed every word exchanged between the high priest and the student, his brain rapidly processing the implications. It seemed this might indeed be the final trial assembly hosted by the Destruction Academy. It appears that the Grand Priest, the god of destruction, has received some novel information within the cosmos, yet he has chosen to remain vague. In his recollection, it seems there are a total of 12 universes, necessitating 12 angels and gods of destruction. However, the Grand Priest's recent words have completely overturned Luo Feng's understanding, as this is not merely a fictional narrative, but rather the authentic world to which he has traversed. In this realm, one must adhere to its rules and nuances. 18 universes, perhaps. It seems to signify an era preceding the erasure of those 6 unknown universes from the internet. Contemplating this, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile faintly, exuding a sense of confidence. Although prior to his traversal, his ranking among the gods of destruction and experiments was merely 98th, which, while not the lowest, still placed him among the weaker in terms of strength and talent. After all, this exceptional academy is a gathering of elites and prodigies sought by various angels and the Grand Priest from across different cosmic realms. Being selected as an apprentice at the God of Destruction Academy is already a testament to his prowess. As a human, his inclusion in this prestigious institution marks him as a talent. Yet here, in his former life, Luo Feng possessed no inherent advantages or abilities. His remarkable strength surge was solely a consequence of his traversal, leading him to participate in the competition with a ranking of 98. Indeed, had he not traversed, this event would have been a true trial of life and death. Chapter 22. Tremendous advancement, however. Those are matters for another time. Now that he has acquired methods to enhance his strength, it is imperative to confront reality. After all, survival in this world is paramount. Pondering excessively serves little purpose. Analyzing the words of De Chung Wan carefully, Luo Feng feels rather optimistic about this trial. The choice of which of the 18 universes to serve as a god of destruction is a concern for later. For now, The priority is to survive and triumph over the formidable and malevolent extraordinary beings within this trial ground. Perhaps this will also serve as a new opportunity for his strength to flourish. Although he has recently undergone unique training, seemingly achieving a significant enhancement in his divine power and martial prowess, what he currently lacks is practical combat experience. Luo Feng is eager and anticipates the surprises and immense growth that this trial will bestow upon him. The Grand Priest gazed indifferently at the fallen Hmph, Beerus, and Katra, stating, "You should have all heard what I said earlier. Now, you have two choices. Either participate in the trial with your injuries or return to Vice Principal Kashi. You may choose freely. I will not coerce you. As for the injuries you have sustained, I can only say that it is a matter of fate. Your participation in the trial will not exempt you from the consequences of your injuries. Of course, entering the battlefield wounded is not without its own opportunities. That is all. The choice is yours to make." At this moment, Beerus and Kampa resolutely nodded. To become stronger, one must pay a price. Without sacrifice, how could one possibly possess the confidence to endure until the end? Deep within, these brothers harbored an unyielding spirit and an indomitable resolve. As for Quatela, though his gaze was tinged with resentment, he felt no concern for the upcoming competition, buoyed by his slightly superior strength compared to Beerus. To say nothing of other matters. In terms of true strength and hidden cards, Quatela believed himself to be the best, and indeed, no one dared to claim the title of the foremost among them. Reflecting on his severed right leg, he sighed in resignation and nodded, indicating his agreement with the Grand Minister's words, ready to participate in the trial assembly. Seeing that none of the students or the three injured individuals expressed dissent, the Grand Minister nodded in satisfaction. "I now declare that at 10 o'clock, we shall commence with Angel Margarita." With that, the Grand Minister stepped back, allowing Angel Margarita to step forward, drawing forth her crystalline staff. In a graceful motion, she appeared before the students, gently waving her staff, causing golden alchemical powder to cascade to the ground like a tangible substance. A peculiarly shaped hexagram and pentagram gradually took form under her delicate manipulation. Could this truly be a practice array for establishing spatial coordinates? Was everything unfolding differently from what the others had anticipated? Instead of a collective journey to the trial grounds, it appeared they were to demonstrate their thoughts through subsequent actions. Indeed, they did not need to queue for the trial site. Rather, they would utilize a unique teleportation array. As for where this teleportation array would lead, that remained subjective. Perhaps this was what the Grand Minister referred to as random teleportation, with a series of deft maneuvers. Angel Margarita created a magnificent golden vortex-shaped teleportation array that stood majestically before them. At this moment, Margarita took a deep breath, having not arranged such a peculiar teleportation formation in quite some time. It was a relief not to have failed, for among all the angels, Margarita excelled in alchemy and teleportation. Conversely, Vis was the most adept in the art of effortless mastery. Each angel seemed to possess their own unique strengths. Bardas, of course, was renowned for his formidable healing abilities. In this regard, the Grand Minister was exceedingly pleased with the growth trajectories of each of his children. After all, without conflict, there could be no competition, which was a source of great satisfaction for the Grand Minister, the so-called headmaster. Margarita had performed admirably. Angel Vis stepped forward, her staff emanating a soft blue light. Accompanied by this fleeting luminescence, she surged into the golden portal of time and space. He merely nodded at the High Priest, indicating that the spatial construction seemed to have been completely successful this time. The coordinates were presumably those that Vizzy had predetermined in the realm of 10. As for whether each individual could be transported there, that was entirely a matter of luck. The High Priest, however, waved his hand with authority and called out to the crowd, "Set forth. For those who do not wish to participate, your existence here is rendered unnecessary." Immediately, he cast a warm, yet commanding gaze upon the assembled students, who exchanged glances, seemingly oblivious to the advantages or disadvantages of entering the temporal gateway, first or last. With no hints offered by the mentors or the dean, one audacious student named Tiger felt a tightening in his chest. Perhaps entering first would yield some benefits. After all, just moments ago, Mentor Vizzy had dashed through the temporal gateway in a flash of blue light, suggesting that opportunity must not be squandered. Without hesitation, he surged forward, becoming the first to reach the temporal portal, vanishing in an instant. Observing this reckless individual boldly enter the gateway to the lion's pinnacle, the other destruction deity students followed suit without a second thought, rushing in with fervor. Seeing this group so filled with confidence and eagerness, Luo Feng simply smiled faintly. If it were as straightforward as merely being the first to enter granting an advantage, they would be underestimating the intellect of the high priest and his entourage. Nevertheless, Luo Feng found himself devoid of further choices or opportunities. This trial represented both chance and risk for him. Thus, he resolved not to hesitate any longer as he prepared to step into the portal of trials. However, he suddenly noticed Bados, who had drawn her angelic scepter, gently conjuring 3 green orbs of healing energy in mid-air, which then floated delicately into the transmission passage of the temporal gateway. Upon witnessing this series of actions, the high priest sighed softly. "You still possess a tender heart, my dear. Yet, it is understandable. After all, as I mentioned earlier, luck is indeed a facet of strength." Chapter 23, Radiant Brilliance. With these 3 luminous orbs of healing energy, there may be a qualitative leap in the results of this competition. It remained to be seen which fortunate individual would benefit from your healing prowess. Very well. I presume each of you harbors your own notion of a qualified destruction deity and has already selected your targets internally. Let's now await the unfolding of events. For the masters have the uncanny ability to perceive the inner worlds of the celestial mentors. As the offspring of the high priest, being an angel holds little significance. After all, the might of their father is well known. In the presence of the high priest, any attempts at cunning or strategy seem utterly trivial. Just as Luo Feng was about to step into the portal, he noticed the mummified figure of Hmph bouncing awkwardly. "Luo Feng, my friend, wait for me." It is truly difficult to articulate. I sincerely hope this transmission allows us to journey together. With your protection, perhaps I might survive until the end. At this moment, however, Luo Feng cast a dispassionate glance at Hmph, thinking how outrageous it was for this fellow to still wish to drag him down after all this time. Did he not realize that his actions appeared as foolish as those of a child before the assembly of angels and divine officials? Nevertheless, Luo Feng felt no obligation to explain himself to Hmph, merely offering a gentle smile before stepping into the golden teleportation array. As for the peculiar intentions of Bai Lu Si and Quaitra behind him, that was their concern. This was a brutal trial tournament, devoid of any sentiment to be expressed. Suddenly, Luo Feng perceived a flicker before his eyes. Perhaps it was merely a short-range transmission that did not cause him significant discomfort. He wondered what the former Luo Feng could have accomplished in such a situation, but he was uncertain. His soul had traversed from the realm of reality into the Dragon Ball universe, and after this lengthy journey, he believed that his spiritual fortitude and willpower had undergone a substantial enhancement. Thus, he felt little unease regarding this small teleportation array created by Makalita. With a blink, he steadied himself and observed the surrounding environment transform dramatically into a primitive forest. It was rather pleasant, although the landing direction and position were slightly off. In his lucid state, Luo Feng did not exhibit any extreme reaction to this setting. Rather, he felt a unique connection to this realm of information. To his surprise, the Dragon Ball universe possessed such extraordinary capabilities and ancient transmission techniques, seemingly a long-lost legacy. As Luo Feng surveyed the surrounding primeval forest, he sensed the nearby auras, which appeared not vastly different from an ordinary primitive forest, save for the remarkably stable nature of the space itself. Looking up at the sky, he confirmed the presence of densely packed purple clouds, streaks of lightning illuminating the atmosphere, all of which were violet. It seemed that, as the Grand Official Dean had indicated, this must indeed be a no-fly zone. Otherwise, it would simply be a sunlit day. Yet, all of this had become inconsequential. The rules had been established, indicating fairness for all involved. If flying was prohibited, then so be it. Luo Feng then attuned himself to his surroundings, sensing no immediate danger or unusual aura. Perhaps fortune favored him, having arrived in such a serene and safe forest, yet the malevolent energy emanating from this woodland sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, this sensation was not one to be found in the ordinary Destruction Academy of this timeline. As Luo Feng, a modern individual who had traversed time, he now possessed an extraordinary sixth sense. Perhaps, he mused, his instincts were mistaken. Calming his mind, Luo Feng surveyed the serene environment filled with the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms. However, a frown creased his brow as he confirmed that the ancient castle at the center of the trial ground was his intended destination. Feeling its distance was indeed vast. It appeared that this trial ground was extraordinarily expansive, with over 100 participants randomly scattered like paratroopers, suggesting that encounters with fellow students would be rare in the short term. The palpable malice emanating from the forest likely referred to the extraordinary creatures and exceptionally powerful beasts mentioned by the Grand Judge Principal. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng chuckled softly. Survival in the wilderness posed little challenge for him. As a modern-day inheritor of ancient martial arts, he possessed not only formidable martial prowess, but also rich experience in outdoor survival. Although he was uncertain how the jungles of this world differed from those of his reality, he believed they would share fundamental similarities, especially given the refreshing air and the genuine beauty of the surroundings. As for the lurking malevolence, it was likely a foreboding presence brought about by the extraordinary beasts and superpowered individuals inhabiting the area. Having established his direction and aware of the limited time, merely 5 days, Luo Feng resolved not to linger in admiration of the scenery. He was not here for leisure. His mission was to distinguish himself from the others in the Temple of Destruction and emerge as a true god of destruction. The unfolding developments would be addressed in due course. While luck is indeed a facet of strength, and strength is essential for survival, caution is paramount. Even the mightiest can falter unexpectedly. His previous experiences in alternate realities had taught him this lesson well. In this world rife with malevolence, one must not be careless, even if one is deemed invincible. History has shown that many tragic figures in this timeline have met their downfall due to excessive arrogance or negligence. And Luo Feng was determined not to follow in their footsteps. As he advanced, expanding his perception to its fullest, Luo Feng soon found himself in a surprisingly lively locale. Yet, he maintained an unremarkable demeanor, striding forward with purpose. Though he could sense the direction and location of the ancient castle at the trial center, the journey was indeed lengthy. A full 3 days of determined travel was anticipated. The Grand Judge Principal had mentioned that this trial would only last 5 short days, during which he must overcome formidable foes, withstand various dangers, and survive to inherit the legacy of the God of Destruction, an undeniably monumental challenge. As for the locations of the other students in relation to the central castle, their proximity could only be attributed to chance. However, I possess a unique ability that allows me to sense the predatory presence nearby. It appears that these minor characters are not regarded seriously by Luo Feng. Although he has formulated some strategies and ideas, now is not the opportune moment to act. After all, the adversaries have chosen to remain concealed, observing and following, likely contemplating whether an immediate confrontation upon entering the trial grounds would serve their best interests. Since they have opted for patience and stealth, we shall let them be. Suddenly, as Luo Feng strode forward with determination, he came to an abrupt halt, standing silently in place. This unexpected pause startled the 3 students from the Destruction God Academy who had been stealthily trailing him. What is this? Why has he stopped? Could it be that our movements have been detected? That seems implausible, given Viper's ability to conceal his presence. It is unlikely that someone ranked 98th like Luo Feng could perceive him. Viper had just exhibited a peculiar expression when his companion, a robust giant known as Leopard Bear within the academy, voiced his displeasure. With a disdainful look, Leopard Bear remarked on Viper's lack of stealth, pointing out that it was rather embarrassing to be discovered so quickly by someone like Luo Feng. Adding to this was Porcupine, a fellow student covered in bristles, who coldly interjected, "Viper, what is going on? Wasn't your ability to conceal your presence supposed to be among the best in training? It seems I was naive to choose to team up with you and Leopard Bear. You've proven quite inept, allowing that kid to uncover our whereabouts in such a short time. Should we take action now? With your strength, alongside Viper and myself, dispatching that ant should pose no challenge. Although this trial is fraught with danger, we must safeguard our own integrity. Given our rankings, overwhelming someone ranked 98th should not be a significant issue." Leopard Bear clenched his fists, choosing not to contest Porcupine's claims. Indeed, their unexpected arrival together felt fortuitous, as Leopard Bear, Porcupine, and Viper had previously shared a good rapport. Viper's exceptional skill was in stealth and ambush. Despite the outward appearance of strength, the trio was composed of deep thinkers, particularly the astute Leopard Bear, who quickly assessed the current situation. Engaging in infighting among themselves would yield no benefits, and they must avoid such discord. The 3 individuals swiftly reached a consensus, utilizing the concealed aura ability of the Viper to form a temporary alliance aimed at vanquishing any adversaries that displeased them. Only through this method could they safely navigate to the ancient castle at the heart of the trial grounds. Once they arrived at the castle, the victor will be determined solely by individual prowess and skill. Thus, a rather unstable team took shape under these extraordinary circumstances. Both the viper and the porcupine quickly grasped the intentions of the leopard bear, as their collective strengths ranked between 50 and 60 in the experiment. Not particularly high, yet not low either. To emerge victorious, unity and cooperation were essential. However, just as they successfully concealed their presence, they spotted Luo Feng not far off. Huh! This ranked 98th weakling is nearby. What good fortune! They observed Luo Feng momentarily pause, seemingly oblivious to their presence, as he strode confidently toward the ancient castle at the center of the trial grounds. This development aligned perfectly with the wishes of the leopard bear, porcupine, and viper. Concealing their auras and following this weakling seemed a wise course, even if he served no special purpose. Having him as a vanguard or a potential bait was a prudent choice. Resolute in their decision, they allowed the viper to employ his unique racial talent to shroud their presence, stealthily trailing behind Luo Feng. With someone clearing the path for them, they found no reason to object. As they approached the castle, they speculated that if Luo Feng were fortunate enough to remain alive, he would soon meet his end at their hands. This was the initial plan they had devised, and they reveled in the thought of their flawless scheme. The viper harbored no objections, recognizing that in terms of raw strength, he surpassed both the leopard bear and the porcupine. However, he considered himself among the top 10 in terms of stealth abilities during training. As for the porcupine, though he often appeared unassuming and simple-minded, he was, in reality, quite sharp and not to be underestimated. Given that neither of these two bore any hostility towards him, the viper was more than willing to assist them. Yet, this unstable team soon found their target, Luo Feng, abruptly standing still. Had he truly detected their presence? Despite the viper's strong confidence in his concealment techniques, he knew that no stealth method was infallible. The complaints of his two teammates irked him greatly, yet he understood that if his abilities proved ineffective, his influence within the team would diminish significantly, making him a prime target for elimination by his more powerful allies. Although each harbored ulterior motives and were in a state of mutual exploitation, engaging in internal conflict did not seem wise at this juncture. Upon contemplating all of this, the viper merely gestured lightly, indicating that his stealth technique remained effective. It seemed that Luo Feng, this individual, had not detected their trio's pursuit, but rather there were other underlying reasons. Chapter 25, Resilient Sharpness. Observing the viper's piercing gaze, the leopard bear and porcupine beside him hesitated slightly in their steps. It was clear that the issue did not lie with their comrade, the viper. Perhaps this Luo Feng had uncovered some peculiar danger. Allowing Luo Feng to scout ahead indeed appeared to be a prudent choice. Since the viper had signaled for them to ascend without haste, safety must be their foremost priority. Reckless individuals had long since met their demise, a fact well understood by the trio. In the heart of the forest, Luo Feng remained poised and vigilant, acutely aware of the movements of the three behind him. Given his recently augmented perceptive abilities, he was no longer to be trifled with. The notion that the viper, with his mediocre skills, could successfully conceal himself in close proximity was laughable. Luo Feng halted not due to any unusual actions from the trio trailing him, but because he sensed an impending threat ahead, a peril that could not possibly stem from ordinary destructive academy students. It was likely the work of the forest's native inhabitants, the extraordinary beings referenced by the high priest. Gradually, Luo Feng crouched down as a faint thread of silk caught his eye. He quickly discerned the source of his foreboding sensation. It was indeed silk, and he marveled at the presence of such unique threads. As he delicately touched the silk with his index finger, a robust and exceedingly sharp quality emanated from it, astonishing him. In this world of dragons, their strength as apprentice destroyers, though not unmatched in the cosmos, was certainly formidable. If this silk evoked a sense of threat, it was evident that its creator was no ordinary extraordinary being, likely a colossal spider. With this realization, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief. The jungle indeed teemed with dangers and unpredictable circumstances. They had only traversed a short distance, and already 3 inexplicable students followed closely behind. While these 3 might pose little concern, the entity responsible for the silk before him appeared to be an exceptionally formidable adversary. Nevertheless, within Luo Feng's awareness, the traps laid by this being seemed unlikely to possess absolute efficacy, yet the enemy had yet to fully reveal themselves. The trap, however, had ensnared Luo Feng, halting his advance. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng came to understand why the high priest had referred to this area as the void domain. Otherwise, These extraordinary beings would pose no threat to the Flying Destroyer Academy, rendering this trial devoid of significance. Given this, circumventing the danger was evidently not a feasible option. Facing the situation at hand, one might consider that this oblivious creature could serve as the first harbinger of demise in this perilous realm. At this moment, before the assembly of angels and high priests at the podium of the Destruction God Academy, a vast sand table lay quietly in their midst. This magnificent topographical model represented the terrain for the trial tournament, adorned with forests, deserts, lakes, swamps, and grasslands, all intricately distributed along its periphery. At its center stood an ancient castle, presumably the so-called central region of the Great City Gate. On this extensive sand table, numerous flickering violet points of light emerged, indicating the coordinates of various students of destruction who had been randomly transported via teleportation arrays, each pulsating with distinct energy intensities that shimmered in unique hues. Nearby, several azure points of light danced around, representing the trial grounds as designated by the high priests. These ethereal beings, whether hostile or benign, manifested as blue energy points scattered across the terrain, with certain areas exhibiting particularly brilliant blue points, signifying formidable boss-level creatures. One could only ponder which unfortunate soul might inadvertently cross paths with these terrifying entities, perhaps never even reaching the central point, meeting their end prematurely. After all, the high priest was not jesting with these individuals. The selection this time pertained to true harbingers of destruction, not the ordinary contests of yore. Observing the high priest meticulously arrange the sand table, the angels behind him remained silent, each casting their gaze towards the scenes that piqued their interest, potential candidates for worthy destroyers or promising disciples. Each angel had their own developmental inclinations and preferred students. For instance, this was particularly focused on the student who had clandestinely mastered the fourth generation of mechanics, Beerus. In contrast, Bados was intrigued by the eccentric and cunning character, Hmph, while others similarly selected their favorite targets. The alchemical prodigy, Makalita, expressed a notable interest in a figure known as the Jester. Meanwhile, the high priest's attention gravitated towards a specific section of jungle on the sand table. There, a violet mark caught his eye, although its energy was not overwhelmingly potent. It imparted a peculiar sensation to the high priest. At that moment, he noticed an exceptionally bright blue point of light adjacent to the violet one. Chapter 26, The Jungle King. Observing the high priest's focus, Kes beside him furrowed her brow slightly, uncertain of which unfortunate soul had just arrived at the trial grounds only to encounter the formidable Spider Queen. It could only be deemed misfortune for the individual. Initially, she had held some optimism for this contender. Is that so? The high priest mused, momentarily taken aback. Kes, are you truly willing to overlook the incident involving Beerus and Hmph? Why do you find interest in someone who attempted to ensnare Hmph but failed? Chris was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why would I harbor any interest in this fellow named Luo Feng? The Grand Priest, noticing Chris's slight astonishment, offered a subtle smile and with a grand gesture, projected an immense three-dimensional image before the assembly. It depicted the very scene where Luo Feng currently resided. One could hardly fathom that even the Grand Priest would take an interest in this individual. However, Chris raised an eyebrow and remarked, though this lad has not conspired with Hmph and Beerus, he lacks a heart committed to becoming stronger. Frankly, I find him rather disappointing. While his foundational skills and destructive powers are impressively solid, he has failed to cherish the opportunity to learn the Ultra Instinct technique. Now, amidst the trials, he finds himself transported next to this terrifying demon, and I fear he may not escape unscathed, especially with 3 other eager students lurking behind him. It seems he is in grave peril. Upon hearing Chris's assessment, the Grand Priest merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent while observing the unfolding events. Through Chris's commentary, the other angels, previously lost in their thoughts, turned their attention to the scene at hand. Ah, is that not the one called Luo Feng? His strength appears rather mediocre, and he seldom participates in noteworthy competitions. Truly unfortunate, Bardas sighed in resignation. Yet Makarita encouraged from the sidelines. Come on, kid. Although you face the Jungle King, a formidable boss indeed, if fortune favors you even slightly, there may be a chance for escape. Wait, there are 3 others lying in ambush behind you. Those 3 fools are still caught up in internal strife and observation. Had they joined forces with Luo Feng, they might have stood a chance against the abyssal Spider Queen. Alas, it seems the opportunity has slipped away. Is Luo Feng foolish? Chris mused, slightly furrowing her brow. He did not appear to be dim-witted. His cunning was evident. Yet his strength was undeniably lacking. How could he not choose to flee at once? Was his perception of danger utterly dulled? To provoke the Abyssal Queen, did he not understand the magnitude of her power, her terror, and her cruelty? Perhaps ignorance breeds courage. Grand Priest, why do you remain silent? The Grand Priest observed the three daughters chattering animatedly, his smile unwavering, yet he refrained from responding. In response to Chris's inquiry, the Grand Priest simply lifted the corners of his mouth slightly and remarked, I assent it clear upon observation. Perhaps this young man is not as simple as you presume. In my estimation, he does not exhibit the foolishness you attribute to him. Do not hastily judge a person based on superficial impressions. The Grand Priest evidently held a favorable view of Luo Feng, leaving Makurita and Bardos momentarily speechless. After all, their earlier critiques stemmed from their genuine thoughts, only to be completely refuted by the Grand Priest. Upon witnessing the discourse among the women and the chief priest, the male angels, including Vis, directed their curious gazes towards the unfolding scene. All the angels present were keenly observing the seemingly underestimated Luo Feng, eager to discern the extraordinary abilities that could earn him the chief priest's respect. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, ensconced in the jungle, remained blissfully unaware of his newfound status as the focal point of attention. His mind was solely preoccupied with strategizing against the adversary before him. The presence of spider silk indicated the likelihood of traps. It was evident that his opponent favored a combination of robust control and agile ambush tactics. Thus, luring the foe out would be the most prudent course of action. As for the three onlookers behind him, their inaction might ultimately spare him considerable trouble. He would simply disregard them, for it was the foe before him who warranted his focus. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon the spider silk, and a purplish-red luminescence flickered gently at the tip of his finger. This violet aura enveloped his right index finger, forming a protective membrane of sorts. With a deft flick of his finger, he snapped the triggering silk, producing a sharp sound that echoed through the air. Almost immediately, an enraged roar erupted. Who dares to challenge my territory? Have you never known death? Hearing the sultry and raspy voice, Luo Feng smiled faintly, realizing that his actions had indeed been astute. By dismantling the trap, he had provoked this cunning assassin, who could no longer restrain herself, inadvertently revealing her position. Once freed from the threat of ambush and traps, Luo Feng found himself unperturbed. After all, as a nimble assassin adept at setting traps, confronting him head-on seemed to play directly into Luo Feng's strategy, even if one were an extraordinary being dwelling deep within the jungle. Facing off against a disciple of the god of destruction in a direct confrontation might prove to be the Spider Queen's gravest miscalculation. Yet, all remained uncertain. Observing Luo Feng's demeanor from within the Academy of Destruction, Kes furrowed her brow, remarking on his audacity to neither flee nor collaborate with the trio behind him. He truly dares to face the abyss. I wonder who has instilled such courage in this young man, she mused. Beside her, Bados interjected nonchalantly, when it comes to strength, I prefer those fortunate enough to possess good luck, for luck is indeed a facet of strength. Often, great power without fortune is rendered inconsequential. Makurita promptly expressed her viewpoint as well. As for strength and luck, I favor those endowed with intellect and wisdom. Any student can gradually enhance their strength over time, yet luck inevitably depletes. However, an astute mind, indeed, is an eternal presence. After all, what our universe requires in the future is not a mere puppet executing commands, but a masterful orchestrator, a true adept at the helm. Chapter 27, The Helmsman. Observing the divergent opinions and thoughts of his three daughters, the high priest bestowed upon them an encouraging gaze. Each individual possesses a unique developmental trajectory and distinct personality. Perhaps these are precisely the talents he seeks, the genuine helmsman. As for Vice, he merely watched the unfolding performance with a faint, enigmatic smile, while the brothers behind him displayed no emotional fluctuations. This may well be the characteristic demeanor of male angels. For Visa, the most sacred aspect lies in their mastery of the supreme freedom technique, the very foundation upon which their angelic race stands in the divine realm. Noticing the absence of dissent among the assembly, the high priest casually remarked that they would wait and see. Thus, the righteous angels collectively observed in silence as Luo Feng continued his performance. Meanwhile, in the depths of the jungle, Luo Feng triggered a trap. Yet, after the appearance of the webbing, there was no sign of any unusual movement. He stood still, devoid of any display of formidable strength or defensive posture, attentively sensing the surrounding changes and the emanating auras. A peculiar rustling enveloped the air, as if a colossal, agile creature was weaving through the shadows around him. Perhaps this was the prelude and setup to the assault of the Abyssal Queen. Engaging directly with such a master of traps and assassination would undoubtedly undermine his standing as the regional overlord. It seems this entity, despite the sounds it produced, was executing a strategy to lure him into a deeper engagement. Observing Luo Feng's lack of movement, this adversary could not resist the temptation to lay traps in proximity. However, all of this was well within Luo Feng's anticipations. An ordinary destroyer might have succumbed to panic or sought to flee, but as one adept in wilderness survival on Earth, Luo Feng possessed an intimate understanding of a spider's nature. Coupled with the significant enhancement of his current abilities, his energy levels were now incomparable to before. In the face of such agile, assassination-oriented opponents, Luo Feng did not regard them with undue concern. He allowed them the opportunity to prepare their traps and ambush him. At this moment, Luo Feng truly intended to use the Spider Queen as a whetstone for his skills. After all, having just arrived in this dimension, his brief skirmishes with Hmph had left him somewhat unfulfilled, merely providing him with special insights. Now, facing a formidable opponent was the best opportunity for self-improvement. As for the enhancement of his capabilities within this realm, Luo Feng possessed clarity. Relying solely on his meditation and training to genuinely augment his combat prowess was utterly unrealistic. In this realm, devoid of practical combat experience and lacking mastery over the forces of this world, one can only enhance their energy through cultivation, rendering their efforts mere illusions, akin to a decorative pillow, easily shattered upon encountering a true master. For those genuinely formidable, it is not merely a potent energy that counts, but also an abundance of practical experience. This constitutes the primary rationale behind Luo Feng's strategic entrapment. Observing his adversary's tireless efforts, Luo Feng found himself amused, content to spectate the unfolding performance. After a period marked by the rustling sounds, a voice emerged from the opposite side, an alluring yet somewhat jarring shriek, distinctly feminine in nature. As the sound drew nearer, a colossal arachnid creature quietly materialized before Luo Feng. Indeed, it belonged to the spider lineage. However, its appearance was rather peculiar, with a wholly arachnid lower body and the upper torso of a strikingly beautiful woman. Regardless of the oddity of its form, the energy emanating from it was undeniably formidable, a fact Luo Feng had sensed from the outset, though adept at laying traps and employing cunning strategies. The creature's recent display of rapid shape-shifting to weave webs indicated its extraordinary speed, perhaps emboldened by the completion of its traps and an unwavering confidence in its power. It boldly revealed itself, seemingly oblivious to the common fate of villains in this world, often succumbing to excessive verbosity. Yet the Spider Queen before him evidently sought a casual exchange with Luo Feng, suggesting a certain leisure that intrigued him. With no immediate intent to engage, Luo Feng welcomed the opportunity to converse with this otherworldly creature, anticipating the potential for unexpected insights. At that moment in the abyss, the Spider Queen's entrance exuded an air of grandeur and authority. Her forelegs, resembling razor-sharp scythes, delicately caressed her humanoid visage, a seductive smile gracing her lips, an expression she considered to be quite sophisticated. Meanwhile, her tail dripped with glistening silk, remnants of the traps she had recently set, indicative of her most vital emergency tactic. Observing her adversary, standing motionless, seemingly unprepared to evade or flee, the Spider Queen struck a commanding pose. Yet her presence appeared to have no effect on him. This only solidified her status as the apex predator of the jungle. The lord of this territory momentarily hesitated, pondering whether this individual was a fool. However, that seemed unlikely. Despite the apparent mediocrity of his strength and abilities, he instilled a profound sense of danger within her, a sensation that bewildered her. After all, was he not merely an ordinary student from the Destruction God Academy? Could it be that the three individuals behind him were the source of this unease? The three furtive individuals appear to possess slightly greater strength than the being before me, albeit to a limited extent. Perhaps my prolonged absence from encounters with the students of the Destruction God Academy has fostered a false sense of perception. It seems I may have been overly cautious. With this thought, the Spider Queen brimmed with confidence, cackling ominously. You, young lad, have chosen not to flee. Wise move indeed, for you must realize that escape is futile. However, it is rather dull in this forest. It has been ages since a delectable lunch presented itself. I must express my gratitude, for it has been so long since I have stretched my limbs. Tell me, how shall I savor your flesh? Chapter 28. allure, and enchantment. Yet, Luo Feng merely smirked disdainfully. Do you truly believe that, as a mere spider demon, you can stir significant turmoil here? Spare me the jest. I have my methods for dealing with creatures like you. This declaration elicited laughter from the Spider Queen, who mused that had she acted immediately upon her arrival, and he had fled, she might have found herself at a loss. She could only rely on her speed and abilities for a swift kill. At present, she had completely ensnared the vicinity with her resilient, viscous spider silk. No matter how formidable this being's energy might be, he was no match for her. Perhaps you are merely a braggart who has survived until now by mere words. But fear not, you may serve as my appetizer. Those three behind you seem to be the true feast, while your meager form hardly piques my interest. Those more robust figures behind you? Now, they are a proper meal. Enough with the pleasantries. Let me indulge in the long-awaited thrill of the hunt. She then emitted a cackling cry, devoid of allure and charm, now brimming with violence and bloodlust. Meanwhile, the three watching Luo Feng confront the abyssal Spider Queen felt a shiver run down their spines. The porcupine stealthily approached the bear and whispered, "Should we continue to linger here? I can't believe this scout has summoned the most terrifying boss in the area, the abyssal Spider Queen. What are we to do? If we choose to retreat now, we may still have a chance, otherwise." The porcupine refrained from finishing his thought, despite his rugged appearance and formidable physique. His intellect was keen. After all, he was a seasoned student of the Destruction God Academy and possessed considerable knowledge about the elite forces within these trial grounds. Observing the dialogue and sounds from across the way, he quickly discerned that Luo Feng had indeed encountered a formidable obstacle. Even if all 10 of them banded together, they might not stand a chance against the queen, especially with her powerful traps laid out and her prowess as an agile assassin. Much like a brute renowned for his strength and range prowess, he was evidently exercising remarkable restraint. Beside him, the ferocity of the situation drew a frown from Viper. What are your thoughts? Given your earlier perception, how long do you believe this lad, Luo Feng, can withstand the Spider Queen? Can he afford us a moment to escape? Observing the ferocity of the scenario, even this self-assured individual found himself questioning, while the expression of Porcupine, laden with melancholy, prompted a subtle sigh from Viper. At this juncture, fleeing seemed rather tardy. The fleeting moment we lingered here allowed me to sense that the area around us has likely been ensnared by traps set by the Queen. Should we choose to ally with Luo Feng now, I would wager we are doomed to certain death, with no glimmer of hope. If survival is our aim, we must await the instant Luo Feng engages the Spider Queen, or the moment she slays him to feast, at which point we could hastily disperse, perhaps seizing a slender chance of survival. Otherwise, with that, Viper gazed skyward, refraining from further elaboration. However, his brief remarks elucidated the trio's predicament. They harbored no intentions or plans to join forces with Luo Feng, for in their eyes, he was but a mere novice in martial prowess. Upon hearing Viper's analysis, the bear, frustrated, spat disdainfully, having initially assumed that with one less pawn clearing the path, fortune would favor them. Little did he expect this unfortunate fellow to provoke such a formidable lordly beast, inadvertently triggering its traps. Now, they could only resign themselves to fate. Viper, renowned for his perception and agility, still possessed a fair chance of escape. This notion hinted at a potential severance from the group. Meanwhile, the bear had shed his usual ferocity, instead observing the clash between Luo Feng and the Spider Queen with a cold gaze, for once combat commenced. It would signal their opportunity to flee. Witnessing the trio's actions, the onlooker, the guardian angel, nodded slightly. Perhaps this was indeed the most prudent course of action, despite a hint of disdain for their approach. Yet, Vice, who had remained silent until now, sighed softly. If these 4 young men could unite their efforts wholeheartedly, perhaps a sliver of hope remains. However, it is apparent that they harbor ulterior motives, failing to unleash their full potential. Their chances of escape appear exceedingly slim. Vice's candid assessment resonated with Makalita, Badass, and Kess, for these 3 angelic beings held a favorable view of the Spider Queen. Although the Spider, Abyss, and Spider Queen seemed lacking in strength before them, in the depths of the same jungle environment, confronting the Spider Queen would indeed demand considerable effort. Observing the crowd's incessant discussions, the Grand Priest remained silent and serene, exhibiting neither special intentions nor thoughts. This demeanor elicited an unsettling feeling among the assembled angels. After all, as the head of the God of Destruction Academy, wouldn't he, with his prowess and insight, harbor any concern for his students? Especially considering the unfortunate circumstance of encountering such a formidable opponent, the Grand Priest offered no distinctive commentary. In the past, he would promptly provide unique assessments, perhaps believing that this young man, Luo Feng, might surprise them in unprecedented ways. Noticing the Grand Priest's calm demeanor, the Spider Queen refrained from launching an immediate assault. She sensed an inexplicable unease emanating from her opponent, though she could not articulate it. The intensity of his energy was not particularly remarkable, and with no unusual occurrences in the vicinity, her carefully laid traps remained undisturbed. However, her cautious nature prevailed. A king of the jungle could only thrive through careful vigilance, and not merely through strength and talent. In Chapter 29, titled The Clever Whisper of the Wind, the Spider Queen abandoned her previously playful demeanor. With a gentle flourish, she wielded her enormous spider, transforming its legs into scythes that emitted a sharp, slicing sound through the air. At that moment, she remarked, "You, young man, possess remarkable composure. Faced with such a decisive challenge and an opponent like me, you remain unperturbed and do not flee. To honor your fortitude, I shall reveal my name. I am Barrett. Remember, you shall perish at the hands of one named Barrett." Upon hearing the name Barrett, Luo Feng displayed a look of surprise, feeling an uncanny familiarity with it. After a brief moment of astonishment, he recalled why this name resonated so deeply. It was the designation of a type of sniper rifle in the real world. He never anticipated that such a name would coincide with a creature resembling a spider. Was this mere coincidence or fate? Amused by this revelation, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. If the individual who named the sniper rifle knew, it would be associated with a grotesque spider creature. One could only wonder about their reaction. Similarly, if the Spider Queen realized her name was shared with a firearm, it might provoke an overwhelming rage within her. As Luo Feng momentarily lost focus, the Spider Queen Barrett sensed an opportunity for attack. Indeed, this young man not only lacked strength but also exhibited audacity by allowing his mind to wander on the battlefield. This was a rare chance for a surprise assault. Regardless of Barrett's superior strength, she would not underestimate her adversary. She would seize the moment of his vulnerability to deliver a decisive blow. Such traits are characteristic of a true assassin and predator. Before him, the figure appeared to be on the verge of distraction. With a low growl, Barrett did not unleash a typical villainous roar. This quiet utterance served as both her signal to strike and the focal point of her entire coordination. Suddenly, a shock wave enveloped Barrett, and with a swift motion, despite his immense size that belied agility, the ground beneath him gave way, forming a moderately sized crater, a testament to the force of his exertion. In the next instant, Barrett's colossal form surged toward Luo Feng, his two appendages, resembling sharp scythes, descended upon Luo Feng's entire being in a crosswise, slashing motion. Witnessing this all-out ambush, it was evident that the sheer power, velocity, and intensity of the assault were beyond the capacity of an ordinary destroyer student to withstand. This scene erupted dramatically in the arena, while the onlooking Kess, Bados, and Makalita, far from being weak-hearted, were unwilling to permit their pupil to be slain before their eyes. They gently closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of such brutality. Conversely, the High Priest and Vis did not exhibit the same peculiar reaction as the trio of angelic women. Vis, wide-eyed and utterly astonished, beheld an unbelievable spectacle. The High Priest, however, observed the unfolding events with intense focus. He was well aware that this young man had not disappointed him. He understood why Vis was so taken aback. After all, Vis, having mastered the art of free and unfettered intent to an advanced degree, should have been capable of evading such rapid assault opportunities. This was not to imply that Vis's prowess or his mastery of free and unfettered intent was without merit, but rather that Barrett's attack techniques were somewhat unscrupulous. While her speed and power were indeed formidable, the most terrifying aspect lay in the myriad spider silk traps she had meticulously woven around the battlefield. These silks were remarkably resilient and delicate, akin to fixed flying daggers, silently poised within the surrounding space. Any significant evasive maneuver, even if it did not result in being cleaved by Barrett's scythes, could lead to a collision with the nearby silk traps, resulting in one's own body being sliced apart by the force of their own movement. This peculiar and eerie aspect of Barrett's assault revealed that one must contend not only with her frontal onslaught, but also with the terrifying sword-like blades of silk lurking nearby. Now, in an astonishing display, Luo Feng managed to evade the Queen of Spiders' lethal dual strike from an incredible angle, all while avoiding the deadly silk traps that had been laid earlier. This alone left Vis feeling somewhat humbled, even if he were present. It seemed unlikely he could surpass Luo Feng's feat. This was precisely why the usually composed and genteel Vis found himself rendered speechless. The high priest remained silent, offering no commentary or critique. His intense gaze emanated an unusual brilliance, as if he had stumbled upon a new frontier. Perhaps this was the true harbinger of destruction he had long awaited, the talent and disciple he sought. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, he refrained from vocalizing them. The high priest continued to observe the battlefield with a detached demeanor, while Kes, Baiduz, and Makalita, who had previously closed their eyes to shield themselves from the carnage, slowly reopened them in disbelief. How could this be? They were astonished that he had evaded such a lethal strike, sustaining no injuries and encountering no traps. Among them, it was the vivacious Makalita who expressed the most astonishment, unable to fathom how this seemingly inept student of the Academy of Destruction, Luo Feng, had successfully dodged the fatal blow. The male angels behind Vis also wore expressions of confusion, pondering how he accomplished such a feat. Not only were the angels outside the arena engulfed in bewilderment, but even the trio of leopard bear, porcupine, and viper, who had prepared to flee, halted in their tracks, turning back to witness the unfolding scene. This fellow had not been cleaved into pieces. Instead, he stood there, vibrant and alive. The three of them, momentarily forgetting their escape plans, stiffly twisted their necks to observe Luo Feng's performance, their minds rendered utterly blank. Perhaps, if Luo Feng could hold on a little longer, they might indeed escape this terrifying place. Chapter 30. Unable to endure, most vexed was the Spider Queen, Beerus, who had been loudly proclaiming her imminent victory. She could not comprehend how her seemingly inevitable lethal strike against the human apprentice of the Academy of Destruction had been evaded. It appeared that even the three onlookers had found amusement in her misfortune. This was intolerable. It was a slight her uncle could endure, but not her aunt. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps mere chance, yet it seemed this young man's fortune had reached its zenith. At this moment, Beerus cast aside her previous poise and authority. She brandished her two sharp scythes, which glowed with a faint cerulean light, signaling her full commitment to unleashing her power. With a flurry of swift slashes, dozens of radiant strikes descended upon Luo Feng with reckless abandon, akin to chopping vegetables. This was Beerus's most formidable assault, the chaotic blade of the wind. As the scythes cleaved through the air, creating shockwaves and rippling distortions in space, it was evident that Beerus was truly enraged. With each successive movement, she thought to herself, "This time, I will not let you escape unscathed." As the speed and frequency of Beerus's assaults gradually diminished, the Spider Queen found herself panting heavily, having unleashed a torrent of terrifying blades that had thoroughly drained her strength. This truly was an exertion of her utmost capabilities. Yet, what puzzled the Spider Queen was the fact that, despite her ferocious onslaught, her opponent had made no attempt to escape or triggered any nearby traps. Upon reflection, she understood. Perhaps her attacks had been so overwhelming that her foe had no opportunity to activate the traps, ultimately being cleaved into pieces by her scythe. Strangely, she had felt no contact with her blades. What could this mean? Beerus, in turn, offered himself a rational explanation. Perhaps his scythe was simply too sharp, or his strength too formidable, with the speed of his strikes being so rapid that his opponent had lacked any means of resistance, resulting in being sliced effortlessly, seemingly without sensation. Yes, it must be so. Beerus, in a state of self-hypnosis, convinced himself of this flawless justification, striking a commanding silhouette as he gazed intently at Luo Feng, murmuring a dismissive remark. Witnessing Beerus's comical display, Luo Feng could only stretch languidly, muttering to himself, "This guy possesses impressive strength, yet his mind seems somewhat lacking, perhaps rusted." Beerus, unable to believe his eyes, watched in astonishment as Luo Feng, seemingly unscathed and emboldened, engaged in various provocative gestures. The sight of Luo Feng, appearing as if he had not sustained a single injury and still eager for more, struck a severe blow to Beerus's psyche. Had his tempestuous assault truly failed to graze even a corner of this man's attire? Perhaps this fellow had entered the fray with an agility that rendered him remarkably nimble, vastly exceeding Beerus's expectations and confidence. However, Luo Feng was not inclined to allow Beerus the luxury of contemplation. After limbering up, he provocatively remarked, nearly causing Beerus to choke with rage, "Though you, great spider, may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, your prowess is indeed commendable. That recent display of speed was quite the skill. If only you could maintain it a bit longer, for my warm-up is far from complete. Hey, I say, great spider, can you cease your days and continue this banter?" There are limits to what one can endure. For Barrett, this was a blatant affront, the full force of his attack and frenzied output seemingly having gone unrecognized by his adversary, who claimed to still be warming up. An illusion? It must be an illusion. Very well, since you wish to court death so readily, do not blame me for unleashing my full might. At this moment, Barrett once again channeled all his strength into his arms, having relinquished any energy from his legs, focusing entirely on the scythe he wielded. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of lightning-like strikes surged towards Luo Feng. Yet, Luo Feng maintained his benign smile. This time, the onslaught seemed slightly faster, but its force had diminished. However, for Luo Feng, this was no jest. Despite Barrett's commendable speed and energy, his attacks were merely child's play in comparison to Luo Feng's mastery of ancient martial arts, which was bolstered by the destructive divine power he possessed. He did not exaggerate his capabilities. After all, he was merely warming up. If it came down to sheer strength, Luo Feng could have effortlessly dispatched the abyssal Spider Queen Barrett in a single blow. However, his purpose in this trial space was to refine his techniques and enhance his combat experience. It would be a tremendous waste not to capitalize on such an agile opponent. At this moment, Luo Feng was experimenting with the martial arts techniques inherited from his past life, for without skill, all was merely talk. Having a worthy sparring partner, he sought to regain his confidence and reconnect with the ancient martial prowess he had possessed before his transmigration. To neglect such an opportunity would be the gravest of errors. Encouraged by Luo Feng's taunts, Barrett seemed to exert herself even more. As she gained mastery over her body and adapted to her speed, Luo Feng's movements became increasingly graceful and agile. This time, his evasion surpassed Barrett's assault speed. However, Barrett's own eyes could not keep pace with her strikes, leading her to believe that Luo Feng was merely relying on luck and some precognitive ability to evade her attacks. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Barrett's forehead. Although she had not poured all her strength into this assault, she had pushed her speed and agility to their limits, mistakenly thinking that sacrificing some power for speed might allow her to land a hit on Luo Feng. Yet, reality proved her wrong. If her own eyes could not track her attack speed, how could she ensure its accuracy? As her stamina dwindled, Barrett stood there, blade lowered, devoid of the earlier arrogance and bravado. Now, she could only stare at the monster before her, panting heavily. No matter how formidable a creature might be, such relentless attacks at high intensity exacted a tremendous toll on one's physical condition. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remained unruffled, gazing at her with an innocent demeanor. In Chapter 31, The Dignity of a King, Barrett found herself subjected to yet another humiliating defeat. At this juncture, she could no longer afford to uphold the dignity of a ruler, and with a fierce shout, she exclaimed, "Are you some kind of mudfish? Slippery as ever. Is dodging all you can do? Why won't you face me head-on? Perhaps your talent lies in evasion. I never anticipated encountering someone as troublesome as you. Yet, if I manage to strike you with my blade, your demise is inevitable." Hmph. Such a pitiful taunt appears to be the sole domain of a flustered Barrett. Perhaps feeling cornered, she audaciously demands that her opponent abandon the most sophisticated evasion techniques and confront her assault head-on. It is fortunate that Barrett's mind, riled with frustration, has taken such a peculiar turn. A smirk graces Luo Feng's lips, revealing a devilishly charming smile. "Are you out of your mind? I possess such formidable agility and refuse to engage directly, yet you insist that your adversary withstand your onslaught. Very well, I may consider indulging your request, provided you can shatter my technique. Then I shall concede defeat. However, a foe of your caliber is indeed rare. It would be somewhat regrettable to eliminate you now, as your earlier shockwave attack, while not without merit, has offered me fresh insights into my own skills." Upon hearing this, Barrett's fury ignited further. "How dare you treat me as a mere target? I am a dominant entity in this realm, a supreme existence, and you presume to use me as a stepping stone." After stammering for a moment, Barrett found no more absurd words to utter. Yet one thing reassured him. This slippery fellow intends to endure one of his strikes. Perhaps, in terms of agility and speed, I'm not his equal. However, this arrogant individual is merely a fledgling in the Academy of Destruction. To withstand my assault is tantamount to courting death, is it not? I am known for my swiftness and agility, yet the potency of my dual blades is unparalleled. No one in this region has ever withstood my dual slashes without faltering. If he dares to accept my full-force strike, he shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. One must always pay the price for their arrogance. At that moment, despite the turmoil within him, Barrett acted swiftly, tightening his grip on his weapon. A rare opportunity. If this fool chooses not to evade and allows himself to be struck by my full power, it would be a disservice to my reputation as the Abyssal Spider Queen if I do not cleave him into 8 pieces. Observing his opponent assume a brazen stance, inviting an attack, a fierce light flashed in Barrett's eyes as blue energy surged around him, signaling the strongest assault he could muster. Seeing Barrett fully committed, channeling all her power into her attack, Luo Feng too adopted a more serious demeanor. After all, she is the strongest sovereign creature in this domain. Under her dominion, Luo Feng could no longer afford to treat her lightly, as he had previously, using her as a mere sharpening stone. This required genuine engagement, a true confrontation. For Luo Feng, curiosity swelled within him regarding the new heights his mutated destructive power might reach. At this moment, Luo Feng dispelled his earlier jesting demeanor. After all, confronting an opponent's assault is entirely distinct from evading it with agility. The concept of agility he possessed was derived from ancient martial arts of his previous life, harmoniously fused with the energies of this world, thereby enhancing his evasive capabilities. However, regarding the destructive power of this realm, despite having undergone a certain degree of enhancement through martial techniques, Luo Feng remained uncertain about its true extent. Since his adversary intended to engage him directly with a formidable strike, Luo Feng saw this as an opportunity to gauge the level of his destructive power. Despite harboring a deep disdain for the creature known as Barrett, the Spider Queen, whom he perceived as a mere blusterous overlord, he was acutely aware of the necessity for caution. He wished to avoid any unforeseen misfortune that could lead to irreparable losses due to his own negligence. After all, having only recently traversed into this world, a long journey awaited him. As a deity of destruction who intended to master his craft, he had no inclination to falter at such an early stage. Upon witnessing Barrett gather energy with a serious expression, Luo Feng relinquished his smile. Positioning his hands in a defensive stance, he subtly activated his martial arts to its fullest potential, initiating a cycle of energy within his palms. A faint purplish-red glow emanated from them, a manifestation of the fusion between his destructive power and the ancient martial arts he inherited. Although he had yet to master the art of lightness and energy projection, he could condense and fully release his divine energy into a concentrated form. It resembled the act of consolidating internal energy into a protective barrier in the realm of reality. It appeared that Luo Feng was prepared to utilize this technique to counter the ferocious assault of the Spider Queen, Barrett. With a resounding clash, a peculiar shockwave began to radiate outward from the moment their forces collided. Barrett had indeed poured her utmost effort into delivering a decisive strike against Luo Feng, who did not disappoint her. Instead of resorting to endless evasion, he embraced the encounter, enveloping his hands in the strange purplish-red glow, and met Barrett's attack head-on. Thus, Luo Feng truly employed his palms to withstand Barrett's frenzied onslaught, akin to a tempestuous storm. Remarkably, he grasped the razor-sharp giant scythe with his bare hands, holding it by the blade itself. Barrett now found herself in a precarious position, realizing that no matter how frantically she channeled her energy, her scythe could advance not an inch, as if it were firmly ensnared in an iron grip, suspended in mid-air. How had he achieved such a feat? It was evident that he lacked any formidable energy output, yet managed to withstand her full force strikes. Is the issue rooted in the crimson glow emanating from his hands? This radiance evokes a sense of trepidation within Barrett, despite a faint semblance to the destructive power she is familiar with. As the lord of this realm, Barrett is well aware that the students of the Destruction Academy wield a purple form of destructive energy, while the hue before her is a striking purplish-red. The disparity in color is not the only source of her unease. The aura strikes at her very soul with a terrifying intensity. Regardless of her feelings, the adversary has successfully thwarted her 2 razor-sharp scythes with this novel energy. Astonishingly, her blue energy fails to penetrate his defenses entirely. This individual not only possesses remarkable agility, but has also managed to withstand her full-on assault with mere flesh and this energy shield. It appears that his abilities pose a formidable challenge to her own. Faced with such a nemesis, the Spider Queen Barrett contemplates retreat. Her expertise lies in setting traps and skillfully dismantling her opponents, yet she finds her pride severely wounded by an adversary who can see through her every move, predicting her actions with uncanny accuracy. The speed she prides herself on is rendered inconsequential by his prowess, and her attempts at provocation only serve to enhance his resolve. The very attacks she deemed her ultimate gambit are met with effortless ease. Perhaps she has indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle, a foe she should have avoided. While she retains a few special trump cards, now is not the time to engage in a desperate struggle. In her eyes, this individual named Luo Feng is merely an ordinary prey. The Spider Queen's psyche cannot bear the thought of fighting to the death with her quarry. And since her ambush has failed and a direct confrontation is futile, she opts for a strategic withdrawal. After all, there are many other targets awaiting her attention, and it is unnecessary to become embroiled in a protracted conflict with this mortal. Observing the indecision in Barrett's gaze, Luo Feng offers a slight smile, instantly grasping her current mindset. She intends to flee? How amusing! After lying in wait and attacking him for so long, the notion of escaping after the encounter is absurd. Such behavior is not in Luo Feng's nature. Even when that fellow Hmph attempted a sneak attack, he did so with a vengeful demeanor. Let alone this enigmatic creature from the abyss. Having discerned his opponent's thoughts and intentions, Luo Feng embodies a character that prefers action over words. Verbal sparring is a trait of the weak. Now is the moment to test his enhanced offensive capabilities, as he has gained newfound insights into agility and defense. As for the attack, it remains to be seen whether this individual named Barrett can withstand what he has to offer. Regarding the peculiar and grotesque creature before him, Luo Feng harbored no sentiments of pity or compassion. With a subtle exertion of strength, he clasped the dual sides of Barrett, gripping them at the blade's edge, which elicited a disconcerting sound of impending collapse. In a moment of clarity, a sharp crack echoed as Luo Feng, utilizing the energy of his twin abilities, utterly shattered the proud weapon of Barrett, leaving her in a state of utter astonishment. This young man had, with mere hand strength, dismantled her most cherished armament. The time for retreat was now or never. Yet, given her current strength, speed, and energy, escape seemed nearly impossible. Indeed, after a moment of internal conflict, Barrett recognized the gravity of the situation. This young man was clearly poised to strike. To conceal her intentions any longer could very well lead to her demise. In a decisive action, she discarded the now crushed scythes, while an eerie wail emanated from her swollen abdomen. This, it appeared, was Barrett's hidden lifeline. As the wails resonated, faces began to emerge grotesquely from her bulging, spider-like abdomen. Each visage that appeared intensified her aura, a manifestation of the peculiar souls she had consumed from various extraordinary creatures. This creature had achieved an extraordinary feat, not only devouring the corporeal forms of her prey, but also imprisoning their very souls within her blessings, harnessing their energy to unleash newfound potential in dire moments. This was undoubtedly Barrett's ultimate escape strategy. However, while she possessed a trump card, Luo Feng was not one to indulge her whims. He subtly gathered strength in his right leg, muscles tensing as a vibrant crimson light enveloped it. This, indeed, was his counterattack. Crushing her weapon was merely an appetizer. With a sudden and forceful side kick, Luo Feng struck before Barrett could mount any new defense or reaction, targeting her abdomen with precision. To his astonishment, Barrett exhibited no defensive maneuvers, allowing his kick to land squarely at the junction of her abdomen and her massive spider form. The impact resonated with a deafening boom, yet instead of sending her sprawling, Luo Feng's energy output created a gaping void in the impacted area, resembling the thickness of a barrel. From this hollow cavity, the scenery behind Barrett became visible, as if Luo Feng's kick had pierced clean through her. He had not anticipated that such a powerful strike could yield such devastating results. It far exceeded his expectations. The combination of ancient martial arts and the destructive force of his evolved abilities had produced a shocking effect. Originally, his plan was to deliver a powerful kick that would send Barrett flying, rendering him incapable of resistance. To his astonishment, his attack exceeded the limits of Barrett's defenses, resulting in a clean strike that pierced through. There was a twinge of regret in his heart. Although this individual was not particularly strong, he seemed to serve as a commendable sparring partner, sharpening his skills despite his slightly weaker speed and attacks. However, he had not anticipated the opponent's defenses to be so feeble. Had he known, he would have refrained from exerting all his strength in that kick. Now, in pursuit of another creature with comparable strength and the capability for such specialized attacks, he found that it would not be an easy task. After all, given Luo Feng's current prowess, the members of the Destruction Academy were indeed lacking in strength, and facing them one by one offered little in the way of enhancement to his own capabilities. Though he had experienced a significant increase in power, he was not fully prepared to engage a group. He still required time for adjustment and acclimatization. At this moment, Luo Feng felt a hint of regret as he watched the Spider Queen Barrett struck, and collapsing to the ground like a limp mass of flesh. He sighed softly, acknowledging that he had perhaps applied too much force in his previous strike. However, as he muttered to himself, he realized that the fallen Spider Queen did not emit the anguished cries, roars, or fury he had anticipated. Instead, her eyes betrayed no signs of fear or despair. This was unexpected. He raised an eyebrow, recalling the grotesque faces of various creatures that had appeared on Barrett's abdomen moments earlier. It must have been a manifestation of her unique talent and abilities. It seemed wise not to underestimate any extraordinary being, while she may have been inferior in combat prowess. The indifference reflected in Barrett's gaze hinted at something deeper, an underlying strength. Indeed, there was a semblance of coldness in her demeanor, devoid of terror. It appeared that this adversary had her own trump cards. With this realization, Luo Feng adjusted his mindset. If she possessed hidden strengths, that was advantageous. Since he had not delivered a fatal blow, he wondered what new developments she might unveil. At that moment, the incapacitated Spider Queen Barrett fixed him with a chilling, piercing gaze and calmly declared, "You indeed exceed my expectations in strength. However, I have not employed this technique in quite some time. All who are aware of its secret have become my sumptuous meals, and you shall not be the exception. Hmph, if death is to be your fate." Let me be clear. As he faced Barrett's icy gaze, he noticed that the wound inflicted upon her abdomen by his kick was visibly writhing, demonstrating a remarkable healing process. In a matter of moments, her injury began to mend as if it had never been sustained at all. At this moment, Luo Feng stood quietly, observing Barrett's performance. This formidable opponent was not one to be taken advantage of in her weakened state. Understanding that the extraordinary beings in this realm possessed unique abilities, Luo Feng had no qualms about continuing to watch. Meanwhile, Barrett gradually healed her injuries. The various painted patterns on her abdomen exhibited a prominent bulge, suggesting a remarkable transformation. Indeed, Barrett's appearance and voice underwent a profound metamorphosis. The visage of a beautiful young woman began to writhe, and in the next instant, a figure resembling an elderly man quietly emerged from the head of the Spider Queen. Astonishingly, she could alter her appearance. No, it was not merely a change in visage. Her very essence had undergone a dramatic shift. With this transformation, the elderly face emitted a sinister cackle. "Thank you, little brat. Although I do not know your name. You have vanquished my predecessor's soul. Now, it is my turn to take the stage. Haha. But before I express my gratitude, allow me to reveal a secret. All the beings and humans I have consumed are my delectable feast. Not only have I digested their flesh and energy for my own use, but I can also store their souls within my body. Each soul possesses its own unique personality and energy, which only underscores that I have a staggering total of 9,999 lives. What you just destroyed was merely one of them. In other words, I possess such an abundance of lives that I am effectively immortal. Unless you can completely shatter every soul within me, I am an invincible being. Haha." The previous individual seemed adept at close combat and setting traps. But now it is my turn, and I am utterly different from that woman, prepared to face my most frenzied onslaught and attacks. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, if you manage to defeat me now, there are still 9,998 more of me waiting for you. What do you say? Fear, dread, despair. How unfortunate. This newly mutated Barrett, despite her hoarse voice, had lost the feminine softness she once possessed. Yet her words would instill terror in anyone who heard them. Although he had exerted all his strength to vanquish her, her body contained an astonishing number of souls and energy, ready to switch to the next at any moment. This was undoubtedly why the Spider Queen Barrett had become the true sovereign of this region. After all, such regenerative and soul-absorbing abilities were indeed extraordinary, and the energy bestowed by each soul was entirely unique. While it appeared that an elderly man controlled her body, the aura he radiated was genuinely chilling. Particularly for the three God of Destruction trainees who reveled in the chaos, they now felt an overwhelming sense of terror. The earlier woman had already left them in a state of helplessness. Now this old man instills an even more terrifying sensation in them. The most dreadful aspect is his claim that he harbors an astounding 9,998 souls behind him. How can one possibly wage battle under such circumstances? Even if they were to exhaust themselves to the point of collapse, and despite their prowess potentially eclipsing his, they might still succumb to the sheer attrition of his relentless assault. This is the most fearsome talent of the Abyssal Spider Queen, and it is astonishing to encounter such a monstrosity here. Chapter 34. Afterward. Meanwhile, Luo Feng observed the old man with a bemused expression as he rambled on incessantly. "So, It is thus. Luo Feng ceased to speak, regarding the old man with a discerning gaze akin to one appraising refuse. The old man gently shook his head. Young man, I understand the thoughts swirling in your mind. You must be pondering how typical villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. To be candid, before I was absorbed by this wretched spider, I too was a formidable human warrior, a fact you might discern from my appearance. However, that is but a relic of the past. The old man continued. I do not indulge in such discourse for my own pleasure, but rather to convey a message. Perhaps you are destined to be the next soul inhabiting this body. Should I manage to collect the remaining 9,999 souls, and you vanquish the previous occupant, I shall then become the sovereign of this form. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you. Do not hold it against me for my verbosity. It is quite simple. Following our recent skirmish, I have discerned your strengths and weaknesses. As a fellow human, I am acutely aware of your capabilities. You may have cultivated some extraordinary technique or harnessed a novel energy. In terms of advancement, you are indeed exceptionally powerful. However, forgive me, but before I was consumed, I was a genuine master of remote control, what one might call a magician among humans. I am not particularly adept in close combat, and I have no qualms about revealing my vulnerabilities. Prepare yourself to endure my tempestuous onslaught. A sinister smile crept across the old man's lips. Although he might have been a true powerhouse in his former life, having been inadvertently devoured by the Spider Queen, he was filled with resentment. His energy and flesh had been consumed, yet his soul languished within the Spider Queen's body, enduring torment. Now that he finally had an opportunity to rise, it seemed entirely in character for him to express his emotions. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the new controller of the Queen spoke truthfully. He was indeed ill-suited for close combat, yet his expertise lay in remote manipulation and certain magical attacks, domains in which the old man excelled. Observing that the young man before him did not tremble as he had anticipated, it appeared that the youthful spirit was unafraid of the tiger, completely disregarding the threats and words he had just uttered. Perhaps the moment to demonstrate his strength was at hand. Just as the old man, the Spider Queen Beerus, prepared to unleash his assault, he was fervently gathering his power. With this display, the three lurking outsiders once again found themselves in a state of stupefaction. Leopard Bear pondered, should we make our escape? Perhaps now is our only opportunity. This individual, who typically prepared to confront anyone head-on, surprisingly contemplated fleeing once more. Beside him, the porcupine nodded vigorously, lacking any sense of decorum. Leopard Bear is right. It truly is time to flee. Observing the unexpected consensus between the two, attention turned to the viper, acknowledged as the most astute and perceptive among them. Although lacking in sheer strength, in moments of peril requiring decisive choices, it was prudent to heed the viper's counsel. At that moment, the viper, appearing rather dismal, did not immediately acquiesce to their desire to escape. After a brief contemplation, his already somber expression deepened with concern. It seems that fleeing now may not be the most prudent course. I must assert that opportunity and fortune seldom coexist. Yet indeed, we find ourselves amidst a remarkable chance. I never anticipated that this scoundrel, Luo Feng, who in our eyes often amounted to mere cannon fodder, would surpass my expectations this time. Truly, you must recognize the formidable prowess of the Spider Queen. You have all witnessed it. This fellow, Luo Feng, has managed to force her hand, revealing her last line of defense, while boldly proclaiming that he possesses 9,998 lives. Moreover, he does not appear to harbor any thoughts of retreat despite facing such a powerful adversary, instead brimming with fighting spirit, indicating that this young man harbors considerable energy and secrets within him. Presently, the two are at odds, and the outcome remains uncertain. Given this reality, while fleeing might preserve their lives, it would also forfeit the chance to grow stronger. Leopard Bear, bewildered, inquired, do you not grasp my intent? We are 3 in number. If we were to confront that young man Luo Feng head-on, we might not stand chance. Should we engage, the Spider Queen, Beerus, would undoubtedly meet her demise. However, it is evident that the two are currently embroiled in conflict. Regardless of who prevails, the outcome will be mutually destructive. With such a scenario at hand, why not seize the opportunity to gain an advantage? Whichever of the two emerges victorious, we 3 can surely handle the remaining weakened opponent. Should we succeed in overcoming these two extraordinary individuals, whether absorbing the Spider Queen's unique abilities or mastering the hidden techniques and energies of Luo Feng, it would undoubtedly be a springboard for our ascendance. Upon hearing of such a monumental opportunity, both Leopard Bear and Porcupine who had initially been prepared to flee, nodded deeply, realizing that the Viper's foresight was indeed profound. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Thus, this trio, in their folly, relinquished their sole chance for survival and chose instead to lie in wait, silently. They failed to consider that, with their meager strength, they aspire to reap the benefits without effort. Chapter 35. A Turn of Fate in the Gutter. Within the jungle battlefield, the old man Beerus continues to unleash a torrent of verbal assaults upon Luo Feng. Outsiders might speculate that this eccentric old fellow, perhaps stifled by his own soul for too long, is now venting his frustrations, possibly as a form of liberation. Especially since the soul of the young woman has just dissipated, leaving him to take charge of this body. However, the situation is far from what others might envision. Despite his incessant chatter, his gaze remains vigilant, scrutinizing the surroundings and the intricate web traps laid by his predecessor. Clearly, the old man's cunning and depth are far more complex than they appear to outsiders. To him, strategically setting traps to secure his own position is the wisest course of action. As for his misleading verbal jabs at others, he allows them to drift away like leaves in the wind. While every soul possesses a distinct dominant consciousness, the experience and opportunities of combat can indeed be shared. Just moments ago, Luo Feng's formidable close combat prowess instilled a profound sense of dread in the very essence of the Spider Queen. Yes, this adversary must rely on wits rather than brute strength. The demise of the previous soul stands as a stark reminder. Although he is confident that his 9,998 souls could ultimately wear down the opponent, such a victory seems of little benefit. After years of yearning to reclaim his body, he cannot afford to falter over trivial matters. After all, a bright future lies ahead. Since the old man is capable of incessant chatter, Luo Feng refrains from rushing to claim credit. Though the old man's simplicity is deceptive for Luo Feng, the mere fact that his opponent is willing to buy time is inconsequential. Whether it is sooner or later, he remains indifferent to the passage of time. The three assailants poised to strike seem hesitant to act, allowing Luo Feng to exhale a sigh of relief. He is well aware of the spider's ulterior motives. Yet he reflects upon the kick he just delivered, seeking understanding and insight. Every attack and evasion enhances his abilities and fosters a new comprehension. Indeed, if the opponent is willing to prolong the encounter, Luo Feng can gradually assert control, utilizing the practical experience gained from battle. Only through combat can one truly grasp the essence of fighting and elevate their own energy. These are entirely distinct matters. The angle and force of that kick, along with the application of destructive divine power, have granted Luo Feng a fresh perspective. At the outset of combat, evasion and agility were merely instinctual. Perhaps the foundational principles of his ultimate technique evolved from the very movements he possesses now. Yet, the path to greatness is often simple, and all roads lead to the same destination. Whether it is the ultimate technique of freedom, self-mastery, or the ancient martial arts inherited from the real world, any technique reaching its zenith reveals astonishingly similar phenomena, a truth that Luo Feng comprehends. However, what he now needs to master are the means of attack. That recent kick, although it showcased his strength, speed, and energy to their fullest, delivering a devastating blow to his opponent, clearly does not represent the pinnacle of Luo Feng's aspirations. Indeed, this is merely the beginning, the foundation upon which he builds the abilities he acquires in this realm. A solid foundation enables one to journey further in the future. This encapsulates the profound significance of the ancient martial inheritance to Luo Feng. The adversary, upon noticing that Luo Feng was still standing there, seemingly entranced by his words, felt a surge of concealed satisfaction. This young man evidently lacked practical experience, failing to seize such a prime opportunity to strike immediately. At this moment, it seemed as though the enemy's soul had gained complete dominion over this body. Perhaps now was the time to launch a counterattack. However, before doing so, he needed to create some distance, for this fellow's close combat prowess was extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, one could only describe it as monstrous. With a mere flash, he had dispatched his predecessor with a single kick, and it appeared that he was entirely ill-suited to engage in such agile melee combat. Indeed, the aged Beerus possessed the unique ability to control and conduct ranged attacks, akin to a modern-day sorcerer. Observing Luo Feng still in a daze, Beerus emitted a peculiar shriek and swiftly distanced himself from him. The elder was now thoroughly prepared. A glint of lethal intent flashed in his eyes as a sharp aura swept across the environment surrounding Luo Feng. This was the moment. At this juncture, The elder Barrett had resolutely sealed his lips. Attempting to disturb his opponent's mind through speech no longer seemed a prudent choice. He decided to act decisively. Though Barrett had distanced himself from Luo Feng, he made no unnecessary movements. His hands gently waved in the air, signifying the gathering of magical energy. It appeared that this elder was indeed a sorcerer, a thought that crossed Luo Feng's mind. Yet, it was evidently a ruse, for he soon observed Barrett's abdomen swelling ominously, suggesting he was preparing a formidable strike. Very well, I shall see what unique skills you possess. Engaging in this battle was primarily for the purpose of enhancing my practical experience. Thus, I fear not your unveiling of additional trump cards. Only by revealing your full hand can I expedite my own growth. Luo Feng continued to watch Barrett's performance with an amused smile. Meanwhile, Barrett relished the moment in his heart, thinking him a fool for granting him the opportunity to unleash his strongest techniques. Yet, such opportunities are fleeting. Only the victor shall savor the final laugh. So, enjoy your triumph while you can, you insolent brat. As Barrett's abdomen swelled to its utmost limit, a thick, white liquid suddenly surged forth from the cavity of his tail, racing towards Luo Feng. Accompanying this viscous substance was a transformation in mid-air, morphing into an enormous, corrosive spiderweb, just as it neared Luo Feng. Indeed, this was the ultimate technique of the elder Barrett, the entangling silk. This individual was a master of control and toxic magic, and the initial step was to immobilize his opponent. Aware of Luo Feng's formidable hand-to-hand combat skills and extraordinary agility, having failed to even graze the edge of his garment despite unleashing his full speed, Barrett recognized that this young man's evasion and observational prowess were extraordinary. Chapter 36. Accumulation and Release. Now, Barrett aimed to employ his most potent control technique to thoroughly ensnare his adversary within a spatial confinement. Once Luo Feng was completely trapped by his web, he would be at Barrett's mercy. Luo Feng, a character adept in ranged attacks, faced such an enemy with ease. It was as if he were merely a wooden stake, subject to Barrett's whims. The audacity of his opponent to allow him this moment to gather energy meant that the web's potency and stickiness were formidable indeed. Reflecting on his previous foes, none had dared to permit him such unrestrained application of his formidable techniques. With this thought, a confident smile, one that suggested victory was imminent, crept across Barrett's lips. True enough, his powerful assault did not disappoint Barrett, for Luo Feng instinctively attempted to evade the incoming attack. However, it was evident that his speed of evasion paled in comparison to Barrett's. While he managed to dodge the upper half of his body, his waist, thighs, and feet were utterly ensnared by the web, leaving his lower half entirely immobilized, with movement restricted to his upper body, although not achieving the complete control he had envisioned. Managing to subdue half of his opponent was sufficient for Barrett. A sinister grin emerged at the corner of his mouth. You foolish child. This illustrates the gap in battle experience. You dare to allow your opponent to unleash their ultimate move. Perhaps it was in his nature, such a splendid opportunity. While Barrett's taunts flowed incessantly, his hands continued to flail wildly in the air, executing a myriad of peculiar gestures. This, it seemed, was the source of his most powerful attack, a true trump card. Despite the continuous gathering of power and the incantations emanating an overwhelming aura of destruction in the air, Barrett was astonished to find that the individual he had firmly subdued on the ground displayed no signs of struggle or resistance. Instead, with a rather enigmatic expression, he regarded Barrett, provoking an unsettling feeling within the old man. What trump card could this young man possibly possess in such a dire situation? Did he truly believe that Barrett's webs could be easily escaped? Such naivety was laughable. Countless disciples of destruction had met their demise at his hands. If only he were aware of the tally, perhaps he would not exude such calmness now. Gradually, a dark green energy began to coalesce above Barrett's head, indicating the successful gathering of his spell. The sole drawback of this technique lay in its sluggish speed and tendency to miss its target. However, these very flaws contributed to its formidable nature, boasting immense corrosive power and lethal toxicity. Typically, anyone struck by such an assault would find no hope of survival. Astonishingly, his opponent seemed oblivious to the looming threat of Barrett's attack, and with that lack of awareness, Barrett felt no compunction in proceeding. With a vigorous flourish of his hands, Barrett unleashed the grotesque, slimy, green assault toward Luo Feng. The audacity of youth was indeed striking, yet such considerations had become irrelevant, given that he had completely immobilized the young man and was now unleashing a wide-area attack. It was clear that this boy would be reduced to mere ashes beneath his corrosive onslaught. Moreover, the prospect of vanquishing this opponent and absorbing the energy within him tantalized Barrett, potentially elevating his soul count to 9,990. Moreover, should he casually eliminate one of the 3 spectators nearby, his total soul count might very well surpass 10,000. At that point, he would transcend from being the Spider Queen Barrett to a true sovereign of this trial space. With the strength of 10,000 souls and the energy of these new disciples of destruction, perhaps he might even challenge the Abyssal Dragon, the ultimate boss of this world. For all these reasons, the Abyssal Spider Queen Barrett had meticulously prepared for the final confrontation. Whether he could ascend as the most formidable ruler of this hellish domain was uncertain, yet the opportunity before him seemed unparalleled. The culmination of years of accumulation lay within reach. At this moment, excitement gleamed in Barrett's eyes. The previous success of that woman had little bearing on him. Yet now he found himself at a rare crossroads. Meanwhile, on the podium of the Academy of Destruction, only the High Priest remained to observe this clash. His gaze was fervent and intense as he watched the battle between Luo Feng and the old man Barrett, while the other angels appeared to have lost interest in the unfolding drama, recognizing the vast disparity in their powers. An ordinary disciple of destruction stood little chance against a being as fearsome as Spider Barrett. Although Luo Feng's astonishing strike had just eliminated the Spider Queen, Barrett, on the spot, the mentors, as the sovereigns of this domain, were acutely aware of the formidable nature of this arachnid. With the weight of numerous blood debts and lives upon her, it was clear that Luo Feng's temporary advantage would not shield him from eventual defeat. Having witnessed Luo Feng's grim fate, the onlookers displayed little inclination to witness their pupil being mercilessly slaughtered by such a terrifying adversary. Each angelic mentor possessed their own criteria for what constituted a competent student, and their observations were uniquely focused. Thus, the mentors wielded their staffs to scrutinize the areas and students of their particular interest. Yet, only the Grand Priest, the headmaster, understood that Luo Feng was far more complex than the others perceived. Despite being ensnared in dire straits, completely immobilized by his opponent, and subjected to Barrett's formidable magical onslaught, the Grand Priest remained intrigued by how Luo Feng might turn the tide. Observing the indifference of the other mentors, he silently lamented that Luo Feng was likely the most exceptional among these students and his favored disciple, embodying the dark horse he had anticipated. However, the others seemed blind to Luo Feng's potential and capabilities, merely observing according to their preferences. Such a limited perspective was understandable. Their formative years and combat experiences paled in comparison to his. It would be unreasonable to expect them to possess the same discerning insight. Nonetheless, the 18 universes would eventually depend on them as stewards, and perhaps this experience would serve as a valuable lesson for these angelic mentors. Amidst the Grand Priest's contemplations, a voice of astonishment erupted from a nearby mentor, exclaiming in disbelief at the unfolding events. This gasp successfully captured the attention of the assembly, as each angel regarded the three-dimensional projection before Vizzy with puzzled expressions. What was so extraordinary about this? It was merely the student who had secretly mastered the Crix's ultimate technique. The individual known as Beerus held a familiar feather in his grasp, seemingly entranced in a state of awe. Why would Vizzy find this worthy of such astonishment? The mentors could comprehend Vizzy's interest in Beerus. Although this feline-like student typically remained unobtrusive, he exhibited an extraordinary diligence in his training under the Destroyer God. His strength was widely recognized among his peers as one of the top contenders. Remarkably, on the eve of the world competition, he had fortuitously accessed Crix's crystal gem, mastering the ultimate technique, an indication of his talent and potential. Yet, to elicit such attention from a proud Vizzy was indeed a stroke of luck for Beerus. What could have transpired to provoke Whis, the trickster of the deities, into such a state of alarm? The angel was enveloped in suspicion. However, upon beholding the scene before him, the onlookers averted their gazes, diverting their attention from the interaction between Whis and Beerus. Perhaps it was due to the profound mastery both individuals had attained in the Ultra Instinct technique, or perhaps a resonance had formed between them. Yet, the angels showed little interest, instead focusing on the growth and strength of their favored students. At this moment, as the collective gaze shifted away, Whis found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. He was the sole angel who had remained fully attentive throughout, and he had witnessed the recent spectacle unfold. The initial conjectures of those present were indeed accurate. After all, Beerus was the only destroyer candidate capable of wielding the Ultra Instinct technique at this juncture. which left Whis in a state of astonishment. The Ultra Instinct was a closely guarded secret within the angelic lineage, accessible only to its members. And Whis himself was a paragon of this art. For an ordinary candidate to master such a formidable technique sparked a sense of admiration within Whis. Thus, he had been diligently observing this young aspirant, Beerus, eager to uncover any novel achievements he might unveil. From a moment Beerus was transported to the trial grounds, Whis's focus had been unwaveringly fixed upon him, oblivious to the fact that Beerus remained entirely unaware of this scrutiny. Upon stepping through the portal, Beerus found himself deposited in a vast desert, situated in the western expanse of the trial grounds. As he descended, he emitted a series of exclamations, plummeting into the sandy terrain in a rather undignified manner. With a resounding thud, he emerged from the grains, his mouth filled with sand, muttering curses about his misfortune at being transported to such an arid wasteland. Surveying the boundless expanse of yellow sand and feeling the gritty particles in his mouth, Beerus was beset by a wave of frustration. Was this truly the outcome of his transportation to the trial grounds? Why a desert? Did they not realize that, as a feline creature, he abhorred such desolate environments? However, he soon recognized that lamenting his predicament served little purpose. As he contemplated the harsh climate and the relentless sands, his spirits sank even lower, exacerbated by the jarring impact of his arrival. While gazing at the unforgiving surroundings, he let out a soft sigh. After all, this was a trial, not a leisurely excursion. Perhaps his expectations were a tad excessive. With a newfound awareness of the direction towards the center of the trial grounds, Beerus resolved to proceed without further hesitation, setting his sights on the ancient castle at the heart of the locale. Yet, after only a few strides, he abruptly halted. Something felt amiss. Was it truly as simple as merely being transported to a harsh climate? If that were the case, this trial would indeed be far too facile. As Beerus's conjecture materialized, prophecy swiftly became reality. An overwhelming sensation of peril coursed through his entire being, a warning of imminent danger. Instantly, every hair on Beerus's body stood on end. Akin to a cat spooked by a sudden threat, his muscles taut with tension. He raised an eyebrow, narrowed his eyes, and instinctively executed a dodging maneuver, a skill he had recently mastered through the Ultra Instinct technique. This ability allowed him to evade unforeseen attacks before his mind could even formulate a command. In that moment, a spectral azure beam shot towards Beerus's ear, which he deftly evaded with remarkable ease. Although he had successfully dodged this attack, it left him drenched in cold sweat. What on earth was that? Had he not learned the Ultra Instinct, evading that strike unscathed would have been utterly impossible. While this attack lacked formidable force or overwhelming impact, it instilled in Beerus a chilling sense of dread. His gaze shifted to the malevolent creature that had attempted to ambush him, revealing to his astonishment a desert scorpion. Yes, this scorpion, too, seemed perplexed by its failed assault. Despite being merely an ordinary insect, it emitted a menacing hiss of dissatisfaction over its unsuccessful ambush. The desert scorpion possessed a unique ability to conceal itself, wielding potent venom. Any adversary struck by its stinger, even if just slightly, would succumb to immediate paralysis and toxicity, rendering them helpless. The fact that Beerus had evaded the scorpion's ambush in less than a fraction of a second indicated he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Chapter 38, The Desert Scorpion. Observing this venomous little creature before him, Beerus discerned its aura, which seemed rather feeble, far from that of a powerful entity. It was evident that this creature excelled in stealth and ambush. Thus, Beerus narrowed his eyes further. It seemed uncharacteristic for Beerus to refrain from retaliating when struck. Now that this little creature had revealed itself, it was its moment of reckoning. Had the ambush succeeded, it would have been Beerus writhing in agony on the ground. However, with its form now exposed and audaciously hissing threats, its demise was inevitable. Within Beerus, a torrent of purple energy surged forth, coalescing the divine power he had mastered into his feline claws. With a flurry of swift strikes, he unleashed a series of attacks upon the audacious desert scorpion, which had failed in its ambush yet continued to hiss defiantly. In the wake of Beerus's onslaught, the scorpion was swiftly dispatched, marking its end on the spot. Such weakness rendered Beerus momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly recollected that he was, after all, one of the most formidable entities within the Destroyer Academy. The notion of earnestly confronting a feeble creature, such as a desert scorpion, did indeed evoke a sense of employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Nevertheless, a flicker of trepidation coursed through Beerus' mind. Had he not mastered the Ultra Instinct technique, It might very well have been he who lay in pieces now. This truly underscored the necessity of seizing opportunities for oneself. Without that audacious maneuver alongside Compa, he could have easily found himself sprawled on the ground. Fortune favors the bold, and this adage held true in this instance. Observing the dismembered remains of the desert scorpion, Beerus delivered a swift kick, reducing the remnants to a muddy pulp. Little creature, how dare you attempt to ambush me, the future sovereign of destruction? He scoffed. Yet, an unsettling sound soon reached his ears, not merely the rustling of sand, but a cacophony of it. The once motionless dunes began to shift, revealing a multitude of emerald-eyed scorpions, their tails poised menacingly. It was akin to stirring a hornet's nest, and it appeared he had provoked something far beyond his reckoning. Before Beerus lay not just a few, but a veritable swarm of desert scorpions, akin to grains of sand in the vast desert, an endless tide. The creature he had just vanquished was but a singular member of this legion. The sheer scale of their numbers was staggering, with possibly billions of scorpions fixated on him, their predatory gazes locked onto the feline figure of the Destroyer Academy's trainee. At this moment, Beerus was stripped of his previous composure and nonchalance, plunging into a state of sheer bewilderment. What had he done to land so perilously close to the lair of these desert scorpions? Fate, it seemed, was playing a cruel game. The wheel of fortune had indeed turned far too swiftly. Although he maintained an outward appearance of calm, poised for an attack, his heart was gripped by an overwhelming panic. The vast horde of desert scorpions extinguished any hope of escape. Despair began to manifest in his eyes as he confronted the grim reality that he had not only encountered misfortune in his environment, but had also fallen victim to a surprise attack. Landing in this nightmarish locale, it was evident that the esteemed headmaster had proclaimed this to be a trial. True peril was expected within the ancient castle at the heart of the trial grounds. Yet, here he was beset by such frightening creatures in this inexplicable desert. Each desert scorpion, though individually feeble, posed a grave threat when gathered in such overwhelming numbers. Even if he were to exhaust himself, he would ultimately succumb to their relentless onslaught. Was this truly the trial he had been promised? This is not a trial. It is a death sentence. Presently, Beerus is consumed by an endless sense of regret and curses toward this wretched trial and the accursed god of Destruction Academy. Indeed, power, opportunity, and the coexistence of life and death are intertwined, yet he never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. However, what perplexes Beerus is that this swarm of scorpions merely encircles him without launching an attack or a charge. Each venomous scorpion regards him with a ghostly blue gaze, their tails emanating a faint green hue, signifying their formidable toxicity, showing no signs of fear or retreat in response to Beerus's offensive stance. What on earth is happening? As the dune before Beerus continues to writhe and undergoes a remarkable transformation, he begins to perceive an indescribable glimmer of hope. This may very well be the primary reason why the swarm has not immediately charged at him in a suicidal frenzy. Just as Beerus breathes a sigh of relief, his heart leaps to his throat at the next moment. For after a period of agitation, a tail far larger than that of the ordinary scorpion emerges from the dune, followed by its body. It turns out that the ruler of these desert scorpions, the Scorpion King, is now presenting itself before Beerus with a slow yet commanding demeanor. Although the myriad of small scorpions lack the ability to communicate or speak, they embody an indomitable spirit inherent to their kind. It seems that his earlier act of slaying a solitary scorpion and crushing its body has incited the wrath of the ruler of this desert, the Scorpion King. At this moment, the Scorpion King's eyes gleam with a crimson intensity, while its tail boasts a hauntingly vibrant green, so lush it seems it could drip with moisture. This is indeed the true sovereign of this territory, the Scorpion King. Perhaps the Scorpion King itself does not possess overwhelming strength, but its mental fortitude is profoundly terrifying. Beerus, with his keen perception, discerns that this creature's power is hardly noteworthy. It relies solely on the strength of its subordinates, the desert scorpions. Regardless of how formidable an individual may be, survival in this realm appears utterly futile. Confronted with the Scorpion King's gaze, rife with resentment and ferocity, Beerus finds himself plunged into a state of utter despair. Chapter 39. Ineffective Resistance. At this juncture, he can only resign himself to misfortune. After all, in any other environment, if he were to soar into the air, using his speed and strength to flee this terror-stricken region would be a trivial endeavor. However, prior to his arrival, the Grand Priest had mentioned that this trial ground is a no-fly zone, a domain where flying equates to courting death. Since flying would lead to demise just as surely as remaining grounded, Beerus relinquishes his offensive stance, settling into a meditative posture, resigned to whatever fate awaits him in the presence of billions of desert scorpions. Rather than struggle here, he has chosen to leave it in their hands. The melancholic gaze of the Scorpion King reveals an unmistakable intelligence, suggesting that, despite the potential for communication, the palpable hatred in its eyes renders any hope futile. As Beerus slowly closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable embrace of death, a sharp cry of an eagle pierced the air above him, an eerily familiar sound, reminiscent of a voice from his past. To his astonishment, a blur of a familiar figure darted past him, and in an instant, this majestic being, radiating an aura of vitality, charged toward the heavily guarded Scorpion King. With a resounding snap, this figure claimed the head of the once mighty ruler amidst a throng of adversaries. Indeed, it was an eagle, the thunderous giant eagle, a being of lesser rank within the renowned Destruction God Academy. With an astonishing speed and precision, it plunged into the swarm of scorpions, its keen eyes and sharp talons seizing the once arrogant Scorpion King, devouring it with a series of crunches. The King of Scorpions had met an inexplicable demise, now reduced to a mere meal for the aerial sovereign. This sudden reversal left Beerus utterly astonished, the grim acceptance of his fate evaporating in an instant. He immediately shed his previous defenseless demeanor, adopting a posture of both attack and defense as he beheld the thunderous eagle feasting on the Scorpion King not far away. "Is it truly you, little 13? Your timing is impeccable," he murmured. In response to Beerus's words, the thunderous eagle, still relishing its sumptuous meal, wore a distinctly displeased expression. "You foolish cat. How dare you call me little 13? I saved you for nothing." This confirmed the identity of the thunderous eagle as Beerus's dear friend and classmate from the academy. "Indeed, it is you. I knew it. I, Beerus, am destined to survive. Little 13, how did you manage this? Stop calling me that, you imbecile. My name is Lewis. How many times must I remind you? But I must admit, the flavor of this Scorpion King is rather exquisite." The thunderous eagle, Louis XIII, replied with a cry that resonated through the air. In the wake of his triumphant call, the vast sea of insects surrounding them seemed to have met a formidable foe, retreating in a swift tide, vanishing as if they had never existed. Do not jest. Even their formidable Scorpion King appears to be no match for this airborne creature, now reduced to a delectable lunch for its adversaries. While these terrestrial rulers struggle in futility, the foremost priority should indeed be retreat, for the Scorpion King, their commander, lies lifeless, leaving the remaining scorpions with naught but the instinct to flee. In that fleeting moment, the ground gleamed as if polished to a mirror finish. Louis XIII, who was incessantly gnawing on the carcass of the Scorpion King, merely lifted his gaze, offering no semblance of gratitude. Beerus adjusted his bandaged arm and let out a resigned sigh, stating, "Hmph, had I not sustained injuries earlier, I would not have regarded these venomous scorpions with such seriousness. Yet, it seems I have gained something from this encounter." He then tilted his head skyward, striking a melancholic pose at a sharp angle. Perhaps this was the last vestige of defiance from Beerus. Observing this seemingly composed, yet internally flustered individual, Louis XIII felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation, for Beerus's character was indeed predictable. A stubborn soul, he would not concede even with a blade poised at his throat. And now he sought excuses for his earlier lapse. Recognizing the moment to withdraw gracefully, Louis XIII understood the nuances of their long-standing camaraderie and was well aware of Beerus's temperament. However, the flavor of the Scorpion King was undeniably exquisite. As a being of the skies, he possessed an innate restraint against such terrestrial entities. Yet this was a delicacy of absolute merit. Otherwise, he would have had little interest in risking his safety to rescue Beerus. At that moment, Beerus noted that Louis XIII did not dwell on the prior issue, and he felt a subtle sense of relief. Thankfully, this individual had not succumbed to arrogance, for otherwise he, the foremost god of destruction, would have faced utter humiliation. Yet, suddenly, a troubling thought struck Beerus, and he gazed at Louis XIII, who was relishing his feast. How did you manage that? To strike with such lethal precision, plunging into the midst of the scorpions and dispatching their king. This is inconceivable. Did not the esteemed director declare this a no-fly zone? Your movements and speed were clearly akin to flight. How could this be possible? I have attempted numerous times to breach this realm, and it adamantly repulses flight. Even with all my divine power, I can barely ascend 5 or 6 meters off the ground. How could you possibly defy the gravitational pull here? In response to Beerus's bewilderment, Louis XIII's gaze turned ever more disdainful, as if regarding a fool. He then extended his wings, spanning over 3 meters, and flapped them twice in the air. You simpleton, I do not confront the gravitational forces of this place through the energies of a god of destruction. Do not forget, I belong to the Lightning War Eagle clan. I have not merely acquired ordinary abilities. Our very essence is to soar through the skies. Is further explanation truly necessary? The Thunderhawk tribe appears to possess a rather compelling argument. In Chapter 40, titled Divine Thunder, Beerus finds himself at a loss for words, realizing that this individual possesses an inherent advantage. However, a crucial question soon arises in his mind. Even if one possesses the ability to fly, does not the esteemed headmaster declare this realm to be an absolute zone of offense? Might there be consequences for such actions? Observing Beerus's concerns, Louis XIII regards him with an air of supreme disdain, remarking on his stubbornness. It is perplexing how he has managed to survive in the academy all these years. The headmaster's assertion that the offensive domain is indeed absolute. Is it truly so? To be frank, before coming to your rescue, I conducted my own experiments. Though my jumps cannot ascend too high, as the king of the eagle tribe, must I not make use of my wings? Should I traverse this space on my talons? That would be utterly ridiculous. There is no need to waste breath explaining this to you, for we are the sovereigns of the skies. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be the true ruler of the heavens. With that, Louis XIII unfurled his wings and soared toward the sky, as if the so-called trial domain imposed no restrictions upon him. Although he could not harness energy to facilitate flight, his wings were indeed functional. Clad in emerald feathers, he gracefully ascended into the clouds, emitting a sound reminiscent of mockery, having truly achieved the realm of the miraculous flight, reveling in the skies without suffering any adverse effects. At the very moment when Beerus expressed his concern, the clear sky underwent a peculiar transformation. Out of nowhere, a crack of red lightning appeared, unerringly targeting the soaring Thunderhawk. Louis XIII, with a resounding crack. This was the consequence of being struck by lightning. Beerus, facepalming, could only respond with exasperation, while gliding at low altitude might have sufficed. To showcase himself as the so-called ruler of the skies, he had indeed ascended to great heights. As the saying goes, he who does not act foolishly shall not perish. Yet here he was struck by lightning. The intensity and energy of this lightning were unmistakably indicative of a formidable attack within the God of Destruction Academy, known as the God of Destruction Thunder. Now, having attracted this divine wrath upon himself, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck Louis XIII. Should another audacious individual arise, the level of divine thunder may very well escalate. As predicted, Beerus's combat acumen and keen instincts proved worthy of his profound power. With a bolt of God of Destruction Thunder striking Louis XIII, 3 additional bolts coalesced, each thicker than the last. With 3 successive strikes, Louis XIII was instantly scorched, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. However, at that moment, Beerus's eyes widened to their utmost limit. For the consecutive 4 strikes of lightning had not brought down Louis XIII, suspended in mid-air, as he had anticipated. Although the realm of attack appeared formidable, it was not an absolute phenomenon. The anticipated crash did not transpire, and the foolish bird, struck by lightning, surprisingly displayed an expression of enjoyment in the face of such intense assault. How could this be possible? Observing Beerus's bewildered gaze below, the Thunder War Eagle, Louis XIII, disdainfully tilted his so-called beak and emitted a peculiar cawing sound. Beerus, you foolish cat, have witnessed this now. Did you really believe that such an offensive realm could inflict any harm upon me? Do not forget that before I came to the Destruction God Academy, my innate lineage was that of the Thunder War Eagle. Remember, I belong to a race that bears the prefix of thunder. This destruction god lightning in midair, while possessing formidable destructive capabilities, is primarily directed towards other races, as a natural genius capable of absorbing the power of lightning. Why would I fear the bolts in the sky? To be frank, the energy from this destruction god lightning is akin to a great tonic for me. In other words, the so-called mastery of realms is merely a jest. Now, do you comprehend my prowess and advantages? Those with wings shall never walk on the ground with 2 claws. That would be a blatant insult to our kind. Well then, foolish cat, after such elaborate explanations, do you now understand? Do you require me to transport you through the skies? If I could truly soar with all my might, I believe our arrival at the mysterious ancient castle of the center would be remarkably swift. It is not a matter of precedence. Being the first to reach that place would greatly benefit our future explorations. At this juncture, the Thunder War Eagle, Louis XIII, reveled in various flamboyant maneuvers and flights amidst the ongoing strikes of lightning. Beerus, observing Louis XIII above, felt a mix of astonishment and admiration. Yet it was evident that this creature was relishing the onslaught of destruction god lightning, showing utter disregard for the pristine realm. Witnessing the overconfident Louis XIII, Beerus's heart stirred slightly. Perhaps this fellow could indeed succeed if he were to elevate him with his two eagle claws. Though Beerus felt uncertain. Who would prefer to walk on two legs when they could fly? Moreover, with one arm injured, his combat effectiveness had diminished. Encountering that terrifying scorpion swarm again would surely lead to certain doom. At that moment, Beerus found himself intrigued. Yet a saying comes to mind: excessive joy leads to sorrow. Or no action, no death. This notion was vividly embodied in the Thunder War Eagle, Louis XIII. Since the Grand Priest had solemnly declared this a no-fly zone, it should indeed be an absolute aerial prohibition. Now, Louis XIII, leveraging his inherent talents, teeters on the brink of death, audaciously testing the limits of fate. One might say that while divine misfortune can be borne, self-inflicted calamity is inescapable. In that fleeting moment when Beerus grappled with the dilemma of whether to hitch a ride, the celestial thunder that had once rumbled across the sky abruptly vanished. Louis XIII, soaring high above, gradually ceased his flamboyant aerial maneuvers, gripped by an inexplicable sense of dread, as though some irreversible force were poised to manifest beside him. This chilling sensation was beyond articulation, distinctly separate from the tumult of divine thunder and the pull of gravity he had previously experienced. Chapter 41. Erasure Technique. At that moment, Beerus, observing from below, felt his pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks, witnessing a terrifying spectacle that would haunt him for eternity. Indeed, the eradication of the storm and winds rendered the very fabric of time and space seemingly suspended. The next instant, an ethereal silhouette materialized in the heavens above. This apparition appeared to be none other than the fearsome figure of the ultimate antagonist from the Dragon Ball realm, the Omni-King. However, both Louis XIII and Beerus had yet to fully comprehend the visage of this formidable entity. Their knowledge was limited to ancient texts that merely hinted at such a terrifying presence. The visage of the Omni-King, suspended in the air, let out a gentle sigh, followed by a distant voice that reached the ears of Beerus and Louis XIII. You mischievous little rascal, despite being warned about the forbidden domain, you continue to flaunt your presence here. I could choose to ignore you, yet you persist. Very well. In the interest of maintaining fairness in this trial space, I must express my apologies. In that moment, three unforgettable words echoed through the sky: erasure technique. A flash of white light surged forth, and Louis XIII, once so brazen and unafraid of divine retribution, vanished without a trace. Not only did his corporeal form dissolve, but his essence, energy, and soul were entirely obliterated. As if he had never existed at all, the heavens returned to clarity, and the spectral image of the Omni-King dissipated, leaving no remnant behind. It was evident that this was a serious affair. Louis XIII had been inexplicably eradicated by the Omni-King in midair. It seems that the so-called forbidden domain was no jest. Mere strength, wings, and immunity to lightning strikes were insufficient for survival in the celestial expanse. All that remained was a single feather, untouched by the erasure, gently cascading downwards. As this solitary relic, Louis XIII's only memento, drifted toward Beerus, it became clear why Whis had been rendered speechless by the unfolding events. The Omni-King had indeed intervened. This truly exceeded Weiss's imagination. Although some earlier actions had escaped the attention of both the angel and the high priest, Weiss had witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. He never anticipated that the so-called Destruction God Academy would have Lord Zeno himself presiding over it. The mere apparition and the execution of the erasure technique had already instilled a profound sense of dread within Weiss, indicating that this selection process was far from the simplicity he had envisioned. It was not a domain where the celestial masters could act with impunity. Lord Zeno had been observing the proceedings all along, regardless of the tumultuous emotions swirling within Weiss. At this moment, Beerus was trembling uncontrollably, unable to maintain his composure. He soon found himself kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. The recent events had been terrifying, for he was acutely aware that even though Louis XIII was not among the top ranks of their academy, his status as a ruler of the skies, coupled with his unique abilities and talents, meant that even the celestial masters themselves would struggle to erase someone with such efficiency. The very essence, spirit, soul, and body had vanished without a trace. Though the bond between Louis XIII and Beerus had yet to reach the depths of unreserved camaraderie, it was undeniable that this fool had just saved his life. Now, with Louis XIII gone without a trace, one could only ponder the terrifying might of the one who had acted, Lord Zeno. This could very well be the most profound psychological shadow that Beerus had faced in his life. Yet, Beerus, who aspired to be the foremost among the gods of destruction, realized that succumbing to fear and sorrow was not his path. He needed to rise above this shadow to become a truly worthy god of destruction, fulfilling the long-held aspirations of himself and his brother Hmph. It became evident that every word spoken by the high priest was devoid of jest. A no-fly zone truly meant a no-fly zone, and acquiring the earrings of a god of destruction was indeed his most pressing task. With this realization, Beerus promptly adjusted his mindset, harboring both fear of Lord Zeno and a sense of loss for the inexplicable disappearance of Louis XIII. He solidified his resolve and set forth, carefully orienting himself toward the center of the trial grounds, taking deliberate steps toward his destination. Now, not only was flying out of the question, but he also aimed to minimize his departures from the ground under normal circumstances, as that sharp scene had etched itself into his very soul. From this point forward, every encounter with Lord Zeno would leave Beerus's legs quaking, for this experience was unlike any other, delivering a significant blow to his spirit. In contrast to Beerus, it seemed that battles of various magnitudes were incessantly unfolding throughout the trial grounds. Yet, the fickle goddess of fortune often favored some while forsaking others. Take, for instance, the brutal and violent clash currently taking place on a frozen expanse in the far north, a stark reminder of the capricious nature of fate. At this moment, the battle drew to a close. A man draped in a cloak, with a hood shrouding his face, slowly extricated a hand from a pile of slain icefield giant wolves. With a subtle exertion, he forcefully severed the neck of the pack leader, thus bringing the conflict to a definitive end. The ground was littered with the carcasses of thousands of icefield giant wolves, a testament to the ferocity of this struggle. The outcome was evident. In the end, this man emerged victorious, although he expended his final ounce of strength to vanquish the most formidable creature of the frozen expanse. It appeared that he had also reached the limits of his physical endurance. Chapter 42. The Prehistoric Crocodile. While the individual strength of the icefield snow wolves cannot be deemed exceptionally potent, their sheer numbers posed a formidable challenge. As an adage wisely states, even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, and here stood an ordinary student from the Academy of Destruction, even more so, a mere apprentice. Despite his limited prowess and talent among his peers, he possessed a distinct edge, his dedicated focus on physical combat, honing his body into a weapon. Originally, he donned the guise of a jester, an eccentricity serving as a peculiar disguise. He was the only student in the Academy of Destruction devoid of any magical prowess, relying solely on his physicality for combat, devoid of area of effect spells. While others may regard this as a sign of weakness, he harbored a different conviction. Lacking aptitude in sorcery, he resolved to carve out his unique path in physical arts, dedicating his life to this pursuit. Indeed, who says one cannot forge a new destiny relying solely on corporeal strength? Yet, fate seemed to conspire against him, as he found himself transported to the ice field, a place he loathed for its frigid climate. Not only was the weather bitterly cold, but it also offered scant sustenance to replenish his energy, leaving him to curse the iniquity of this trial. The once vibrant red of his jester's nose now shone even more brightly due to the cold. Nevertheless, he possessed certain hidden cards and strategies for survival. Although bereft of any magical talent or progress, he relied solely on his physicality and energy for combat. Curiously, he exhibited a unique insight into the realm of alchemy, which piqued the interest of his mentor, Margarita. Under her guidance, he acquired substantial knowledge in alchemy, particularly in formations and potions, and gained access to rare materials that enabled him to concoct special potions for restoring his vitality. This was the primary reason he found himself standing triumphant amidst the wolf pack. Without the restorative potion obtained from Makalita that allows for instantaneous recovery of stamina, his bare-handed combat skills against thousands of specter wolves would likely have rendered him a mere morsel within their ravenous bellies. Yet, despite the myriad of trials, fortune often intertwines with strength. Since he could emerge victorious, there was no need for further lamentation. In the very moment, he strangled the alpha wolf. He consumed the last vial of stamina-restoring potion, a wave of refreshing coolness flooding his fatigued body, rejuvenating him as if reborn. This was indeed a double blessing. Not only had he survived against the overwhelming odds of the frostbitten behemoths, but he had also pushed his physical limits to the brink. Even with the potion's restorative effects, the mental strain had brought him perilously close to collapse. At this juncture, he merely extended one hand into the air, his body still buried beneath a pile of snow wolf carcasses. Here, he found warmth, and the potent scent of blood might attract even more formidable beasts. Concealed among the fallen, he believed this to be the safest refuge. What he yearned for most was to replenish his strength and spirit, and perhaps indulge in a restful slumber. He found himself in a state of extremity, reflecting on his arrival at the Destruction God Academy as an ordinary jester, devoid of magical talent or the capacity to train diligently in martial arts. Yet, he had captured the favor of the alchemist Makalita and received numerous benefits. Fate, however, had dealt him a cruel hand by transporting him to this frigid wasteland for the trial. How he despised winter. Despite these thoughts, he understood that as long as he was alive, there remained hope. Compared to those who perished immediately upon arrival at the jaws of extraordinary beasts, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his performance. After all, there were still 5 days left in the trial, and only a brief time had elapsed. Gazing at the assortment of vials in his possession, he was filled with optimism for the future. If he could grant himself just half an hour, he would replenish his frayed nerves and exhausted stamina, emerging once again as a formidable contender. The snowfields and the wolf pack were not as fearsome as he had initially imagined. This had been the most terrifying assault he had faced in the trial grounds thus far. However, having endured it, his confidence experienced a profound restoration and elevation. It seemed that among the destruction gods, he was not the weakest after all. To those who mocked his inability to wield spells, he would soon prove them wrong. Just wait and see, for he, Wei-Mi-Da, was destined to become a true destruction god. Upon achieving the status of a god of destruction, I shall demonstrate that mastery of physical techniques can indeed reach its zenith. Destruction is not merely a matter of wielding arcane energies to their utmost potential. Hmph. Those who look down upon me may not be the ones who triumph in the end. After all, I possess abilities akin to those granted by an external enhancement. Even if I cannot best you in combat, my sister carries potent elixirs. A little consumption of those can surely enable me to overcome you. Ha. Amidst the carcasses of the wolf pack, a raspy, roaring voice resonated, imbued with a sense of indignation and humiliation. In stark contrast to such a grim fate, the situation of Ramsey in the southern swamplands was considerably more favorable. Despite his imposing physique and terrifying strength, he had not encountered the dreadful wolf pack tactics that had left others defenseless. However, Ramsey's spirits were far from buoyant, for the adversary he faced was no ordinary foe. He confronted the most fearsome lord of the Death Swamp, the prehistoric giant crocodile. This colossal creature was formidable in strength and defense, yet its intellect left much to be desired. What exacerbated Ramsey's frustration was that a number of fellow trainees had also been transported here. Yet this ancient crocodile seemed utterly disinterested in anyone but the towering Ramsey. This fixation was the primary source of his discontent. Was it truly a fault to possess such a grand stature? Chapter 43, Mutual Assistance. The diminutive trainees adeptly navigated past the prehistoric crocodile, utilizing their size to their advantage. The crocodile paid no heed to these fleeting figures, but fixated its gaze solely on the elephantine Ramsey, perhaps believing that size equated to combat prowess. Did the slender trainees simply lack the girth to pique the crocodile's interest? This thought left Ramsey feeling quite aggrieved. Regardless of his grievances or frustrations, it was evident that this colossal creature had no intention of sparing him. With the adversary having locked its sights upon him, Ramsey, the largest among the gods of destruction, found no reason to yield. Thus, powerful shockwaves reverberated throughout the Death Swamp, emanating waves of terrifying energy as Ramsey engaged in a fierce confrontation with the prehistoric giant crocodile, utilizing his formidable physique and weight to withstand the onslaught. After several intense clashes, Ramsey managed to regain his footing, shaking off the drowsiness clouding his mind. Filled with overwhelming frustration, why, oh why did this accursed creature possess such terrifying defenses? My tusks and trunk have exhausted all their strength. With my massive physique, I find myself unable to gain any advantage. This predicament has left Ramsey exceedingly vexed, as his body now bears the marks of countless collisions. If this continues, I shall not require my adversary to strike. I will be reduced to a mere heap of bones from the relentless blows. Once confident in my stature and defensive prowess, Ramsey now begins to question the very essence of existence. Yet, it is not only Ramsey who feels this frustration. The colossal prehistoric crocodile facing him is equally displeased. As the sovereign of this deadly swamp, who could have truly challenged his authority over the years? Yet, this creature, resembling a giant elephant, possesses the audacity to confront him directly, and he has only managed to withstand such fierce onslaughts due to his tough hide. However, if this continues, he wonders how much longer his resilient armor can endure. Faced with an opponent of equal caliber, both fear and excitement intertwine within him. It has been long since he had the opportunity to exert himself fully. As the ruler of this lethal marsh, encountering such a formidable foe is a rare and fortuitous event. At this moment, the prehistoric crocodile's eyes gleam with an ominous light, brimming with murderous intent. Perhaps Ramsey's audacity and strength have indeed awakened the ferocity of this ancient beast. The two engage in a slow dance of movement, nursing their wounds and gathering energy, preparing for the next fierce clash. Just as Ramsey is engulfed in despair, a sharp and piercing voice cuts through the air. Isn't that our renowned Ramsey, famed for his defense and strength? How curious to find you embroiled in solitary combat. Do you require my assistance? Although the tone of this voice is laced with sarcasm, Ramsey quickly deduces that it belongs to Ketla, the second-place finisher from the last volunteer competition. So, it's you. Have you been watching me for quite some time? Ketla grins mischievously. To be honest, I find this colossal crocodile rather intriguing. Do you need a hand? Your sudden kindness raises my suspicions, Ramsey thinks, though he refrains from voicing his doubts. His eyes flicker with cold determination. It is evident that we are evenly matched in terms of strength against this creature. Ketla, since you've spoken so much, I gather you're contemplating forming an alliance. However, this is not in line with your usual demeanor. With your abilities and status among the students, what makes you think you could collaborate with someone like me, who relies solely on brute force? Yet, Ketla continues his eerie laughter. Fear not, Ramsey. I am genuinely sincere. You see, prior to this trial, I was an injured participant. A sudden reminder strikes Ramsey. Indeed, Ketla has sustained an injury to his leg, which complicates his mobility. Perhaps it is this very affliction that has motivated him to seek a cooperative arrangement for mutual support. Thus, it appears there is no insidious plot at play. Otherwise, given Keetra's haughty disposition, it would be incomprehensible for him to take an interest in someone like me, who relies solely on brute force. Since the other party demonstrates considerable sincerity, Ramsey has set aside his lingering doubts. After all, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are mere trifles. Given that Keetra is already injured, it is plausible that he seeks a companion who does not pose a significant threat to him. Those formidable individuals, confronted with an injured Keetra, would leave him with little recourse if any mischief were afoot, compelling him to acquiesce. Now that Keetra has focused his attention on me, a fellow student of lesser strength, it seems a prudent measure for self-preservation. The prospect of collaboration between us appears to be imbued with sincerity and hope. Having come to this realization, Ramsey offered a faint smile. Keetra, if you have plans or ideas, please share them with me. Here, I assure you that I will not launch any surprise attacks or harbor malice due to your injuries. I pledge my integrity as a prospective destroyer of the Academy to this assurance. Are you satisfied with this commitment? Keetra has received the very oath he yearned for. After all, Ramsey is not one to make promises lightly, yet once he does, he is unwaveringly loyal. This may well be linked to the innate qualities of their colossal lineage. With the answer he sought now in hand, Keetra finds Ramsey's sincerity in this collaboration to be quite trustworthy. At this moment, Keetra glanced at his bandaged thigh and sighed in resignation. He truly has experienced a stroke of bad luck. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have descended to such a state. Having secured a reliable ally, Keetra resolved not to linger on his misfortunes. In the name of Keetra, I assure you that before the conclusion of this trial, I shall not engage in any actions detrimental to Ramsey. Given the mutual candor displayed, the oath taken among the destroyer trainees holds genuine weight. Otherwise, severe repercussions would ensue. Chapter 44. Sincere cooperation with both parties so earnest, this makeshift alliance was swiftly established. Keetra, now satisfied with the response, gracefully leaped onto Ramsey's back. Despite his severe leg injury, his keen eyesight and offensive capabilities remain intact. By leveraging Ramsey's mobility, Keetra's prowess in assassination and attack can truly shine. In matters of lethal assault, Keetra considers himself second to none. Indeed, no one dares to claim the title of first, even if one were to surpass him in strength. Like Beerus, there appears to be a notable disparity in their instantaneous offensive penetration abilities. This is precisely what Ramsey lacks, the means to eliminate his adversaries. While both possess comparable strength and defense in direct confrontations, facing the resilient and formidable prehistoric crocodile, the inability to breach its defenses has left Ramsey in a state of frustration. Although the somewhat incapacitated Ketral cannot confront the prehistoric giant crocodile head-on, as he once could, there exists a glimmer of hope. If he can seize the opportunity to breach the creature's armored defenses and deliver a lethal strike, perhaps he might extricate himself from this perilous situation. With this thought, the pain coursing through his body seemed to diminish, and the creaking of his bones began to feel less pronounced. It became evident that collaboration is infinitely more advantageous than solitary struggle, especially when the defensive prowess of Ramsey complements the offensive cunning of Ketral, forming a harmonious partnership. While their alliance might evoke a sense of incongruity, after all, the imposing bulk of a massive elephant juxtaposed with the slender frame of a diminutive mouse appears inherently discordant against the terrifyingly formidable prehistoric crocodile. The addition of a mere mouse seemed negligible. Though it sensed a faint whiff of danger emanating from a mouse, the creature's perception of threat was far from acute. The stark contrast in their sizes fostered a sense of disdain. The elephant, despite its impeccable defenses, would inevitably reach the limits of its strength. In this deathly swamp, who could rival the local lord in terms of endurance and defense? Even a temporary parity in dominance would be fleeting. In this manner, Ramsey and Ketral exchanged knowing glances, meticulously plotting a strategy to penetrate the enemy's defenses. Ketral adeptly positioned himself, concealing his form behind Ramsey's massive head, channeling all of his destructive energy into his twin minds, poised for a surprise attack. This time, Ramsey did not charge recklessly into a head-on clash. Instead, he adopted a more diplomatic approach, sweeping his hands in an arc to erect a barrier of destructive energy before him. This was their flawless plan. Ramsey would utilize his destructive power and formidable stature to create a comprehensive defensive wall to withstand the crocodile's ferocious onslaught, while Ketral, with his extraordinary speed and penetrating force, would deliver a decisive blow. However, such tactics may be deemed child's play against a creature of such high intelligence. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting prehistoric crocodile, its demise was imminent. With a resounding crash, the two collided once more. This time, however, neither party retreated. Ramsey firmly grasped the crocodile's fearsome claw, engaging in a contest of strength mid-air. This might have been a scene the prehistoric crocodile relished, for in terms of defense, this elephant seemed to match him closely. Yet, when compared to sheer power, especially on the treacherous terrain of its deathly swamp, the crocodile was confident that it would soon prevail, determined to tear the elephant to shreds. This was the crocodile's most straightforward thought, and it was suddenly struck by the realization that this elephant possessed a rather cunning nature. With its elongated trunk, it ensnared the formidable jaws of the ancient crocodile, rendering its once potent means of attack utterly futile. The beast had initially intended to seize the elephant's head in a frenzied death roll, but this confrontation concluded smoothly, albeit with a tinge of regret that now seemed too late to remedy. Indeed, strength is but a fraction of what determines victory in battle. Experience and wisdom in the heat of combat often prove to be the pivotal factors between life and death. As Ramsey completely subdued the prehistorical crocodile, locking it in place with his trunk and leaving no chance for escape, it became the moment for Ketral, the fearsome assassin, to strike. A flicker of motion behind Ramsey revealed a flash of purple light, obscured within which was a terrifying silhouette. The energy contained within this figure was unparalleled, reaching the zenith of Ketral's capabilities. In an instant, this figure darted towards the crocodile's head. Despite certain limitations in mobility, Ketral executed a close-range ambush with remarkable precision. Once positioned atop the crocodile's cranium, his slender arms began to swell with energy, muscles surging as a palpable force coursed through his palms. The sound of flesh being penetrated echoed in the ears of all present. Ketral exhibited his formidable combat prowess, showcasing a seamless synergy with Ramsey despite it being their maiden collaboration. He exuded confidence in his offensive capabilities, claiming a second place in penetrating power, with no one in the Destruction God Academy daring to assert themselves as the first. After all, rodents possess an innate talent for burrowing, and Ketral's prowess in penetrating attacks was indeed exceptional. Faced with such an overwhelmingly formidable opponent, he wisely chose not to confront it head-on, but instead seized an opportune moment to thrust his palms into the crocodile's eyes, the most vulnerable point of a crocodilian beast. As he penetrated the eyes and connected directly with the brain, an overwhelming surge of destructive energy erupted from within him. In an instant, this violet wave of annihilation reduced the crocodile's already limited brain matter to a mere pulp. Thus, the once vigorous creature, which had been eagerly engaging Ramsay, suddenly stiffened, its strength dissipating into nothingness. The pain in its eyes dulled, and all it beheld was the ever-enlarging purple figure before it. In a blink, the battle concluded with an unexpected ease. Chapter 45, Psychological Warfare. This speed surpassed Ramsay's expectations. He had not anticipated such a flawless synergy with Ketral in their first encounter. As long as he successfully drew the enemy's attention and controlled its movements, Ketral's strikes proved devastating. While this maneuver momentarily extricated them from peril, it also planted a significant shadow of doubt in Ramsay's mind. Currently, Ramsay perceives no significant threat from Ketral. Although they are collaborating, there remains an underlying competitive tension between them, one that solidifies in the face of formidable adversaries. The outcome of their rivalry remains uncertain should their powerful foe perish. With this thought in mind, Ramsay discreetly prepares for a possible ambush from Ketral. Yet, he seems to overlook an important detail prior to his injury. Ketral might not have regarded Ramsay as a worthy opponent, for a limping rat, no matter how mighty, remains merely a limping rat. At this moment, both Ramsay and Ketral harbor ulterior motives, yet neither exhibits any intention of turning against the other. Just as Ketral was about to utter some imposing words, he momentarily paused upon seeing the prehistoric giant crocodile. The claw he had plunged into the creature's skull emitted peculiar sounds, and with a swift motion, he extracted it from the crocodile's head, brain matter clinging to it. Ketral, feeling fortunate for this successful ambush, was astonished to discover an object within the creature's body, an item that rendered Ramsay utterly speechless. This formidable being not only possessed great strength, but also harbored such an object within itself. Clutching a strangely shaped ancient key, Ketral pondered its existence. How could such a thing be found within a creature of this magnitude? Regardless of the reasons behind its presence, its existence must hold significance. Ketral scrutinized the key, filled with skepticism. During their time at the Destruction Academy and in previous trials, it was the first instance he encountered a key fashioned from an extraordinary being. The notion that this colossal prehistoric crocodile concealed a key within its mind was indeed a bizarre concept. However, in the realm of trials, nothing occurs by mere coincidence. Every event is laden with purpose. Accepting this, Ketral dismissed any lingering thoughts on the matter. Although Ramsay contributed significantly in this battle, ultimately, it was Ketral who delivered the final blow to the prehistoric crocodile. With that, Ketral claimed the key for himself. Despite its peculiar appearance, it surely possessed utility. Observing Ketral's actions, Ramsay refrained from further contention. This was not the opportune moment to confront Ketral over the key. While it piqued his curiosity, there existed an unspoken rule within the Destruction Academy. Those who assist in the attack are acknowledged as such, but the spoils belong to the one who delivers the final strike. In this regard, the kind-hearted Ramsay chose not to dispute further. He conceded the key to Ketral, understanding that fate would determine whether he would encounter other keys or extraordinary beings in the future. With this resolution, Ramsay focused his awareness, extending his senses to detect any lurking threats in their vicinity. Although Ramsay's strength and defense rank among the elite in the realm of destruction, his true ace lies in perception. Indeed, Ramsay is an entirely perception-oriented deity of destruction, and in this regard, even compared to Beerus and Ketral, he seems to surpass them in sensitivity. As Ramsay gently closed his eyes to sense the surrounding conditions, Ketral, curious, inquired, "What do you perceive, Ramsay? Are there any extraordinary beings nearby?" Without further ado, he continued, "I'll keep this key for now. I'm uncertain of its purpose, but if there are any extraordinary beings around, I will assist you free of charge this time. Any spoils or unique items you acquire thereafter will belong to you." I am quite the honorable one. Upon hearing Quitra's words, Ramsay felt a sense of relief within, though his exterior remained composed, revealing no signs of his inner thoughts. Each student at the Academy of Destruction is adept in cunning and does not easily divulge their true intentions. Through Ramsay's perception, He discerned that this trial ground was vast and expansive, situated in a southern corner known as the Death Marsh, bordered by forests to the east, deserts to the west, icy plains to the north, and at the center, the shadowy area designated as the culmination of the trials. All of this unfolded within Ramses' awareness, as he sensed the diverse environments and the considerable battles erupting across various fronts. A faint smile graced Ramses' lips. It appeared that the troubles they faced were not theirs alone, as many of their peers were also ensnared in misfortune. Numerous individuals among their classmates possessed hidden advantages. Perhaps Ramses' earlier insights were not sufficiently detailed, for within his perception, he not only sensed danger, but also glimpsed opportunities. He realized that the key was not solely in the possession of himself and Katra. Thus, Ramses withheld nothing, succinctly conveying the nearby terrain and the ongoing battles to Katra, while indicating the direction of the trial's endpoint, the ultimate gathering place. The number of students they might encounter there would depend on their strength and fortune. They were fortunate. Had any one of them faced that formidable creature alone, they would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Therefore, their small group must continue to unite. Katra, I trust you have no objections. Katra shrugged, indicating his agreement with Ramses' perspective. He then shifted his form and perched once more upon Ramses' shoulder, playfully patting this massive figure. Well, your talents may indeed prove useful here, equipped as you are with a radar-like ability. Quite impressive. Chapter 46, The Battle Continues. In fact, just as this was said, Ramses cast a sidelong glance at him. You, my friend, speak of collaboration, yet you seem to take your role to heart. Do you truly consider me a mere mount? Quitella shrugged helplessly, recognizing that this time, she had no choice but to rely on you. After all, the injury was on her thigh. Had her leg not been wounded, she would have had no inclination to sit upon you. Thus, the two engaged in playful banter, while simultaneously attuning themselves to the surrounding terrain and conditions, gradually making their way towards the heart of the trial point. Unbeknownst to Quitella and Ramses, their earlier cooperation and actions, along with every facet of their battle, had been wholly absorbed by the keen gaze of Kriz, the angel of destruction, seated at the podium of the academy. Kriz had directed her full attention to Ramses, the bumbling giant, as he was her most esteemed pupil. With Kriz possessing a unique insight into perception and foundational training, Ramses' innate talent harmonized remarkably with her abilities. It was unexpected that this clumsy individual could extend the range of perception to such an extent, validating Kriz's years of diligent instruction. Although his performance in the recent skirmish had been somewhat lacking, his exemplary defense demonstrated that he had indeed honored Kriz's teachings. Each angel and mentor possesses their own distinctive expertise, and finding a student whose abilities perfectly align with their own is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Thus, Kriz focused her entire attention on Ramses, dismissing Quitella, whom she regarded with disdain for his sole reliance on offense, lacking any defensive acumen or foresight regarding danger. Interestingly, it was Korik, the angel beside Kriz, who found himself captivated by Quitella's performance, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Korik, possessing profound mastery over attack, penetration, and destruction, exemplified the adage that every dragon's offspring is unique, although they were all offspring of the high priest and distinguished members of the angelic lineage. Each individual's approach to wielding their power differed significantly. Presently, each mentor had their own favored student among the disciples of destruction, likely the primary candidates for future collaboration. While these students remained oblivious to the roles they would eventually assume, the angels, as mentors, understood the implications of their choices. What puzzled this assembly was the high priest's unusual demeanor. His apparent lack of interest in these exceptional disciples of destruction was striking. His gaze remained fixed on a certain individual named Luo Feng. What remarkable qualities did he possess? Merely a person unlucky enough to encounter the abyssal Spider Queen, facing a perilous situation. Moreover, 3 other disciples of destruction lurked nearby, watching intently. Could they be undiscovered talents or dark horses? Or perhaps the high priest possessed an extraordinary discernment or peculiar predilection? However, all of this has become inconsequential, the high priest observed with a smile, continuing to watch the battlefield of Luo Feng. This time, Luo Feng indeed did not disappoint the high priest, as a series of maneuvers opened the latter's eyes to the capabilities exhibited by a mere student. The fact that others, who failed to witness Luo Feng's performance, only underscores their lack of discernment compared to the high priest. Although the situation here may seem intricate, the battle on Luo Feng's side raged on unabated. Undeterred by the chaos unfolding in the trial grounds, he was pitted against a creature named Beerus, a spider who had truly harnessed its webbing to perfection. A colossal web, just as Bear envisioned, ensnared Luo Feng's lower half, anchoring him firmly to the ground. Accompanied by a maniacal cackle, the venom in Barrett's grasp slowly drifted towards Luo Feng. Relishing the moment of watching his opponent struggle in despair, corroded by fear and pain, ultimately dissolving into a nutrient for the spider. The outcome seemed inevitable, and Barrett's laughter was laced with triumph. Yet, at that moment, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth as he regarded this foe, unaware of the source of his misplaced confidence. Perhaps, in this forest, having reigned as king for too long had shielded him from the reality of a true adversary. Possessing ample experience in wilderness survival, Luo Feng was psychologically prepared to face the spider predator, fully aware of its strengths and weaknesses. Although the web binding his lower half was exceptionally strong in terms of adhesion and intensity, rendering ordinary creatures immobile, Luo Feng remained unfazed. The green energy orb floating towards him was undeniably corrosive and damaging. However, its speed was disappointingly sluggish. If utilized in tandem, such abilities could indeed spell doom for ordinary insects and prey. Yet, regrettably for the Spider Queen Barrett, she was facing Luo Feng, a being who had seamlessly merged modern intellect with the power of a destroyer, complemented by a lineage of ancient martial arts. This was not a mere case of 1 + 1 equating to 3. In that fleeting moment of battle, Luo Feng had transcended the sum of his abilities, achieving a power that surpassed mere arithmetic. The strength he had demonstrated with a single kick capable of obliterating Barrett's essence revealed that his prowess was far more profound than it appeared. The three onlookers could never comprehend the depth of Luo Feng's energy, strength, and combat experience. With a slight lift of his lips, Luo Feng uttered, "The game must come to an end, little spider. To be frank, you are woefully weak. Spending time with you feels like a disrespect to myself. Enough. Let us conclude, for the time allotted for this trial is finite." Observing this individual still murmuring to himself, the arachnid Barrett muttered under his breath, "If you have any final words, speak them quickly, though they will be of no consequence." I shall not assist you in realizing any last wishes. You may rest assured that you will merely transform into my sustenance." Just as he uttered these words, his pupils abruptly contracted to the size of a pinprick, for a scene that instilled dread unfolded right before Barrett's eyes. Chapter 47, A Body Without Remains. The once confident combination of attacks now revealed itself to be futile. As from the lower half of Luo Feng's body, a crimson flame gradually emanated. Is it a novel application of the God of Destruction's power? Although Barrett possessed some understanding of this destructive force, what was peculiar was that the flame now radiating was not the faint purple aura typically associated with it, but rather a purplish-red fire enveloping the lower half of Luo Feng's form. This must be the boy's ultimate card and source of energy. However, to his astonishment, the once invincible and completely binding spider silk surprisingly began to dissipate like iron plunged into a snowdrift, emitting wisps of vapor. As the formidable controlling technique of the spider silk vanished amidst this unknown inferno, the strategy to corrode his opponent with toxins now seemed utterly pointless. Indeed, while the poison was potent, the only means of subduing Luo Feng, the spider silk, had been entirely consumed by the strange energy radiating from his lower half. In this light, Barrett's earlier arrogance and toxic assault were rendered nothing more than a farce. Luo Feng showed no inclination to linger. He effortlessly dispelled the controlling silk with his energy, then abruptly vanished from sight. Witnessing the absence of his elusive form and the toxic energy sphere now bereft of a target, Barrett fell into a state of complete stupor. In the next moment, the last image he beheld was that of a black-haired youth who appeared before him, offering a gentle and warm smile. Almost immediately, a finger gleaming with golden light approached and lightly tapped his forehead. The motion appeared slow, yet Barrett realized in that instant his body had ceased all movement, and he had descended into a state of paralysis. The following instant, Luo Feng's golden fingertip gently pressed against Barrett's brow. How did he manage to move so swiftly to my side? This was Barrett's final thought. In the next heartbeat, his entire being was rendered immobile, and soon after, his colossal spider form shattered like a glass sphere struck from within, fracturing into countless shards with a resounding crack as Luo Feng's energy surged forth, exploding his body into myriad pieces. In the next moment, the golden energy in Luo Feng's hands transformed from its radiant hue into the crimson force that had previously emanated from his lips. With a sudden burst, The entire Barret was reduced to a mere pool of sanguine remnants, leaving no trace of its former self. The reversal of time indeed occurred with remarkable swiftness. Although Luo Feng's maneuvers appeared seamless, they were the culmination of his utmost prowess. He had meticulously channeled his internal techniques in a cyclical manner, concentrating the newly enhanced and refined destructive power entirely within the controlled area of his body, subsequently releasing this newly augmented destructive energy in the form of flames. It was no trivial matter to be entirely ensnared by the strands. However, Luo Feng's combat wisdom and life experience informed him that fire could vanquish such webs. By wholly externalizing the destructive energy and manifesting it as flames, he incinerated the strands, liberating himself from the formidable grasp of the Spider Queen, Barret. Though he had temporarily escaped her control, it was evident that she possessed the means to regain it. A moment's carelessness could lead to him falling back under her influence. And should her corrosive venom make contact with his body, it would spell certain doom. Given this precarious situation, Luo Feng's combat acumen and his ancient martial heritage once again provided him with profound insights and strategies. This adversary was not one to be vanquished through mere conventional assaults. In the face of an enemy, one must never relent. At that moment, he recalled a technique from his ancient martial teachings, one that emphasized concentrating power into a singular point for a devastating release. This was the essence of the deepest martial arts. With this understanding, he resolved to consolidate his strength entirely, delivering a lethal strike. Having previously amassed energy in his legs, he intended to capitalize on this advantage. With a burst of speed, Luo Feng propelled himself to his utmost limits, creating fleeting afterimages of his form. In an instant, he surged toward the Spider Queen, Barret. This being merely the prelude to his assault, the true essence lay in the subsequent, decisive strike. The final onslaught represented Luo Feng's ultimate lethal technique. He recognized that although the spider possessed average strength, its true threat lay in its swiftness and potent attacks. The subsequent transformation into a magical assault, characterized by control and corrosion, was rendered inconsequential in the face of Luo Feng's extensive combat experience. The most vexing aspect of this foe was its seemingly infinite resurrection ability. Indeed, the adversary had boasted of possessing 9,999 souls. If one were to rely solely on conventional attacks and brute force, even annihilating all its souls would leave Luo Feng utterly exhausted. Not to mention the 3 vigilant adversaries lurking in the shadows, observing with malicious intent. Therefore, to conclude this battle successfully, a strike of absolute fatality was imperative. But how could one achieve such a devastating blow? If we consider the earlier iteration of Luo Feng, freshly traversed into this realm, he appeared to possess little recourse. As a mere acolyte of the Destruction God Academy, he found himself utterly impotent against an adversary seemingly invulnerable. However, the current Luo Feng had already assimilated a portion of the insights derived from the Cursed Crystal, coupled with his recent cultivation efforts, which had refined his destructive powers. No longer was he merely a practitioner of ancient martial legacies or limited to the rudiments of destructive energy. Through the amalgamation of this power, he had cultivated a remarkable internal cycle, unlocking numerous previously dormant meridians and achieving a qualitative leap in his destructive prowess. Chapter 48, Soul Shatter. In his prior comprehension, destruction merely entailed dismantling an opponent's physical form to its most basic molecular constituents. This represented a rudimentary aspect of destructive power, akin to the foundational skills wielded by his peers, including Beerus. Now, however, his destructive energy, enhanced through the revelations of the Cursed Crystal, experienced a profound transformation, merging seamlessly with his unique techniques. His understanding of destruction transcended that initial phase. A sudden epiphany struck him, revealing that if he could concentrate this newly transcended and refined destructive energy into a singular point, unleashing it in an instantaneous eruption, it would not merely assault flesh and matter. Thus, Luo Feng named this formidable new technique Soul Shatter. By focusing and releasing his attack and refined energy at a single point, he aimed to achieve a state capable of obliterating the very essence of soul. Should he wield this method against an entity renowned for possessing 9,998 lives, famed for its soul strength, the results could be extraordinary. This was the foundation of Luo Feng's confidence as he lightly tapped the forehead of the Spider Queen, Barret, with a finger, eliciting an extraordinary effect. This technique, Soul Shatter, represented his inaugural creation in this world, a skill in which he held considerable faith. Indeed, the synthesis of his ancestral legacy, the fusion of destructive energy, and the insights from the cursed crystal had culminated in a new understanding, while the destruction of the physical form was merely the first layer. The true crux lay in the annihilation of the soul. Recognizing that this adversary was renowned for its soul, he resolved to utterly obliterate it. Without a soul, one becomes merely a husk, devoid of the capacity for rebirth. This conviction underpinned Luo Feng's will, instilling a destructive essence into his assault that rendered the Spider Queen, Beerus, into a state of utter fragility akin to shattered glass. Had he employed conventional divine energy, he might have merely breached her skull, allowing her a chance at resurrection. Yet, this instance of destructive energy manifested in the form of soul shatter, striking directly at her brow, not only dismantling her corporeal form, but also shattering her chaotic and impure soul entirely. Consequently, Beerus' most formidable trump card was rendered utterly impotent. Certainly, this reflects both the fortuity of Luo Feng and the misfortune of Beerus. Had his opponent possessed an exceptionally powerful soul, Luo Feng's newly developed soul-shattering attack would have inflicted no tangible harm upon the former's essence. After all, this technique was merely a nascent skill, untested in the crucible of battle and devoid of profound refinement. In other words, should this soul-shattering move be unleashed upon any formidable celestial being, it would amount to little more than a mere tickle upon their soul, lacking any significant offensive impact. Alas, the abyssal Queen Beerus, despite her soul being extraordinarily robust in quantity, exhibited a patchwork of strengths and weaknesses in other facets. The stark contrast between forcibly devouring souls and the gradual cultivation of one's own spiritual strength is indeed profound. Nevertheless, regardless of luck, energy, or compatibility, Luo Feng's self-invented soul-shattering attack turned out to be the very bane of the Spider Queen Beerus. Her infinite resurrection energy and her pride in her soul's numbers became her fatal curse. With a resounding crash, her entire form shattered into glass-like fragments, dissolving into a crimson mist. This was the ultimate fate of the demon who reveled in devouring the flesh and souls of others, effortlessly vanquished with a mere gesture. This terrifying entity, who had dominated the jungle for years, marked a resounding victory for Luo Feng. The flames spiraled out of control, and the soul-shattering strike triumphed over a formidable foe, all of which unfolded before the watchful gaze of the Grand Priest. At that moment, the Grand Priest's eyes gleamed with a radiant brilliance. This young man exceeded my expectations in both prowess and fortune. Perhaps he is the very target I have been seeking. Although luck played a significant role, his diligent efforts undeniably rendered fortune a component of strength. To emerge victorious in the face of such a terrifying adversary, transforming an ostensibly doomed situation into a triumph with such ease, could this dark horse indeed be him? Regardless of the Grand Priest's admiration and exclamations from the sidelines, Luo Feng on the battlefield exhaled deeply. Was it mere chance? No. The term luck has never graced his lexicon. In his eyes, victory is victory, and defeat is defeat, a steadfast conviction forged through martial training and inheritance. Preparedness breeds unwavering resolve. There should be no hesitation. If one can slay an enemy in a single blow, there is no need to contemplate alternative methods. The ability to vanquish an opponent at once affirms that the path he has chosen is indeed correct. The efficacy of his destructive attack suggests that the cultivation methods he seeks should prove viable. The divine power of destruction is far more complex than he initially imagined. Otherwise, one could simply dismantle the molecules of ordinary objects to wield godlike strength. Such notions are patently absurd. It is certainly not as straightforward as he had envisioned. Among the multitude of students, each possesses a unique existence. Some are endowed with special talents, and it appears he has discovered a pathway to enhancement or empowerment. With a path identified, he must pursue its ultimate refinement. Perhaps the true Luo Feng has finally found his objective. Well, the goal is set. Now it is time to delve into the matter of those three inconsequential adversaries that lie ahead. The three individuals lurked with ill intentions, patiently waiting for an opportunity to exploit the aftermath of a fierce battle between myself and Beerus. Such favorable circumstances are rare, indeed. Nevertheless, while I may dismiss those three lurking figures and even harbor a degree of contempt for my adversaries, I remain vigilant and cautious, as is my customary approach. At this moment, I took a deep breath, gradually siphoning the energy that had erupted externally back into my being, allowing it to circulate within me once more. This is one of the remarkable aspects of my ancient martial arts heritage. Not only must one concentrate power to unleash a singular explosive force, but one must also promptly retract all energy back into the body, creating a harmonious internal cycle. This encapsulates the essence of ancient martial arts. After all, the resources of energy and strength are finite. Despite having made significant progress in refining my destructive divine power through recent insights and practice, my training period has been relatively brief. Though my destructive divine power has become exceedingly pure, its total quantity remains limited. The battle with the abyssal spider queen, Beerus, while seemingly effortless, exerted a considerable strain on my destructive energy reserves. Chapter 49. Survival. Given this circumstance, I must prepare for yet another consecutive battle. Although the three individuals before me do not appear to be formidable adversaries, any opponent deserves due diligence. The expenditure of energy presents a burden, and thus I strive to minimize the adverse effects of this burden. This is essential for my existence and establishment in this world. My destructive divine power has yet to reach the profound state of an eternal cycle of energy. With this in mind, I immediately subdued my aura, mobilizing all remaining energy within me. Who knows if those three possess any hidden trump cards? As for the outcome, only a confrontation will reveal the truth. At this moment, having concealed my presence entirely, I vanished from sight once more, leaving the three would-be opportunists utterly astonished, rendered speechless in their bewilderment, unable to flee or comprehend what had transpired. How could I have disappeared so completely, without a trace or a hint of my aura? Was it an escape, or did I harbor some ulterior motive? The trio stood dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Leopard Bear lowered his voice, observing, perhaps this truly is a fortuitous opportunity to depart. This individual does not appear to be as straightforward as we initially assumed. I expected him to be severely weakened after his confrontation with the Spider Queen. Yet he seems to have emerged unscathed. It appears our decision to remain hidden was indeed prudent. Beside him, Hedgehog sighed in resignation. Indeed, it seems, Leopard Bear, your assessment was correct. Meanwhile, Viper, who had been subjected to their banter, lowered his gaze, revealing a sly, sinister smile. Upon observing the demeanor of the Viper, the Leopard Bear and the Porcupine exchanged puzzled glances, questioning, "What are you sneering at now?" The Viper coldly replied, "It seems there is no chance for escape now. Take a look behind you." Heeding the Viper's warning, the two turned around and were startled to see a figure leaning against a towering tree not far away. It was Luo Feng, who had skillfully concealed his presence, now leaning against the trunk with a gentle smile directed at them. This revelation sent a jolt of alarm through the hearts of the Porcupine and Leopard Bear. Had this young man noticed their presence all along? When had he managed to position himself behind them? Sensing their skepticism, the Viper chose not to linger on their doubts and promptly stated, "This fellow has concealed himself remarkably well. He must have detected our arrival the moment we stepped here. Yet he refrained from revealing any vulnerabilities, leaving us rather naive to believe he would engage Beerus in a mutually destructive confrontation. But is this young man foolish or merely overconfident? Regardless, we are contemporaries. Even if he possesses greater strength, how formidable can he truly be?" Although his recent encounter with the Spider Queen concluded swiftly and seemingly without exertion, I can distinctly perceive that he has expended over 50% of his energy. This implies that while he is indeed powerful, we still have a chance to overcome him. After all, there are three of us. Now, in this critical moment of life and death, let us not withhold any trump cards. It is time to cooperate. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, leaning against the tree trunk, reflected on the Viper's astute observations. This individual, named Viper, was indeed remarkable, possessing not only formidable perception, but also an exceptional accuracy in assessing his own energy. However, it seemed he was stalling for time, which aligned perfectly with Luo Feng's intentions. Although Luo Feng saw through all of this, he had just fully retracted his energy within himself and was now engaging in a small cycle of internal circulation, gradually replenishing the energy expended during the recent battle. The Viper was correct. Energy is finite. On the surface, it may appear inconsequential, yet there lies intricate subtleties within. As he prepared to face these three adversaries who aimed to buy time, Luo Feng welcomed the opportunity. With each additional word spoken by the Viper, his destructive power would recover slightly, significantly influencing his chances of victory. After all, Luo Feng understood that while these three might not deplete much of their strength now, there remained 5 days ahead. Who could guarantee that no other battles or formidable foes would emerge during this span? Given this, he resolved to listen intently to the Viper's plans. Observing Luo Feng's ruthless defeat of the Spider Queen, He now regarded the three lurking figures with a benevolent gaze. At this moment, the bear, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, awkwardly spread his hands and said, "I wonder, fellow student Luo Feng, if I were to tell you that everything just now was a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Upon hearing this, not only did the nearby porcupine roll his eyes, but even the perpetually sullen viper was nearly amused by the bear's antics. Did he think this fellow was a fool? Despite his amiable appearance and warm smile, the icy killing intent emanating from Luo Feng's eyes indicated that he was far from an ordinary adversary. The bear was acutely aware that his side was merely stalling to devise a strategy, while Luo Feng had not made an immediate move. This suggested either that he had some hidden support or trump card, or that he was concocting a scheme. The likelihood of a conspiracy was greater. Yet Viper could not have fathomed that Luo Feng possessed a transcendent soul. This extraordinary soul endowed him with an ancient martial art capable of rapidly replenishing his expended destructive power. Had Viper been aware of Luo Feng's ability, he would have cast aside all reservations and organized a full frontal assault against him. They were merely ordinary students of the destructive God Academy. How could they have conceived of such bizarre occurrences in the life of a seemingly typical student? Within their understanding, they could only assume that Luo Feng had encountered some unique fortuity or possessed exceptional abilities to contend with the terrifying and formidable Abyss Spider Queen. After triumphing over such a monstrosity, his stamina would undoubtedly be depleted. Perhaps there would even be a chance for negotiation. But how could negotiation be possible? The essence and spirit of the Spider Queen still lingered, a coveted energy that Viper yearned for. Chapter 50, A Calculated Mind. The fact that this fellow named Luo Feng had not absorbed it, coupled with the combat prowess and talent he had just displayed, truly caught Viper's attention. If they could capture Luo Feng, after a period of interrogation, they might indeed uncover even greater secrets. After all, with three individuals by their side, Luo Feng's perception far exceeded his expectations. Yet none of this was the crux of the matter. At this moment, Viper waved his hand, halting the bear's foolishness, and cast a sidelong glance at the porcupine, promptly adopting a serious demeanor and stating, "Luo Feng is not the type to let us off easily. Do not be so naive. Let us consider this from another perspective. If we were engaged in a brutal melee with a monster, and this fellow was lurking nearby, waiting to seize an opportunity, if we were to vanquish our foe, how would we deal with him?" Following Viper's admonition, the bear and porcupine seemed to grasp the gravity of their situation. It was indeed a matter of life and death. With this realization, the bear cracked his knuckles and declared, "All right, Viper, I'll go first." "Don't be foolish," Viper coldly retorted. "Do you think this is a simple duel in the academy? This is a fight for survival. While I can certainly affirm that this fellow has expended considerable strength, you alone cannot hope to confront him. In our current situation, there are three of us and only one of him, and he has already expended a significant portion of his energy. It should not cost him his life. We can swiftly deal with him." After hearing Viper's brazen remarks, Leopard Bear awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that in terms of strategy and energy, he truly could not compare to this individual named Viper. However, he prided himself on his unparalleled strength in direct confrontations. At this moment, Leopard Bear voiced no complaints and humbly accepted, saying, "All right, Viper, you take charge of the subsequent actions. We will follow your lead." Porcupine also expressed no objections, as he was the type who preferred action over contemplation. With Viper as the backbone of their team, he certainly would not overexert his limited intellect. Upon hearing their agreement, Viper chuckled coldly. "In that case, I shall formulate a battle plan. This fellow may appear harmless, but I reckon he is quite anxious inside. Regardless, when faced with formidable foes, we must give our all. This individual is undoubtedly not as simple as he seems. Leopard Bear, your task this time is to subdue the enemy and prevent any chance of resistance." Leopard Bear shrugged. "When it comes to strength and control, I'm confident. However, don't expect me to be swift." Viper shot back sharply. "What tricks do you think I am unaware of? While you are renowned for your strength and physical defense, you possess a hidden ability for spatial traversal." "Spatial traversal ability?" Porcupine interjected, astonished. It was now Leopard Bear's turn to stare in disbelief. "How did you know?" Viper continued in a composed tone. "What time is it? And you still conceal your abilities? To be frank, I am fully aware of your special skills. This is a critical moment for collaboration. The enemy poses a genuine threat to our existence. If we continue to hide our strengths, it would be tantamount to self-destruction." At this point, Leopard Bear seemed to awaken to a realization. Indeed, he had intended to reserve his trump cards for a critical moment against Porcupine and Viper. But Viper had seen through his intentions. With his carefree nature, Leopard Bear admitted, "Fine, I do possess a certain degree of spatial ability, though I'm not yet adept at wielding it. Essentially, I can only traverse once within a minute. Beyond that, I cannot manage. That is my true trump card. Now that I have revealed it, how about you two?" Viper glanced at Porcupine. "You, too, should stop pretending to be a simpleton. It's time to unveil those 3 quills of yours." Porcupine looked at Viper in shock. "Those quills are my long-range defense mechanism." It seemed as though Viper knew everything. But now that the enemy had exposed them, there was no point in hiding. However, Porcupine quickly defended himself, "Though I have 3 quills. They are more suited for long-range attacks and cannot compare to close combat." The Viper chuckled coldly, saying, "Since we are all being candid with one another, I shall not mince words or engage in unnecessary chatter. This fellow, Luo Feng, possesses combat abilities that far exceed our expectations. We have all witnessed his battle with the Spider Queen. However, I have discerned a glaring weakness in his fighting style. How could you perceive this fellow's shortcoming? Pray, enlighten us with your novel strategy." The Viper lowered his voice, ensuring only the 3 of them could hear, and continued, "Have you noticed? This individual demonstrates remarkable agility. Yet his strength does not seem as formidable as it appears. Moreover, he relies solely on close combat, leveraging his speed to evade and deliver lethal strikes from the side. All his attacks are melee, which implies he lacks effective countermeasures against ranged magical assaults. Once ensnared by a powerful opponent, he becomes as vulnerable as prey, and his defenses are not as robust as you might assume. His evasion skills are impressive, but his physical resilience may be quite lacking. This presents a genuine opportunity for us 3. Otherwise, we would have fled long ago instead of engaging in this discussion." The Leopard Bear and the Porcupine stared blankly at the Viper's subsequent explanations. Meanwhile, Luo Feng observed the trio whispering among themselves, conspiring for quite some time, and could not help but reveal a faint smile of resignation. These 3 truly showcased their talents, strategizing against an adversary, albeit in hushed tones. Yet, with Luo Feng's perception and abilities, he could easily discern the folly of their plans. Regardless of their intentions, he gleaned their combat strategy from their expressions and lip movements. If this plan were devised by anyone else, it might be deemed flawless. However, facing Luo Feng might lead to their disillusionment. Chapter 51. The Viper's Venomous Fangs. Nonetheless, Luo Feng harbored a modicum of respect for the Viper. Remarkably, he had crafted such a meticulous strategy based on Luo Feng's recent combat and the hidden talents of the trio. Perhaps, had it been someone else, they would have faltered here, but alas. "Are you 3 ready yet? To fight or not to fight? If you do not make a decision swiftly, I shall show no mercy." Luo Feng's smile radiated warmth and kindness. At that moment, a glimmer of green flickered in the Leopard Bear's eyes. "Very well, Viper. You are right. We shall proceed as you suggest, and I hope for success. I never anticipated that you possess not only cunning and heightened perception, but also such formidable strategic acumen. I must admit, both the Porcupine and I have underestimated you." As the Leopard Bear spoke, the Porcupine and the Viper silently prepared their abilities, offering no response. Observing that they were ready to strike, the Leopard Bear let out a cold chuckle, fixing his gaze directly on Luo Feng. "Boy, you may come to regret not seizing the best opportunity to flee. Let me be frank. Your chances have now evaporated." Suddenly, the entire body of the Leopard Bear expanded dramatically, its height surging from nearly 2 meters to over 2.5 meters. This transformation marked the Leopard Bear's initial trump card, the ground transformation. In an instant, its form became formidable, muscles subtly bulging, exuding an aura of power akin to that of a true leopard bear, instilling a profound sense of pressure. This was a clear manifestation of the leopard bear elevating its strength to the utmost. After all, the trio had devised their strategy flawlessly. Yet the leopard bear's enlarged stature completely concealed the movements of the viper and the porcupine, presenting itself as a formidable adversary ready to confront Luo Feng head-on. However, Luo Feng was utterly aware of their scheme, merely observing their performance with a cold, mocking smile, curious to see how perfectly they could coordinate. Perhaps this would afford him considerable practical experience for future group battles. At this moment, the leopard bear not only grew in size, but also sprouted massive fur on its back, forehead, and limbs, seemingly a defensive measure. No wonder it was called the leopard bear. It appeared to possess a divine-like talent. Nevertheless, the transformations of the two behind it piqued Luo Feng's vigilance. The porcupine, despite its seemingly foolish demeanor, was not to be underestimated. it was equally formidable as the leopard bear when it came to combat. A dark aura erupted around it, and a peculiar energy began to manifest from its back. Indeed, 3 elongated, sharp spikes emerged from this energy, incredibly sharp and entirely composed of the porcupine's power, resembling 3 massive spears. This was evidently part of their plan for ranged attack. Those spears were not mere ordinary weapons. Judging by their appearance, they seemed designed for throwing, akin to javelins. However, to think that these 3 projectiles could bring about his demise was rather amusing. The leopard bear served to distract him while the porcupine conjured these javelins. Luo Feng acknowledged the sharpness and lethality of the spears, but he felt it was an underestimation of his capabilities to believe they could defeat him. Yet, the viper's actions soon compelled Luo Feng to take them more seriously, as it emitted peculiar, eerie sounds while clutching its own neck with its hands. Was it attempting to take its own life? Clearly not. It seemed this creature was preparing a significant move as well. Now, the viper's eyes were bloodshot, its neck turning a deep shade of purple from its own grip. Gradually, 2 venomous fangs emerged from the viper's gaping maw, revealing its ultimate skill, the viper's venomous fangs. As the fangs were unveiled, 2 drops of eerie green venom dripped from their tips, the liquid glowing faintly with a bluish hue amidst its deep green color. The potency and toxicity contained within this venom have proven to be extraordinarily formidable. At this moment, the viper meticulously gathered 2 drops of venom upon his palm, evenly applying them to the 3 javelins held by the porcupine. This, indeed, must be their combined concoction, a unique trump card. Witnessing the series of maneuvers executed by the trio, Luo Feng's lips curled upwards ever so slightly, revealing a confident smile. After all, following the discussions among the 3 and the delay they orchestrated, Luo Feng felt that the divine energy he had expended was nearly replenished. At this juncture, engaging in a vigorous battle against these 3 treacherous adversaries might significantly enhance his practical combat experience. The question of whether he could vanquish his foes was secondary. Rather, it was the opportunity to elevate his skills and experiential knowledge through such intense confrontation that truly mattered in this world. Just as Luo Feng positioned himself with arms crossed, ready to confront the impending challenge, the leopard bear bellowed fiercely, emanating an aura of terror and malevolence. With a sudden thrust of his legs, the ground erupted with a resounding crack, sending shockwaves outward. This charge exemplified the ferocity befitting the named leopard bear. The violent power surged through his massive frame, propelling him forward with tremendous force. This was undoubtedly the primary tactic the leopard bear employed to capture Luo Feng's attention. In that moment, Luo Feng had assumed a defensive stance, prepared to meet the leopard bear's blusterous onslaught. Observing Luo Feng's defensive posture, the leopard bear inwardly rejoiced. This fellow had indeed focused all his attention on him. Perhaps now was the opportune moment to unveil his long-cherished secret weapon. Although the viper possessed average strength, his intellect was undeniably sharp. Meanwhile, the leopard bear continued his aggressive advance, calculating his next move. In Luo Feng's eyes, although the leopard bear was undeniably powerful, his speed appeared as sluggish as a tortoise. However, failing to adopt this stance could potentially frighten the trio away, an outcome that would be quite unsatisfactory. Chapter 52. The Movement of Space. In an effort to minimize complications and conserve time, while also playing along with his opponent to lower his own perceived intellect, Luo Feng found this to be a rather helpless course of action. If one truly reached the pinnacle of power, what need would there be for such tactics? Moreover, the concept of combat intelligence was mere folly. Only when true strength was attained at its zenith could one achieve a flawless execution of skill. Nevertheless, that was a discussion for another time. Just as the leopard bear approached Luo Feng's form, a derisive smile crept across his lips, and in an instant, he emanated an enigmatic wave. What had once been a straightforward confrontation, with Luo Feng poised for combat, suddenly vanished as the formidable figure of the leopard bear inexplicably disappeared. This was a true disappearance indeed. Accompanied by the fluctuations of space, this individual unexpectedly traversed dimensions, not merely creating illusions of speed that would deceive an opponent's vision, but genuinely entering another realm. The true nature of leopard bear's prowess was unveiled as his trump card. Now, Luo Feng felt a sense of clarity regarding why this individual had so confidently charged at him, while his 2 companions remained at ease, preparing for ranged assaults. Such maneuvers were to be expected. Had these 3 been less foolish, it would have been a grave insult to Luo Feng's intellect. As the adversary vanished before his eyes, Luo Feng's moment of astonishment was entirely feigned. Indeed, if he did not play along and frighten off the two ranged attackers, the outcome would be unfavorable. Thus, although he wore a mask of terror, his heart remained profoundly tranquil. He was certain that this individual would reappear behind him, a conclusion drawn from his combat intelligence and practical experience. After all, beings capable of manipulating space and engaging in close combat would not merely create a fleeting distance in front of their opponent. They would employ their spatial abilities to shift directly behind the enemy, launching a renewed assault. With the enemy's attack trajectory already anticipated, Luo Feng found himself at ease. While he maintained a defensive posture, his gaze and body betrayed no vulnerabilities. Unlike what he had initially predicted, he refrained from adopting any novel combat or evasive maneuvers, thus granting Leopard Bear an opportunity for a successful ambush. True to form, Leopard Bear did not disappoint. In an instant, a dense wave of spatial energy erupted behind Luo Feng, and a robust figure emerged, bursting forth from the very fabric of space. With a piercing roar, Leopard Bear declared, "Die, you little rascal," as Luo Feng's astonishment collided with Leopard Bear's initial assault. The latter utilized his formidable arms and massive frame to completely restrain Luo Feng's hands and feet, akin to being shackled by an overwhelming weight. Leopard Bear's arms tightened, and his legs anchored firmly, pinning Luo Feng to the ground, a crucial step in the trio's plan. Employing his immense strength and robust physique, Leopard Bear succeeded in immobilizing Luo Feng. However, the latter's agility and elusive nature were remarkable, as demonstrated in his recent encounter with the Spider Queen Beerus. Even her webs could not fully ensnare him. If he could not be restrained, then any notions of ranged or toxin attacks were utterly futile. The trio's strategy hinged on Leopard Bear's forceful incursion, utilizing spatial abilities to launch a surprise attack from behind. Yet, given Leopard Bear's swiftness, this ambush might only present a singular opportunity. To squander it on a mere attack would be a grave miscalculation, since the trio must coordinate their efforts. The first step is to immobilize the opponent, allowing the two skilled in offensive and toxic assaults to unleash their full might. This strategy embodies the true essence of their collaboration. Indeed, the formidable Leopard Bear executed the task assigned by his companions flawlessly, appearing behind Luo Feng and using his robust limbs to completely restrain him to the ground. This created a significant opportunity, and the remaining success hinged on the performance of the Viper and the Porcupine. Should they fail to eliminate Luo Feng on the spot, their own fate would be dire. At this moment, the muscle-bound Leopard Bear cast a knowing glance towards the Viper, a silent acknowledgement of their shared intent. His hands continued to grip Luo Feng's body with an alarming intensity, generating ominous cracking sounds. It appeared that he aimed not only to immobilize Luo Feng, but also to shatter his bones, a fitting reflection of the name Leopard Bear. Although his primary task was control, his inherent brutality remained unchanged. Crushing his opponent was simply his essence of attack. Sweat beaded on his brow as the veins on his temples throbbed, a clear indication of his exertion. Seeing Leopard Bear successfully restrain Luo Feng, the Viper recognized the rarity of this opportunity and knew hesitation was not an option. With a swift gesture, he coated the Porcupine's spear with venom, shouting, "Porcupine, it's your turn." The Porcupine did not disappoint his comrades. With the poison ready and Leopard Bear fully in control of their foe, he leaned forward and, with a fierce cry, began to sprint toward Luo Feng and Leopard Bear, spear in hand. Though he could have thrown the spears directly, he chose to advance a short distance first, maximizing his speed before unleashing the three venom-laden spears. This approach not only amplified their lethality, but also improved their accuracy by maintaining a safe distance. Who could predict whether the spears would completely subdue Luo Feng? This was a unique safeguard for his own attack. Unexpectedly, despite their seemingly clumsy demeanor, the trio demonstrated remarkable precision and efficiency, exploiting their advantages to the fullest. It became clear that while the students of the Destruction God Academy possessed varying levels of strength and learning capabilities when their lives were on the line, each one exhibited the brilliance of a true talent among their ranks. Indeed, ordinary individuals and mediocrities would not attract the attention of the High Priest and the angels to be brought to the Destruction God Academy. Chapter 53, Body Restraint. However, it is evident that the elite among elites cannot be easily defined. Observing the Porcupine series of maneuvers, Luo Feng could not help but smirk slightly, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Is this truly the entirety of your plan? Yet, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Although their strategy was meticulously crafted, Showcasing each individual's strengths and characteristics to the fullest, it left something to be desired. Nevertheless, in Luo Feng's eyes, this tactic and approach were mere child's play, remnants of his past experiences. What he admired was the courage of the three individuals, who, astonishingly, chose not to escape at the opportune moment, but instead opted to engage in a desperate struggle against him. This decision, albeit misguided, commanded a degree of respect. Yet, their emotional and intellectual capacities were indeed concerning. Observing the smug leopard bear, the determined porcupine, and the sinisterly smiling viper, Luo Feng's expression softened slightly. With a subtle shift in his aura, he took a deep breath, releasing a surge of purplish-red energy that erupted from within him. This was the newly enhanced destructive power he had harnessed. At that moment, the energy enveloped his entire being. Previously, he had conserved energy, fully absorbing it within himself for a minor circulation. Now he had restored nearly 90% of his strength, seemingly sufficient to contend with others. However, Luo Feng understood that relying solely on his physical prowess would not suffice to break free from the grasp of the leopard bear. Despite its average speed and strength, the brute force of this creature was undeniably formidable. The cracking sounds echoing through Luo Feng's bones attested to the raw power of this individual. Yet, the trio had overlooked a crucial element. Luo Feng could indeed wield the destructive energy as if it were internal power. As a master of internal martial arts, he could manipulate his inner strength to its utmost limits, effortlessly countering external forces. This concept was likely a mystery forever beyond the comprehension of the three malicious disciples in this world. While the ability to utilize destructive energy in this manner was available to him, Luo Feng felt no obligation to elucidate it to them. He had long remembered that villains often met their demise through excessive dialogue. Although the trio might not perceive certain truths, he had little interest in engaging them further. Instead, he unleashed the full extent of his destructive energy, manifesting it upon his exterior, transforming into a figure akin to a blazing red flame as the energy erupted outward. With a series of sharp intakes of breath, the porcupine felt a distinct sensation of his spear slipping from his grasp. At that moment, he had pushed his speed to its zenith, aiming 3 spears directly at Luo Feng's forehead and heart in a calculated triple strike, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Observing the porcupine's assault, a glint of cold light flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. Initially, he had intended to toy with them, but the audacity of their intentions revealed a darker truth. These individuals were not as innocent as they appeared. Thus, Luo Feng resolved not to hold back any longer. With a soft exhalation, he expanded his body with a forceful surge. The previously self-satisfied leopard bear stood momentarily stunned. What kind of power was this? In an astonishing display of strength, he effortlessly freed himself from the tight grip of both his hands and feet. This could not merely be the result of ordinary physical prowess. Just moments ago, Luo Feng had evidently not possessed such formidable force. He was merely agile. Yet, from where did this extraordinary power emanate? As the energy enveloped Luo Feng's body, Leopard Bear was inwardly astonished. Could it be that he had reached a level where he could completely externalize the destructive divine power? This energy was typically reserved for those who had truly ascended to the rank of a true god of destruction. After all, this young man was merely a student like the rest of us. Did he possess some unique opportunity or innate talent? As Luo Feng instantaneously broke free from Leopard Bear's grasp, the watching Viper felt a jolt of alarm. He exclaimed, "This is bad. This fellow is concealing his true strength. My flawless plan is doomed to fail." Indeed, Viper was slow to realize the gravity of the situation. Yet his reflexes were considerably quicker than those of Leopard Bear and Porcupine. After all, he was the mastermind behind their strategies. The moment he witnessed Luo Feng's swift maneuver, he understood everything. It was a trap. This was a devious scheme set by Luo Feng for the three of them. Given Luo Feng's ability to effortlessly escape the confines of Leopard Bear's grip, it was evident that had he chosen to act before they did, he could have easily eliminated Viper in an instant. If that had been the case, perhaps Leopard Bear and Porcupine might have had a chance to flee. Clearly, Luo Feng intended to ensnare all three of them, just as they sought to bring him to his demise. It appeared that both sides were resolutely committed to ensuring the other's utter destruction. In light of this, there was no room for hesitation. Seeing Leopard Bear still in a daze after breaking free, Viper urgently commanded him to retreat, but it was painfully apparent that the warning had come too late. Watching Leopard Bear's bewildered expression, Viper was filled with frustration. This individual's combat instincts were woefully inadequate. How could he still be dazed at such a critical moment? Surely he did not comprehend why his immense power had been evaded by the enemy. But was this truly the time for such reflections? The very fact that the opponent could escape his formidable energy indicated that they were vastly superior in strength, given that their might was overwhelming. He had witnessed their terrifying speed. Engaging in close combat with such a formidable adversary was tantamount to courting death. However, lamenting this reality was futile. Viper quickly shifted his focus to Porcupine, attempting to halt his assault, but it was evident that Porcupine had entirely slipped from Viper's control. The 3 toxic javelins in Porcupine's grasp had already been launched, hurtling toward Luo Feng with mere meters separating them from their target. At this moment, Viper clung to a shred of hope, pondering whether the adversary might present even the slightest opening. He no longer expected Porcupine's javelins to strike Luo Feng's vital points. He merely hoped that they might graze his skin, allowing his venom to play a pivotal role. This time, the Viper had truly invested significant effort. The venom he applied to the Porcupine's quills was not the kind that inflicted lethal harm or aggression. Instead, he had developed a unique energy that employed destructive divine power combined with his innate racial talents, making this venom primarily aimed at paralyzing nerves and immobilizing the body. A mere scratch upon the skin, while not fatal, could render the opponent's formidable abilities completely incapacitated for 30 seconds. Indeed, this 30-second paralysis was the Viper's ultimate hidden skill, death for 30 seconds. Given the prowess and talent of their destructive divine scholars, any adversary paralyzed before them for that duration would face a grim fate. Should they fail to eradicate both body and soul within those 30 seconds, the opportunity for counterattack would vanish entirely. An opponent, utterly defenseless and subjected to their whims for 30 seconds, would be at their mercy, allowing the trio to indulge in their triumph. This was likely the Viper's sole hope. A mere touch, no matter how slight, could induce total paralysis. Luo Feng observed the Porcupine's movements, and the Viper did not intervene as the spear whistled toward Luo Feng's body. How could Luo Feng not grasp that these 3 spears were laced with venom? No matter the toxin, contact would surely yield dire consequences. Moreover, the poison was a culmination of the Viper's utmost effort, likely a secret technique for self-preservation. Being a formidable skill, it warranted respect. Just like the leopard bear's spatial traversal and the Porcupine's venomous spear, each was a lethal trump card. Given their confidence and the Viper's lack of restraint over the Porcupine's attack, it was clear he had complete faith in this strike. With Luo Feng's battle intelligence, it was impossible not to discern their simplistic thinking. A slight smirk graced his lips, a hint of disdain illuminating his expression. Let them witness what true destructive divine power entails. In an instant, Luo Feng's figure flickered, his ethereal and graceful movement manifesting once more. This time, not only the Viper, but also the Porcupine and the intellectually challenged leopard bear were left agape for this maneuver, while reminiscent of spatial movement. Surpassed it in both speed and eeriness. It was incomprehensible how Luo Feng managed this, as he suddenly swapped positions with the leopard bear. At that moment, his entire form radiated with a surge of crimson energy, and in the next instant, he found himself behind the leopard bear. This maneuver indeed defied all expectations. The 3 venomous spikes, originally aimed at Luo Feng, now targeted the bewildered leopard bear. To their astonishment, Luo Feng did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, he stood with arms crossed, observing the trio's stunned expressions, a wave of helplessness washing over him. The game reaches its conclusion here. Engaging in combat with these 3 individuals has not truly enhanced my abilities, unlike the previous encounter with the Spider Queen Barret. Although these 3 exhibit a remarkable synergy, their overall strength is indeed somewhat concerning. Perhaps I should seek out more formidable adversaries to truly augment my power. Nevertheless, Luo Feng has demonstrated an exceptional mastery of timing in battle. Although the leopard bear did not launch an immediate assault, he was afforded no opportunity to resist. After all, the Porcupine's spear had already flown towards the leopard bear's face. Achieving a one-hit knockout against such a powerful opponent may appear effortless, yet it is fraught with difficulty. Luo Feng concentrated the energy radiating from his body, enveloped in a crimson aura, into a singular point. He recalled a vital principle from the ancient martial legends. To unleash the greatest destructive force, one must focus their strength at a single point. When the purity of destructive divine power is high, but its quantity insufficient, one must rely on concentration to execute a lethal strike. This is the primary reason Luo Feng could refine his destructive divine power to the level of internal energy. With a sharp exclamation, Luo Feng delivered a powerful punch directly aimed at the leopard bear's spine. While the forehead, throat, and heart are critical points of the body, a strike to the spine is the most likely to incapacitate an opponent. This was the rationale behind Luo Feng's maneuver to position himself behind the leopard bear, leveraging his energy and speed to execute an unseen approach. Had this been a mere sparring session or friendly bout, Luo Feng might have targeted the back of the neck or the base of the skull to render his opponent unconscious, thus fulfilling his objective. However, it was clear that these three were intent on eliminating him, leaving no room for mercy in Luo Feng's resolve. Though they were all students of the destructive Divine Academy, these classmates sought to bring about his demise. In the face of adversaries, Luo Feng would show neither leniency nor compassion. At that moment, the leopard bear sensed a gust of ominous wind approaching from behind, a clear indication that Luo Feng's full force was aimed at his spine. As an expert in combat, the leopard bear understood that if Luo Feng's attack successfully struck his spine, it would spell his end. The spine is the central hub of the body's nervous system. Any injury there would render everything moot. In a final desperate struggle, driven by a fierce will to survive, the leopard bear contorted his body at an improbable angle to mount a last-ditch defense. He channeled all his strength and muscular force towards the trajectory of Luo Feng's impending assault. Although he could not evade the full force of Luo Feng's strike, he relied on his formidable defenses and musculature to withstand this lethal ambush. His muscles and fur surged forward in anticipation of Luo Feng's attack. Although the strengths of both parties vary, as students of the Destruction God Academy, they share a fundamental understanding of the divine powers of destruction and certain foundational abilities. This implies that achieving the instantaneous defeat of an opponent with a single blow amongst classmates is an exceedingly daunting task. Furthermore, each student is an elite from their respective races, endowed with unique talents, which accounts for the audacious confidence of the trio to confront Luo Feng in a 3-on-1 scenario. In Chapter 55, Separation of Brothers, it is noted that while Luo Feng possesses remarkable agility and an unpredictable attack style, the trio regards him with a sense of disdain when it comes to the prospect of overpowering the leopard bear with sheer strength. However, while the leopard bear is fully engaged in defending against Luo Feng's lethal strike, he neglects a crucial detail. 3 poison spears are hurtling towards him at speed surpassing that of ordinary time and space. This is the pivotal moment in Luo Feng's plan. Only by dismantling the leopard bear's defenses and evasion capabilities could the impact of his strike achieve the desired effect of instantaneous annihilation. At this moment, the leopard bear belatedly realizes the impending danger, but it is evidently too late. His eyes, now bloodshot, widen in horror as the 3 spears loom larger before him. Cursing the porcupine within, he suddenly experiences a searing pain in his back, rendering his body numb. In the next instant, he feels the world spinning violently, as if his very soul is being stripped away, and his vision fades to darkness. Thus, he succumbs to the brutality of the situation, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. 3 spears, launched by the porcupine, pierce his front, striking true against his form. The moment they make contact, the venom of the viper fully manifests its effects. The muscles and fur that had once braced against Luo Feng's impending blow relax completely, relinquishing all defensive capability. Luo Feng's fist, executed with exquisite precision, connects with the leopard bear's spine, producing a resounding crack as bones shatter. The destructive power of Luo Feng invades the leopard bear's central nervous system, and with a series of bone-crunching sounds, the leopard bear loses all control over his body. In that fleeting moment, Luo Feng's meticulously directed destructive energy courses through the leopard bear's central nervous system towards his heart, brain, and throat, affecting total devastation. This is the primary reason behind the leopard bear's swift demise at Luo Feng's hands. As the light fades from the leopard bear's eyes, transforming him into a cold corpse, the viper and porcupine stand in shocked disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a flawless collaboration and assault could lead to the downfall of the leopard bear, the strongest among them. How could this young man have achieved such a feat? If he were a demon, they would refuse to acknowledge it, regardless of the circumstances. In their eyes, Luo Feng has become a monster, an unequivocal and terrifying creature. At this moment, as Luo Feng approached them with measured steps, both the viper and the porcupine exchanged glances, each reflecting profound fear and despair in the other's eyes. It appeared that the sudden demise of the leopard bear had utterly shattered their confidence. Yet, in a moment of desperation, Both the viper and the porcupine shouted to one another, "Block him. I have a plan." However, their subsequent actions completely defied Luo Feng's expectations. The two, who had just moments ago stood united against a common foe, turned tail and fled without a backward glance. The concepts of alliance and loyalty were cast aside. Their sole focus was to escape from the terrifying and monstrous figure of Luo Feng as swiftly as possible. To the viper's dismay, he realized that his speed was no match for the porcupine, who now charged ahead like a wild dog, unleashed, racing furiously forward. The viper cursed with impotent words, calling him despicable, shameless, and unprincipled. Yet, he soon faced the harsh reality. In the desperate race for survival, it wasn't necessary to outrun the adversary, but rather to outpace one's companion. The one left behind would inevitably meet their doom. Reality struck hard. The viper, indeed, lacked the explosive power and endurance of both the porcupine and the leopard bear. After all, he relied on cunning and venom, and his frail physique had always been his downfall. Watching the porcupine's form vanish into the distance, the viper swallowed his vitriol, sighed deeply, and lowered his head in resignation. He glanced back at Luo Feng, who steadily approached, and sighed again. Facing the inevitable was unavoidable. However, yielding was out of the question. They would settle this once and for all. With this despairing thought, the viper thrust his hands into his mouth, producing a sharp crack as he extracted his two signature fangs. In that moment, the fangs glinted ominously in his grasp. This must be the viper's ultimate technique. Relinquishing his fangs might signify his final act of defiance. He crouched low, preparing to pounce. Perhaps this individual, despite his treachery, deserved some respect for his tenacity. Unlike the shameless porcupine, who had fled without a second thought. Although the viper was cunning, he displayed commendable courage at this critical juncture. Nevertheless, in terms of raw strength, he was no match for Luo Feng, who had inherited ancient martial arts and harnessed destructive divine power. In an instant, Luo Feng stood before the viper, and just as the viper prepared to launch a desperate counterattack, Luo Feng's powerful hand seized his neck. At that moment, the viper's eyes bulged with bloodshot fury. Muttering curses, whether directed at his own greed and failed schemes, or at the porcupine for his cowardly betrayal, it was unclear. Yet, no matter how he flailed his fangs in the air, they could not pierce Luo Feng's skin. With defenses unbroken, what merit was there in discussing offense? Luo Feng's eyes radiated a chilling, murderous intent. This individual could not be spared. With the hatred emanating from his eyes and the insidious nature of this old scoundrel, any excessive actions would inevitably lead to dire consequences, a scenario that Luo Feng sought to avoid. Moreover, the viper, despite his outward fierceness, likely intended to exploit this very trait, hoping to evoke a sense of camaraderie in Luo Feng, reminiscent of a hero recognizing another. At the brink of his demise, this lad still resorted to cunning schemes. In an instant, Luo Feng exerted his strength with a single palm, and with a resounding crack, the overly confident viper met his end, thoroughly extinguished in this jungle. Chapter 56. Roasting a whole pig. Indeed, the jungle law is one of survival of the fittest. To eliminate others, one must be prepared for their own demise. Of course, the viper's misfortune was rather unfortunate, encountering the ultimate boss right from start. One could say that fate had not favored him. Meanwhile, the porcupine reveled in a secret delight. How fortunate indeed. He had not anticipated that although the viper possessed a sharp mind, his physical prowess was lacking, failing to outrun him. With the viper hindering him, he believed that he would soon escape the clutches of the formidable Luo Feng. Regardless of the porcupine's imaginings, he certainly lacked the courage to confront Luo Feng head-on. After extinguishing the viper's life with a single blow, Luo Feng gradually regulated his breath. In every regard, he was exceptionally strong, his only shortcoming being his stamina, which seemed somewhat insufficient. Seizing the opportunity as his adversary fled, it would be prudent to catch his breath before pursuing. Should the three of them indeed choose to collaborate mentally, Luo Feng might find himself embroiled in a strenuous battle. However, a battlefield is devoid of hypotheticals. The clash between life and death often occurs in mere moments. Although the porcupine fled with remarkable speed, the scent he left behind was firmly locked onto by Luo Feng, making his escape quite improbable. Luo Feng began to circulate the residual destructive energy within him, albeit the consumption was less than anticipated. Could it be that these two intense battles had enhanced his prowess? If so, that would be splendid. Engaging in more practical combat might indeed contribute to his strength, especially since these were battles among students, not yet the ultimate life-or-death confrontations against terrifyingly powerful foes. Having locked onto the porcupine's scent and noting his speed gradually diminishing, likely a consequence of utilizing some secret technique during his escape, Luo Feng dismissed any concerns over the porcupine's flight. Regulating his breath, he swiftly pursued in the direction the porcupine had fled. At that moment, Luo Feng felt unexpectedly invigorated, as if his agility had been enhanced, suggesting that practical combat was the only swift path to elevate one's abilities. With this realization, Luo Feng solidified his future training direction. Sitting cross-legged in meditation was merely the most basic foundation. To rapidly advance in strength, one must rely on genuine life-and-death struggles to break through their limits. Following the trail left by the porcupine, Luo Feng methodically pursued without haste. Suddenly, before him, the jungle revealed a steep cliff, a sight that momentarily startled Luo Feng. To his astonishment, there lay a basin ahead. Though modest in size, this alteration in terrain heightened his vigilance. As he cautiously ascended to a branch, he surveyed the distant scenery, pondering whether the porcupine might have left behind any traps. He had discerned that the porcupine's presence ahead had become static, its aura growing increasingly faint and seemingly concealed. Gazing in the direction of the porcupine, he considered the possibility of a trap, given that it had associated with the viper for an extended period. A peculiar scene unfolded before Luo Feng's eyes, eliciting his astonishment. At the cliff's base, he discovered tents and a bonfire. How could such a situation arise? Had he encountered an indigenous tribe? He had never heard of such peculiar races existing within the trial grounds, only tales of extraordinary creatures. Yet, Luo Feng refrained from recklessly intruding upon this tribe, recognizing that existence implies reason. The audacity of setting up camp and lighting a fire in the heart of this extraordinary forest suggested that the tribe was not as simplistic as it may appear to outsiders. Carefully observing the diverse beings within the tribe, Luo Feng noted that they were red-skinned goblins, each adorned with peculiar mask-like layers on their faces. However, their weaponry was quite dismal, primarily consisting of primitive stone spears and axes. An even more astonishing scene unfolded before him. The porcupine's aura, which he had been tracking, had abruptly vanished, not due to any dealings with these so-called natives or traps set for Luo Feng. Instead, the porcupine was bizarrely skewered by these natives with a unique bamboo skewer and was being roasted over the bonfire. It was utterly astonishing that he had been reduced to a roasted pig, which explained his complete disappearance. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. While the fate of the porcupine took him by surprise, Luo Feng remained prudent. In this unpredictable environment, anything could happen, and it was wise to observe before acting. The sudden emergence of this tribe and their ability to silently transform a formidable creature like the porcupine into a roasted delicacy hinted at their true nature, far from the harmlessness he had initially imagined. As he continued to observe, Luo Feng unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure at the center of the tribe. To his astonishment, it was Hmph, though the latter appeared visibly dejected and listless. Strangely enough, this fellow found himself imprisoned by a tribe of red-skinned goblins, akin to a wild beast or trophy, carelessly left in a cage without any guards. Could it be that this iron cage is impervious to his formidable strength? Setting that aside for the moment, despite the pallor and slight discord in his form, Hmph's bandages had entirely vanished upon entering the trial grounds, indicating that his injuries had been completely healed. How could this be, given that he had suffered grievous fractures from a blow by Kashi? Perhaps this young man had encountered some fortuitous event. Yet, such thoughts seemed to pale in significance now. At this moment, Luo Feng had swiftly discerned the situation. It was likely that the fool, the hedgehog, had inadvertently stumbled into this cannibal tribe and was destined to become their meal. Originally, Hmph might have been the one served on the roasting spit, but the arrival of the hedgehog had instead spared his life, leaving the hefty swine to take his place. A smile crept onto Luo Feng's lips at the irony. Indeed, a chance encounter had unexpectedly borne fruit. Had Hmph been aware that his life was saved in such a manner, his expression would surely have been less despondent. Truly, it seemed as if fate had intervened. Who could assert that luck is not a form of strength? Chapter 57, The Cannibal Tribe. Without this stroke of fortune, the position of the god of destruction of the sixth universe might have been up for grabs. As Luo Feng remained vigilant, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence nearby. It was evident that this tribe lacked any form of warning or defense, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. However, Luo Feng possessed an unwavering confidence in his instincts. Whenever he felt such a sensation, it invariably signaled impending trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he subtly shifted his body to the side. In a flash, there was no sound of slicing air, nor did any red toxin-laden needle graze the tip of his nose. The needle, exuding a sharp, acrid scent, had passed directly by, severing a strand of his hair in the process. How perilous! Such an attack was nearly undetectable. Had it not been for his martial training, he might have found himself in dire straits. This ambush was undoubtedly the work of a skilled adversary. Just as Luo Feng prepared to pursue the assailant, a flash of red darted through the nearby thicket, a goblin, racing past him with alarming speed. The creature's target was the opposing tribe, unmistakably a scout who had just attempted to ambush Luo Feng. Indeed, this was a remarkably lethal weapon of the jungle. Silent and devoid of warning. Had Luo Feng not possessed that innate intuition, he would have surely succumbed to the attack. And it seemed likely that the unfortunate hedgehog had met his end in a similar manner. Moreover, the adversary's ability to foresee danger was remarkably acute, stealthily approaching Luo Feng's side and launching a lethal ambush. However, this individual's combat awareness was exceptionally extraordinary. Upon the failure of the surprise attack, he promptly retreated, embodying the innate talents characteristic of both an assassin and a tribal hunter. After all, the physique and stature of the opponent clearly indicated he was not a close combat fighter. And upon his failed strike, he sought refuge back in the tribe. It appeared that this group presented a rather formidable challenge. As the assailant withdrew, the goblin returned to the tribe, emitting a peculiar and eerie cry. The once tranquil atmosphere of the tribe shifted abruptly. The earlier deceptive maneuvers seemed to serve as a lesson in trickery for Luo Feng. With the sound of the alarm ringing out, the tribe's members understood that the ambush during the hunt had failed. It seemed inevitable that they would confront their prey head-on. In that moment, the tribe's men, women, and children swiftly seized their stone axes and spears, indicating their discontent with merely roasting a piglet and a porcupine, suggesting that any creature approaching their territory could very well become their next feast. Observing the proficiency and synergy among the tribe members, it was evident that this was not their first encounter with such endeavors. Luo Feng inwardly cursed his misfortune, having encountered the red-skinned goblins. It was apparent that these creatures were far from amicable. With 10 of them in a group, combat was unavoidable, and thus, the confrontation commenced. Luo Feng chose not to conceal his presence any longer and steadied his breath, leaping down from the boulder. Faced with this primitive tribe, wielding an array of rudimentary weapons, he exhibited neither hesitation nor courtesy. At that moment, Luo Feng assumed a combat stance, instantly channeling all external energy back into his body. His instincts and combat prowess warned him that this would be the most arduous battle he had faced since entering this trial ground. While he could not yet ascertain the opponent's true strength, their primitive and outdated weaponry belied their skill. The synchronized movements of each member indicated a tribe accustomed to cooperative hunting. In terms of combat talent and experience, they were undoubtedly far from ordinary. This realization compelled Luo Feng to regard them with the utmost seriousness. Furthermore, his observations of the porcupine's fate in the cage hinted that this tribe was no simple foe. After all, the porcupine, despite its disparity in strength, had been swiftly roasted over a fire. Meanwhile, the porcupine, noticing someone entering the tribe, initially felt a glimmer of hope, wondering if perhaps someone had come to rescue him. However, upon recognizing the energy concealing Luo Feng, his excitement gradually dimmed. It dawned on him that it was merely Luo Feng alone. The prospects of salvation appeared bleak. Such emotional highs and lows were indeed tumultuous for the porcupine. Just moments ago, the porcupine charged into the tribe, and Hmph mistakenly believed that reinforcements had arrived to rescue him. However, to his astonishment, the porcupine was swiftly subdued, much like Hmph himself, and met its untimely demise, soon to be transformed into roasted meat on a barbecue grill. This merely delayed Hmph's own fate of becoming a roast by a fleeting instant. Clearly, once the porcupine was dismembered, Hmph would be next in line for the spit. The fleeting hope that had come so swiftly was extinguished just as quickly, filling Hmph's heart with profound sorrow. Now, with the arrival of Luo Feng, this enigmatic figure, Hmph felt a mix of apprehension and uncertainty. After all, Luo Feng was but one man, pitted against an entire tribe. Though their weapons were subpar, the tribe boasted a well-equipped and formidable force, not to mention a hidden boss, their chieftain, who had yet to reveal himself. Yet Hmph knew all too well the terror that the chieftain instilled. Given his own agility and abilities, he had fallen victim to the chieftain's prowess. and the thought sent a chill down his spine. Seeing Luo Feng suppress his presence and adopt a combat stance, Hmph refrained from shouting. Quietly sweating for Luo Feng's success, his own survival hinged on the outcome of this rescue mission. Nevertheless, doubts plagued him. Was Luo Feng truly there to save him? Could he possibly harbor such benevolence? Chapter 58, The Rescue. In the next moment, several robust individuals wielding massive axes and stone spears lunged forward, launching a fierce assault on Luo Feng. At that instant, Luo Feng remained composed and agile, employing his legendary agility to engage in close combat. Meanwhile, behind the chaos, the elders, children, and women of the tribe stealthily readied their bows and blowguns, poised to ambush Luo Feng at any moment. The synchronicity of this tribe's cooperation was astonishing, aligning perfectly with Luo Feng's expectations. He had unwittingly become a target, besieged by the tribe. Amidst the turmoil, Luo Feng cast a glance at Hmph's expression. Yet, something was amiss. Given Hmph's character, he would have surely raised an uproar upon realizing Luo Feng's presence in the tribe, yet he remained silent. Moreover, from the glint in Hmph's eyes, Luo Feng gleaned valuable insights. It appeared this skirmish was merely an appetizer, with a far greater adversary lurking in wait. With this realization, Luo Feng dismissed any notions of prolonged testing or restraint. From the understanding gleaned from Hmph's gaze, it was evident that a powerful leader was lurking, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Thus, there was no need to conserve strength or hide further. Before the looming threat of the chieftain emerged, it was imperative to dispatch his subordinates. Perhaps this would afford him a glimmer of hope. Resolute in his decision, Luo Feng hesitated no longer. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanated from his hands and legs. Immediately, he directed his energy to fully envelop his body, focusing it on the offensive parts. And with a series of swift strikes, he sent several burly men reeling backward. At this moment, from the periphery of the battlefield, Hmph's astonished gaze revealed his surprise. Luo Feng, this young man, seemed to have significantly honed his agility and strength. A stark contrast to the earlier chaos where mere porcupine had been brutally overwhelmed and slain. Now, Luo Feng was engaging in a fierce exchange with the enemy formation. Perhaps he truly harbored a glimmer of hope. Hmph, gripping the iron cage beside him with both hands, made it creak ominously, his heart surging with excitement. Perhaps he was indeed a chosen one, a child of destiny. Though he had arrived in this world grievously injured, he fortuitously stumbled upon a vial of healing elixir that restored all his wounds. Yet, misfortune struck when he encountered the tribe's chieftain on patrol and was captured by the cannibalistic tribe. Now, as someone had come to rescue him, he had narrowly escaped becoming a roasted pig. A friend, closely tied to him, had arrived on the scene and was effectively holding his own against the adversaries. Hmph silently hoped that Luo Feng would comprehend the urgency in his eyes and not linger here. Now, Hmph could only fervently pray to the great divine officer or the king of all, hoping his entreaties would bear fruit. Perhaps his prayers played a crucial role. For Luo Feng, no longer hesitating, unleashed a series of ferocious attacks, no longer merely seeking combat experience or ways to augment his destructive power. With his martial prowess, he struck relentlessly, sending enemies tumbling. However, these tribal warriors were not as easily vanquished as outsiders might perceive. Their vital points and peculiar weaknesses seemed to possess unique defenses. And despite sustaining numerous lethal blows from Luo Feng, they remained undeterred, continuing to fight tenaciously. If this persisted, the tribal chieftain might soon join the fray to engage in a brutal melee. A glimmer of green light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes, and golden rays streaked by. It became evident that these goblins of the divine race differed from ordinary humans or creatures. Attacking their hearts, brains, or throats might not yield any fatal consequences. Their physical defenses surpassed Luo Feng's expectations. Yet, regrettably for them, during his battle with the Spider Queen Beerus, he had seemingly mastered a novel combat technique, soul-breaking attacks, a method to disrupt the very essence of one's being. Since his destructive power failed to inflict fatal harm on their corporeal forms, Luo Feng promptly deduced that employing his soul-breaking attack might yield extraordinary results. Without a moment's hesitation, he enacted his resolve. His figure flickered, and the brilliance in his hands became erratic. What was once a purplish-red aura transformed into an even more radiant glow, reminiscent of the energy he wielded against the Spider Queen. His palms and fists morphed into 2 fingers, and with swift motions he unleashed a barrage of attacks. One by one, the tribal members fell to the ground. The robust individuals wielding stone axes, upon being lightly prodded by Luo Feng, astonishingly exhibited no signs of resistance or lamentation. Instead, they collapsed onto the ground with a thud. This unexpected outcome surpassed the expectations of the tribe members, who were taken aback by Luo Feng's ability to incapacitate their bravest warriors merely with a gesture. The sight left the tribe in a state of alarm, and the archers and blowpipe wielders at the back immediately heightened their vigilance. Their skin flushed a deeper hue, their eyes sharp and alert, seeking opportunities. It became evident that the tribe's combat prowess extended beyond the frontline warriors. Even the elders and children appeared formidable. A rain of arrows fell from various angles, launching a fierce ambush against Luo Feng. However, as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, Luo Feng demonstrated remarkable adaptability to such a complex battlefield. He skillfully evaded the incoming bolts and arrows with a fluid, chaotic grace. Numerous spear-wielding warriors fell before him, leaving only the ordinary soldiers armed with bows and blowpipes. The brave warriors had already succumbed to Luo Feng's soul-shattering technique, their spirits rendered defenseless. Externally, they bore no visible injuries. Yet a deeper examination would reveal that the malevolent demon souls had been utterly destroyed by Luo Feng, epitomizing the essence of destructive power. To annihilate a person's soul is a far greater challenge than to damage their body. Although Luo Feng exhibited no overt signs of strain, the toll on him was significant, as the continuous exertion of his abilities weighed heavily upon him. Yet, as fate would have it, in this narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. Should Luo Feng reveal any signs of fatigue or diminishing strength, his adversaries would undoubtedly converge upon him, sealing his fate. Observing that his foes lay vanquished upon the ground while they trembled in fear, Luo Feng seized the moment to catch his breath and momentarily replenish his soul-shattering energy. It seemed that this energy was his sole path to victory against such a formidable race. Amidst the standoff on the battlefield, a sharp, thunderous roar echoed from the largest tent in the distance, reverberating with intensity. The tent flaps parted, revealing a colossal figure emerging, wielding 2 massive leg bones. This was none other than the tribe's chieftain, the mightiest warrior, the ultimate boss, stepping forth to confront Luo Feng. His skin radiated a vibrant crimson, an unmistakable sign of his furious wrath. The mask atop his head was grotesque and fearsome, and it was perplexing that this individual had not acted promptly. Clearly, he had squandered the prime opportunity to join the other warriors in their assault on Luo Feng. Perhaps he had underestimated his opponents or was preoccupied with something of great significance. Yet, such considerations were now irrelevant. With a roar, he commanded the ranged attackers around him to gradually withdraw from the fray, encircling Luo Feng instead. Meanwhile, the tribal chief advanced slowly, unleashing a cacophony of furious roars and growls. The massive drumstick in his hand swung gently, a testament to his might and status. In the depths of his gaze, Luo Feng discerned nothing but ferocity and brutality. This foe was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. However, if his adversary relished in posturing, then let him bask in that for a moment, as it provided an opportunity for Luo Feng to recuperate his destructive powers. As the chief approached, Hmph, confined within the cage, felt a genuine glimmer of hope. How Luo Feng had managed this feat remained a mystery, yet it appeared his strength had undergone a significant enhancement, as he dispatched the tribe's most formidable warriors and melee fighters without inflicting visible wounds. Though no external injuries were evident, Hmph, a student of destruction, sensed the sheer terror embodied in Luo Feng's techniques through the eyes of the fallen. He could shatter souls. How was that even possible? Yet, such musings were secondary. As long as Luo Feng possessed the capability to liberate him, there remained potential for further discussion. The emergence of the tribal chief, accompanied by the retreat of the ranged attackers, reignited hope within Hmph. He urgently cautioned Luo Feng, "Be wary. Do not confront this brute with sheer force. His agility is lacking. If you can maintain the advantage in speed, vanquishing him should pose no challenge." In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before Hmph's eyes, rendering him speechless. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had just warned Luo Feng against a direct confrontation with the tribal chief. Yet the outcome defied all expectations. The tribal chief, muscles taut and weapon raised, launched a frontal assault upon Luo Feng. Contrarió Hmph's predictions. Luo Feng did not evade the strike through finesse and agility. Instead, he crossed his arms before him, bracing for the chief's formidable blow. The force was so great that cracks formed in the ground beneath him, as if the earth itself had been struck by the chief's twin hammers. Astoundingly, Luo Feng had indeed absorbed this devastating attack with sheer strength. How could this be possible? Is it possible that Luo Feng has once again surpassed his limits, capable of withstanding such a formidable attack from his opponent? It seems inconceivable that he, who was utterly vanquished by a single strike, could now withstand such force. At this moment, Hmph finds himself plagued by doubts, uncertain of what further remarks could improve the situation. However, the ensuing battle only deepens Hmph's incredulity. As he witnesses Luo Feng successfully counter the intense assault, a peculiar yet confident smile gracing his lips. Luo Feng's right leg begins to swell with power, a clear indication of the energy he is gathering for an impending strike, reminiscent of the lethal kick he once delivered to the Spider Queen, Beerus. Now, he has harmonized his strength perfectly. With a resounding thud, the tribal leader is sent sprawling, contorted into a shrimp-like shape as he tumbles backward, ultimately landing with an incredulous expression, shaking his masked head in disbelief at the man who had just sent him flying. It appears that this slender, dark-haired man possesses considerable strength as well. Yet, more astonishing to Luo Feng is the realization that his formidable kick, despite its peak power, merely propelled his opponent rather than breaching his defenses. From the recoil felt in his ankle, Luo Feng deduces that the true strength of this tribal leader lies not in the agility or brute force previously mentioned, but rather in an innate and terrifying resilience. Much like the lesser minions, who, despite their decent combat aptitude, exhibited average offensive capabilities, their most daunting trait was an unexpectedly formidable physical defense that surpassed Luo Feng's expectations. With no recourse available, Luo Feng resolves to employ a soul attack, a technique aimed at incapacitating his adversary entirely. This leader, undeniably a formidable entity at the 8th tier, exhibits certain shortcomings in attack, defense, and agility. However, his physical resilience is indeed remarkable. Chapter 60, The Berserk Leader. As Luo Feng flexes his tingling ankle, he glances sideways at Hmph, remarking, "You fool. Had you heeded my advice, you wouldn't even realize your impending doom. It baffles me how you have managed to survive this long with such abilities." Hmph, catching Luo Feng's gaze, comprehends the gravity of the situation, his complexion oscillating between shades of green and white. "Very well. I merely intended to offer a well-meaning warning. I didn't anticipate it would lead to such misjudgment." Now, Hmph wishes fervently to vanish into the ground. Yet it is evident that within the confines of the iron cage, such a retreat is impossible. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's heart tightens with unease, despite having maximized his physical assault. He has discovered a critical flaw. The soul strength of the tribal leader is astonishingly formidable, a stark contrast to that of his subordinates. Relying solely on his physical and destructive attacks, Luo Feng found that while he might not breach the defenses in physical combat, the tribal leader's soul strength was formidable enough that without several consecutive strikes, it would be quite challenging for him to utterly obliterate his opponent's spirit. This adversary was akin to an indomitable iron lump, impervious to further relentless assaults. Recognizing this, Luo Feng opted against continuing his aggressive onslaught. Though his opponent's agility was not particularly impressive, the sheer force wielded by the leader could withstand Luo Feng's utmost efforts. He had not anticipated encountering such a powerful creature in this trial ground, one that was significantly more formidable than the Spider Queen and her cohorts. Contemplating strategies to conserve energy while vanquishing the tribal chief, Luo Feng mused that if only the leader were present, he would be willing to expend more energy and stamina, engaging in a war of attrition to gradually dismantle his opponent's soul. However, facing an entire tribe posed a different dilemma. Although he had decimated the melee fighters, the distant archers remained vigilant, and should he exhaust himself or falter in his movements, he would surely fall victim to their poisoned arrows and darts. At that moment, sensing Luo Feng's hesitation to press the attack, the tribal leader felt a surge of indignation. With an enraged roar, he uttered incantations in a language incomprehensible to Luo Feng, perhaps a primitive tongue of their tribe. As the leader continued his fierce howls and murmurs, the tribe members responded with low, melodic chants. This appeared to be a ritualistic homage of sorts. Astonishingly, the members of the tribe, along with the distant attackers, gradually lowered their bows and arrows. What was transpiring? Luo Feng was bewildered. Had they truly surrendered due to his earlier strike that toppled their leader? It seemed implausible. For For the murderous aura radiating from the chief suggested he was not one to easily concede. In the next moment, the tribal leader's fierce roar transformed into a deep, ominous curse, as if he were reciting an arcane incantation. His kin laid down their weapons, their skin undergoing a crimson transformation, accompanied by wisps of white vapor. This was unmistakably a manifestation of life essence or vitality being consumed. What was the leader attempting to achieve? The ensuing events clarified everything for Luo Feng, as the enemies poised for a ranged attack had completely morphed into a swirling mist of blood. Indeed, they had sacrificed their bodies and souls, converting their very essence into this sanguine fog. Under the influence of the leader's peculiar incantations, the blood mist began to converge towards him. Without further hesitation, the tribal chief opened his mouth wide and, with a powerful inhalation, absorbed the essence of his transformed kin into his own being. At this moment, the stature of the tribal chief had more than doubled, and his overall vitality and presence had inexplicably intensified manyfold. It was then that Luo Feng realized that the members of this cannibalistic tribe were not merely his subordinates and foot soldiers. They were also the blood sacrifices of their chief. One could not help but wonder how such a bloodthirsty race had managed to survive and persist until now. Whenever confronted by a formidable adversary, they would drain every ounce of energy and spirit from their kin, transforming them into their own combat prowess. It was indeed a repugnant breed. Contemplating this, Luo Feng developed a resolute determination to eliminate the tribal chief. After all, a being who would turn against his own kind deserved no mercy. Despite Luo Feng's thoughts, the tribal chief exhibited an extraordinarily formidable side. With 2 resounding steps, he left behind 2 massive craters in the ground, indicating that absorbing the strength and souls of his kin had rendered his physique exceptionally powerful, his might now incomparable to before. Moreover, his agility appeared to have undergone a significant enhancement, though the most alarming aspect was the apparent increase in his defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, Luo Feng, through a fleeting moment of perception, discerned that he indeed possessed a means to vanquish this terrifying beast on the spot. While Luo Feng had formulated a plan, the onlooking Hmph trembled in fear on the verge of losing control. The future destroyer, Lord Hmph, was nearly paralyzed by dread. The tribal chief, even before his transformation and absorption of abilities, had rendered Hmph utterly defenseless. Now, the chief seemed even stronger, and prior to his metamorphosis, Luo Feng and he had been evenly matched. Presently, it appeared that the chief could crush Luo Feng with the same ease as one would squish a mere bug. It was over. It was over. Hmph, having lived a life filled with regrets, lamented that he might meet his end here. Had he known better than to engage in conversation with Luo Feng, perhaps he could have prolonged his existence. Now, it seemed that his earlier roar had attracted considerable animosity. And soon, once Luo Feng was pulverized by this creature, he would undoubtedly be the next to perish. What disaster it was! At this moment, regardless of Hmph's regrets, Luo Feng remained indifferent, engulfed in his own turmoil and distress. A gentle smile graced his lips as he subtly shifted his form, displaying a grace that belied his status as a mere student. In an instant, his figure flickered, and he appeared right before the furious chief. The tribal chief, taken aback, regarded Luo Feng with a look of incredulity. Did he truly not realize that his strength and physique had become significantly more potent? Astonishingly, this ordinary outsider, whom he viewed as prey, had initiated the attack. What could this audacious individual possibly intend? Chapter 61, The Scapegoat. In the next moment, an unforgettable event unfolded before Hmph's eyes. In an instant, the crimson light emanating from Luo Feng flickered, and with a swift gesture, he directed a precise jab towards the forehead of the colossal chieftain. At that moment, the chieftain, who was preparing to counterattack, found his body immobilized, unexpectedly restrained by Luo Feng's single fingertip. This was precisely why Luo Feng dared to take the risk of charging forward, as he had meticulously devised a comprehensive plan to eliminate the chieftain. Had the chieftain not absorbed the souls and energies of his tribe members, Luo Feng might have managed to wear him down gradually. However, achieving a decisive blow would have been impossible. Yet, this fool had foolishly utilized certain secret techniques to absorb the vitality, spirit, and even souls of his kin. This act had unwittingly placed the slaughtering knife in Luo Feng's hands, for the foreign energy could not be fully digested in such a short span of time. Although the chieftain had significantly enhanced his power, agility, and defenses, the absorption of such energies had left his soul energy in a chaotic state, creating notable vulnerabilities in his previously resilient spirit. Before Luo Feng mastered the techniques for soul destruction, the current chieftain would have been an overwhelmingly formidable opponent. However, for Luo Feng, who had already acquired the ability to inflict damage upon souls, the chieftain's actions were tantamount to courting death, a self-sabotaging endeavor that allowed Luo Feng to dominate him effortlessly. Seizing this remarkable opportunity, Luo Feng dashed forward, evading the chieftain's line of sight with his agile movements, and executed a soul-shattering attack aimed directly at the chieftain's brow. At that moment, the chaotic souls within the chieftain had become a harbinger of doom for this terrifying creature. The sound of cracking echoed as his body began to fracture, reminiscent of the fate that befell Beerus, whom Luo Feng had dispatched with ease. The various souls he had absorbed now erupted within him, causing a tremendous explosion and shattering sounds. This was equivalent to Luo Feng's soul attack, augmented by the resentment and the explosive demise of the absorbed souls, inflicting catastrophic damage upon the chieftain's body and spirit. This was not a simple case of 1 + 1 equating to 2, but rather 1 + 1 yielding an exponential result. Though this may seem lengthy to recount, for Luo Feng, it was but a fleeting opportunity. His innate sharp intuition enabled him to seize the moment, leaving Hmph utterly bewildered by how this audacious young man managed such a feat. How could he possibly have a hidden trump card? It was evident that such a monstrous defender had been pinned in place by a mere fingertip. In the next heartbeat, as the cracking sounds continued to resonate, the chieftain's entire form began to develop massive fissures, akin to a glass shard shattered by a hammer, instantaneously fracturing into countless pieces. The once indomitable defenses were utterly obliterated, leaving behind a grotesque array of flesh and shattered remnants, as both his soul and the myriad smaller souls within him erupted in cataclysmic destruction. As pieces of decaying flesh dripped onto the ground, Hmph found himself once again ensnared in a state of stupor. Doubts about the meaning of life began to plague him. How on earth had this rascal achieved such a feat? His prior, all-out kick had failed to inflict any damage on the opponent. Now, the adversary's defenses had evidently escalated to a new level, yet this fiend had effortlessly reduced him to a mere puddle of flesh with a single fingertip. This scoundrel must possess some hidden cards he had not revealed to me. Could it be that this fellow had also comprehended the ultimate essence of self-mastery? No. Perhaps he had grasped the art of self-actualization. Doubts began to swirl within him regarding the shattered crystal ball of Keisai, which undoubtedly had a direct connection to this rogue, Luo Feng. Although Luo Feng had not physically interacted with Keisai as crystal ball, the very sight of it had sparked an epiphany within him, coinciding with the moment of its shattering. Now, Hmph harbored profound suspicions that he had unwittingly become the scapegoat for Luo Feng. This rascal seemed to have reaped immense benefits from the crystal ball he had pilfered. Otherwise, how could he have single-handedly vanquished this terrifying beast on the spot? It appeared that the greatest beneficiary was indeed Luo Feng. Despite the convoluted logic eluding clarity, Hmph instinctively sensed that he had become the unluckiest scapegoat of them all. Nevertheless, amidst 1,000 grievances, he felt a measure of safety at last. The terrifying tribe of cannibals had been entirely obliterated by Luo Feng's intervention. Although many of those tribesmen had perished, they had met their demise at the hands of their own chief and leader. Yet, Hmph's sole frustration lay in the fact that Luo Feng showed no inclination to rescue him, marching directly toward the chief's tent instead. At that moment, Hmph's heart brimmed with indignation. You truly are insufferable. Even after defeating all foes, do you not consider rescuing your classmates and friends first? Though I have become your scapegoat, I am still ostensibly your friend. After a moment's reflection, Hmph pitifully called out towards Luo Feng, help me. Yet, Luo Feng continued his strides towards the chief's tent without a backward glance. Initially, Hmph was taken aback, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Could it be that Luo Feng had seen through everything? Had he overplayed his hand? Indeed, it dawned on Hmph that given Luo Feng's astuteness, his own superficial antics were utterly fruitless. As he gazed towards the direction of the chief's tent, another thought struck him. The chief had emerged so late, indicating that something peculiar must be afoot within. Yes, there was certainly something amiss. It was likely that treasures, unseen in ordinary circumstances, lay hidden within that tent. Luo Feng's current demeanor suggested he had perceived through Hmph's ruse and was directly heading towards those treasures. Cursing the rogue under his breath, Hmph cast aside all pretenses of modesty and decorum. With a determined effort, he forcefully pried open the confines of his cage. Chapter 62. Strange Objects. Originally, this iron cage was merely a symbol. Why did Hmph not escape? It was not due to a fear of death. If the confines of the cage could not contain this creature, it would surely run amok, only to be pierced by the arrows of the tribe's archers, leading to a fate utterly devoid of salvation. Luo Feng, however, boldly stepped into the chieftain's tent, and what he beheld momentarily took him aback. It was not a singular object, but rather three peculiar items, quietly arranged upon the carpet within the tent. First, there were 2 vials of verdant elixir, accompanied by an empty bottle, suggesting that there had once been 3, but now only 2 remained. Upon opening one of the vials, he detected a healing essence, wafting a subtle fragrance into the air. This sensation, though familiar, immediately illuminated for Luo Feng the reason behind Hmph's complete recovery. It was evident that he had only utilized 1 vial of the healing elixir. Yet, why were the remaining 2 vials here? The answer was glaringly obvious. As a captive, Hmph could not have been left with any possessions. Additionally, a quaint black key lay quietly among the items, seemingly meant for a grand door or perhaps a lock. Luo Feng, uncertain of its purpose, dismissed it for the moment. However, one final item piqued his curiosity, a golden crown. Indeed, a resplendent golden crown, its material exuding an air of opulence and sophistication. Although he could not ascertain the function of these items at that moment, their very presence suggested a significance. That they were neatly arranged in the chieftain's quarters indicated they were not native to this tribe. Since they did not belong here, they must have a purpose in this trial ground, perhaps for some special use in the future. At that moment, as Luo Feng sought a small pouch to collect these 3 items, Hmph had already freed himself from the cage and strode in with an expression of deep resentment. His eyes fixed intently on Luo Feng, conveying a clear message. How could you not come to my aid? Luo Feng merely smirked and glanced at Hmph. Thinking of the absurdity of the situation, it was hardly the time for games. Hmph, now questioning, caught sight of the 3 items in Luo Feng's possession, and his heart sank. These treasures had been collected along his journey, only to be seized by the chieftain and now resting in Luo Feng's hands. A true misfortune indeed. The thought of reclaiming his belongings from Luo Feng seemed increasingly improbable. Observing Hmph's hesitant demeanor, Luo Feng continued to smile gently. What troubles you, Hmph? Hmph swallowed hard, his throat dry. Upon reflection, I indeed owe my life to Luo Feng, and it appears that I am no match for him. In terms of intellect, strength, and tactics, I seem to be outclassed by this Luo Feng. Now that the coveted treasures have fallen into his hands, can I still hope to reclaim them? Such thoughts seem rather unrealistic, yet I cannot help but feel a sense of resentment. Nevertheless, my survival instinct remains quite strong. With a forced swallow, Hmph awkwardly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, It's nothing, my dear brother. I merely wish to express my gratitude for saving my life, nothing more. Observing Hmph's rather unsavory demeanor, Luo Feng merely twitched the corner of his mouth, offering a wry smile. Very well, I simply wish to discuss a matter with you. As friends and classmates, everything can be talked over, but please refrain from insulting my intelligence in the future. I do not believe for a moment that such a flimsy cage could contain you. Hmph, unfazed by the revelation of his deceit, shrugged and continued. There was no other choice. Those tribal fellows may seem mediocre in strength, but their ranged capabilities are indeed formidable. If I attempted to escape the cage unnoticed, I might not have gotten far before being turned into a pincushion. Understanding dawned on Luo Feng as he acknowledged this explanation. He deftly stowed away the 3 items he had in hand into his satchel, securing it to his waist. He then set his sights on the direction of the ancient castle and proceeded forward. However, Hmph called out from behind, Wait, you scoundrel. Realizing that he had perhaps overstepped, he glanced around nervously. Noticing Luo Feng's lack of any significant reaction, he cautiously caught up, his tone tinged with melancholy. Luo Feng, there is something I wish to inquire. At this, Luo Feng regarded Hmph with an expression that encouraged him to speak. Thus, the two continued their dialogue while advancing ahead. Meanwhile, on the stage of the Destruction God Academy, the chief judge observed their antics, only to be interrupted by a series of gritted teeth sounds. Initially taken aback, he looked up to find none other than Keisai. At this moment, Keisai, the angel, was visibly infuriated, her face turning a shade of green as she trembled with rage. Noting Keisai's expression, the chief judge couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed this girl had come to understand the situation, yet it was rare for anyone to provoke my esteemed daughter to such a degree. The fact that these two were engaging in such a charade of feigned politeness was quite the spectacle. With a sigh, the chief judge placed a hand on Keisai's shoulder and remarked, "Keisai, at your age, is it truly necessary to squabble with these youngsters?" Upon hearing the chief judge's counsel, Keisai appeared to realize her own loss of composure. She took a deep breath, composing herself with a long exhale. "My lord, I apologize for my unseemly behavior." Just as she uttered these words, the familiar sound of Makalita's laughter echoed nearby. "I never imagined that even you, Sister Keisai, could misstep." Having nearly regained her composure, Keisai found herself teetering once more on the brink of an outburst. Such mockery is unbearable, particularly for the idiosyncratic Makalita, who seldom spares her elder sister any grace. This younger sibling, known for her peculiar interests, often engages in bizarre antics that leave K's bewildered. K frequently ridicules Maharlita for her alchemical pursuits and her chaotic laboratory, deeming it a waste of precious materials and time. However, this time, witnessing K's misfortune, Maharlita seized the opportunity to unleash her sharp-tongued jibes. The high priest, shaking his head in resignation, acknowledged that these children were indeed a handful. At that moment, the gentle voice of Beerus floated in, advising Makalita not to stoke the flames further. "Look at what that boy is holding. I truly did not notice it before." Chapter 63, Purification. As Beerus intervened to ease the tension, the high priest thought how fortunate it was to have at least one rational presence among the group, for otherwise, this rowdy bunch would surely cause him endless worry. With Beerus' interjection, Kay gradually managed to stabilize the emotional turmoil that had erupted within her. Yet, her expression remained grim, her heart still tumultuous. The theft of her staff had been a source of great embarrassment, and though she had uncovered the truth, she had mistakenly punished the wrong individual, venting her frustrations on the hapless Hmph. To her dismay, it was the wretched Luo Feng who had actually damaged her staff, crystal, and gemstones. At this moment, it dawned on her that she had merely dealt with a trio of unfortunate scapegoats while the true culprit roamed free. The most shameless aspect of this debacle was that it had been laid bare before outsiders, a humiliation so profound that even her uncle could tolerate it. Yet her aunt seemed unable to bear it at all. As Kay caught sight of Makalita and Beerus exchanging knowing glances, her eyes brimmed with indignation. The high priest, however, interjected gently, "Kay, do not dwell on such trivial matters. Have you not noticed a peculiar issue?" Kay, still gritting her teeth, retorted, "Hmph. I will not let this scoundrel off the hook. That little rascal dared to deceive even me." At that moment, Beerus and Makalita were each lost in their own thoughts, hardly inclined to listen to the high priest. Observing K's continued fixation, the high priest adopted a serious tone. "Enough. We are currently amidst a trial competition. Even if you wish to confront this boy, it must wait until he emerges alive. Mustn't he? What significance does this contemplation hold now?" With the high priest's admonition, Kay realized that she had indeed behaved somewhat out of character. Remarkably, given her typically composed demeanor, such a reaction was quite unusual. Upon witnessing the high priest's grave demeanor, both Makalita and Beerus ceased their playful banter, opting instead to observe the imposing figure of their esteemed dean in silence. What could possibly warrant such a solemn announcement, especially considering their father's typically gentle disposition? At that moment, seeing his three daughters finally quiet down, the high priest could not help but let out a silent sigh of resignation. These three, who often appeared quite reliable, seemed to cause him endless worry at critical moments. Nevertheless, it was a relief that his paternal authority still held some weight. At least Kes remained composed, and Makalita refrained from jesting. Now, it was indeed time to discuss serious matters. In a low, commanding voice, the high priest stated, "The purpose of your observation here is to seek out potential candidates, to identify individuals you find promising enough to become the next generation of destroyers, contributing significantly to the entire universe. Have you not noticed anything distinctive about this young man, Luo Feng?" As these words left his lips, all eyes turned toward Luo Feng and Hmph, for they could not discern what set Luo Feng apart from the rest. He appeared merely to possess a few more hidden cards and slightly greater strength, nothing more. Yet, there were indeed other capable students, each with their own aspirations and unique traits. The celestial strategist looked at the high priest with confusion, but at that moment, Kes seemed to have an epiphany. With an exclamation of surprise, she glanced at her siblings and the subtly amused high priest, then pointed at the screen displaying Luo Feng's image, saying, "Dean, You mean to say this young man's soul-breaking technique? The high priest nodded in satisfaction. Yes, I am referring to his soul-breaking technique. At the mention of this technique, Kes glanced at the staff in her hand, as if a revelation dawned upon her. However, it was Makalita who had previously teased Kes that interjected, addressing the high priest directly, Father. In that moment, Makalita cast aside the formalities of titles. To her, the high priest would always be her affectionate father. Pointing at Luo Feng, she exclaimed, Are you implying that this young man's soul-breaking technique was derived from the insights of my sister's angelic staff? How could this be possible? Upon hearing Makalita's inquiry, Bados covered her mouth in astonishment, realizing the high priestess' intent, as well as why Kes and Makalita were so taken aback. The soul-breaking technique was a skill reserved for those destined to become destroyers. While others might be unaware, the angelic mentors knew all too well. Although this was the Academy of Destroyers, the teachings imparted to the students were indeed those of the destroyers. Yet before achieving divine status, they wielded only ordinary destructive powers, not the true might of a destroyer. However, the divine staff wielded by Kes contains techniques and energies that can only be mastered after acquiring the power of the god of destruction. Although Luo Feng has unleashed soul-shattering attacks twice, it is evident that he has comprehended the art of soul destruction from Kes's staff. Since it is the art of soul destruction, it indicates that Luo Feng possesses the power of a god of destruction, rather than mere destructive power. Despite the subtle difference in terminology, it is indeed significant. One represents ordinary destructive power, while the other signifies the divine essence of destruction. To possess the power of a god of destruction prior to attaining that status suggests that this youth's potential and talent are extraordinarily exceptional. Upon realizing this, Bados refrained from hastily expressing his judgment. He closed his eyes to reflect, and when he opened them wide, he softly murmured, No, this lad has certainly not mastered the power of a god of destruction. He still possesses mere destructive power. However, it seems that through some special technique, his destructive power has undergone a refinement, enabling him to learn the soul destruction art from his elder sister. How can this be possible? My lord, how can this be? Chapter 64. The Mischievous Child. Observing Bados's perplexed expression, the high priest revealed a faint smile. At last, do you comprehend why this lad is extraordinary? If we consider solely his combat talent and temperament, it is understandable, for he is one of our students. Yet, this fellow has somehow refined his destructive power and learned Kes's culinary arts based on that foundation. Initially, I believed that the one named Beerus was exceptionally gifted, having grasped aspects of the ultimate technique in such a short span. Even that was remarkable among geniuses, but it turns out the true dark horse is this Luo Feng. Nevertheless, it is premature to draw conclusions at this stage. Let us observe their future performances and see who ultimately triumphs. I did not expect this fellow to possess such good fortune. I initially thought the luckiest was that chubby cat named Hmph, who managed to collect 3 treasures without encountering significant danger. The fact that the golden crown landed in Hmph's hands surprised me greatly. I presume this generation's chosen one was that chubby cat. Yet, an unexpected twist has emerged. Well, discussing it further is futile. Let us continue to watch. By the way, Makalita, have you prepared the little gifts for them? Noticing the gaze of his lord father, Makalita grinned proudly. Of course, you can rest assured about this. When Nefarian caught wind that the trial grounds would host the legacy of the god of destruction, he eagerly rushed to witness the event. My lord father, you need not worry about this. Suddenly, Makalita's brow furrowed, and the high priest's eyes twitched slightly, as if foreseeing an impending misfortune. Indeed, the subsequent utterances of Makalita left the assembly of angels momentarily speechless. With a furrowed brow, she counted the time on her fingers. Could it be that I administered too potent a dose? This girl has yet to awaken. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around her, the high priest felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, suddenly grasping the entirety of the situation. He inquired once more, Makalita, you claim you can handle Alice's duties. Are you suggesting you employed the mind-training elixir? Makalita, feigning innocence, shrugged her shoulders. Father, I merely asserted my capability to fulfill your assigned task. Yet this girl is exceedingly stubborn. I cannot overpower her. Hence, I resorted to some rather unconventional methods. However, if I calculate correctly, she should be waking soon, and at that moment, you must protect me. Very well. The high priest now sensed a familiar throb returning to his temples. As the youngest and most cherished daughter of the high priest, Alice was not only adored for her youth, but also for her unparalleled combat prowess among all angels. She was the sole battle angel among the high priest's offspring. a fact that undoubtedly earned her special favoritism. Perhaps this extraordinary indulgence contributed to some of Alice's minor character flaws, manifesting as willfulness and capriciousness. While this may have been a product of the High Priest's leniency, it did not detract from her exceptional combat abilities. She often engaged in antics that left the High Priest both amused and exasperated, yet all of this fell well within the tolerance of her siblings. Following Makalita's remarks, the High Priest had already begun to foresee the potential for unmanageable complications ahead. Makalita had volunteered to pursue a pet left behind by the god of destruction, namely Nefarian, which Alice had come to regard as her personal possession. However, this trial location necessitated Nefarian's involvement, and Makalita audaciously proclaimed her intention to execute Alice's duties, successfully retrieving Nefarian and casting him into the trial grounds. It seemed Makalita's thoughts were anything but conventional. The elder sister had indeed drugged her younger sibling, and it appeared the dosage was substantial, for Alice had yet to arrive at the podium of the Destruction Academy. As for what might transpire upon Alice's appearance at the podium, opinions would surely vary. Thus, the High Priest felt his scalp tighten, burdened as though weighed down by an immense load. The complexities of familial matters were notoriously challenging to navigate. At this moment, the High Priest silently cursed, lamenting the fact that none of these unruly children were easy to manage. Meanwhile, in the central area of the trial grounds, Hmph was trailing behind Luo Feng, limping with each step, while Luo Feng showed no inclination to continue conversing with him. As Luo Feng leisurely approached the heart of the jungle's trial area, he caught sight of a remarkably ancient castle standing majestically at the foot of a distant mountain. This castle was undoubtedly their ultimate destination, the Fortress of Trials. Meanwhile, Hmph, who had been accompanying him, seemed to have lost the inclination to continue their conversation, instead weakly inquiring, "Luo Feng, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" At that moment, Hmph's heart raced with anxiety. Despite his outward calm, he always felt an inexplicable pressure when speaking to Luo Feng. This time, however, he could no longer contain his curiosity. He was baffled as to how Luo Feng had absorbed the powers and talents from the Kashi crystal gem without leaving a trace, ultimately leading him to become the scapegoat and suffer a brutal defeat at the hands of Kashi, his bones shattered. Although he had experienced a peculiar adventure, his injuries had since healed. Nevertheless, curiosity can be perilous. As a member of the Hairless Cat clan, Hmph's inquisitiveness was intensely strong, compelling him to seek answers. Yet, seeing that Luo Feng had no intention of explaining, he had no choice but to voice his question. Upon hearing Hmph's query, Luo Feng turned around, his gaze gentle as he addressed him. "What is it, Hmph? Do you truly wish to know?" At this, Hmph's expression froze. For whenever Luo Feng wore that benevolent smile, he knew it heralded trouble. However, he also recognized that his current strength was no match for Luo Feng's. Confronting him directly would only lead to a disheartening defeat, as the disparity in combat prowess and intelligence was insurmountable. After the recent clan battle, Hmph understood that he would simply be overpowered by Luo Feng. Thus, his instinct for survival surged vehemently. He paused momentarily before adopting a more composed demeanor, exclaiming, "Explanations? Just a jest." Instantly, he noticed Luo Feng's sincere gaze and warm smile, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Without further ado, he declared, "We are nearing our destination. I shall scout ahead," and with that, he vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. It was clear that his so-called scouting was merely a pretext. He had sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Luo Feng. This scapegoat seemed intent on reclaiming his dignity in front of Luo Feng. Perhaps, only by achieving the status of a destroyer in the future might he find an opportunity. But for now, he dared not entertain such thoughts and preferred to distance himself from this perilous individual. Luo Feng observed Hmph's disappearing figure, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The little chubby cat displayed a commendable quickness of thought. While he couldn't express his gratitude in words, he acknowledged that it was indeed thanks to Hmph that his own strength had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Luo Feng pondered that he would never repay kindness with enmity. His guiding principle was to act with a clear conscience. The morality of a situation was a separate matter, yet if Hmph continued to prattle on, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson on how to conduct oneself properly. Watching Hmph depart in such a manner, Luo Feng chose not to dwell on it, and continued his leisurely pace. Time was abundant, and his purpose for being here was not merely to engage in leisure or sightseeing. After all, the ancient castle was their ultimate destination. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Then came another whoosh. At that moment, Luo Feng's pupils constricted sharply, for Hmph was astonishingly retreating at a speed even swifter than before, and his trajectory was directed towards Luo Feng. What mischief was this rascal up to? Luo Feng merely shifted his stance slightly, showing no intention of cushioning Hmph's impending impact. To his astonishment, Hmph was clutching another individual in his arms and hurtling towards the stone wall of the cliff like a cannonball. A resounding crash ensued, as the two figures became firmly embedded in the rocky surface, leaving Luo Feng speechless as he observed the bewildered expression on Hmph's face and the agony etched upon Beerus. However, it was apparent that thanks to Hmph's makeshift cushion, Beerus seemed to have escaped with only minor injuries. He extended his claw-like hand to extricate himself from the formidable rock face. Noticing Luo Feng's bemused expression, Beerus let out a resigned sigh. It turns out to be you, Luo Feng. My apologies for the spectacle. Luo Feng, beaming, replied, What? Beerus, is there something else? Perhaps you should first consider rescuing your companion, as he remains lodged in the rock. At that moment, Hmph was rendered completely dazed from the impact against the cliff. Beerus, recalling Luo Feng's words, waved his hand and deftly pried Hmph from the stone. Observing the antics of the duo, Luo Feng felt a twinge of skepticism regarding their shenanigans. Noting Luo Feng's inquiry, Beerus sighed again and patted the still-dazed Hmph on the head before beginning his explanation. Ahead lies the destination of our trial, the Demon Castle, which I believe you have noticed. Luo Feng acknowledged, indeed, the Demon Castle. But what is the situation? Beerus shrugged, continuing. Since we cannot enter the castle, we have gathered many individuals. Those who survive and reach the castle aim to pass through its gates, seeking to locate our objective, the Destruction God's earrings, to attain the status of Destruction God. Beerus elaborated, You are aware that this is the mission and purpose of our trial. Yet there exists a peculiar protective barrier surrounding the castle that we cannot seem to breach. Moments ago, we exerted our utmost effort against that protective barrier, only to unexpectedly find ourselves ensnared by its rebound force, leaving us unable to regain control. Fortunately, the cushion provided by Hmph behind me absorbed most of the impact. Otherwise, it would not have merely been my arm that suffered injury, but my entire skeleton would have likely faced fracture, a stroke of ill fortune indeed. Observing the smile at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth, Beerus, with his head held high, perhaps displayed his last vestige of defiance. Hmph. That rascal Ketla must be injured more severely than I am. His attacking power far surpasses mine, and thus the retaliatory force he endures is consequently greater. As for the hapless Rangxi behind us, I wonder if that soft cushion of his can withstand it. It became evident that they had encountered some form of adversity. Luo Feng clapped his hands and stated, Well, idle chatter is of no use. Let us proceed to investigate, and he began to walk slowly toward the castle gates, accompanied by the still somewhat dazed Hmph. Upon reaching the castle entrance, we found it to be quite a bustling scene. A rough count revealed nearly 30 students of the Destruction God, all wearing forlorn expressions as they gazed at the castle's grand door. This entrance bore an archaic design reminiscent of a wooden door, yet it was ensconced in a vibrant, multicolored barrier that stood resolutely, resembling a foam-like substance yet exhibiting extraordinary sturdiness. Despite the collective efforts of these 30 individuals, no progress could be made. They were utterly stymied, and the predicament had escalated into a genuine quandary. If entry into the castle remained unattainable, how could they seek the Destruction God earrings and achieve the rank of Destruction God? Should they remain stalled here, time would surely lead them all to their demise. At this moment, several other individuals stood outside the castle gates. A student of the Pharaoh Destruction God tapped the barrier before him and remarked to the sunflower behind, You see, I told you, this barrier cannot be breached by mere brute force. I lightly tapped it, and the rebound was not excessively powerful, the greater your attacking force, the more you suffer from the recoil. Did none of you fools grasp this? Yet you continue to launch full-scale assaults against the barrier. Nearby, the little fox chimed in. It appears there is at least one discerning individual among us. However, it is baffling that you two buffoons, Beerus and Ketla, fail to employ your intellect, resorting instead to sheer muscle. Now look at the predicament you find yourselves in. Rangxi and Hmph. You two have also become pitiful human shields. Chapter 66, The Infernal Flames. The little fox let out a series of mocking chuckles. Beerus, with a scowl, retorted, Enough with the derisive comments. We need solutions rather than empty words. Clearly, brute force is futile. Perhaps our individual strengths are insufficient. If we were to consolidate everyone's power entirely, we might yet shatter this barrier. At that precise moment, amidst the ongoing debate, a chilling voice interjected. Enough of your bickering. Brute force is doomed to fail. Moreover, you two, Little Fox and Pharaoh, are merely engaging in idle banter without offering any constructive suggestions. Allow me to demonstrate. Suddenly, Wei Mei took out several bottles and jars from his waist pouch, astonishingly setting up a makeshift alchemical laboratory right there. It seemed he intended to concoct some special potion to dismantle the crystalline barrier. Upon observing the barrier before him, Wei Mei fell into deep contemplation. His hands shimmered with illusions, showcasing his extraordinary alchemical prowess, a testament to the highest praise he had received from Mentor Makalita. Indeed, Wei Mei was a distinguished figure among the elite of the Destruction Academy. Meanwhile, the onlookers watched intently as he operated. Luo Feng, in particular, remained still, quietly observing without making any extraordinary moves. This group had previously displayed their true natures in the world of 2 dimensions, revealing their characters through acts of destruction across various universes in the Destruction Academy, proving that they were indeed the true harbingers of chaos. As Wei Mei continued his preparations, a vibrant green aura materialized within the test tube he held. With a mischievous smile, he declared, I hope my alchemy does not disappoint you. These materials were hard-won from Mentor Makalita. Behold, he then hurled the test tube towards the crystalline barrier. With a resounding bang, a burst of emerald flames erupted upon contact with the barrier. As the test tube shattered and the flames soared, Wei Mei's ghastly complexion reflected his confidence. He chuckled. This is the nether flame, capable of incinerating all. Ha! This represents the pinnacle of my alchemical mastery. What do you think, my fellow students? Do not be astonished. There is nothing to fear. Though it burns everything, it targets fixed objects. Hey! Do not regard me with such wary eyes. I harbor no malice towards you. Just as Wei Mei was elaborating on the prowess of his alchemy and the terrifying nature of the nether flame, the green blaze that had landed on the crystalline barrier flickered twice before abruptly vanishing without a trace. The nether flame, which could consume all, posed no threat to the crystalline barrier. The barrier continued to emit an enchanting kaleidoscope of colors, entirely unaffected by Wei Mei's alchemical attempt. In that moment, Wei Mei was left utterly dumbfounded. Such an outrageous defense was terrifying. Even the all-consuming nether flame could not inflict any damage upon this crystalline barrier. After struggling for a brief moment, the nether flame dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, disappearing entirely. Witnessing his ultimate alchemical creation yield such a meager result, Wei Mei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, genuinely taken aback by the unexpected outcome. However, it seems that a rather embarrassing incident has already transpired. Presently, the atmosphere is filled with an unsettling silence, as if woven from threads of tension. It appears that this crystalline barrier is indeed more complex than one might initially assume. Perhaps it conceals some peculiar enchantments or mechanisms, potentially requiring a collective effort from all present. At that moment of contemplation, an incongruous voice pierced the quietude, revealing a robust figure with the head of a charming tiger, none other than the distinguished student from the Destruction Academy, Tiger. He sauntered into the midst of the crowd, playfully squeezing the paw he held, and addressed everyone. So, how about we adhere to my suggestion? I strongly advocate that we unite as one. If we continue to act independently, I doubt any of us possesses the strength to shatter this crystalline barrier. Tiger's words, albeit self-serving, held a kernel of truth. Despite everyone's best efforts, the barrier remained unscathed. A call for unity was indeed warranted, though one could not overlook the ulterior motives of Tiger, whose benevolence seemed highly suspect. Ramsey raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What exactly do you mean, Tiger?" With a sly grin, Tiger replied, "What I mean is that our presence here signifies that we are all among the elite of the Academy. Those deemed weaker have already been eliminated. Since we, the strong, have gathered, it is only logical to elect a leader. Without unified command and coordination, how can we hope to overcome this challenge?" Upon hearing this, the crowd grasped Tiger's intentions. He sought to seize control. Indeed, it was a cunning strategy. By leveraging this crystalline barrier, he aimed to establish himself as the leader of the group, thus holding the fates of his companions in his hands. Although the assembly included both the formidable and the less capable, it was Tiger, the so-called king of the jungle, who had the audacity to propose such a notion at this critical juncture. Despite their disdainful expressions, the group found themselves at a loss for a superior plan to breach the crystalline barrier. As Tiger prepared to continue his speech and outline his subsequent actions, he noticed three discordant figures approaching from a distance. It was Luo Feng, accompanied by Beerus and Hmph, making their way to the edge of the barrier. With the arrival of these three, Tiger did not regard them as significant competitors. Although Beerus was formidable in terms of destructive capability, he possessed no effective means to dismantle the crystalline barrier. His companions, Hmph and the newcomer Luo Feng, had only just arrived, and their meager strengths paled in comparison to those of Beerus and Katra. Thus, it appeared there was no real competition for Tiger. He spread his hands, donning a sincere expression, and asked, "What do you all think of my proposal? If there are no objections, I propose that you all heed my arrangements and follow my unified command. Perhaps we can weather this calamity together. Otherwise, when the time comes, we shall all meet our demise on the spot." Noticing the silence from the crowd, the little tiger, Tej, remained unperturbed. It was evident that his clever mind had long orchestrated this plan. Once I assumed the role of leader in this team, it would be a mere matter of directing others as I please, determining who shall serve as fodder when the time arises. Throughout this journey, Hmph had heard Tej's self-aggrandizement and disdainfully curled his lip. It was baffling that this fellow still indulged in such thoughts. He truly did not grasp the distinction between a tiger's intellect and that of their feline kind. Yet, Hmph adhered to the wisdom of seeing through but remaining silent. He extended a claw and poked Luo Feng from behind, saying, "I know you possess the most clever solutions. Quickly ascertain whether this crystal barrier can be breached. Otherwise, we may encounter considerable trouble later." Tej harbored a vengeful spirit, and should he become the team's leader, it would undoubtedly be those of us with greater strength who would serve as the sacrificial pawns. Hmph continued, "Even if my own power is lacking, the first unfortunate souls should be Katra and Beerus. Surely, you do not wish to see all the elites among us perish. Is that so?" Luo Feng responded with a peculiar smile. "I have no interest in their power struggles, but witnessing this little tiger flaunting himself was indeed quite irksome. Very well. Since we have come this far, it seems this crystal wall is a common adversary, and I am willing to assist in its examination." Subsequently, Luo Feng approached the crystal barrier with measured steps, placing a hand upon it to keenly sense the energy it emitted and its directional flow. As he delved deeper into his sensations, Luo Feng gradually closed his eyes, for he perceived that the force emanating from the crystal wall was indeed unlike anything they had encountered before, accompanied by a peculiar fluctuation. If Luo Feng's judgment held true, the strength of this crystal barrier was such that even with the concerted efforts of all 30 of them, it appeared unlikely they could breach it in a short span. Moreover, the wall possessed a built-in rebound capability. The stronger the attack, the fiercer the rebound. Should dozens of individuals launch an all-out assault simultaneously, the wall might remain unyielding, leaving their group vulnerable to the backlash, potentially leading to their demise. While Luo Feng bore no restrictions concerning the power struggles of a team leader, the crystal barrier stood resolutely before him. If they could not breach it within a certain time frame to enter the ancient castle, he too would find himself facing imminent death. Thus, Luo Feng continued to sense the intricate patterns and energy fluctuations of the formidable crystal barrier. Only by understanding its weaknesses could they strike decisively to dismantle this crystalline wall. Seeing Luo Feng disregard his suggestion, silently attuning himself to the peculiarities of the crystal wall, Tej crossed his arms, opting to refrain from further provocative remarks. After all, as long as someone could devise a solution, his ascension to leadership was merely a matter of time. At this moment, only Hmph gazed with rapt attention at Luo Feng's performance, while the others harbored no expectations. After all, this fellow ranked among the least capable of the students, lacking both skill and strength. Now, here he was, pretending to speak of crystal barriers, as if he believed himself to be a master of such enchantments. It was laughable. Even the experts within the team were at a loss regarding this barrier. As the crowd began to stir with confusion and unrest, Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had made a significant discovery. At that moment, Tiger squinted at Luo Feng and asked, "What's this? Do you actually possess some unique insight?" He questioned Luo Feng as if assuming a leadership role among his peers. Luo Feng merely cast a dismissive glance at this fool, choosing not to engage him. Luo Feng then commenced a slow circuit around the outer perimeter of the barrier, keenly attuned to its nuances. Indeed, the barrier was flawlessly crafted. The underground portion, though invisible, conveyed an undeniable sense of enclosure around the ancient castle. However, every barrier must have its vulnerabilities. It was merely a matter of uncovering them. While brute force or trivial tricks would not suffice to breach it, the barrier possessed a so-called energy source, the very essence of its power. Identifying this core might well provide the key to dismantling the barrier. Ignoring the whispers and provocations from Tiger and his companions, Luo Feng thought it a waste of breath to engage in their trivialities unless they pertained to him. Yet, all present were elites. In a one-on-one or two-on-one scenario, he would need no assistance from these buffoons. Luo Feng had no inclination to squander his combat prowess on them. As he traversed the castle, he discovered something peculiar. At the main entrance, there existed a circular void within the barrier. Though unremarkable at first glance, his perception revealed that all the barrier's energy emanated from this hollow, continuously expanding outward before gradually seeping into the castle through the air and various mediums. This established an internal circulation, perhaps the very secret of the barrier's design. The spectrum of colors signified that the energy level of this barrier was exceedingly advanced, characterized by a self-sustaining cycle that perpetually generated energy. It was evident to Luo Feng that this formidable construct could not be breached by the sheer brute force of the 30-odd individuals present. He was certain of this. Even if they were to attack unscathed for 3 days and nights, they would scarcely dent this so-called crystal barrier. At this moment, Luo Feng found himself particularly intrigued by the small black void before him. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Could it be that the crown he had discovered was the very tool needed to penetrate this layer of crystal barrier? Chapter 68. The Barrier Disappears. As Luo Feng stood lost in contemplation before the barrier, Tej, lacking in patience, abruptly called out and slapped Luo Feng on the shoulder, an action that could be deemed a sneak attack. Yet, he proclaimed with an air of grandeur, "Are you truly capable? Or not? Is there any flaw in my suggestion?" In that moment, Tej extended his wicked claws toward Luo Feng's back, inwardly deriding him. "You scoundrel, lacking both strength and intellect, still daring to put on airs before me. This can only lead to unfavorable outcomes. You must understand, I, Tej, am not one to be disregarded. I can tolerate your words of praise or criticism, but such blatant disregard is the utmost insult to me." Just as Tej's hand was about to make contact with Luo Feng's back, he suddenly noticed energy coalescing around Luo Feng, inexplicably forming a faint energy shield. This shield seemed to possess a counterattack capability. With a resounding bang, Tej staggered back, his claws numb from the shock, retreating several steps. How is this possible? He marveled. This young man had managed to defend against his assault through sheer instinct. Although Tej appeared to be merely greeting Luo Feng, it was evident to any observer that the situation was far more serious. Tej had genuinely attempted to ambush Luo Feng, and had it been any other student, they might have suffered significant internal injuries. Yet Luo Feng, relying solely on his physical and energetic defenses, had forcefully repelled Tej's attack. Could he truly be a concealed master? The display of strength from Luo Feng astonished the gathered students, revealing that this seemingly unassuming classmate was, in fact, a dark horse among them. The glances exchanged between Beerus and Hmph indicated that they recognized this young man was not as simple as others had presumed. Several students who had considered casting their votes for Tej fell silent, realizing that perhaps remaining observant was their wisest course of action. In that moment, Tej, unfazed by the injury inflicted by Luo Feng, acknowledged that there remained a certain disparity in strength between them as students. His thoughts drifted to the cave and the crown he had discovered, a trophy of unknown origin. However, the energy response from the crown seemed to resonate with that of the barrier, suggesting a shared source. Moreover, the dimensions of the crown and the barrier matched perfectly, indicating a complete compatibility. Perhaps this crown was the key to unlocking the barrier. With this realization, Luo Feng decided to reveal his own hidden depths. A glimmer sparked in his eyes as he retrieved the crown from the small bud at his waist, an object whose purpose had eluded him until now. As Luo Feng produced the crown, the crowd gazed at him with incredulity. Could it be that this crown was the mechanism to shatter the crystal barrier? The onlookers remained skeptical, caught in a web of uncertainty. Without hesitation, Luo Feng firmly embedded the base of the golden crown into the circular aperture of the barrier. A crisp crack resonated, and the crown emanated an orange-red flame, as if it were being vaporized. Indeed, it proved effective. Hmph clenched his fist tightly, convinced that this young man would not disappoint him. How audacious of Tiger to challenge Luo Feng here, oblivious to how he had vanquished the leader of the divine tribe. However, Hmph soon found solace in the thought that letting Tiger experience a setback would serve as a form of retribution for him and Beerus. After all, In their past, Beerus, Tiger, and Katra held considerable power among the students, rife with competition and rivalry. Yet, Tiger was Beerus's brother, and despite his outward disdain, their bond remained strong. In an instant, the onlookers were presented with a revelation. The golden crown in Luo Feng's hand seamlessly merged with the black hole, radiating a luminous aura that seemed to disrupt the energy of the crystal barrier. The vibrant, multicolored barrier flickered as if struggling, before, with a resounding pop, it vanished like an ordinary soap bubble. Simultaneously, the golden crown inexplicably disappeared from view. Some sighed in relief, others were filled with confusion, while a few regarded Luo Feng with scrutinizing gazes, astonished by his extraordinary fortune. How could this young man breach the crystal barrier that had stumped so many of them with a mere crown? Amidst the fervent discussions and wide-eyed excitement, Tiger felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. His earlier display had transformed into a spectacle of folly in the eyes of the crowd. Seething with embarrassment and anger, Tiger sought to lash out, but was met with the unkind gazes of Hmph, Beerus, Katra, and Longshi. Resigned, he patted his tingling palms and cleared his throat, stating, "I never anticipated that you, Luo Feng, could conjure such a miracle. Very well. Let us consider my previous suggestion null and void. On behalf of everyone, I genuinely thank you." This individual possessed an insatiable will to survive and a strong desire for power, yet his emotional intelligence was remarkably astute. Luo Feng had no intention of prolonging the conversation with this fool. With the barrier at the entrance now breached, it was evident that the crown served as the key to dismantling it, existing for a purpose. Resolving not to dwell further, Luo Feng pushed open the massive wooden door before him with a slow, deliberate motion. This marks the initial step into the ancient castle. Although shattering the crystal barrier did not impose significant strain, Luo Feng could acutely sense a palpable malevolence emanating from this forsaken place. It was evident that the interior would not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. Yet, since they had arrived, they must proceed with resolve. Regardless of the obstacles and traps that lay ahead, facing them was inevitable, for retreat was not an option here. The 30-odd individuals trailing behind had now turned their gazes towards Luo Feng, seemingly prepared to follow his lead. After all, this individual had managed to breach the perplexing crystal barrier, thus establishing himself as the de facto leader of their band of warriors, a fact that irked Tej, who seethed with resentment. Chapter 69, The Man in Black. However, it was apparent that this was not the opportune moment for confrontation. There would surely come a time to eliminate this Luo Feng. It was infuriating that he had overshadowed Tej at such a critical juncture, and he could not fathom the extraordinary fortune that had led Luo Feng to discover that golden crown while he himself had not. Though his heart brimmed with curses, Tej maintained a facade of cordiality, addressing Luo Feng with a smile. "Since you have successfully dismantled the protective barrier and pushed open the grand door of the castle, I hereby nominate you as our leader to guide us forward." It was evident that Tej was employing a tactic of retreat to advance, intending to undermine Luo Feng. Who could predict the dangers that lurked within the castle? Having someone like Luo Feng to lead the charge was undoubtedly the safest course for them all. At that moment, the crowd once again regarded Tej with a familial gaze as he performed, while Luo Feng took a deep breath, attuning himself to the eerie ambience of the castle and his sixth sense. Although the interior exuded an unsettling chill, there lingered an imperceptible call beckoning him forward. With that realization, there was little to fear. Luo Feng strode boldly towards the abyss-like depths of the castle, observing Luo Feng's audacity to enter the castle without hesitation. His companions, Hmph, Beerus, and Katra, followed suit, filing in after him. The group was momentarily taken aback by their actions, but soon adjusted their mindsets, disregarding Tej's speech and expressions as they proceeded into the castle. After all, their mission was to locate the destroyer's earrings within the castle. And with such a leader at the helm, what room was there for doubt? Meanwhile, Tej clenched his teeth in frustration, refraining from uttering a word. Despite Luo Feng's breach of the crystal barrier and his bold lead, the unfolding events had veered entirely from Tej's script. Thus, he could only suppress his simmering resentment and hostility within. Though Tej projected an image of a brutish straightforwardness, his depths were, in fact, quite profound. Within the ancient castle, Luo Feng and his companions beheld an elongated corridor, its flickering torches casting an enigmatic glow that hinted at deeper mysteries within. The torches illuminated the lengthy passageway, yet its ultimate destination remained shrouded in uncertainty. As the group advanced, their footsteps echoed softly against the stone floor. Suddenly, a magnificent grand door materialized before them, perhaps signaling the culmination of their quest. As the opulent door creaked open, a vast chamber emerged, enveloped in darkness, its sheer size astonishing. Even with 30 individuals present, it could easily accommodate thrice that number without feeling cramped. This room might very well represent the heart of the castle. While the group engaged in speculation regarding the purpose of the chamber, the torches lining its perimeter began to ignite in a rhythmic sequence, reminiscent of some arcane magic. However, as esteemed members of the Destruction God Academy, they were accustomed to the extraordinary and showed little astonishment. With the illumination of the torches, the grand hall brightened as if it were day. From behind one of the towering pillars, a figure clad in black emerged. To their surprise, the group realized that, despite their heightened senses, they had been oblivious to the presence of another being within the hall. The figure approached with measured steps, adorned in dark garments and crowned with a diadem that exuded an orange-red flame, evoking a sense of familiarity. Its shape and appearance bore a striking resemblance to the crown Luo Feng had once used to break a seal. Now, this very crown rested upon the head of the cloaked individual, radiating a crimson glow. The peculiar figure raised suspicions. Did it have some connection to the castle? Just as the group scrutinized the enigmatic figure with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, the figure spoke in a voice imbued with magnetism, delivering an unforgettable proclamation. "Welcome to the Demon Castle. I am your guide, Hmph. It is quite an achievement to have traversed this far. I did not expect over 30 of you to reach this point." The audacity of this figure, who introduced himself as a guide, perplexed the group, who had anticipated a formidable guardian or boss of the castle. They were taken aback by his self-identification as a mere guide. Although the students were filled with skepticism regarding his declarations, they refrained from any overtly peculiar reactions. Only Luo Feng found himself momentarily stunned by the name Hmph, which resonated with a sense of familiarity, conjuring memories of extraordinary events from his past life in the real world. Could it be that this gatekeeper of the Destruction God Academy shared the name Hmph by mere coincidence? Yet, such musings seemed trivial in the grand scheme of their unfolding adventure. As for the so-called guide, Luo Feng harbored complete disbelief. However, the notion that this fellow was the lord of the mansion seemed rather improbable. If he were indeed the mansion's boss, he wouldn't exhibit such timidity, failing even to confront the individuals before him. At this moment, Luo Feng resolved to continue observing, curious about this individual's true intentions. Having arrived at this so-called demon castle, he was indifferent to any further mischief they might conjure within its confines. After all, the high priest had merely mentioned seeking the legacy and divine earrings left by the god of destruction in the demon castle, without alluding to any additional matters. Naturally, unexpected occurrences were to be expected. At this juncture, Ketla was brimming with eagerness. Despite his diminutive stature, his temperament was fiery. The torment endured from the earlier barrier had ignited his fury, and as he watched the individual before him preparing an ostentatious monologue, Ketla could no longer contain his rage. In a swift motion, he surged forward with a resounding impact upon the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the figure clad in black robes, known as Nefarian. However, an array of swift strikes yielded nothing but empty air as Ketla's assault failed to connect. The black-robed figure let out a triumphant, eerie laugh. "Your impatience is quite amusing. I have merely stated that I am a guide, not the boss guarding the gate. Can you not muster even a modicum of patience?" Ketla, bewildered by his own fruitless attack upon the void, realized that this individual possessed spatial abilities, which took him by surprise. With Ketla's reckless attempt, the other disciples of the god of destruction refrained from any further rash actions, having witnessed the peril faced by their comrade. Chapter 70. Fortune. Suddenly, Ketla's form appeared ensnared by dark, shadowy tendrils. With a thunderous crash, the expression of shock on Ketla's face morphed into one of excruciating pain. As if the tendrils had instigated a corrosive effect, it became evident that this black-robed figure was no easy adversary. Although this encounter inflicted no substantial harm upon Ketla, the repercussions of his bold assault caused him to experience a backlash of perilous consequence. Nonetheless, this mattered little to the black-robed figure, who regarded Ketla's attack with utter disdain. Calmly, the figure settled onto the solitary stone bench situated in the center of the grand chamber, gently caressing its armrest as he spoke. "What I have stated is entirely true. This is indeed your terminus, the ancient castle of demons. I trust you have all come here in pursuit of the earrings that embody the legacy of the god of destruction. Regrettably, the earrings are neither within my possession nor under my authority. The black-robed figure continued. Now, I must reveal a secret. The legacy of the god of destruction's earrings entails certain prerequisites. Merely surviving the journey to the demon castle does not guarantee you the earrings recognition. The figure clad in black gestured towards the ancient, grand door behind him, stating that this entrance was the sole passage to the second floor. If you truly aspire to become the next harbinger of destruction and seek the sacred relic of the harbinger, you must enter through this portal. Rest assured, I am not your adversary. Rather, I am your guide. Pay close attention to my every word, for should any misfortune arise, you cannot hold me accountable. With that, Nefarian adjusted the crown atop his head, which flickered like flames, seemingly indifferent to the bewildered gazes and expressions of the onlookers. His voice echoed slowly throughout the hall. This door leads to the second floor, which houses 18 chambers. Within each room, you may either discover the legacy of the Harbinger's earrings or confront perilous foes awaiting your arrival. The nature of your encounters will be dictated by fate. However, there are only 18 vacant doors, and each can admit but a single individual. No more than one may enter at a time. Remember, this is the Castle of Demons, and it is governed by its own rules. He continued, stating that if you successfully enter your designated door, it must also gain the recognition of the castle. Indeed, each door is equipped with a lock, and I trust that your journey to this castle will bestow upon you some ancient keys through serendipitous events. These keys are the sole means to unlock the doors. Without them, entry is impossible. Furthermore, crossing the threshold is merely the first step. The second involves potentially gaining the acceptance of the legacy of the Harbinger's earrings. Should you achieve this, congratulations, for you will ascend to become the next Harbinger of Destruction. Nefarian elaborated that there exists a probability of encountering guardians of the earrings' legacy. Should you vanquish them, you too may earn the earrings' recognition. This, however, is contingent upon your own merit. As for what follows, that depends on whether destiny aligns you with the Harbinger's position. You are aware that the 18 Harbinger positions are fixed, neither more nor less exist. Whether you can achieve your respective accomplishments depends solely on your cultivation and fortune. Having conveyed this, my role as your guide is complete, and the choice now rests with you. He added that if you prefer not to risk your lives in pursuit of glory, you may choose to remain here, awaiting the demise of the 18 Harbingers. The remaining souls shall traverse the ancient castle of demons back to your academy of destruction. Thus concludes my message. Now, dear students, the moment to showcase your abilities has arrived. The figure in black erupted into a series of eerie, intermittent chuckles. My duty is fulfilled, and now I shall assist you in opening the grand door to the second floor. I wish you all the best. With that, he transformed into a swirl of black smoke, gradually merging with the great door leading to the staircase of the second floor. With a creaking sound, the door opened slowly, revealing the staircase ascending to the second floor before the assembled crowd. Upon encountering the enigmatic figure clad in black, the assembled crowd found themselves enveloped in a haze of confusion. What was this? Initially, they presumed it to be an authoritative figure guarding the premises, only to discover a pretentious individual who spoke at length before vanishing, akin to a mere sentinel. Yet, Luo Feng cast a profound gaze upon the grand door on the second floor, refraining from engaging in whispered conversations like the other students, and instead reflecting internally. So it is. The so-called inheritor of the god of destruction's earrings was indeed not as straightforward as he had imagined. They had collectively entered to vanquish the boss and share the spoils, seeking all the earrings. It appeared that choices were reciprocal. Merely finding the god of destruction's earrings did not guarantee recognition. Without acknowledgement, one might face certain challenges, likely the final test mentioned by the figure earlier. Furthermore, it seemed that the strength of the guardians encountered could vary, as well as the nature of the trials presented. With this realization, Luo Feng clenched his fist. Confident in his own abilities, he had resolved to face whatever unknown trials awaited him, regardless of the formidable power the adversary might wield. However, he soon felt the ancient key nestled in his pocket. It became clear that its purpose was to unlock the door. Reflecting on the high priest's words about the pursuit of the god of destruction's legacy, it was evident that strength alone was insufficient. Fortune also played a crucial role. Without luck, even possessing this key would not grant one the privilege to enter those grand doors. Contemplating this, Luo Feng exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had acted on impulse, choosing to enter the tribal leader's tent and discovering 3 treasures. It seemed that each artifact indeed held significant relevance. Though he pondered the reason why the golden crown he used to breach the crystal barrier rested upon the head of one named Nephabian. Did this crown bear a connection to the guide? Yet, dwelling on such matters now seemed futile. At that moment, as Luo Feng ruminated on these pivotal questions, the other students behind him did not linger or engage in pleasantries, regardless of whether they possessed keys or not. They proceeded expressionlessly towards the staircase leading to the second floor. It appeared that a considerable number of them had indeed secured keys to the stone door. Moreover, those without keys exhibited fierce determination as they followed suit towards the corridor on the second floor. Indeed, lacking a key on the way did not preclude their ability to enter the secret chamber at the moment the door was opened. If they cannot find a key, they might resort to seizing one, for raw power was the decisive factor in determining future success. Chapter 71. Severed limbs. Could one not obtain a key? It still not seize it? The crowd, eager and restless, advanced towards the second floor. Only Hmph remained stationary, his mind remarkably clear. He observed Luo Feng's immobility and mirrored it. Meanwhile, Beerus and Ketla followed the throng, perhaps buoyed by their confidence in their own abilities. At this moment, only Hmph, Tiger, and Luo Feng remained on the first floor. It appeared that Tiger was resolutely determined to confront Luo Feng. He thought to himself that since Luo Feng had acquired the golden crown and breached the formidable crystal barrier outside, it was certain that he possessed the key to the door. If he followed Luo Feng closely and eliminated him after he opened the door, the qualification to enter would undoubtedly be his. Luo Feng, since you dared to overshadow me earlier, do not blame me for being ruthless this time. Do you know the tremendous price our Tiger clan has paid to achieve the title of the God of Destruction? Tiger then cast a skeptical glance at Hmph. Was he truly without a key, or was he simply too afraid to ascend to the second floor? Observing the menacing Tiger and the nonchalant Luo Feng, Hmph let out a soft sigh. After all, prior to his arrival, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a vibrant green key, never anticipating that such an inconspicuous object would possess such remarkable utility. Hmph refrained from rushing to the second floor, weighing his own abilities against the risks that awaited him there. Witnessing the imminent confrontation between Luo Feng and Tiger, he sighed once more. Perhaps my fortune does not lie here. With a meaningful glance towards Luo Feng, he slowly made his way toward the passage leading to the second floor. Meanwhile, sounds of fierce combat erupted from above, accompanied by the cacophony of shattering winds. It seemed that few had managed to obtain the key to the demon castle along the way. It was truly astonishing how the bonds of camaraderie among their classmates could shatter like fragile plastic. Perhaps Hmph's decision to hold back was indeed the right one. As the clamor from the second floor gradually subsided, Hmph prepared to turn the corner into the upper level. Before doing so, he glanced at the eager Tiger and the seemingly indifferent Luo Feng, sighed again, and then vanished into the stairwell of the first floor. The last words he heard were from Tiger, who grunted, "Luo Feng, how dare you steal my thunder and ruin my plans? Regardless of whether you possess the key to the great door leading to the second floor, your fate is sealed. With Hmph gone, it is just you and me now. Given your meager strength, even if you were to beg for mercy or surrender the key to the door of destruction within you, you are doomed. Prepare to pay with your life." In the next moment, all sounds on the first floor ceased entirely from Hmph's perception. He no longer lingered on the conflict between Luo Feng and Tiger, as their victory or defeat bore no direct consequence for him. Upon stepping through the entrance to the second floor, a moment that would be etched in his memory unfolded before him. A scene of carnage reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Ruined walls, blood spattering everywhere. Countless former classmates from the Academy of Destruction lay lifeless at the scene. The ground was strewn with gushing blood, severed limbs, shattered skulls, and disemboweled bodies. Is this the benevolent essence that flows through their veins? It has utterly shattered Hmph's worldview. At this moment, his gaze beheld nothing alive amidst the scattered limbs and corpses. Indeed, there were only remnants of death. Surrounding him stood 18 colossal iron doors, 16 of which had already been opened, presumably by victors wielding the keys to enter those grand portals. The classmates who lay here would eternally slumber in this grim realm, a stark testament to the cruelty of the demon castle and the final trial bestowed by the Destruction Academy. Whether one could unearth the so-called Destruction God's earrings within the chambers would depend solely upon their luck and prowess. Regaining his composure, Hmph chose not to dwell further on his thoughts. He casually approached one of the open rooms, sensing an absence of any energy fluctuations or auras emanating from within. It was uncertain which fortunate soul had ventured into this chamber. Extending his clawed hand, He lightly tapped the transparent barrier outside the door, but it proved impenetrable. It appeared that the guide, Nephalian, had spoken the truth. Each room could only accommodate one individual. Once a door was opened with a key, the room became a completely sealed space, inaccessible to others. With this realization, Hmph surveyed his surroundings, feeling a semblance of calm settle within him. Indeed, there remained 2 more doors, suggesting the presence of 2 additional keys. He possessed one, and it seemed that that rascal, Tiger, certainly lacked the key to this spatial door. The holder of the other key must be Luo Feng. The outcome of their confrontation would hinge upon their respective strengths. As Hmph approached the 17th door, ready to retrieve his key and enter, his attention was suddenly captivated by a peculiar essence wafting through the heap of bodies and severed limbs. Was it truly as he envisioned? Just as he prepared to unlock the door, a shadow emerged from the pile of corpses, drenched in blood, its eyes glinting with malice. It was a dwarven warrior. Despite suffering significant injuries, his limbs bore no irreparable damage. He had concealed himself amidst the dead, feigning death to ambush the 2 key bearers. Such a diversity of characters existed in this world. Fortunately, Hmph was well prepared and evaded the lethal strike of the ambusher. This individual had evidently sustained considerable wounds during the earlier chaos, relying on his last vestiges of strength for a surprise attack. Had the ambush succeeded, he might have secured his survival, but it was clear that this attempt had failed. Hmph countered with a swift and precise strike of his claw, cleaving the assailant into several pieces, adding more severed limbs to the ground. Hmph furrowed his brow slightly, bemused by the unpredictable nature of his encounters. What awaited him behind the door remained uncertain. Just as he was about to enter the room, he heard the rapid sound of footsteps echoing from the corridor above. Had the 2 already determined a victor? I truly cannot discern whether it is Luo Feng or Tiger, yet all of this has become inconsequential. Chapter 72, The Crimson Ring. As Hmph stepped through the door, only one final grand portal remained for the victor between the 2. However, before entering, Hmph's gaze fell upon Luo Feng, who was leisurely making his way down the corridor on the 2nd floor. It was indeed that rascal Luo Feng. At this moment, the pupils of Hmph's eyes constricted to the size of pinpricks, for in Luo Feng's grasp lay a pulsating heart. This must be Tiger's heart. It was truly unexpected that Luo Feng could act with such swiftness. Of course, one cannot fault him for being ruthless. After all, within the Destruction Academy, it is a matter of either your demise or mine, a truth that Hmph comprehended profoundly. Suddenly, a force of attraction emanated from beside Hmph, likely due to a peculiar energy from his portal. What unfolded before Hmph's eyes was Luo Feng's hand gently clenching, causing Tiger's heart to shatter into fragments, nearly splattering blood upon him. Feeling dizzy, Hmph stepped directly into the grand portal. At that moment, Luo Feng observed Hmph's silhouette and offered a faint smile. Perhaps it served as a warning for Hmph. Yet, witnessing the devastation surrounding him, Luo Feng's lips twitched slightly. Perhaps this was merely the commencement of hell. Those who could pass through the door were purportedly the elites of the Destruction Academy, but how many would emerge alive depended on their fortune. Luo Feng strode directly towards the last grand door, and the key to his life floated gently in the air. With a crisp click, it seemed as though a forbidden zone had been unlocked, instilling Luo Feng with a peculiar sensation. However, having come this far, retreat was not an option. It appeared he might indeed be the grand finale. As the wooden door creaked open, an abyssal darkness unfolded before Luo Feng's eyes. At this moment, he sensed that the space beyond the door might require a brief moment of transportation. Just as Luo Feng had envisioned, he was completely enveloped by the impending void. A sensation of vertigo swiftly engulfed him, yet Luo Feng steadied his mind, unaffected by the microteleportation. Perhaps this was a testament to his prowess. Soon, the disorientation dissipated, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was confined within a minuscule chamber. This room exuded an ancient charm, devoid of any ostentatious decorations. The stone walls bore no windows. Within the stone abode stood a modest wooden table and a small stone chair, upon which flickered a dimly lit candle, casting an eerie glow that suggested this might belong to an individual's study or bedroom. Due to the dim glow of the candlelight, Luo Feng could not discern what lay before him. His attention shifted directly to the table, where a distinctive ring, engulfed in flames, rested quietly. This ring emanated an extraordinary and resplendent light, evoking a peculiar sense of familiarity within Luo Feng. Astonishingly, it was a ring, but wait, wasn't he the legacy of the god of destruction a golden earring? Why, Then, was it a red ring adorned with flames? This seemed to deviate from the narrative he had anticipated. Yet, one thing was certain. The ring did not exude any malevolence or unsettling aura. Rather, it imparted a sense of warmth, as if it were a part of his very essence. Perhaps there existed something extraordinary within these 18 chambers. As Luo Feng prepared to examine the peculiar ring on the table more closely, a sound of applause echoed from the shadows of the room. To his surprise, there was indeed another presence, one that had eluded his senses. Then, a concealed door swung open, and Luo Feng realized that this individual was not the one beside him. The ability to evade Luo Feng's scrutiny indicated that this person had been concealed within a hidden room, successfully escaping his perception. Since this individual had chosen to reveal themselves, it suggested they were the guardian of the ring. With this thought in mind, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief. Indeed, possessing a key allowed access to the ancient castle and this so-called independent space. This was merely the first step. Perhaps true recognition of the inheritance was necessary to acquire the artifacts associated with the god of destruction. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng cast his gaze towards the source of the applause, and to his astonishment, the figure emerging from the shadows was none other than Hmph, the one who had claimed to be their guide on the first floor. Recognizing this individual's current appearance brought a faint smile to Luo Feng's lips, as he recalled a similar figure from a distant reality. It seemed that the resemblance extended beyond mere nomenclature. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence within parallel realms. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential now. It appeared that this individual was indeed the guardian of the legacy within this independent space. Noticing that Luo Feng displayed neither confusion nor astonishment, the man who had been applauding expressed his boredom, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. You truly are fortunate encountering me here. Well, I shan't waste words. As I mentioned, I am your guide, and in this room, I am the guardian. Have you taken note of the ring on the table? Or perhaps the circlet? Luo Feng observed this individual's grand entrance, yet he was acutely aware of the truth behind this facade. With a resigned sigh, he reflected that this was merely a pet of the previous god of destruction, now masquerading as a figure of great prowess. Let us see how you play this role, he thought. As Luo Feng remained silent, Hmph ceased his ostentatious display. With a resigned shrug, he continued, whether by luck or fate, it is indeed a miracle that you have come into possession of the legacy of the god of destruction. In Luo Feng's heart, a sense of understanding had emerged. Indeed, the ordinary destroyer god position merely granted him the destroyer god earrings. However, the red ring before him was evidently distinct from the common destroyer god rank. If Nefarian's words were to be believed, he had presumably acquired the legacy of the destroyer god king, signifying that it was the highest tier within the realm of destroyer gods. While the notion of a legacy evoked a sense of familiarity, it appeared that obtaining this ring would not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. In the next moment, Nefarian's words illuminated the challenges that lay ahead for Luo Feng. The smile faded from Nefarian's face, replaced by a demeanor of seriousness. I have previously mentioned that this ring before you is indeed the ring of the destroyer god king, which is entirely unlike that of an ordinary destroyer god. Of course, your presence here signifies a profound connection to this legacy. However, this does not imply that I shall let you obtain the destroyer god king's legacy with ease. As per tradition, let us dispense with idle chatter. If you wish to claim this ring, you must first defeat me. The degree of your achievement thereafter will depend solely on your prowess. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I was once the servant of the previous destroyer god king. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, as he had surmised, this individual bore significant ties to the previous destroyer god king. The term servant could be seen as an embellishment. To put more frankly, he might just be a mere mount of the former destroyer god king. Yet, the true nature of this character would soon be revealed. Nevertheless, before that revelation could unfold, Luo Feng had to confront him. Observing the apparent confidence emanating from this individual, it seemed likely that he possessed considerable strength. Yet, since he had arrived at this juncture, retreat was not an option. Luo Feng resolved not to utter another word. Regardless of the circumstances, his primary objective was to vanquish this foe. No matter his identity or the profound connection between the ring and him, action would prevail over words. This had always been Luo Feng's principle. Though this character bore no apparent malice, it was evident that without defeating him, the legacy of the destroyer god king would remain unattainable. With the divine rank lost, all else would be mere speculation. With this thought, a faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. In the next instant, a circle of explosive kinetic waves erupted at his feet, propelling him forward with sudden ferocity. Nefarian, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated such decisiveness from the heir of the Destroyer God King. Without any inquiries or superfluous dialogue, Luo Feng had launched into action, truly befitting the temperament of the Destroyer God King. Perhaps he genuinely was the successor to this esteemed legacy. A faint smile graced the corners of Nephalian's mouth as he awaited this long-anticipated moment. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, he finally beheld the legacy of the current god of destruction, alongside what may perhaps be the next incarnation of such a figure. Perhaps the humiliation and suffering he had endured during this time were not in vain. If this individual before him possessed sufficient strength, he might indeed forge a new legend. Since the fall of the previous god of destruction, Nephalian had suffered greatly, and now he intended to use this young man to hone his skills and release the pent-up resentment and fury accumulated over the years. However, the next moment brought an astonishing scene before Nephalian's eyes. The young man undergoing the trial did not adhere to conventional tactics. He evaded Nephalian's powerful punch aimed at his face with a mere flicker of movement. Following that, he launched a bizarre kick straight towards Nephalian's abdomen. Nephalian momentarily faltered, a brief lapse that cost him the initiative, for he could not fathom how this young man had so effortlessly sidestepped his formidable blow. Was it possible that his prolonged absence from combat in human form had led to a decline in his prowess? Yet that seemed implausible. The innate strength and physique of the Abyssal Dragon clan were not something an ordinary student of destruction could evade. The harsh reality struck him when his powerful punch was effortlessly dodged by Luo Feng, who then retaliated without hesitation. Luo Feng's kick landed squarely on Nephalian's abdomen, propelling the esteemed guardian backward like a cannonball, crashing into the stone wall with a resounding thud, his form embedding itself into the surface in a comical shrimp-like posture. Perhaps the spatial dynamics of this realm differ entirely from the external world. Although both Luo Feng and Nephalian had transcended the capabilities of ordinary students at the Academy of Destruction, the structural integrity of this chamber remained remarkably stable. Nephalian's impact against the wall did not cause the entire room to collapse. Instead, with a thunderous crash, he was tragically imprinted into the stone. Meanwhile, Luo Feng brushed off the dust from his legs, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his strike. Since his arrival in this world, he had delivered numerous kicks, yet none had ever achieved a perfect balance of power and effect. The soul he had brought with him and the physical form of this world required time to synchronize. And although his techniques and the destructive force had reached a standard of forced integration, it would still take time to unleash the full potential of such a kick. Just moments ago, Nephalian's formidable strike was deftly evaded by Luo Feng, who followed up with a kick that flowed as effortlessly as water. Perhaps it was the inspiration bestowed by the god of destruction ring before him. It was the unfortunate guardian of the ring who bore the brunt of this encounter. With a furious roar, Nephalian exerted great effort to extricate himself from the void of his human form. He had not anticipated that this individual, poised for teleportation, would display such raw ferocity, embedding himself into the adjacent wall with a single kick. It felt as though his dignity had been unceremoniously ground into the earth. With a bellow of indignation, he exclaimed, "You little rascal! I was careless just now. I shall not afford you another opportunity." However, as he spoke, Nephalian suddenly found his vision clouded, realizing that the smiling Luo Feng had vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding gripped Nephalian's heart. Could it be? In an instant, Luo Feng's form materialized behind Nephalian, his large hand clasping the dark nape of Nephalian's neck. At that moment, Nephalian thought to himself, "This fellow truly lives up to the reputation." Indeed, Luo Feng did not disappoint. With a firm grip, he slammed Nephalian's obstinate head against the ground. Chapter 74. The Dragon's Roar. This was the rhythm of being pressed into the earth. Enraged, Nephalian summoned all his strength to lift his head once more. Perhaps this was his final act of defiance. Yet, as he resisted, an irresistible force struck the back of his head anew, and he was once again driven down into the ground. This cycle continued with a series of thuds, and after 5 such impacts, Nephalian felt utterly spent, his head throbbing painfully from the relentless assault. This individual, akin to a head-butting insect, was indeed the so-called inheritor. Luo Feng chuckled softly, recognizing that this pretentious creature, who boasted of being the Abyssal Dragon, was currently no match for him. Given this reality, it was not in Luo Feng's character to seize the opportunity to take a life. Eliminating Nephalian seemed somewhat contrary to his principles. if an adversary harbored murderous intent. Luo Feng would certainly not hesitate to respond in kind. However, this creature's identity was peculiar. First, he bore no malice towards Luo Feng, merely acting as a guardian of a treasure. Second, he was likely the steed of the god of destruction. If the previous god of destruction could tolerate this fellow, then Luo Feng's strategy was to subdue him, for any future disturbances could be seen as a dereliction of duty. Having contemplated all this, Luo Feng chose not to continue pressing Nephalian's head into the ground. After all, such a humiliating tactic would leave a significant psychological scar on the dragon. Nephalian might very well become his steed in the future. At this moment, Luo Feng exerted a subtle yet decisive force, pressing Nephalian's head firmly against the floor, leaving him no room to struggle. The shadow looming over Nephalian's heart was immense. Luo Feng was remarkably ruthless, treating him as if he were merely a supplicant. It appeared that Nephalian had finally unleashed his true power, yet he found himself unable to even lift his head, a situation that felt profoundly humiliating. However, an even more embarrassing moment soon unfolded for Nephalian, as Luo Feng forcefully pushed Nephalian's head into the stone slab, sliding it forward with a series of screeching sounds that echoed for several meters. Nephalian's face was left battered and swollen, while Luo Feng, having gracefully retreated to the side, asked with a mischievous smile, "How about it, Guardian? Does this count as clearing the first stage?" Witnessing Luo Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Nephalian's fury reached its zenith. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he revealed a hidden door in the stone wall. "Do not revel in your triumph, young one. I have already informed you. I am a guardian here. Since you have passed the first trial, I regret to inform you that in my humanoid form, I cannot fully unleash my powers as a member of the abyssal dragon lineage. Look outside. The rooftop of the castle awaits. Are you brave enough to face me in battle?" It dawned on Luo Feng that this individual was unable to transform in this chamber. Yet he yearned to engage in combat in his abyssal dragon form. A subtle smile graced Luo Feng's lips as he replied, "Very well. Lead the way." Luo Feng's mind brimmed with imagination. Although Nephalian's humanoid form was not particularly formidable, he still possessed strength comparable to an ordinary destroyer. He speculated that Nephalian's dragon form might indeed bring genuine surprises. It seemed that this fellow was precisely as Luo Feng had envisioned. Perhaps, after inheriting the legacy of the Destroyer King, Nephalian could become his steed. The thought of becoming a dragon knight in the realm of dragons stirred an inexplicable excitement within him, regardless of the time and space. Becoming a dragon knight was an authentic hero's dream. Although this dragon appeared somewhat weak at present, once it transformed into a black dragon and embraced its abyssal dragon essence, its power would surely not be lacking. In the next moment, Luo Feng emerged from the hidden door, revealing a vast rooftop that must have been the pinnacle of the castle. The environment felt oddly familiar as he gazed at a distant throne, perhaps where the Destroyer King once sat. How peculiar! Why was this castle named the Destruction Castle? Perhaps this was the reason. Observing the wisps of dark energy swirling in the sky, Luo Feng surmised that this was likely Nephalian's transformation into his dragon form. Yet, none of this mattered now. If he intended to thoroughly subdue his opponent, he would need to confront him with full power, lest Nephalian conjure further mischief. In the next moment, a colossal black dragon with a wingspan exceeding 80 meters let out a thunderous roar in midair. This magnificent creature was likely the true form of Nepharian, the abyssal dragon. Despite its immense size, the dragon exhibited remarkable agility, reminiscent of Luo Feng's previous encounters, though its appearance was rather grotesque. Its entire body was enveloped in a protective layer of black scales, interspersed with a flowing pattern of blood resembling molten lava. It became evident that this was the true essence of the abyssal dragon. Had it the power of flight, Nepharian would undoubtedly reign supreme in the skies. However, it appeared somewhat regrettable that, even in its transformed state, Nepharian did not dare to launch a direct assault on Luo Feng from the air. Perhaps the offensive domain exerted its influence not only upon the students, but also had a palpable deterrent effect on the guardians of this realm. At this moment, Nepharian's method of attack transcended the humanoid form seen earlier. The dragon raised its formidable head, and the lava-like blood patterns on its belly began to swell ominously. With a ferocious roar, akin to the eruption of magma, the dragon unleashed a torrent towards Luo Feng, marking a fierce greeting, the dragon's roar. Chapter 75, The Potion. On the podium of the Destruction Academy, a radiant beam of light, as brilliant as a diamond, descended from the heavens, landing before the high priest and the assembly of angels. As the light faded, A slender figure emerged before the gathered crowd, silver-haired and wielding a dreamlike angelic staff. It was none other than the high priest's youngest daughter, Alice. The sudden appearance of this young lady on the podium raised eyebrows among her siblings, who exchanged bewildered glances at her unexpected arrival. At that moment, Alice fixed a menacing gaze upon the seemingly unperturbed Makalita, as though a profound enmity existed between them. Nevertheless, Alice first inclined her head slightly in a gesture of respect towards the high priest, showcasing her last vestige of defiance. Then, with wide, furious eyes, she directed her ire at Makalita, poised to undertake an unforeseen course of action. Meanwhile, Makalita gazed innocently towards the sky, adopting an expression of feigned ignorance, as if the matter bore no connection to her. Witnessing this peculiar scene, the onlookers recalled Makalita's earlier remarks, their minds swirling with confusion. Yet, Alice soon provided the audience with the answer they sought. With trembling fingers, she pointed at Makalita and exclaimed, "Is this how you conduct yourself as an elder sister? You have gone too far. You actually drugged me, causing me to lose my pet and arrive late. What do you propose we do about this? If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, even with our father present, I shall confront you." Through Alice's impassioned words, it became apparent that this unfortunate young lady had once again fallen victim to Makalita's machinations. At this moment, the high priest felt a dull ache in his temples. He had merely instructed Makalita to retrieve Nefarian, without asking her to administer any potion to her sister, which seemed to have become quite a predicament. Meanwhile, Makalita, with an innocent expression, proclaimed, "Do not wrongfully accuse me. I have not given you any drugs. That was merely an alchemical concoction I prepared, shaped into the form of a lollipop. Who could blame you for your gluttony, snatching it away without even asking? Indeed, you've brazenly claimed it as if it were your right, without my consent. Whom can you blame, my dear? Can my alchemical remedies be consumed so carelessly? Hmph. And yet, I'm to be blamed for this." At this moment, Alice's silver teeth were audibly grinding. "All right, even if I did indulge in your alchemical treasure, that is my fault. But what have you taken my little pet Nefarian while I was unconscious?" Upon mentioning Nefarian, Makalita grew even more resolute. This is not my fault. I was commanded by father to fetch this little darling from you for a brief loan. After all, the final trial requires a guardian and a guide, and that is Nefarian's role. Did you think he was merely kept there for your amusement? Moreover, dear sister, you spend all your time neglecting your duties, dreaming of becoming a dragon rider, when you should be fulfilling your role as a battle angel. And now you dare to berate me? Is there any sense in that? Dean, you must take my side, both publicly and privately. Seeing Makalita's brazen demeanor, it appeared she had indeed garnered the authority of the high priest. Alice's forehead was now marred by prominent bluish veins, visibly pulsating against her pure and beautiful visage, indicating that she was on the brink of being driven to madness by Makalita's antics. The high priest, with one hand on his forehead, observed the sisters' quarrel with a furrowed brow. "Neither of you is a source of peace. Makalita, you must have done this intentionally. Otherwise, why would you bring your trial concoction in the form of Alice's favorite lollipop? With your limited skills, not only Alice the battle angel, but even His Majesty the King could be easily entranced by you. I have some confidence in this regard. Yet it seems Makalita lacks the audacity to meddle with these battle angels. However, playing pranks on her little sister is entirely within her realm of possibility. Perhaps Alice harbored a unique attachment to the ancient dragon Nefarian, as it was the sole spiritual relic left by the previous god of destruction, regarded by Alice as a treasure. One thing Makalita was correct about was that Alice, the battle angel most akin to her, had devoted all her interests to pet keeping, particularly nurturing an ancient dragon. Could her obsession with becoming a dragon rider truly be that overpowering? Observing his youngest daughter, whose innate talent and combat prowess closely resembled his own, the high priest felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Perhaps it was a miscalculation to send Makarita to seek out Nefarian. While it was acceptable for Nefarian's pet to be temporarily housed with Alice, it was imperative to remember that this creature belonged to the former Lord of Destruction. With the relics of the Lord of Destruction now manifesting in the trial grounds, they could not afford to overlook such matters, as they were directly tied to the legacy of the Lord of Destruction. Alice likely comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet her stubbornness appeared equally unreasonable, leaving him in a quandary. As the high priest pondered potential resolutions to the conflict between the two sisters, Alice's energy surged outward explosively, radiating a brilliant light akin to diamonds. The sheer intensity of her aura was so formidable that even the high priest nodded in quiet approval. Although this daughter exhibited certain distinctions from ordinary angels, her combat aptitude mirrored his own to an extraordinary degree. Despite being the youngest and lacking any deliberate cultivation on his part, her unleashed potential surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. At that moment, Makarita was slightly taken aback. She pressed her small hand to her cherry-red lips, her eyes widening in bewilderment as she remarked, "Alice, your strength has advanced once more. Truly, you are indeed the one most resembling our father. However, I must say, I am no match for you. Before our father, do you dare to strike me?" Alice, now seething with rage, felt no need for civility after unleashing her formidable energy. How could she show deference to the sister who had drugged her? Not only had Makarita taken her beloved pet, but she had also administered a sedative, justifying her actions with an audacity that was infuriating. Although it seemed that her own gluttony played a part in these events, Alice had entirely forgotten the circumstances surrounding her indulgence. All she recalled was succumbing to slumber after consuming Makarita's candy. The fact that she, the mightiest battle angel, had been drugged by her own sister was utterly intolerable. Chapter 76, Dragon's Breath and Magma. Alice, filled with righteous fury, swung her angelic scepter and, with a flash, transformed into a streak of light, charging directly toward Makarita. It appeared that a confrontation between the sisters was inevitable. Suddenly, a gentle blue light emerged between them, enveloping both in a deep blue bubble. Thus, the high priest, with a flick of his hand, separated the enraged Alice and Makarita with layers of energy. His expression one of exasperation as he observed Alice's audacity to confront her sister in his presence. The high priest addressed them. "You two truly do not make things easy. Can't you both settle down a bit? And Alice, what is the nature of this occasion? This is the ultimate trial of the Destruction Academy, and the next step will determine how many supreme destroyers will emerge from this realm. The trajectory of a universe's evolution hinges upon the outcome of this trial. While I usually tolerate your playful antics, it seems you, Makalita, have gone too far. I merely asked you to fetch an Nephalian from Alice, and yet you have created such a ruckus. Both of you, prepare to face my wrath once this matter is resolved." Hmph. It appears that the high priest intends to administer equal measures of reprimand. At this moment, Makalita, observing Alice's genuine distress, sensed the gravity of the situation. The usually benevolent father figure seemed to be visibly irritated, realizing it was inappropriate to cause a commotion at such a critical juncture, especially one that had angered Alice. She contemplated that perhaps a humble apology could mend the situation. In an instant, Makalita transformed from her previously haughty demeanor into a charming, docile figure, resembling a delicate bird. "Dear father, I was wrong. I beg your forgiveness. And Alice, my beloved sister, I promise to communicate better in the future. Please forgive your sister." Makalita's swift transformation was astonishing, leaving her siblings in a state of disbelief. Was this truly the once arrogant alchemical prodigy? How could she exhibit such a lack of dignity? At that moment, Alice was nearly exasperated to the point of rolling her eyes at her sister's antics. However, Makalita's sudden meekness rendered Alice disinclined to continue their quarrel, especially with their father present. Moreover, in terms of strength, Makalita was not Alice's match, and it was evidently not the time for further conflict. Taking a deep breath, Alice gradually reined in her energy and combativeness. She then turned her gaze toward the high priest, offering a sweet and innocent smile, her eyes narrowing like the crescent moon, as if she were about to indulge in a playful request. Witnessing the contrasting behaviors of his daughters, the high priest felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just moments ago, they were clamoring for violence, and now this chaos had unfolded. Was it all worth it merely to seek out a few worthy destroyers? And this little Alice, whom he had spoiled too much, creating such an uproar over a mere pet during the trial assembly. Yet, as the high priest's mind raced, he recalled that Nephalian could transform into a dragon. He had not seen it assume its primal abyssal dragon form in many years. But now it appeared that his son Luo Feng might be in for some trouble. With the high priest's sudden diversion of thought, both Alice and Makalita ceased their playful antics. The sisters Kriz and Bados, understanding the situation, each took it upon themselves to comfort Alice and admonish Makalita respectively. Following the words of the great priest, the crowd once again turned their gaze to the rooftop of the ancient castle, observing the fierce battle between the malevolent dragon Nefarian and the destroyer god apprentice, Luo Feng. This clash had indeed piqued the interest of all the angelic mentors. as it was a rare sight to witness a destroyer god apprentice engage in combat with a demon-like abyssal dragon. Although Nefarian was a deep abyss dragon and had previously served as both mount and pet to the former destroyer god king, he had been raised by Alice for an extended period, leaving his current battle prowess uncertain. In ancient legends, this creature was spoken of as an immensely powerful being. However, at this moment, it seemed somewhat unworthy of its reputation. Upon transforming into a colossal dragon, Nefarian unleashed a dragon breath that astonished the onlookers. In their memories, the most formidable magical attack from the dragonkin, beginning with the dragon god, was indeed the so-called dragon breath, with the abyssal dragon tribe's variant being the most potent form of both area and magical assault. For any ordinary human, even one who had not yet ascended to the status of a destroyer god, withstanding the full force of a dragon breath was utterly implausible. Furthermore, this attack, judging by its energy and range, appeared to be Nefarian's full-powered assault. As an elite of the abyssal dragon lineage, trained under the legacy of the former destroyer god king, his offensive capabilities would undoubtedly rival those of the angels, and any discrepancies would be minimal, akin to angels sparring with staves against one another. However, it seemed rather excessive for Nefarian to employ such a lethal skill against a mere apprentice. Yet at that moment, Nefarian harbored a different sentiment. This young man, Luo Feng, had dared to insult him so brazenly and even pressed his head to the ground in mockery. Now, I shall use my ultimate technique to reduce you to cosmic remnants. Regardless of who you are, even if fortune has favored you with the crown of the destroyer god king, I shall not fear you. Yet, you have compelled me to reveal my true form. Thus, I shall not hold back. If you wish to become my master or inherit the legacy of the destroyer god king, you must first withstand my dragon breath. In that moment, Nefarian reveled in expelling his dragon breath and magma, feeling a sense of satisfaction from a release long overdue, attributing it to Luo Feng's ill-fated position. However, in the next instant, as Nefarian directed his concentrated dragon flame towards Luo Feng, the apprentice merely waved his hand, and the flames appeared to part as if cleaved, surging past Luo Feng's sides and incinerating everything on the rooftop into charred remains. Yet, in front of Luo Feng's palm, a peculiar energy seemed to have split Nefarian's dragon breath entirely asunder. What? How is this possible? My dragon breath, having been in use for so long, has encountered problem. Chapter 77, Unfathomable Surge. Suddenly, Nefarian's eyes widened in disbelief, shrinking to the size of a pinprick upon witnessing the hand of Luo Feng cleave through the dragon's breath, adorned with a resplendent crimson ring. Indeed, it was the very ring passed down from the god of destruction, astonishingly resting upon Luo Feng's finger. Could it be that his transformation and attack had led this singular artifact of the god of destruction to acknowledge him as its master, thereby shielding Luo Feng from his own dragon's breath? In that moment, Nefarian's mind was not the only one in a state of bewilderment. Luo Feng, too, was taken aback, pondering how this ring had inexplicably found its way onto his finger. He had sensed an overwhelming threat, yet he believed there was a way to counter it, by harnessing the power of the god of destruction behind him to temporarily ward off anything Nefarian encountered, and leveraging his agility to confront the abyssal dragon. To his astonishment, his initial strike had completely severed Nefarian's dragon's breath with mere bare hands, an outcome far beyond Luo Feng's expectations. What puzzled him further was that the ring had moments ago been quietly resting on the table in the room, untouched by him. With no time to investigate its origins, had the ring sensed the perilous state of his body and autonomously flown to encircle his finger, manifesting a protective instinct? Such a series of events had indeed surpassed all expectations. Not only were the two directly involved in a state of confusion, but even the high-ranking officials and angels observing the spectacle were momentarily frozen in astonishment. Among them, it was Alice who broke the silence, exclaiming, "Nefarian, you little rascal. I told you to transform into a dragon for me to ride, yet you stubbornly refused. Soft approaches failed, and now, facing a mere apprentice, you've transformed into a dragon to engage the enemy. If you had simply complied, I would have lost interest." At this juncture, Alice seemed less concerned about the implications of the god of destruction's ring adorning Luo Feng, which had also shielded him from Nefarian's lethal assault. Meanwhile, the high priest Bados, and angels such as Kes and Vis took a collective breath. Could it be that Luo Feng was indeed the destined one? After all, he was the one who had found the crown of the god of destruction, and it was he who had unsealed the ancient demon fortress with it. Now, confronting Nefarian, the former pet of the last god of destruction, whose crown had transformed into the crimson ring, It appeared that this individual was also named Luo Feng. How had he accomplished such feats? Could he truly be the new god of destruction? With these thoughts swirling, the angels began to reflect on Luo Feng's various actions and operations, finally grasping the underlying significance of the events unfolding before them. The only twinge of regret felt by the angel Kess was due to the fact that since the moment her scepter had encountered misfortune, the greatest beneficiary had been that insufferable boy, Luo Feng. Prior to this trial, he had remained inconspicuous, devoid of any remarkable traits, and his strength ranked among the lowest in the academy. However, this unexpected turn of events was undeniably excessive. After all, her secret technique, the soul-shattering art, had been mastered by Luo Feng, a skill she had originally acquired for the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest himself had learned this formidable technique from the God of Destruction, as it was a closely guarded secret of the God of Destruction's lineage. Reflecting on this, Kess pointed at Luo Feng's outstretched hand on the screen and exclaimed with a sharp tone, "Heavens, just a moment ago, I thought it was an illusion that he had mastered the soul-shattering art." "Father, no, esteemed principal, have you noticed?" When Luo Feng waved his hand, it was unmistakably the God of Destruction's technique. Upon hearing this, the other angels suddenly grasped the significance of her words. Indeed, was this not the signature technique of the former God of Destruction? First, he had utilized the soul-shattering art, and now he had also learned the law-shattering technique. Alongside being recognized by the God of Destruction's heritage ring, it seemed that this boy was indeed exceptional. The Grand Priest revealed a benevolent smile, remarking, "Ah, it appears we have stumbled upon a treasure. Perhaps he truly is the one, and our new universe may yet find salvation." With that, he uttered a phrase that left the others baffled, while Kess stood there, lost in thought. Her heart surged with a myriad of emotions, as she was one of the elder angels and the eldest among the Grand Priest's children. Due to Alice's interruption, the angels and the Grand Priest refrained from closely observing the unfolding events in the trial ground, the Demon Castle. However, as Alice and Kess pondered, the Grand Priest redirected his attention to the fierce battle between Luo Feng and Nefarian, for this was the most intense confrontation within the castle. The other angels had little interest in the performances of their fellow students and turned their focus to this pivotal clash. At that moment, Luo Feng struck down Nefarian's formidable onslaught with a decisive blow. In the next instant, Nefarian unleashed a torrent of energy, yet a befuddled expression lingered on his face. When had this individual acquired such a skill? This was a power once possessed by the God of Destruction. How could he possibly wield it? And what did that flicker of red light in his hand signify? At this juncture, not only was Nefarian astonished, but even Luo Feng, the instigator, found himself taken aback. The fiery ring that had previously rested on the table suddenly soared toward him, as if guided by some unseen force, and with an odd motion, it slipped onto the index finger of his right hand. As the crimson glow flickered, the ring completely merged into Luo Feng's being, as though it had become an invisible part of him, perhaps signifying that this ring was now an integral aspect of Luo Feng's corporeal form in this dimension. It is nothing more than a return devoid of the legendary, melodramatic blood oath rituals of yore. Instead, it resembles the reclamation of something that once belonged to Luo Feng. This return has profoundly impacted him. Upon the red flame ring merging with his body, a torrent of immense knowledge inundated his mind, predominantly pertaining to techniques. It seemed as though a multitude of destructive skills inherited from the God of Destruction surged into his consciousness all at once. Although he could not immediately assimilate this knowledge into combat prowess, it at least granted him an understanding of the essence of the God of Destruction. The transformation of the crown into a ring imparted an odd sensation to Luo Feng, yet he was unprepared for the swiftness and magnitude of the information received. Chapitre 78, Body Destruction Technique. Within his mind, 6 kinds of destructive divine power emerged, associated with the techniques of soul destruction, law destruction, body destruction, armor destruction, void destruction, and space destruction. Each skill's operational method was imprinted entirely within him. At this moment, Luo Feng could not afford to dwell on these revelations. The ring had already fused with him, and now was not the time for hesitation, especially as Nefarian's overwhelming breath attack approached. In this critical moment, Luo Feng waved his hand, unleashing a gust that was, astonishingly, a spell of destruction from the God of Destruction's legacy. The dragon's breath was the most potent spell for the abyssal dragonkin and served as their mightiest area attack. Luo Feng executed this newly learned spell, effortlessly dispelling the incoming assault, which rushed past him on either side. Without allowing Nefarian a moment to recover from his stupor, Luo Feng swiftly maneuvered, evading the dragon's breath and positioning himself beneath the massive head of Nefarian. This seamless sequence of actions flowed with the grace of a gentle stream, bringing great satisfaction to Luo Feng's heart. The soul destruction technique was merely a fragment of the god of destruction's teachings, previously entrusted to Kex and sealed within a staff, enabling Luo Feng to master this unique secret. Now, the remaining 5 techniques had fully integrated into him. At this juncture, Luo Feng pondered the future, contemplating the possibility of unifying these 6 techniques. However, that was a matter for another time. Facing the colossal abyssal dragon, it seemed that his ordinary techniques and skills could not inflict substantial damage. Yet, having just demonstrated the ability to counter the dragon's mightiest spell, Dragon's Breath, he was now inclined to test the so-called body destruction technique to uncover its formidable capabilities. With determination, Luo Feng executed a powerful uppercut, embodying the body destruction technique from the legacy of the god of destruction. With a resounding thud, an uppercut struck directly against Nefarian's dragon chin. The once formidable dragon, in the midst of unleashing its breath attack, was momentarily stunned by this sudden onslaught. The half-formed breath was abruptly interrupted by Luo Feng's devastating technique, causing even the seemingly invincible Nefarian's colossal head to twist in response. The impact not only disrupted Nefarian's spell, but also sent him swaying, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. At that moment, Nefarian was not merely bewildered. He felt a profound disorientation. How could this be possible? This technique belonged to the Lord of Destruction, yet it was being wielded against him. Fortunately, the human named Luo Feng only wielded the power of destruction, not the divine might of the destroyer. Had he possessed the latter and executed the Lord of Destruction's formidable techniques, Nefarian would undoubtedly meet his demise here and now. Shaking his massive head, Nefarian, though forced to retreat a step, quickly regained his composure. This young man, seemingly graced by fortune, had indeed acquired formidable skills. However, his energy had yet to be fully transformed. While he had received the recognition of the Lord of Destruction's ring and gained access to its techniques and knowledge, his inherent energy had not yet completely evolved into the power of destruction. There still remained a glimmer of hope for Nefarian, though a modicum of respect had begun to blossom within him for Luo Feng. It stemmed more from his acknowledgement of the legacy of the Lord of Destruction than from any personal admiration. It was merely a nostalgic reverence for his predecessor, lacking the fervor of animosity. As for Luo Feng himself, Nefarian's stance remained ambivalent, contingent upon the young man's forthcoming actions. Regardless of his immense power or profound understanding of combat techniques, if Luo Feng lacked the requisite tactical acumen, he would not be worthy of Nefarian's recognition. With these thoughts, Nefarian recalibrated his mindset, recalling the insufferable battle angel, Alice. Despite her formidable prowess, she was a paragon among angels, yet harbored delusions of becoming a dragon rider. The only being worthy of such a position was the illustrious Lord of Destruction. As for others, including that bothersome little angel who sought to entice him with sweets and treats, brandishing her staff to threaten him, it was an affront to his dignity, as if she considered him a mere hatchling. In stark contrast, Luo Feng, in both demeanor and capability, far surpassed that Alice. At this juncture, Nefarian had reached a fundamental conclusion. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the ultimate battle would yield any unexpected surprises from Luo Feng. The latter's punch, a manifestation of his destructive technique, had left Nefarian momentarily dazed. However, Luo Feng soon discerned the underlying issue. The sheer size of this creature was overwhelming, and the magma-like patterns adorning the colossal dragon rendered its defenses nearly impeccable. Although his technique, the body break, caused the beast to stagger momentarily, it was evident that it had sustained no significant damage and would likely recover swiftly. At this moment, Luo Feng realized that it was not the inadequacy of the technique passed down through the ages that was at fault, but rather that his current might was merely destructive force and had yet to transmute into divine destructive power. A stark and profound difference indeed. Nevertheless, Luo Feng had always adhered to the principle that quality should compensate for quantity. If one strike proved ineffective, he would unleash several. What one punch could not resolve, multiple strikes might yield an unexpected outcome. In that instant, Luo Feng's form flickered once more, finding itself against Nefarian's dragon belly. While the dragon's head and neck boasted formidable defenses, targeting its abdomen, likely a crucial part of the dragon's heart, seemed a prudent strategy. Here, Luo Feng felt a surge of confidence in his strength. Yet Nefarian, transformed into the mighty dragon, revealed a peculiar smile at the corner of his maw. His eyes gleamed with derision, as if to say, "Do you truly believe that my exposed abdomen is a weakness? Do not be foolish. If you wish to strike my belly, first endure my physical onslaught." Immediately, Nefarian's massive claws became mere afterimages, racing toward Luo Feng in a ferocious assault. It appeared that this abyssal demon dragon was no mere practitioner of conventional draconic magic. It was a formidable foe in physical combat as well. Witnessing Nefarian's ambush, a smirk tugged at the corners of Luo Feng's lips. He had indeed underestimated this behemoth, but he remained confident that everything was well within his control. Chapter 79, Armor-Piercing Reverse Scales. Luo Feng's greatest advantage in this realm was the ancient martial arts he brought with him, specifically the art of lightness. As Nefarian's claws descended, Luo Feng's figure transformed into an elusive shadow, deftly evading the strikes with remarkable ease. The torrents of air and energy unleashed by Nefarian's colossal claws failed to leave even a scratch upon Luo Feng's form. His garments appeared untouched. Now, Nefarian was incensed. This adversary was as slippery as an eel. Though his defenses seemed lacking, evading his attacks was of no use. The primary flaw of physical assaults lay in their point-to-point nature. Unlike the widespread devastation of a dragon's breath attack, Luo Feng, it seemed, was adept at evading with his anti-magic skills, possessing both the ability to disrupt spells and deliver physical strikes. At this moment, Nefarian genuinely feared that if he carelessly exposed his vulnerabilities to this diminutive intruder, the consequences could be dire. As anticipated, an unforeseen twist unfolded. Luo Feng, now a blur, desperately dodged Nefarian's claw strikes, and the pressure upon him was mounting significantly. Though it may seem that the winds are gentle and the clouds light, in truth, Luo Feng has perfected his agility to such an extent that he can deftly evade these extraordinarily swift assaults. After all, the size, strength, and agility of the dragon's claws are formidable. This is no ordinary combat. A mere strike could result in shattered bones, or worse still, a pulverization into a mass of flesh. This is no jest. The might of a dragon is indeed among the most potent forces in this entire realm. However, it appears that the dragon Nefarian is not fully aware of Luo Feng's combat style, which is why he is currently suffering setbacks in physical confrontations. Nevertheless, this cannot be a sustainable strategy. Given some time to acclimate with Nefarian's combat intelligence, should he discern the trajectory of Luo Feng's movements, the next moment could spell disaster for Luo Feng. Relying solely on his physical defenses, which have yet to attain the prowess of a destroyer, does not seem a wise choice when facing a formidable abyssal dragon like Nefarian. At this moment, a glint of golden light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes, and a cold brilliance emerged. He immediately recalled another technique he had inherited earlier, the armor-piercing technique. Indeed, this move should possess a unique efficacy against dragons. However, Luo Feng also understood that, in the presence of such a terrifying behemoth from the abyss, until his destructive power fully transformed into divine destruction energy, inflicting genuine harm or subduing his opponent would necessitate targeting the dragon's vulnerabilities. Where, one might ask, lies the dragon's weakness? It is in the region of its belly, close to the heart. For Luo Feng, a modern individual from a past life, is well aware that the greatest weakness of such a colossal lizard-like creature resides in a scale known as the reverse scale, located in the abdominal area near the heart. This reverse scale is the strongest armor of the dragon kin, yet paradoxically, it is also its most vulnerable point, as behind it lie the dragon's vital organs and heart. With this knowledge, Luo Feng wasted no time and executed a body-breaking strike, sending Nefarian staggering backward. Now, he merely needed to locate that reverse scale. The outcome of the battle was still uncertain. In an instant, Luo Feng's figure flickered with uncanny swiftness, reappearing at Nefarian's underbelly. Nefarian, feeling quite vexed, considered, "All right, this fellow seems to possess some knowledge. Could he possibly be aware that my weakness lies in the reverse scale of my abdomen?" Yet, despite the reverse scale being the greatest vulnerability of the dragon lineage, its defensive capabilities were also exceptionally robust. Nefarian remained confident. As long as this adversary did not exceed his expectations, the odds would still favor him. Indeed, as Luo Feng unleashed a powerful punch, he attempted to employ the earlier body-breaking technique against Nefarian's weak point. You think to strike me at my vulnerability with a diluted version of the body-breaking technique? Do not jest. The reverse scale is the hardest part of the entire dragon anatomy. With your meager force, I can easily absorb the impact, Nefarian thought. With a resounding thud, the body-breaking technique landed squarely on Nefarian's reverse scale, yet the dragon did not even flinch. The entire reverse scale emanated layers of black luminescence, effortlessly nullifying Luo Feng's strike and casting him aside. At the moment when Nefarian was reveling in his triumphant laughter, the heavy fist of Luo Feng instantly transformed into a long blade. With a fierce shout, he executed the body break technique. "Huh! This little brat dares to be arrogant here. This technique merely seeks the location of your Achilles heel. Once exposed, the next to fall will undoubtedly be you." To his astonishment, it was merely a probe. This cunning fellow was indeed insidious. At this moment, any attempt by Nefarian to evade or defend was clearly too late. His weakness, the location of his vulnerable scales, had been entirely revealed, and Luo Feng evidently possessed the subsequent skill, armor break. As Luo Feng converted his fist into a palm and delivered a devastating strike to Nefarian's vulnerable scales on his abdomen, a sharp crack resounded. The scales, renowned as the toughest on a dragon's body, shattered under the force of Luo Feng's modified armor break technique, sending Nefarian into a state of sheer panic. Yet, it would be unjust to deem Nefarian weak. Whether in magical assaults, physical strikes, or even bodily defenses, he was among the pinnacle of entities in this realm. However, encountering Luo Feng, who wielded the destructive powers of a god, was undeniably vexing. Even though Nefarian's massive wings flapped vigorously, they served merely as a deterrent. For this ancient fortress was not solely designed against the god of destruction, but also against their abyssal dragon lineage. Indeed, despite his transformation into a dragon, he could only flounder on this terrace like a ridiculous duck, for a dragon cannot soar, especially given the significant vulnerabilities in his physical defense. Even the formidable Nefarian dared not act recklessly, for if he attempted to soar through the skies post-transformation, while his strength would be amplified to 100%, he would not dare underestimate this ridiculous creature. However, he was far too intimidated by the terrifying presence in the air. This young man was equally unwilling to be eradicated inexplicably from above, which was precisely the source of Nefarian's frustration and terror. Of course, Luo Feng understood all of this clearly and sought out the location of Nefarian's vulnerable scales on his abdomen, employing the recently acquired armor break technique to shatter them. Chapter 80, Avoiding Vital Points. The next moment marked the onset of Luo Feng's performance. The exhilaration of being able to pin a legendary dragon to the ground and rub its face in the dirt was immense. Moreover, this armor break technique was indeed potent. Such thick dragon scales and vulnerable areas were shattered by a single strike. Nevertheless, Luo Feng currently harbored no intent to kill. Otherwise, a combination of armor break, body break, and soul break could have easily dispatched this terrifying being perched at the apex of the food chain. However, at this moment, eliminating the enemy was evidently not the wisest choice. Seizing this powerful opportunity to hone his skills here might prove to be a most advantageous approach. Luo Feng also endeavored to harness the final two techniques birthed from the god of destruction, namely breaking the void and breaking the illusion. However, he soon realized that these techniques were beyond his current capacity to master. Perhaps he would need to wait until the entirety of the god of destruction's legacy ring had fully integrated into his being, allowing his destructive power to transmute into divine destructive energy. Only then could the ultimate moves of the god of destruction, breaking the void and breaking the illusion, truly manifest their formidable might. Yet, that was a matter for another time. For now, the four techniques he had mastered, breaking the soul, breaking the law, breaking the body, and breaking the armor, if executed in harmony, seemed entirely sufficient to contend with the formidable Nefarian before him. In the next moment, Luo Feng's tactical acumen and combat style transcended Nefarian's understanding. Initially, Nefarian had anticipated that breaking his reverse scale would lead to a cessation of hostilities, yet the seemingly delicate youth before him showed no intention of relenting. After all, his earlier Dragon's Breath and Dragon's Claw attacks lacked lethal intent, but nonetheless posed a significant threat. It was as if Nefarian had been invigorated, realizing he could not escape flight, thus seizing the opportunity to unleash a ruthless assault on a cornered foe. Indeed, Luo Feng sought to capitalize on this moment to thoroughly dismantle this arrogant adversary. With one hand, he gripped the severely damaged reverse scale, and with a sharp crack, he tore it away. The pain was so intense that Nefarian nearly lost consciousness. Despite the reverse scale's impeccable defense, it was the most vulnerable part of his body. This audacious youth dared to tear off his dragon scale, leaving Nefarian with no recourse. His massive form, unable to take flight, exposed the reverse scale to Luo Feng, who was far too agile for Nefarian to catch, even with his dragon's might. After all, the dragon's abilities were primarily suited for aerial magical assaults and surprise attacks. In close-quarters combat was not the abyssal dragon's forte. Now, Luo Feng seized the opportunity to strike decisively. With one hand, he pried open the defensive space of the reverse scale while employing the previously ineffective breaking-the-body technique to launch a rapid barrage of strikes against the ordinary flesh behind the reverse scale. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch infused his destructive power into Nefarian's body. This was no mere pain. These were potentially fatal injuries. After all, directly behind the reverse scale lay the dragon's most vulnerable heart. Should the heart sustain damage, Nefarian would face imminent demise. However, it was clear that Luo Feng had no intentions of delivering a single decisive blow to end the conflict. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he showed no mercy to his enemies, only a ruthless resolve. Yet, faced with what could be his future mount, or the sole legacy bequeathed to him by the previous god of destruction, exercising restraint was not a poor choice. Luo Feng understood that having achieved the divine legacy of the god of destruction, his next step would be to explore various universes. Thus, he needed to subdue his opponent first, as this might afford him a more leisurely existence in the days to come. After all, Luo Feng possesses a profound understanding of the destruction god and the angel race, including the king of all, due to the established worldview and framework from the past. While there may be some unknowns, the general circumstances remain crystal clear. Without a subordinate, his future existence would be exceedingly dull and monotonous. Therefore, there is no reason to eliminate this prized henchman here. Although Luo Feng's techniques relentlessly targeted Nefarian's vital points, he is an exceptional martial artist with an ancient martial heritage, demonstrating not only agility, but also a precise command over his strength. Each strike aimed at Nefarian's vulnerabilities, skillfully avoiding direct hits to the heart, instead impacting the internal organs behind it. At this moment, although Nefarian's life is not in immediate danger, he is indeed experiencing extreme discomfort. While the dragon's insides are sturdier than a human's, they are not immune to the destructive force of Luo Feng's techniques. Though the heart remained unpierced, Nefarian's liver, spleen, kidneys, and stomach have certainly taken a beating. At this juncture, Nefarian is regretting his transformation into dragon form. As the high priest and the angels were intently watching Luo Feng pummel the dragon Nefarian, suddenly the scene before them warped into a colossal black vortex. At that moment, Vis exclaimed this. This signifies that someone has successfully inherited the legacy of the destruction god. Is it about to be transmitted? The image before them completely dissipated, and the black vortex expanded ominously, capturing the full attention of the high priest, who focused entirely on this temporal gateway. It seems Vis's judgment was quite accurate. They truly do not know who the first inheritor of the destruction god's legacy is. As the spatial gate gradually stabilized, an unusual wave of energy abruptly emanated outward. In the next instant, a figure emerged from the spatial gate with an imposing demeanor, and to everyone's astonishment, it was Beerus. Who would have thought that he would be the first to emerge from the temporal gate? It appears this fellow is indeed a prodigy within the academy. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Beerus's left ear, and the next moment, they discovered a resplendent golden earring adorning it. This is the earring symbolizing the legacy and recognition of the destruction god. It seems that Beerus has achieved a significant milestone. Upon closer inspection, Beerus's complexion appears slightly different from that of a typical destruction god. He has become more gaunt, perhaps a reflection of the impact of the divine legacy. At this moment, the angels collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. After such prolonged training and cultivation, at least one individual has successfully inherited the position of the destruction god. It appears their efforts have not been in vain. Among them, the most gratified is the high priest, who has always held a favorable view of Beerus, and now, unexpectedly, he has indeed succeeded. Upon witnessing the warm gaze of the grand priest, Beerus, emerging from the portal, scratched his head, seemingly a tad embarrassed by the attention of the gathered crowd. Soon after, Whis stepped forward and inquired, "Congratulations, Beerus. You are indeed the first to successfully inherit the title of God of Destruction. However, from now on, we can no longer simply call you Beerus. You have now become a qualified God of Destruction. So shall we refer to you as Lord Beerus from this point onward?" Initially, Beerus anticipated that this statement would evoke boisterous laughter from the gathered angelic mentors. To his surprise, however, Whis' words resonated deeply with the sentiments harbored within that angel. Beerus awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Master Whis, it seems you might be overstating things. My success in obtaining the earring's legacy and becoming a god of destruction was largely due to fortune. What does that have to do with being a lord? The Grand Priest then cleared his throat and interjected, Beerus, you are mistaken. Since you have accepted the legacy of the god of destruction and have become a true god of destruction, it is only fitting to address you as lord. After all, you will be tasked with overseeing the development and balance of your respective universe. Here, you are a student, but once you arrive in your designated universe, you shall become a true monarch and sovereign. The Grand Priest continued, even the angels accompanying you are merely there to assist your endeavors. You must understand that once the angels arrive in the lower universes, their combat prowess will never surpass that of you so-called gods of destruction. Hence, within those realms, the angels will never be able to exert their full strength. From the moment you inherited the title of God of Destruction, it is essential to adjust your mindset accordingly. However, there is little point in discussing this further, as you will each develop your own perspectives and insights once you reach your respective universes and territories. At that time, you will gradually harmonize with your angels and mentors. By the way, how did you pass the trials? Each individual's journey and path are unique, and I am quite curious about your experience. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's inquiry, Beerus rubbed his hands together to ease his embarrassment. Noticing the eager gazes of the angels, he began to explain, Actually, my success was also a matter of luck. The story of how I obtained this legacy is quite lengthy, just as Beerus was about to elaborate on his journey to receive this legacy. Whis raised a hand to interrupt, saying, All right, Lord Beerus, we are already aware of the preceding details. I am solely interested in how you gained the approval of the guardian of the god of destruction earrings after entering the mysterious chamber. If you could share that with me, I would then understand the direction of your development. Upon hearing Weiss's inquiry, Beerus's lips twitched slightly, revealing a lack of fervent desire. He coldly remarked, Perhaps it is merely that I resonate well with this earring. The guardian informed me that if I were to master the Ultra Instinct technique, he would acknowledge my claim to the title of God of Destruction. Interestingly, just before entering the trial tournament, I indeed managed to learn the Ultra Instinct through some unique means. Thus, after casually demonstrating a couple of moves, the guardian inexplicably nodded in approval before vanishing. Beerus continued. Subsequently, the earring found its way to my ear, and now I sense that my destructive power has undergone a certain elevation, with a possibility of transforming into divine destruction energy. Great Priest, what could this signify? So, it is as simple as that. Upon hearing Beerus's words, the most unsettled was Kess, yet she refrained from voicing any dissenting opinions, recognizing that the situation stemmed from Zampa and bore no direct relation to Beerus. Ironically, due to the shattering and theft of her staff, Beerus had learned the Ultra Instinct, and by some twist of fate, he had indeed garnered the Guardian's recognition as a god of destruction, which could be deemed an accomplishment in its own right. Weiss, however, covered his mouth lightly in astonishment, exclaiming, Your inheritance is indeed a test of Ultra Instinct. Well, this is beyond my expectations. Yet, to gain the Guardian's acknowledgement is certainly a stroke of luck for you, Lord Beerus. I believe you may still have opportunities for further mastery in the Ultra Instinct technique. How about accompanying me to the 7th universe? Perhaps that realm is where you may truly flourish. Is that so? Beerus pondered, uncertain. But after casting a glance at the Great Priest and receiving an affirmative nod, he clenched his fist and declared, Very well, Weiss, I shall accompany you henceforth. Weiss chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted, never anticipating that he would be the first to discover the inheritance of the god of destruction. Indeed, Weiss was the most adept among the angels in the Ultra Instinct, and perhaps due to his talent, combined with Beerus's fortuitous abilities, they would form the most harmonious pair. The synergy of a god of destruction and an angel. At this moment, Beerus felt exceptionally elated and gently patted Weiss on the shoulder, casually stating, Let us not dwell on titles, for upon our arrival in the universe, I shall be your mentor and servant. Furthermore, as a neutral observer, the development and strength of our universe will ultimately hinge on the efforts of Lord Beerus. But what is this transformation of my destructive power into divine destruction energy all about? Weiss chuckled lightly. You need not worry. This is entirely natural. Currently, what you have learned in our God of Destruction Academy is merely the foundation of destructive power. Once you receive the recognition of the God of Destruction earring, the destructive energy within you will gradually evolve into divine destruction energy. By that time, your prowess will have experienced a significant ascension. Without a certain level of strength, How could one possibly aspire to become the sovereign of the vast universe? Very well, you may take a moment to rest and simultaneously transform the destructive power within you. As for the extent to which your destructive power may elevate, it will largely depend on your contributions to the cosmos. The more the universe flourishes and grows stronger, the more your own strength will rise in tandem. If there are any uncertainties, we shall discuss them further when we venture into the upcoming universe. Surprisingly, it is I who has achieved the first universe, which is quite unexpected. Observing the smug demeanor of Vis, Makalita and Alice gritted their teeth, eager to voice their thoughts, but were halted by the gaze of the Grand Priest. Just as Vis concluded his remarks, an unusual ripple emanated from the time-space gate before them. Which fortunate soul has successfully inherited the mantle of the god of destruction? The anticipation is palpable. Yet, the next entity to emerge was none other than a hefty foot. The onlookers were filled with curiosity. Could it be that plump individual? Indeed, as everyone had speculated, the second to step forth was Hmph, who did not possess the resolute demeanor of Beerus as he sauntered out of the time-space gate. Instead, Hmph appeared utterly bewildered, patting his notably large belly as he awkwardly squeezed through the portal. Chapter 82. The Glutton Ascends. Observing the bemused expression on his face, the angels could hardly contain their amusement. This fellow always seemed to be the comedic relief wherever he went. However, upon noticing the god of destruction earrings adorning his ears, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Regardless of the circumstances, it appeared that he had indeed gained the recognition associated with the god of destruction's legacy. Henceforth, there would be another Lord Hmph among them. It seemed that fortune was truly on their side, perhaps even exceeding the Grand Priest's expectations with more than 10 gods of destruction in attendance. Nevertheless, each individual's journey is distinct. Upon perceiving the unified gaze of the crowd, Hmph felt a twinge of awkwardness. What was with their looks? Why were they regarding him in such a manner? He soon spotted Beerus nearby and breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that Beerus emerged before him and did not perish inside indicated that their joint efforts had indeed borne fruit. At that moment, the Grand Priest cleared his throat, interrupting the assembly, and inquired, "Hmph, how did you earn the Guardian's recognition?" This question seemed to strike a sensitive chord within Hmph, who began fidgeting with his hands and scratching his head in embarrassment. The Grand Priest continued, "Speak plainly. The method of obtaining recognition varies for each individual. Everyone's developmental path and fortune differ. Since you have gained acknowledgement from the earrings, it signifies that you possess your own unique qualities." As I gazed into the expectant faces of the crowd, I steeled myself and said, entering that room was indeed peculiar. The figure clad in black robes demanded that I consume an entire table of food. Only by devouring those dishes could I attain the legacy of the god of destruction and receive the recognition of the earrings. And so it unfolded. I exerted all my strength to finish the copious spread before me, regardless of its taste. To be honest, I hadn't given much thought to the flavors, but it certainly quelled my hunger, even if it left me looking rather unrefined. Upon hearing this, the assembled angels and high priests were momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered a scenario where the legacy of the god of destruction was bestowed upon one whose merit lay solely in their appetite. It was bewildering to consider how such a glutton had managed to acquire the favor of such divine status. If it were akin to the luck of Beerus, who mastered the ultra instinct through sheer ability, they could accept it. However, for someone like Hmph, who achieved divine rank solely through consumption, he was indeed a singular entity throughout history. The high priest, with a bemused expression, glanced at Hmph. While he held the position of the Academy's head and was the supreme authority, the method of recognition for each earring was not within his jurisdiction, no matter how bizarre it seemed. Nevertheless, having acquired a second god of destruction was, at the very least, a positive development. He then turned to his progeny, saying, "What do you think? Though Hmph's achievement may appear somewhat comical, he is nonetheless a qualified god of destruction. Let's consider which universe would be most suitable for his growth." Hmph, somewhat bewildered by being referred to as Lord Hmph, inquired, "What does that mean, esteemed headmaster?" The high priest elaborated, "Once you become a true god of destruction and are assigned to your respective universes, you will assume the role of their sovereign. This position entails not only dominion, but also the responsibility of fostering development within each universe. Hence, addressing you as Lord is entirely appropriate." Understanding dawned upon Hmph. The only distinction between him and the esteemed title was a mere meal. He lamented inwardly that had he known it would be this simple, he would have spared himself the rigors of diligent training. At that moment, Beerus smiled and remarked, Lord Hmph, your style and prowess seem quite fitting for our sixth universe, which is part of the tremendous universe. This way, you can join your brethren as a wild deity within the tremendous universe. Beerus continued, though your ascent to divinity is through eating, I must confess that I share a keen interest in culinary delights as well. It appears we resonate on this front. Come with me to the sixth universe, shall we? I trust you have no objections? It was rather surprising that Beerus had taken a liking to a gourmand, yet the others expressed no dissent. Had Hmph excelled in other areas, they might have considered vying for his position. But with a god of destruction whose rise was predicated on gluttony, it seemed there were no other angels interested in Hmph. At this moment, the disdainful gaze of Beerus was palpable. After all, the legacy he had acquired was solely based on strength. The Ultra Instinct was not a skill that just any destroyer god could master. Yet, here was Hmph, making a fool of himself, truly a figure of ridicule, a being who had ascended through mere indulgence. The thought that this individual could share the title of destroyer god alongside himself was indeed embarrassing. However, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. They were merely the first two among the destroyer gods, with an array of peculiar choices yet to come. Beerus felt uncertain about what lay ahead. Well, since they were here, they might as well accept the situation. Now it was not the moment for philosophical discussions. It was imperative to convert his destructive power into that of a destroyer god. The Grand Priest had previously mentioned that only by elevating his divine power to its zenith and steering the universe onto a proper trajectory could he amplify his own strength. After all, Beerus harbored a deep-seated ambition to become a formidable force. The two of them continued to ponder why the title of Lord was necessary, and why the angelic race seemed restrained in their full capabilities within the lower universes. However, these questions felt distant. Perhaps answers would reveal themselves in their respective universes. Thus, Whis and Beerus selected their desired destroyer gods, while the angels nearby felt a sense of unease, uncertain of how many qualified destroyer gods would emerge from the time-space portal and whether they would resonate with them. This uncertainty loomed over them all. Once a qualified destroyer god was chosen, they would embark on a journey to establish their own domain in the lower universe. However, should they fail to find a worthy companion, they would have no choice but to return to the Grand Priest's palace. Yet, everything was left to fate. Striving too hard could yield nothing, and the angels maintained a commendable mindset regarding this matter. They understood that forcing a sweet fruit from a bitter vine was futile. Gradually, a few individuals emerged, selected by the angels as their chosen destroyer gods for their respective universes. It appeared that the results were quite promising, and the Grand Priest nodded in quiet approval. Initially, he had anticipated the emergence of 6 to 8 qualified destroyer gods. Achieving this would meet his expectations. However, with 9 candidates having successfully inherited the title of destroyer god, it seemed his plan for the Academy had far exceeded its intended goals. Chapter 83. Ramses and Lord Quitella. The limit for this inheritance of the destroyer god title was 18, and witnessing half of the candidates succeed filled the Grand Priest with exhilaration. He wondered if further surprises awaited. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a colossal figure emerged from the time-space portal, marking yet another success. Luck was indeed on their side, with 10 candidates now. The Grand Priest marveled at this fortune, though the newly arrived individual bore a look of deep discontent, a visage marked by a sense of hopelessness. Upon encountering this endearingly clumsy creature, the crowd was initially taken aback, only to soon display knowing smiles. For it was none other than Ramses, the white elephant. It was indeed surprising that this fellow had successfully ascended to the role of god of destruction. Yet, gazing at Ramses' expression, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Had he encountered some peculiar circumstance as well? Just as this thought crossed their minds, they observed Ramses shrugging his shoulders. Esteemed mentors and the dean, I shall not elaborate further. This trial has unexpectedly tasked me with blacksmithing. Am I inherently destined to be a blacksmith? The trial of the blacksmith bewildered the celestial beings, but having such a blacksmith among them seemed fortuitous. For within the angelic kin, only Kes possessed the aptitude for repairing items and staves. Otherwise, the gem on her celestial scepter, which had been damaged, would not have been restored in such a brief span. It was astonishing that this peculiar being aligned so harmoniously with Kes. Subsequently, Kes fixed her gaze upon Ramses. Lord Ramses, you shall henceforth be our god of destruction for the 10th universe. I never anticipated such a unique god of destruction to inherit this title. I thought I would return empty-handed. However, your talent will soon yield significant results. The crystal orb on my staff is yet to be fully repaired, and the subsequent work shall be entrusted to you. At this moment, Ramsey's expression became even more animated. Is it true that I am to be the repairman among the gods of destruction? Nevertheless, he mused, this is quite agreeable. I have little interest in battles and bloodshed. Engaging in blacksmithing research may indeed suit my temperament and taste. Thus, amidst laughter and merriment, the crowd watched as Ramsey stepped into Kess's fold. The wait was short-lived, for another figure darted through the teleportation portal. This person's slender form caused the angels to pause momentarily, recognizing him as the one who often donned the guise of a jester. It was indeed surprising that this fellow also received acknowledgement for the god of destruction's inheritance. The high priest silently rejoiced, noting, this is the 11th. It seems we may return laden with success. Initially, he had never envisioned all 18 slots being filled, as the notion of achieving such perfection, having all 18 students ascend as gods of destruction, had never crossed his mind. However, upon observing the flustered demeanor of this newly arrived individual, his expression darkened momentarily. Soon after, the jovial lad directed his attention towards the angelic Makalita. Teacher Makalita, you truly have been my benefactor this time. My trial was to concoct alchemical reagents. Fortunately, I have learned quite well from you in this regard. I have managed to pass the trial and attain the god of destruction's divine status. So, Makalita, can I join you in your endeavors henceforth? At this moment, Makalita furrowed her brows in disbelief. How could it be that the god of destruction's inheritance included an alchemical trial? This fellow, Waymeda, had actually obtained the legacy of the alchemy god of destruction. It seems that fate has played its hand. It would not be wise to refuse at this juncture. Initially, she had hoped to retreat into an obscure corner to delve into her alchemical studies undisturbed. Yet now, with the appearance of a successful god of destruction and alchemy before her, it was indeed a rare opportunity. Makalita relaxed her troubled expression and smiled, saying, Welcome, Lord Waymeda, to our 11th universe, to become its god of destruction and ruler. Once we arrive in the 11th universe, we can thoroughly explore alchemy together. It is indeed a splendid choice. It appeared that this encounter had yielded significant rewards. The high priest's gaze grew even more expectant as the portal before them emitted a peculiar wave of energy, hinting at further surprises. Could it be that a 12th individual would emerge as this successful god of destruction? The high priest's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Could this individual be the one named Luo Feng? Although Nephalian had been subdued and remained absent, perhaps this young man possessed some extraordinary fortune. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an astonishing scene unfolded before the high priest. The figure stepping through the time-space portal was not Luo Feng, but an unexpected little mouse, one of their students, Quitrala. In that moment, Quitrala donned the earring symbolizing the god of destruction's status, and the angels collectively exhaled in relief. Another god of destruction had successfully inherited their title. However, Quitrala exhibited some peculiar behavior, pointing at the portal and muttering in frustration, entirely lacking the demeanor of a god of destruction. What curious predicament had he encountered? The high priest's lips twitched imperceptibly as he inquired, What troubles you, Lord Quitrala? Noticing the gazes of those around him, including several who had successfully inherited the god of destruction's legacy, Quitrala sighed in exasperation and lamented, What on earth is this? Who devised this inheritance trial? It's utterly bewildering. Seeing Quitrala's discontented and irritable state piqued the interest of the other gods of destruction. Had this young man truly faced some unusual challenges? With Quitrala's arrival, the atmosphere lightened, as they learned that he had encountered a guardian in the secret chamber who demanded he complete a middle school mathematics examination. Wasn't the essence of the god of destruction's inheritance grounded in strength, power, and character? What connection could there possibly be to mathematics? Fortunately, Quitrala's intellect was not lacking. Otherwise, allowing a mere math problem to jeopardize his inheritance would render him the most tragic god of destruction in existence. However, even after such a long time, Ketla's fury remains unabated. What connection does his destructive deity heritage have with a mathematical problem? Although Ketla is filled with immense grief and indignation, at least now the 12 destructive deities are fully established, and the high priest is exceedingly pleased at this moment. Chapter 84, Allocation. Just as the high priest was preparing to seal the time-space portal, the voice of Hmph suddenly reached his ears. Upon witnessing the high priest's actions, Hmph spoke immediately. Dear Director, please wait. There is still one person who is yet to emerge. The high priest seemed to recollect something. Indeed, closing the portal entirely at this moment does not appear to be the wisest decision. However, fully revealing that young man's strength and plight before the assembled destructive deities might also serve as a blow to them. It seems prudent to hold off for now. The high priest smiled slightly. I know who you are referring to. Hmph. Do not fret. I will make proper arrangements. Now that all 12 of you have achieved the status of destructive deity and selected your corresponding angels, it is time for you to descend into the various universes to fulfill your divine mission. As your director, I shall present you with a grand gift. Pay close attention. With that, the high priest ascended into the air, emanating a faint blue energy from his hands. In a swift motion, he descended, channeling this energy directly into the ground of the platform. The series of actions performed by the high priest left not only the newly anointed destructive deities bewildered, but also the surrounding angels, who were equally perplexed by what their father figure was orchestrating. Yet, the high priest's lips curled into a knowing smile, exuding an air of intrigue as his divine power merged into the surface of the platform. In the next moment, a resounding rumble echoed throughout the destructive deity academy. Was it an earthquake? Or was the academy on the verge of collapse? Amidst the speculation and doubt, the entire academy began to fracture under the influence of the high priest's divine prowess, splitting the continent suspended in the void into 12 pieces. This was perhaps a manifestation of the high priest's formidable strength. As the ground split apart, 12 massive fragments of rock and debris from the academy became visible to all. Having completed this feat, the high priest turned to the assembly with a benevolent smile. The destructive deity academy has now been divided into 12 segments. Each of you, having received the heritage of a destructive deity, shall obtain a fragment of the academy. This fragment shall accompany you into the lower realms, forming your domain as destructive deities in each respective universe. Indeed, your residence as destructive deities and the planets you inhabit will be directly shaped by these fragments of land. Do not underestimate these pieces. They are ancient treasures, the finest gift I can bestow upon you. It is indeed surprising to discover that the origin of the Destroyer God stems from fragments formed by the Academy of Destruction, with each individual receiving a unique portion. While Beerus and Hmph received a kitchen and a playground respectively, Quitella was bestowed a library, and remarkably, Lamsey acquired a warehouse. Each individual's circumstances vary greatly. Even the most disheartened, like the character with the culinary laboratory, could only sigh in resignation. It seems that the distribution of these fragments deviates from uniformity. Yet the entire continent has already been divided by the Grand Priest. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Priest succinctly instructed them to return to their respective universes and consult their angels for any inquiries, indicating he would refrain from further elaboration as subsequent matters awaited. Everyone nodded, choosing not to dwell on future concerns, though Hmph cast a glance at the Grand Priest, hesitating to speak. The Grand Priest responded with a knowing expression, prompting Hmph to remain silent, fully aware that certain secrets were beyond his comprehension and patience. Subsequently, Beerus, Margarita, Kusu, Whis, and others shared smiles, each producing their angelic staffs to select their preferred destroyer gods. The fragmented land then transformed into brilliant beams of light, akin to diamonds, vanishing into the void of the Academy of Destruction. Observing the departure of the others, the Grand Priest exhaled slowly, but suddenly raised an eyebrow upon noticing that one angelic mentor had not left. What mischief was she up to? At that moment, Alice, who had previously caused a commotion, gazed at the Grand Priest and the legendary spatial gate behind him with shining eyes. Alice, what are you still doing here? The Grand Priest inquired, feigning ignorance. Alice, with a playful grin, responded in a sweet voice, Dear Father, I knew you would reserve the most formidable destroyer god for me, right? You are aware that my Universe 13 has just been established and returned, leaving me with nothing. Moreover, being in a frontline region, constant warfare persists. I knew you would entrust me with the strongest one, and it seems my pet, Nefarian, is among them. I always knew you were the best to me, Father. It appears that this girl has truly seen through everything. The Grand Priest sighed in resignation, acknowledging, it seems that lad will emerge soon. However, I shall refrain from discussing how you will adapt and interact with him. As for this generation of destroyer gods, his capabilities are indisputable. The extent of his future achievements is beyond my current influence. At this moment, Alice softly remarked, Father, that seems rather unfair. The Destruction God Academy, a land steeped in ancient treasures, has been divided into 12 portions allocated to my brothers and sisters. Now, should my Destruction God King emerge and we return to the 13th universe, what location shall you offer us as our base? Surely, I cannot conjure a planet from thin air as our realm of destruction, Such an act would greatly undermine the majesty of the destruction gods. The high priest, seemingly anticipating Alice's inquiry, chuckled lightly. Although I have partitioned the Destruction God Academy into 12 segments, I have not distributed the trial grounds among them. This, I assure you, is the most coveted territory of the entire academy. If this young man succeeds in inheriting the legacy of the Destruction God King, I shall bestow upon you the trial grounds, a magnificent treasure, along with the entire ancient castle. Does this settle your concerns? Upon hearing the high priest's arrangement, Alice was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, within her understanding, the trial grounds represented a true treasure trove. Even when aggregating all the territories of the Destruction God Academy, none could match the treasures, consciousness, and extraordinary beings residing within the trial grounds in terms of prestige. Chapter 85, The Headstrong Angel. Given this, Alice had no further words and chose to wait silently. Her father, ever tender-hearted, though confident in his own strength, was also deeply curious about what astonishing qualities this generation's Destruction God King might possess. In the next moment, the space portal shrank to a minuscule size, and with a resounding bang, it seemed to be struck by some force, expanding enormously. At this juncture, a colossal dragon head emerged from the portal, bearing an oddly disheveled appearance. The dragon's head scanned its surroundings and soon spotted the high priest and Alice. To their surprise, a flicker of reluctance and grievance appeared in the dragon's eyes, as if it had encountered family. The dragon head attempted to retreat through the space portal, displaying a countenance of shame. The next instant, a thunderous sound erupted from behind, accompanied by a pained howl from Nefarian. Well, since evasion was not an option, one must confront the situation with courage. As Nefarian's anguished cry echoed, the entire dragon's body gradually emerged from the swirling portal. Once Nefarian's massive form fully materialized, standing atop his head was a young man with black hair, none other than Luo Feng, the one who had left Nefarian questioning his existence. Indeed, when facing this malevolent dragon, notions of inheritance and camaraderie were mere illusions. Only a fist of unwavering strength could compel such a proud creature to submit. Although Nefarian still harbored some residual resentment, he obediently soared out of the space, leaving the trial grounds behind, and returned to the podium of the Destruction God Academy under Luo Feng's gentle reassurance. Upon witnessing the podium, now entirely enveloped in a void, Luo Feng found himself momentarily taken aback. Had he returned a tad too late? It appeared as though some peculiar incident had transpired here. Was he truly the only student to have successfully obtained the trial's approval? However, the aura and fluctuations surrounding him did not align with his expectations. Yet, this was not the moment for inquiries. Maintaining a silence, he gazed intently at the smiling high priest and the eagerly expectant Alice. To his surprise, his heavenly companion turned out to be none other than Alice herself. Though he had little knowledge of her in his previous life, he was now aware that Alice was the high priest's most cherished daughter, unmatched in her father's affection, and uniquely a battle angel among her kin. Other angels were unable to unleash their full combat potential in the lower realms, each possessing various talents and inclinations. Yet Alice, with her exquisite beauty and graceful form, had consistently garnered the high priest's true teachings regarding combat prowess. She was indeed a touch willful, but with such a captivating beauty by his side, Luo Feng harbored no objections, while Alice felt a sense of relief. Realizing that the ruinous God King and his steed had successfully gained the ruinous God King's acknowledgement of their legacy, she couldn't help but feel discontent. Her intricate plans to become a dragon knight seemed increasingly futile. The spineless little pet, Nefarian, had indeed been subdued by Luo Feng, jeopardizing her aspirations. However, a clever idea crossed her mind. If she could win over Luo Feng, perhaps her goal of becoming a dragon knight could still be realized. The high priest, oblivious to Alice's inner thoughts and without a hint of intention to elucidate matters for Luo Feng, lightly proclaimed, "Congratulations, Luo Feng. You have indeed obtained the legacy of the Divine Lord. Yet, there remains a significant chasm between your current state and that of the Divine Lord's realm. In this lower realms universe, you must strive diligently to cultivate and aspire to surpass the limitations of the Divine Lord's capabilities. I have great faith in your potential." In response, Luo Feng offered the high priest a knowing glance. Strengthening himself was his ultimate goal. Regardless of the high priest's words, he was determined to inherit the legacy of the ruinous God King, having gleaned profound insights and abilities from his recent battle with Nefarian. He realized that to regard the ruinous God King as his terminus was a mere jest. He was resolute in surpassing the ruinous God King to become the mightiest force in the world. This was the dream that resided within Luo Feng's heart. Yet, it seemed somewhat untimely to voice such aspirations, and the setting was ill-suited for such declarations. Although he had begun to comprehend portions of the ruinous God King's legacy and energy, fully transforming the destructive power within him into divine might would necessitate a protracted endeavor. Moreover, to elevate this divine power to the strength of the ruinous God King was not a feat achievable through mere effort. The Grand Priest spoke with an air of nonchalance, prompting Luo Feng to nod in response. Very well, esteemed Grand Priest. May I inquire about the universe I am destined to enter? A spark of excitement illuminated the Grand Priest's eyes as he replied. Need you even ask? It is, without a doubt, the 13th universe. Though this universe possesses its peculiarities and may present challenges for you, there lies a stroke of fortune as well. You will encounter Alice, my most cherished daughter, renowned as the most formidable battle angel. Within the 13th universe, while you may confront unforeseen dangers and obstacles, I have faith that your collaboration with Alice will undoubtedly elevate this universe to new heights. The Grand Priest continued, furthermore, as a reward for your acquisition of the God of Destruction's legacy, and considering the unique circumstances of the 13th universe, you are permitted to make a special request. As long as it falls within my capacity, I shall fulfill it without hesitation. With this assurance, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief. His greatest concern had been that, despite the God of Destruction's immense power across various universes, each God of Destruction bore inherent weaknesses. Developing a universe necessitated the presence of one or more competent realm kings, whose duty it was to continually create planets and expand the universe. Any substandard creations would then be eradicated by the God of Destruction, establishing a cycle of creation and destruction, supported by the assistance of angels, thereby fostering a virtuous developmental loop for the universe. However, what troubled Luo Feng most was the symbiotic relationship between the realm kings and the God of Destruction. Should a realm king tragically fall to an enemy, the God of Destruction, bound as a life entity, would inexplicably perish as well. In other words, no matter how formidable Luo Feng might be, if the realm king within his universe was defeated, his demise would be inevitable, leaving him no chance of survival, while the overseeing angels would remain unscathed. Contemplating this, he recognized that despite having received the legacy of the God of Destruction, his power had yet to reach the level necessary to encompass the entirety of the lower realms. In that moment, Luo Feng's mind raced, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he addressed the Grand Priest. Esteemed Grand Priest, I harbor no other requests. Regardless of the form the next universe takes, I shall strive to develop it into the most powerful realm. However, I do have one stipulation. I shall select my own realm king, and I trust you will not concern yourself with this matter. Of course, should I find no suitable candidate, I shall seek alternatives. Yet, I refuse to be restricted by a weakling as my life as partner. If you cannot acquiesce to this condition, I shall forego the title of God of Destruction. True to form, the Grand Priest regarded Luo Feng with an understanding gaze. I recognize you are not easily deceived like ordinary gods of destruction. Very well, I shall grant you this privilege. However, it is essential to understand that without the existence of the Kaioshin, the development of your universe will be exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, if there is little progress within your universe, your destructive power will stagnate at the level you inherited. The ability to further enhance your energy or strengthen your prowess is intimately linked to the development of your universe. In other words, the better your universe evolves, the stronger you shall become, a fact you likely comprehended well upon receiving your inheritance. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in the Kaioshin's words. Indeed, the evolution of the universe is directly proportional to one as strength. Having conveyed so much, Luo Feng displayed no particular reaction, prompting a silent sigh from the Kaioshin, who believed that this individual had grasped the essence of matters. It was now time for the Kaioshin to unveil the truth. With a momentary pause and a gentle cough, he slowly articulated, Luo Feng, you are aware that your inheritance differs from that of other gods of destruction. Luo Feng nodded subtly, acknowledging that such secrets would not remain hidden in the presence of the Kaioshin. Seeing Luo Feng's recognition, the Kaioshin felt unreserved and continued, setting aside the question of strength for now. Since you have inherited the legacy of the God of Destruction King, it is your responsibility to fulfill the duties of this generation's God of Destruction. Moreover, could you possibly shrink your companion here a little? It would enhance our overall aesthetic. To his surprise, the Kaioshin seemed concerned about this detail. Luo Feng had no objections. He merely snapped his fingers. In an instant, the previously boisterous Nefarian suddenly shrank in size, transforming into a small dragon that playfully flitted around them, appearing exceedingly adorable. This, perhaps, was the primary reason Alice had chosen Nefarian as her pet. A miniature black dragon is undeniably captivating to behold, yet, as Nefarian complied, Alice's expression was filled with resentment and humiliation. When did he become so obedient? However, it seemed inappropriate for her to throw a tantrum at this moment. Given that the esteemed Kaioshin had chosen to keep her, it was likely that she was meant to partner with this newly appointed god of destruction. If that were the case, once they reached their own universe, she would be the one in control, with her strength and talent as a battle angel. Could she truly fear Luo Feng, the newly emerged god of destruction? With this thought, Alice refrained from voicing any dissent, choosing instead to observe quietly. As the Kaioshin continued his exposition, noting the absence of any objections from the two, he proceeded, "Very well, in truth. There is little need to conceal these secrets from you at your level. Our time-space possesses 30 universes in total." In Luo Feng's eyes, a flicker of astonishment emerged. He was taken aback by the sheer number of universes. In his recollection, the Dragon Ball realm had only 12 major universes. He had previously heard whispers of a maximum of 18, as 6 universes had performed poorly and were subsequently erased by the Omni-King. However, according to the Grand Priest, there were indeed as many as 30 universes, a revelation that was entirely new to him. Noticing Luo Feng's impassive demeanor as he attentively absorbed the information, the Grand Priest proceeded to elaborate. Originally, there were 30 universes, but due to the existence of 2 Omni-Kings, they were divided into 2 factions. One faction, governed by the Angelic Clan and the Omni-King, was comprised of a fixed 12 universes. Conversely, the other faction, led by the elder brother of the Omni-King, known as the Great Martial King, also maintained 12 fixed universes. Thus, the total count of universes reached 24. Yet, these 2 brothers were often in competition, with the remaining 6 universes serving as their battleground and arena of rivalry. Currently, the 12 fixed universes were overseen by the Great Martial King, the Angelic Clan, and the Gods of Destruction, while the realm of the Omni-King was managed by the Demon Clan and the Dark Gods of Destruction. This arrangement allowed both factions to coexist without interference. However, within the shared 6 universes, a continuous struggle for dominance persisted between them. Recently, it appeared that unexpected incidents had arisen on the side of the Omni-King. Originally, 3 universes were to belong to him, but due to certain peculiar circumstances, these universes had been lost. Consequently, the Omni-King now controlled 18 universes, while the other Omni-King was left with merely 12. This explains why, in the later stages, the younger Omni-King consistently maintained 12 universes. With this newfound understanding, Luo Feng pondered the implications of these revelations for the universe he was destined to enter. Sensing Luo Feng's puzzled expression, the Grand Priest assured him that he had comprehended everything conveyed. "Very well, I shall no longer keep secrets from you. Luo Feng, since you are the inheritor of the God of Destruction, you will now face the 13th universe." The 13th universe was unfamiliar to Luo Feng. Yet based on the Grand Priest's earlier descriptions, it seemed to be a realm rife with conflict. Nevertheless, he welcomed the notion of challenges, for it was through challenges that life became vibrant and multifaceted. Unfazed by the notion of entering a war-torn domain, he resolved to carve out his own territory and create wonders in the future. Observing Luo Feng's nonchalant attitude, the Grand Priest felt a twinge of guilt and promptly revealed the truth. These 6 universes, caught in the struggle between the Great Omni-King and the Omni-King, are subject to the latter's ultimate technique of erasure, while the former wields the grand erasure technique. Thus, in their mutual obliteration, the 13th to 18th universes have essentially become hollow shells, beyond the vast expanse and intricate architecture of the universe. All galaxies and life forms within have been meticulously eradicated by these 2 formidable beings. Why, then, has the 13th universe been entrusted to the dominion of the Grand King? In due time, you shall come to understand the implications of my words. To put it plainly, the 13th universe you are destined to enter is devoid of all substance. Do you still consider the need for the Kaioshin? In chapter 87, a beam of golden light shone forth. Luo Feng pondered briefly. Let not be said that there is nothing, for even if it were an expanse of utter void, I would not deign to require the presence of such a feeble Kaioshin. Otherwise, would my very existence not hang precariously in their grasp? Is no jest. Luo Feng declared earnestly, "Great officer, Rest assured, I possess my own means. Simply entrust the 13th universe to me. As for the heights I may ascend to in the future, that remains my concern. Seeing Luo Feng's resolute demeanor, the great officer refrained from further trivial discourse. Each has their aspirations, and the matter was settled. However, the great officer harbored his own calculations, perhaps hoping that Luo Feng might bestow upon him genuine surprises. Presently, the 14th to 18th universes remain under the influence of the Grand King, and as you are aware, our angelic kin faced the demons under his command. A matter I need not elaborate upon. As a god of destruction level being, we have already secured a competent god of destruction on our side. Yet the Grand King commands a true embodiment of dark destruction, as for which formidable adversaries from the Dark Destruction clan may come to challenge your domain. That will depend upon your own performance. Rest assured, I shall not remain idle in this regard. You have also met this angel, Alice, my youngest daughter. Do not let her youth deceive you. She is the strongest among all my offspring, being the sole one endowed with the talent of a battle angel. With my daughter accompanying you to the 13th universe, I am confident that you will transform it into a veritable paradise, establishing our dominion. It seems I have been led into a hollow promise, a slap followed by a sweet reward. As for the prowess of the so-called battle angels, I shall reserve judgment. At least according to the great officer, ordinary angels in the lower universes cannot exert their powers in battle, while battle angels appear to be exempt from such limitations. This is indeed advantageous. After all, having a free combatant and healer is a boon. And it seems that the small dragon I have tamed may also play a pivotal role. Subsequently, Alice cast a wistful glance at the great officer. Father, do you believe this fellow is trustworthy? The great officer returned her a reassuring gaze. Since he has gained the recognition of Nephilim and the god of destruction's ring, he is surely no ordinary individual. You may confidently develop the 13th universe, and should the opportunity arise to reclaim the remaining 5 universes, I shall consider that your crowning achievement one of undeniable merit. Indeed, if that day were to arrive, Luo Feng, I could fulfill any request you make. However, it appears that before Luo Feng could respond, Alice interjected. Father, do not accuse me of being petty or biased. You have divided the entire realm of the destroyer gods into 12 portions for the 12 destroyer gods and 12 angels. Yet when it comes to me, you declare that the 13th universe is devoid of anything but emptiness. Though I possess unwavering confidence in my combat prowess, we must discuss the status of this newly appointed destroyer king. I require clarity. The high priest seemed to have anticipated this. A slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, I have already prepared something for you. With a flicker of divine light in his hand, the distant trial ground transformed into a radiant purple glow, hovering gracefully in the high priest's palm. Behold, the entire trial ground, including the ancient castle within, has been crafted for you as the realm of the destroyer gods of the 13th universe. This is an ancient treasure, now bestowed upon you. Do you have any objections? Enough of idle chatter. I have matters to attend to. You must swiftly take up your positions. He then handed the golden light, representing the trial ground, to Luo Feng, patting his shoulder with a knowing smile before vanishing in a flash of golden light. As he disappeared, his voice echoed, Alice is my most cherished daughter. Please be considerate of her. In the next moment, both Luo Feng and Alice felt a disorienting whirl, as if they were being transported. It seemed rather simple. He was to become the destroyer king of the 13th universe. Although the title sounded appealing, it suggested a rank above that of a typical destroyer god, yet also hinted at an immense burden. His universe appeared to be a battleground, rife with conflict. Despite its current state of void, it might attract forces from rival factions, such as the Demon Clan or Dark Destroyer gods, seeking to disrupt the peace. However, those considerations were for another time. At present, Luo Feng pondered how to enhance his own strength. Before he could elevate his power, he needed to establish a perfect domain, his own realm of the destroyer gods. Without a destroyer realm, what could he truly claim? Observing Alice's bewildered expression, Luo Feng sighed softly. He had anticipated sharing the power of Kashi or Bados, yet he found himself with this girl named Alice. He realized he knew little of her character or disposition. But one thing was apparent. Her lively, darting eyes suggested a spirited and whimsical nature. It seemed that this was his destiny. If he wished to alter it, he could only rely on his own strength, rather than the pity of others. Though the reliability of the angel assigned to him by the high priest remains to be seen. Luo Feng felt a profound satisfaction in designating the trial grounds as his own domain, akin to a personal sanctuary. Unlike other destroyers who partitioned their academies into 12 segments to construct realms of their own design, Luo Feng found contentment in the simplicity of inheriting an already established territory. The expansive nature of his trial grounds, adorned with an ancient castle that resonated with his aesthetic preferences, was indeed pleasing. This realm encompassed diverse landscapes, jungles, deserts, swamps, and icy plains, teeming with extraordinary beings, ensuring that his existence within this destroyer realm would not be marked by solitude. A leisurely stroll to survey his dominions served as a delightful indulgence, and engaging in sparring with these extraordinary creatures would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. With these thoughts, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction, choosing to disregard Alice's bewildered expression. Despite her beauty and the high priestess favoritism, she merely played the role of servant. It was hardly customary for a master to dote upon a mere maid. As he contemplated, Luo Feng turned a blind eye to Alice's despondent gaze and proceeded to activate the trial grounds bestowed upon him by the high priest amidst the chaotic expanse. With a surge of divine power, a brand new destroyer realm materialized quietly within this chaotic space. This new chaos served as the site of the so-called 13th universe. Here, amidst the void, was the aftermath of the erasure techniques wielded by the king and the all-king. Yet, this emptiness aligned perfectly with Luo Feng's expectations. As long as he remained within bounds, nothing posed a significant challenge. As for Nefarian, who had thrived within the trial grounds, the transformation of this realm into Luo Feng's destroyer domain afforded him the freedom to roam. At this moment, Luo Feng lacked the time or energy to ponder Nefarian's or Alice's sentiments. Returning to his castle chamber, Luo Feng recognized that his immediate priority was to fully convert the destructive power within him into destroyer energy. Additionally, he needed to further solidify and master the techniques of body and armor destruction he had acquired during his battle with Nefarian. Before any unforeseen events transpired, enhancing his fundamental strength was paramount. With a decisive thud, the door to his chamber closed, and Luo Feng entered a profound state of cultivation. Nefarian, too, had little interest in continuing idle chatter with Alice, for after years of confinement, he was now fortunate to have found a powerful master, leaving him disinclined to linger in trivial exchanges with her. Alice harbored a peculiar desire. Despite being a member of the angelic race, she aspired to become a dragon knight. Nefarian, observing the sorrowful glimmer in Alice's eyes, felt an unsettling turmoil within him. He pondered how a proud abyssal dragon like himself could be so persistently sought after as a steed by a female angel. Even if her feelings were not reciprocated, it was still a profound humiliation for the dragonkin. Though she was hailed as a talented battle angel, her prowess was hardly superior to his own. Fortunately, with the new god of destruction, Luo Feng, in place, he need not confront this so-called battle angel daily. Nefarian cast a casual glance at Alice, and, with a flicker of his form, transformed into a colossal dragon, his wings unfurling as he set out to survey the new realm of destruction. The vast expanse of the trial grounds belonged to Luo Feng, serving as Nefarian's hunting grounds. Thus, patrolling his territory was well within his rights. As his master engaged in meditation, the security and oversight of this domain naturally fell to him. At that moment, the entire trial grounds, resembling an inverted triangular celestial body, hovered serenely in midair. Watching as one took to patrolling the territory while the other delved into cultivation, Alice felt like an outsider. Despite being the reigning angelic authority of the 13th universe, she found herself disregarded. It was understandable that the inheritor of the god of destruction's legacy was focused on enhancing his strength. In the universe below, power was paramount, and Alice held no grievances regarding this. However, that little rascal Nefarian seemed to cast aside their prior bond entirely, ignoring her as he soared into the skies. Gazing at the newly formed realm of destruction, Alice glanced at the void surrounding it and began to fret about her future. Father, am I truly your most cherished daughter, relegated to such a desolate place? There seems to be no enjoyable locales for a girl like me to explore. It felt rather cruel to endure such loneliness in this barren existence. As for other concerns, Alice had yet to fully comprehend. If she was placed here, it must signify that this realm would eventually brim with excitement and challenges. The current solitude was merely temporary, and with the dragon gone, she felt neglected. In a fit of defiance, Alice resolved to explore this new realm of destruction herself. Eager to discern how it differed from the previous realms of destruction in the angelic domain, Alice began to entertain unique thoughts. Since Nefarian was out patrolling the borders of the ruinous realm, why not first explore her future domain? Although she was merely a supportive angel, or rather, temporarily a servant to Luo Feng, the ruinous king, it would be advantageous to survey her territory. Perhaps by the time Luo Feng's strength had increased, there would be actions to take. In this regard, she held considerable confidence in the high priest's arrangements. Upon noticing that Nefarian had departed from the ancient castle and Alice had merely wandered out with her scepter, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief. While Nefarian was manageable, he found himself uncertain about how to handle the newly assigned little princess battle angel. Yet, at that moment, he lacked the energy to concern himself with others' thoughts. Solidifying his own strength and gaining dominion over the universe was his foremost priority. It seemed his ancient martial arts had also received a degree of enhancement, and the ruinous king's legacy ring had granted him a significant boon. The high priest had not inquired about many matters, and indeed, there was no need for questions. The memories brought forth by the legend would suffice for him to contemplate for a long time. The soul-breaking technique he acquired from Kashi was merely a truncated version. The true essence of the ruinous king's legacy resided in the complete techniques obtained from the ruinous king's ring. Since it was the ruinous king's legacy, his aim must be to elevate the ruinous king's powers to their zenith, thereby becoming a new sovereign of the ruinous realm. This was the task at hand for Luo Feng. Through the high priest's brief remarks, he understood that the opposing hostile forces were not to be underestimated. Particularly, the high priest had mentioned that the strong on the side of the All-King belonged to the angelic race, who assisted and managed various matters. Conversely, the All-King appeared to have the backing of the demonic race, a name that hardly suggested amicable relations. However, it seemed neither side could overpower the other. With the high priestess' existence, the opposing force likely had a great demon as well. Nevertheless, all of this felt distant and beyond Luo Feng's immediate considerations. At present, the All-King was clearly at a disadvantage. Both sides possessed 12 fixed universes, and amidst the ongoing wars in 6 universes, it appeared that the All-King side held only this one, the 13th universe, which had been acquired at a significant cost. This indicated that the opposing side held absolute priority over 5 universes in the war-torn area, while his 13th universe had been reduced to fragments of void to temporarily fall under the All-King's jurisdiction. If he were to confront the opposing force without sufficient strength or development, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Being subjected to a thorough beating by the opponent is merely a light punishment. Encountering a master from the current demon clan or the Dark Destroyer lineage would likely result in being pressed to the ground in humiliation. After all, I'm just a recent graduate of the Academy of Destruction. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Luo Feng felt an urgent desire to enhance his strength. However, he did not immediately enter the meditative state he had envisioned. At this moment, he sensed the destructive power within him gradually transforming into the power of a destroyer, a process that might be lengthy. Yet, during this metamorphosis, Luo Feng also perceived an expansion in his sensory abilities. Indeed, while the perception of destructive power may only extend as far as a single planet, the augmentation provided by the power of a destroyer would exponentially amplify his sensory capabilities. This might be the distinctive ability possessed by every destroyer in the cosmos. However, such power cannot be attained through mere forceful cultivation. As Luo Feng's perception intensified and the transformation into destroyer power progressed, he gradually felt a resonating connection with the universe. Thus, it seemed that the High Priestess' words held truth. The growth of one's power is indeed linked to the universe one inhabits. This explains why each destroyer possesses their own unique domain. Before all else, Luo Feng first sensed that the trial ground bestowed upon him by the High Priest had indeed taken the shape of an inverted triangle, akin to the ordinary destroyer sword. The planet he inhabited would henceforth be his home. Surrounding this triangular planet were numerous, faintly discernible small asteroids. This must be the nascent form of his realm as a destroyer. It was unexpected to learn that the realm of destroyers and the planets of destroyers evolved in such a manner. As for the realms of the King of Worlds and the so-called Nether Realm, those matters belong to the future. With this understanding of development, Luo Feng's focus returned entirely to the present. Since the realm of destroyers had already begun to take shape, it appeared that the existence of angels and the King of Worlds bore little unique connection to it. As long as he, the destroyer, remained at the pinnacle of the universe, his power would gradually strengthen. Well, his nest had been established, and discussing its defenses would be superfluous. That was a matter for another time. Now he felt the subtle energy within him rapidly shifting toward the power of a destroyer. Initially, Luo Feng believed this would be a prolonged endeavor. Yet he was astonished to discover that the internal techniques he possessed could actually expedite the transformation of his power into that of a destroyer. This revelation was his greatest surprise. While other destroyers might require thousands or even tens of thousands of years to fully convert their destructive power into that of a destroyer, Luo Feng realized that with dedicated and diligent practice, he could achieve what others deemed unimaginable within a century. Nonetheless, this time frame holds little significance for a destroyer. For once these beings enter the cosmos, they may exist for millions or even billions of years. Now, he finds himself immersed in a wondrous state of cultivation, developing the universe. However, all of that is mere speculation. Without sufficient strength, even the mightiest universe is but a garment for others. With this in mind, Luo Feng resolutely dedicates his entire being, no longer troubled by the passage of time. After all, when a universe becomes powerful, the existence of a time machine will resolve all temporal dilemmas. As for the future direction of his universe, Luo Feng has yet to carve out any specific plans. Meanwhile, the angel Alice, brimming with curiosity, has explored the entirety of Luo Feng's planet, and soon thereafter, she engaged in a frenzied chase with Nefarian, Luo Feng's new companion. At this moment, although Luo Feng is lost in the joyous pursuit of cultivation and enhancement, Alice is preoccupied with the challenge of capturing the elusive Nefarian. I shall become the true Dragon Knight. This obsession has taken root in Alice's heart. Yet, for Nefarian, a sense of melancholy lingers. Why must a powerful angel persistently pursue the dragonkin? Furthermore, he has already acquired a new master, but this angel is neither one he can combat nor escape, leaving him with no choice but to engage in a daily game of hide-and-seek with Alice. The days of evasion truly weigh heavily on his spirit. As time trickles away, it remains unclear how long has passed. In this realm, only a few years have elapsed, yet the passage of time holds no significance. Luo Feng soon perceives that his destructive power has reached its zenith. Indeed, his destructive force has wholly transformed into divine destruction power, and in this aspect, he has heightened his perception to its utmost limit, encompassing the entirety of the 13th universe within his awareness. At this juncture, he comprehends that his divine power has been fully injected. To further elevate his strength and perceptive level, the development of his universe is imperative. However, that can be set aside for now. Currently, Luo Feng must solidify the soul-breaking technique learned from Kusi, alongside the destruction spell understood from the Destroyer King Essering. These two skills, already acquired, must be practically applied, evolving and thoroughly digesting them into his strength. The techniques of breaking spells and souls are indeed quite effective. Regardless of the adversaries faced in this realm, bolstered by the divine destruction power, he can maintain an undefeated stance. As for confronting those with formidable physical defenses or substantial shields, he must also cultivate those two spells to their utmost, namely, the body-breaking and armor-breaking techniques learned later for dealing with Nefarian. Though these two techniques may appear simple, mastering them to perfection requires considerable effort. Thus, Luo Feng delves deeply into the profound understanding of these several techniques. As the world continues to drift away, the sounds of their frolic grow increasingly faint. In the midst of battle, the angel Alice discovered that within this vast expanse of cosmic space, there existed neither living beings nor galaxies, only an immense chaotic void. She had successfully captured Nefarian, yet it appeared there was little in the way of amusement to be found. Time, it seemed, passed swiftly when one's focus was entrenched in confidence. Yet the routine of grappling with Nefarian on a daily basis soon became rather mundane. Reflecting upon it, it was indeed peculiar for a formidable battle angel to be entangled with a deep abyss dragon day in and day out. Consequently, Alice shifted her attention to the sequestered cultivation of Luo Feng. After all, she was now partnered with him in this new realm. However, since their arrival in the 13th universe, this lad seemed solely engrossed in his secluded training to enhance his abilities, scarcely exchanging more than a few words with her, which left Alice quite exasperated. After all, she was not only a striking beauty, but also a formidable battle angel. Even her mere presence would be a delightful sight to behold.